In his previous life, Su Nuoze, the Master of Reincarnation, sacrificed himself alongside the Kangi demon dragon to save the citizens of a besieged city. Upon awakening once more, he found himself transported 50 years into the future, inhabiting the body of a worthless young master named Su Nuoze, whose family had succumbed to bankruptcy. On the very day of his family's financial downfall, his ex-girlfriend, Gu Lianji, whom he had wronged, unexpectedly appeared, repaying over 300 billion in debts and subsequently abducting him. It was then that he discovered that his former lover, Gu Lianji, was in fact the esteemed daughter of the Gu family, a powerful warlord. Su Nuoze felt a chill descend upon him, fearing that he would meet his demise for having wronged the daughter of a warlord. However, to his astonishment, after binding him to the Su family, his ex-girlfriend insisted on marrying him. Was this an innovative form of revenge? As Su Nuoze faced this unprecedented situation with trepidation, he obediently endured life with the Gu family. Yet, as time passed, he began to perceive a subtle shift in the way his former girlfriend, Gu Lianji, regarded him. Wait a moment. Could it be that his warlord ex-girlfriend still harbored feelings for him? Su Nuoze possessed the memories of his past life as a master of divine armor. Upon encountering mechas 50 years later, he gradually unveiled his extraordinary talents and abilities to the world. Years later, when Su Nuoze once again grasped the reins of the Reincarnation Divine Armor, he realized that the bond between himself and the Reincarnation Divine Armor had never truly dissipated. He remained, at his core, the master of divine armor. Chapter 1. Just escaping the tiger's jaws, he fell into the wolf's den. Your parents ran away, leaving behind a mountain of debt. Henceforth, you shall toil for us to repay it. But big brother, if my parents owe money and refuse to pay, why not capture them instead? Stop with the nonsense. If I could catch them, would I need to deal with you? In a dimly lit room, a fierce-looking man brandished a large knife, pressing it against the throat of a young man before him. The young man gently shifted the knife away from his neck and smiled awkwardly. Big brother, isn't it customary for those who seek repayment to ensure that debts have identifiable origins? What a calamity! He was the illustrious master of divine armor, one of the world's foremost powerhouses, celebrated as the youngest master in existence. After enduring a chaotic rebirth, he had just begun to reclaim memories of his past life when he found himself in such a dire predicament. The young man's name was Su Nuoze. In his previous life, he bravely sacrificed himself to save millions, and posthumously, he was honored as the master of reincarnation, revered by the generations that followed. Yet upon awakening once more, he found himself reborn as the son of a family noble 50 years later. While being a family noble was tolerable, his early life had been devoid of awakened memories, yet he had lived comfortably. Unfortunately, just before his memories returned, his family declared bankruptcy. Becoming a bankrupt noble was one thing. With his past combat experience and adeptness at operating mechas, it should have been a simple matter to rise again and reclaim his status as a revered master. However, to his dismay, his irresponsible parents had fled, leaving him, their only son, to face the debt collectors alone. Seriously, dear parents, if you must run away, couldn't you at least take me with you? You abandoned me to face the creditors alone? Smack! A debt collector landed a resounding slap across Su Nuoze's face, cursing, "Stop with the nonsense. Did you think you were still the esteemed young master of the Su family?" Su Nuoze clutched his face, feeling utterly desolate. The irony was that he had never held such power. In his past, he had ranked 6th on the heavenly rankings, rising to become a super genius who commanded respect. Everyone who encountered him would bow and address him as Master Su. When had he ever been subjected to such humiliation? Was this not a case of a tiger falling into the valley, only to be bullied by dogs? Nevertheless, Su Nuoze understood the wisdom in preserving the Green Mountains, realizing there was no need to fear a lack of firewood, and promptly admitted his fault. Big brother, I was wrong. I shall speak no more. Just wait. I will return to my mecha and see how I can settle this matter. You have a rather handsome face. After all, you were once the young master of the Su family. Surely someone will find you appealing, the burly man remarked, patting his cheek. Indeed, elder brother, Su Nuoze chuckled awkwardly. With such slender arms and legs, he is easily at the mercy of those with peculiar predilections. The burly man scrutinized his physique. Su Nuoze interjected, "Wait a moment. While you speak, why does your face bear such an eager expression?" At that very moment, bang, the door to the dim little room was abruptly kicked open. Su Nuoze and the burly man turned simultaneously to behold a man with a centipede tattoo adorning his face striding forward, followed closely by a girl of similar age to Su Nuoze. Upon seeing the girl, Su Nuoze was rendered speechless. Gu Lianji. Images from the depths of his memory slowly resurfaced. Indeed, this Gu Lianji shared a profound bond with him in this life. As for the nature of this bond, Gu Lianji was his ex-girlfriend from this lifetime. Moreover, she was the one he had discarded, only to seamlessly transition to the next relationship. This tale of delve into dates back 3 years. At that time, Gu Yinji was the goddess of the school, a paragon of beauty, while he in this life was deemed the campus heartthrob, possessing striking looks, exemplary grades, and a well-to-do family. He believed there was no girl in the school he could not pursue. However, his mischievous friends incited him, claiming Gu Yinji was the aloof campus belle, challenging him to prove his worth by winning her over. Undeterred, he vowed to pursue this so-called aloof campus beauty. Thus, leveraging his financial affluence and attractiveness, he embarked on a relentless courtship of Gu Yinji, persistently pursuing her for a year and a half, eventually stirring her emotions. Gu Yinji agreed to be his girlfriend. This incident soon became a celebrated tale within the campus. After all, the young man was a striking figure, while the young woman was as beautiful as a blooming flower. What an enviable love story. Yet, in reality, it was quite the opposite. He regretted winning over Gu Yinji, for he soon discovered that she was not as splendid as he had imagined. Although they were ostensibly a couple, their interactions resembled those of two fairly good friends rather than lovers. Initially, even after becoming a couple, Gu Yinji maintained her frigid demeanor. It took him over a month of coaxing before she finally acquiesced to hold his hand. A month merely to hold hands. Our dashing Su Nuoze had expended considerable effort over a year and a half, only to realize that their progress had barely commenced. Undaunted, he was determined to win Gu Yinji over. In the ensuing days, he exerted every effort, showering her with gifts and surprises. Yet, Gu Yinji seemed to embody the type of girl who prioritized a soulful connection, pursuing a platonic ideal of love. Did he seek a soulful connection with Gu Yinji? No, he was simply captivated by her physical allure. After an arduous 6 months, he finally managed to evoke her feelings. Thus, apart from the final step, he had done all that he could. Just as he was about to take that final step, Gu Yinji resolutely rejected him. How could our young master Su endure such indignation? After more than 2 years of unfulfilled desire, Su Nuoze decided to cut his losses and abandon the pursuit. Damn it, I shall no longer serve. One day, he summoned Gu Yinji to propose a breakup, adding with spite, "Who are you pretending for? Do you think yourself chaste? Truly, you wish to be both a harlot and a saint." After venting his frustrations, he blocked all means of contact with Gu Yinji. Su Nuoze even vividly remembered the incredulous look upon her face the day he initiated the breakup. Perhaps she believed their relationship was quite harmonious, and that a breakup was implausible. Yet, this was far from the conclusion. The day after their separation, Gu Yinji approached him, pleading for reconciliation. Coincidentally, his friends were nearby, and he felt a sense of pride at the aloof belle's desire to reconcile. Thus he arrogantly rejected her pleas and humiliated her before all. The day after parting ways with Gu Yinji, he found a new girlfriend and boasted throughout the school, even spreading rumors that he had grown weary of Gu Yinji. Consequently, the entire school learned of her being discarded. He later heard that many affluent individuals mistook Gu Yinji for a shameless woman, eager for wealth, leading to numerous attempts to harass her with monetary propositions. Yes, that was the situation. Merely spreading rumors about her was enough for her to seek vengeance upon him. Thus, when Gu Yinji appeared before Su Nuoze, a disquieting premonition surged within him. "Sister, I had yet to regain my memories when I toyed with your affections. Can you find it in your heart to forgive?" Gu Yinji remained as aloof as before, standing silently behind the man adorned with the centipede tattoo. Third brother, someone has settled the debt of over 300 billion owed to the Su family. This young master shall be entrusted to them. The man adorned with a tattooed centipede raised his chin, signaling the burly man to release Su Nuoze. Has someone settled the debts of the Su family? Su Nuoze instinctively glanced towards Gu Yinji, pondering whether this woman was the one who had repaid his debts. The burly man shoved him, causing him to stumble and fall right before Gu Yinji. This damned fragile body. Su Nuoze seethed internally, contemplating that had he possessed the physique from his previous life, he would have swiftly freed himself from his restraints and brought all present to their knees, singing songs of submission. Before Su Nuoze could rise, several men clad in black burst in from behind Gu Yinji, forcefully stuffing a rag into his mouth, blindfolding him, and hoisting him up. He could only feel the strong men lifting him and carrying him for a distance before unceremoniously tossing him into a rather confined space, followed by the sound of a door slamming shut with a resounding thud. It was only when the engine roared to life that he realized these individuals had discarded him into the trunk of a vehicle. The deftness of their actions clearly indicated that this was not their first time engaging in such a deed. Is it possible that his ex-girlfriend hails from a respectable family? This method of kidnapping and stuffing someone into a trunk seems far too proficient. Moreover, with his head covered and mouth gagged, what could their intentions be? Surely, they do not plan to drown him in the river? Chapter 2. The Mecha's Sensory Link. Upon contemplating Chunjiang, Su Nuoze was suddenly engulfed by a wave of anxiety. Having painstakingly reincarnated into this world, he had yet to reignite his illustrious life as a king, only to find himself ensnared by the repercussions of his past transgressions. Was he truly to be submerged into the depths because of his previous self? Dear Gu, I merely severed ties with you. Must I truly face such dire consequences? Time slipped away unnoticed. The vehicle came to a halt, and just as Su Nuoze was enveloped in uncertainty, he found himself hoisted once again. The manner in which he was lifted resembled that of a piglet destined for the spit. Yet, he breathed a sigh of relief, for the salty breeze of the sea was absent. This was evidently not the riverbank. In a most uncomfortable position, he was unceremoniously tossed into a dimly lit chamber. Stripped of his garments, and clad in an entirely new attire. Along with his clothing, his mobile device was confiscated, and even the smartwatch adorning his wrist was yanked away. After donning the new attire, his blindfold was removed. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he had been cast into a small, dark room, clad in a wedding outfit. Staring in disbelief at the crimson wedding attire enveloping him, he was taken aback. Gu Lianji had brought him here to marry him? Or was it a cruel scheme to force him into wedlock with an unappealing bride as retribution for his previous rejection? Hey, tonight you are to wed our young lady. A man remained in the room, squatting before Su Nuoze with an earnest demeanor. Remember, you are becoming part of the Gu family. Behave yourself and marry the young lady tonight. Should you attempt to flee, I will not hesitate to dismember you. Su Nuoze nodded vigorously, eager to comply, pleading silently for mercy. However, his gaze was soon drawn to the necklace adorning the man's neck. The Mecha sensory link. Had it merely been a fragment of his past life's memories, he would have been unfamiliar with this device. For the Mecha sensory link was conceived in the 50 years following his demise. Yet possessing over a decade of memories in this life, he recognized the object instantly. The world Su Nuoze inhabited was far from tranquil. It was a realm rife with conflict. Over a century ago, the demon race launched a substantial invasion of Blue Star, leaving humanity teetering on the brink of extinction, with the entire planet poised to fall under demonic dominion. At this critical juncture, a miraculous event transpired. A divine rift appeared, later referred to as the Eye of the Divine, within which descended 72 divine mechas. Each mecha was distinct, and their varying sequences represented different levels of power. 72 individuals were chosen to wield the divine mechas, sounding the clarion call for humanity's counteroffensive. In this tumultuous battle, some fought valiantly, while others resorted to treachery. Ultimately, humanity succeeded in safeguarding their homeland. Yet 60 of the 72 divine mechas severed ties with their original masters, leaving only 12 to bond with the most selfless individuals. Despite this, the threat of the demon race persisted. To defend against them, humanity endeavored to replicate the divine mechas, giving birth to the mechas of modernity. However, these mechas could not compare to their divine counterparts. If a formidable mecha pilot emerged, the divine mechas would select them as new masters. In his previous life, Su Nuoze was the operator of the Sequence 3 Reincarnation Divine Mecha, chosen by the Sequence 3 Divine Mecha itself. However, shortly after attaining the status of a Divine Mecha Master, he perished in a bid to save a city, taking a demon lord with him. According to his memories from 18 years, the mecha sensory link around the man's neck was a product of the past 50 years. 50 years ago, to pilot a mecha, one had to physically enter it, including with divine mechas. However, should the mecha be destroyed during battle, the pilot would likely perish as well, resulting in a high mortality rate among mecha pilots of that era. Times have changed. Now, humans can manipulate mechas remotely using the mecha sensory link. By donning the link, one could control a mecha from a distance, ensuring human survival and minimizing sacrifices. Nevertheless, the mecha sensory link was not without its flaws, as it diminished the pilot's sensory feedback. This reduction could lead to various complications, such as operational delays and diminished immersive experiences. The mecha sensory link was user-friendly. One merely needed to select and purchase a mecha online, input the relevant link, and could then operate the mecha remotely. Do you understand? The man's inquiry jolted Su Nuoze from his reverie. He nodded, though his attention lingered on the mecha sensory link around the man's neck. As a master from the old era, he harbored an innate curiosity regarding the new innovations of this age. The man departed, locking Su Nuoze within the small chamber. Su Nuoze examined his surroundings, noting that aside from the wedding attire, he possessed nothing. Even his wristwatch had been seized during his disrobing. Thus, he resolved to patiently await his fate as the daylight outside gradually faded into dusk. Creak! The door swung open, and a girl clad in a resplendent red wedding gown entered the dim room. The once murky chamber seemed to illuminate in her presence. The girl was none other than Gu Lianji. Though adorned in red, she stood there silently, resembling an ice mountain in winter exuding an aura that was distant and unattainable. Gu Yinji's features were exquisite, her skin fairer than snow, smooth and flawless, as if devoid of any blemishes. Her raven locks cascaded casually over her shoulders, slightly disheveled, yet enhancing her unique allure. Her deep-set eyes resembled a lake beneath a starlit winter sky, and paired with her frigid expression, conveyed an eerily familiar sensation to Su Nuoze. In the memories of this life, Gu Yinji had perpetually worn this expression, never altering it. Oh, but there had been a change. The sole instance was during their first kiss, where he witnessed her wide, glimmering eyes, sparkling with surprise and perhaps a hint of affection. The girl's cheeks flushed crimson, surpassing any sweet nothings he could utter. While her face remained unblemished, his own betrayed his embarrassment. Gu Yinji had slapped him. The first time he had stolen a kiss from her, she had retaliated with a resounding slap. Yet, subsequently, he had managed to embrace her without incurring any further slaps. Successfully sharing tender moments with Gu Yinji, as he beheld her, he swallowed hard. So, are you to marry me? What he had longed for over 2 years before regaining his memories was suddenly manifesting. Gu Yinji's cold gaze swept over him, her lips parting slightly. Are you unwilling? Do I have a choice? Su Nuoze's eyes lit up. There's one. Pay off the 38 billion debt your family owes us, and I shall release you immediately. Su Nuoze, what kind of choice is that? Chapter 3. Marriage? Su Nuoze found himself perplexed. How could this stunning heiress, hailing from a prestigious family, be so intent on marrying him? Moreover, after he had spurned her in his previous life, spreading rumors and causing her untold distress, how could she still harbor thoughts of him? Was his charm so overwhelming that it had bewitched this lady to the point of obsession? Additionally, how had his ungrateful parents amassed such an enormous debt? 38 billion. In the past 50 years, such an amount could purchase nearly any mecha, excluding divine mechas. He was beginning to suspect that his parents had conspired with this Gu family heiress to deliberately trade him away. Well, I don't believe I can repay that amount for the time being. Su Nuoze contemplated aloud. Gu Yinji's piercing gaze remained fixed upon him. As a son-in-law of the Gu family, you shall live. Su Nuoze was stunned. Even if I refuse to become a son-in-law of the Gu family, I doubt I will perish on the spot. In the pond within my grandfather's courtyard, 2 sharks were kept. Gu Yinji tilted her head to observe him, stating, if you disagree, I shall have someone toss you into the pond. It would spare you a lifetime of labor and debt, granting you an early release. Su Nuoze exclaimed. What an early release indeed. Even Satan would offer you a smoke for that. He had no desire for either option presented. However, he understood all too well that should he utter such words, Gu Yinji would unhesitatingly hurl him into the pond to serve as shark bait. After a brief spasm of his face, he quickly adopted a more favorable demeanor, inquiring, my dear wife, when shall we marry? Upon hearing Su Nuoze's audacious address of her as wife, a fleeting glimmer of amusement flickered in Gu Yinji's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a neutral expression, as if that moment of mirth had never graced her gaze. In 10 minutes, someone will come to see you. Do not cause me any trouble along the way, or I shall not hesitate to provide a meal for the sharks in my grandfather's pond. Gu Yinji coldly declared, discarding a token at Su Nuoze's feet before turning to leave. With a soft thud, the door closed behind her, plunging the room once again into darkness. Su Nuoze picked up the token, discovering it bore the character Gu. What could Gu Yinji's intention be in bestowing this token upon him? He rubbed the surface of the token with his fingers. It felt icy, crafted from an unknown type of jade. Even with the discerning eyes of a master in his past life, he could not ascertain its nature. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, the small dark room was opened once more. This time, a man equipped with a mechanized sensing chain entered. Upon seeing Su Nuoze, the man gestured with his chin for him to rise. Let's go. With no other choice, Su Nuoze complied, following closely behind the man. The leader walked ahead, guiding him through what was referred to as Gu Manor. This estate appeared to be a secluded haven, far from the city, adorned with peculiar stones and artificial mountains and waters. Do not gawk about, beware of blinding yourself, the man warned in a low voice. Su Nuoze immediately lowered his head, inwardly lamenting, what sort of ex-girlfriend had he encountered? The Gu family resembled a reclusive clan in his former life. He had met some of the most elite families within the human realm, yet those patriarchs had treated him as an esteemed guest, never confining him to a dark room. Reflecting upon his past, he sighed softly, aware of the frailty of his current form. In his previous life, he had honed his physique since the age of 8, mastering the manipulation of mechanized armor by the age of 10, performing intricate maneuvers. By 16, he had earned his apprentice mechanized armor certification, not merely due to age, but because that was when one could take the examination. In that same year, he attained certifications across all 5 levels of mechanized armor, establishing himself as a prodigy among humans. At 18, he had already made significant contributions, entering the prestigious Heaven list, ranking among the top 100, and becoming the youngest mechanized master at that time. At 20, he first ventured into the Divine Armor Hall for assessment, being selected by the Sequence 70 Divine Armor. Yet, he was unwilling to accept a position so low in the ranks of Divine Armor Masters. Thus, he returned to refine his skills, and by the age of 22, he returned to the Divine Armor Hall, successfully passing the test for Sequence 3, becoming the youngest Divine Armor Master in history. However, due to his youth, he was ranked 21st on the Heaven list. After 6 years of rigorous training, at the tender age of 28, he had ascended to the 6th position on the Heaven list, but in a valiant battle against a 9-headed demon dragon, he sacrificed himself heroically. At 22, he had already achieved the status of Divine Armor Master, yet here he was, a mere wastrel at the same age. With his current constitution, he would likely struggle to pass even the most basic physical examination for manipulating mechanized armor. The path to reclaiming the pinnacle of his former life was arduous and fraught with challenges. He wondered about his old friends from his past life. Were they still alive? If so, perhaps they could rescue him from the clutches of the Gu family's young lady. Returning to the present, he was escorted by 2 burly men into a festively decorated courtyard. Initially, he presumed it to be a quaint, retro-styled setting, but upon entering, he found the furnishings to be distinctly modern. The most striking figure was a graceful woman standing prominently before him, clad in a vibrant red gown. Though her face was shrouded by a veil, Su Nuoze recognized her instantly. It was Gu Lianji. Surrounding her were numerous members of the Gu family. Upon her sighting, a middle-aged man in a suit spoke first. "You must be Su Nuoze? Your grandfather awaits." "Yes." Su Nuoze nodded obediently, presenting himself as a compliant young man. Having attended the same university as Lianji, he recalled that just a month prior, his physical examination had yielded an E grade, barring unforeseen circumstances. He would never become a mechanized armor master. With his background now revealed, Su Nuoze curiously regarded the middle-aged man. Upon seeing the man's appearance, surprise flickered in his eyes. He recognized this individual, not from his previous life, but rather from the current one. Gu Ruolu, a renowned 5th-level mechanized master who had ranked among the top 10 mechanized masters in Jiangcheng and frequently appeared in local news. He was a celebrated hero. Gu Lianji was a relative of such a person. Chapter 4. The Gu family of Jiangcheng, a realm of divine armor masters. If Gu Ruolu were present here. Su Nuoze's gaze shifted to the elderly figure at the center of the gathering, seated in an exquisite, grand mahogany chair. The elder, having reached an advanced age, bore a serene countenance that commanded respect even in silence. His murky eyes scrutinized Su Nuoze as if evaluating him. This old man. Su Nuoze recognized him. Gu Yiqing, the most formidable warlord in Jiangcheng, the current head of the Divine Armor family, the Gu family. A true top-tier mechanized master who had once tread the path of legendary mechanized masters in his youth, but had since declined to the status of master due to advancing age. The ranks of mechanized masters are as follows: Apprentice Mechanized Master, 1st-level Mechanized Master, 2nd-level Mechanized Master, 3rd-level Mechanized Master, 4th-level Mechanized Master, 5th-level Mechanized Master, Master-level Mechanized Master, Legendary Mechanized Master, and Mythic Mechanized Master. The Mythic Mechanized Master represents the pinnacle, while the Divine Armor Master transcends conventional ranking systems. Only those recognized by the Divine Armor may attain the status of Divine Armor Master. Almost all benevolent Mythic Mechanized Masters are Divine Armor Masters, while some Legendary Mechanized Masters lack such recognition, and a few Master-level Mechanized Masters are acknowledged. Su Nuoze had been selected by the Sequence 3 Reincarnation Divine Armor, while still a Master-level Mechanized Master. However, even without the selection from the Divine Armor, his innate talent from his previous life would have surely led him to become a legendary mechanized master before his demise. Because a Divine Armor Master had emerged from the Gu family 80 years prior, they were henceforth known as the Divine Armor family. Su Nuoze was genuinely astonished to discover that Gu Lianji belonged to Jiangcheng's most prominent family. In the memories of this life, Gu Lianji had maintained a remarkably low profile at school, arriving and departing without the escort of luxury vehicles. Her attire far from ostentatious. This was why he had dared to provoke her. Had he known she was from the Gu family, the wealthiest family in Jiangcheng, he would not have had the audacity to engage with her, even with 100-fold courage. At this moment, Gu Yiqing was scrutinizing Su Nuoze as well, and his disappointment grew increasingly palpable. Here was a second-generation individual who had never undergone professional mechanized master training, now 22 years old. Having only gained admission to Jiangcheng University through financial means and connections, studying mechanized repair with dismal academic performance, having failed 7 or 8 subjects. Mundane and unremarkable. It would not be an exaggeration to label him as worthless. What could possibly attract my granddaughter to this young man? He helplessly waved his hand, conceding, let the wedding proceed as planned. His granddaughter had made her decision, and he could not thwart it. Suddenly, a man standing beside Gu Rulu interjected. Dressed in a well-fitted robe, he fixed a cold gaze upon Su Nuoze and declared, our Gu family is a prestigious lineage of mech warriors. Even if we were to accept a man into our family, he must at least be a mech engineer. If outsiders learn that we have welcomed a mere apprentice mech engineer into our fold, it would be the subject of ridicule. Second uncle, Gu Lianji, adorned in a striking red wedding gown, interjected with a voice as icy as before. Are you implying that he is unworthy to join the Gu family? The indignant Gu Ruoqiang retorted, indeed. He lacks the qualifications to be a part of our family. Gu Lianji questioned, why is second uncle so opposed to Su Nuoze? Or is it that second uncle has received some benefit from another party, hence your fervent concern for Lianji's wedding? Gu Ruoqiang's expression faltered. Gu Lianji had struck a nerve. He had a friend who was the CEO of a mech construction company, and after his son encountered Gu Lianji, he was so taken by her beauty that he returned home and argued vehemently with his father, insisting he must marry her. Consequently, the CEO approached Gu Ruoqiang, proposing that if he could facilitate the marriage, he would grant Gu Ruoqiang a lucrative contract worth billions in the mech construction business. Thus, upon learning that Gu Lianji intended to marry such a man, he was the first to voice his discontent. Though exposed by Gu Lianji, he quickly regained his composure and feigned sincerity, saying, Lianji, your second uncle is merely looking out for your future. A suitable partner can significantly enhance your career. My career needs assistance? Gu Lianji retorted. Or does second uncle believe that my achievement of becoming a level 4 mech engineer at the tender age of 21 is insignificant? A level 4 mech engineer at 21 is undeniably a prodigious talent. In a previous life, Su Nuoze's accomplishments were unparalleled, and his status as a level 5 mech master at the age of 22 was a historic feat, however. Gu Ruoqiang began, but Gu Lianji lifted her veil, her gaze piercing into him. I have made my choice. If second uncle insists on this, I must kindly ask you to leave. Silence enveloped the courtyard for several seconds before Gu Ruoqiang cleared his throat and said, Lianji, that is not my intention. I merely mean that this young man must first qualify as an apprentice mech engineer. Marrying before that would tarnish the Gu family's reputation. Gu Lianji coldly replied, I will restore any tarnished reputation of the Gu family myself. As for Su Nuoze's qualification as a mech engineer, that is no concern of yours. Her somewhat brusque tone caused Gu Ruoqiang's expression to stiffen. Gu Ruolu sighed. He found himself unable to rein in his daughter any longer. And as for those around them, with the elder patriarch present, who would dare interject? Ultimately, it was Gu Lianji who declared, let the wedding continue. The officiant, who had remained silent, cautiously glanced at the elder. Seeing him maintain his silence, he proceeded, the wedding shall proceed as per schedule in the first segment. Thus, after paying respects to heaven and earth, Su Nuoze found himself bewilderingly ushered into the bridal chamber. The room was shrouded in darkness, and had it not been for the soft bed beneath him, he might have doubted whether he had been cast into a small, dark room. After an indeterminate wait, the lights suddenly illuminated the space, revealing a girl's boudoir. The overall color scheme leaned towards a soft cream, accented by hints of burgundy, creating a calming atmosphere. At one end of the room stood a large, comfortable bed, complemented by cushioned headboards, with cabinets and whimsical lamps flanking either side. A plush sofa occupied one corner, beside which sat a gigantic Pikachu plush toy. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Nuoze's heart skipped a beat as memories flooded back. Darling, we shall have our cozy home. I will adorn the bed with a large cushion to cuddle together while watching movies, and we shall have a sofa with a grand plush toy beside it. In this life, he gestured animatedly, envisioning their future abode. At his side, Gu Lianji's eyes sparkled not with ice, but with a glimmer of longing and a hint of excitement. As memories returned, Su Nuoze's heart raced at the sight of the familiar yet foreign room. This small home had been a fabricated vision he constructed to entice Gu Lianji, a deception aimed at winning her affections. To put it plainly, he had never intended to prepare such comforts. His sole aim had been to seduce Gu Lianji. Now, confronted with the very realization of that dream, he felt a pang of anxiety. Did Gu Lianji remember his prior boasts? Was she seeking vengeance? In the corner of the room lay several gleaming mech sensing chains. Observing them, Su Nuoze couldn't help but exclaim, truly, the Gu family of Jiangcheng possesses remarkable wealth. These mech sensing chains are akin to mere trinkets. Each sensing chain could bind only one mech, and could only be reassigned after its mech was destroyed, requiring the issuance of a new identification number and password to utilize it with another mech. Gu Lianji's possession of numerous sensing chains indicated her ownership of multiple mechs. If only she could spare him a couple, After 50 years of abstaining from mech usage, he felt a twinge of desire. What are you gazing at? Gu Yinji's voice broke through his reverie as she entered the room, still clad in her red wedding gown. With her veil removed, the soft lighting revealed her stunning features, which seemed less frigid than before. Without needing an answer, she noted Su Nuoze's focus and spoke with slight surprise. Do you wish to become a mech engineer? Su Nuoze's eyes lit up. Is that possible? Gu Yinji regarded him with skepticism. I recall you were never particularly interested in becoming a mech engineer. That was in the past, Su Nuoze quickly replied. Now that you are my creditor, I believe becoming a mech engineer would allow me to earn money swiftly, repaying my debt to you and departing. At his words, Gu Yinji's countenance instantly turned frosty. Huh, you might be mistaken. Why would I facilitate your journey to becoming a mech engineer? With that, she turned away, walking to the bed to remove her wedding gown. Su Nuoze was taken aback. This girl changes moods faster than one can turn a page. Then a thought struck him. The moment she reacted angrily to his mention of repaying her debt, he wondered if she still harbored feelings for him, wishing to keep him at the Gu family as a son-in-law. Was that the reason for her sudden ire? Having never experienced love in his previous life, all his romantic knowledge stemmed from the memories of his body as previous scoundrel. He truly struggled to grasp the reason behind Gu Yinji's abrupt change in demeanor. With that in mind, he tentatively suggested, if you're willing to support me for a lifetime, I would be more than happy. However, becoming a mech engineer would at least grant me some self-defense capabilities, and it wouldn't tarnish the Gu family's reputation, would it? Chapter 5. Changing majors. As Gu Yinji removed her wedding gown, her tones softened slightly. With me around, who would dare to say you bring shame to the Gu family? If you truly wish to become a mech engineer, I shall instruct the butler to speak with the school administration tomorrow to facilitate your transfer to the mech engineering program. Currently, Su Nuoze was enrolled in mech maintenance. Upon hearing Gu Yinji's concession, Su Nuoze was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this girl genuinely still harbored feelings for him? How intriguing it is that throughout history, deep affection has proven ephemeral, while the allure of the cad remains ever captivating. Despite having treated her so poorly, how could she still harbor such lingering feelings for him? Dear sister, have you fallen under the spell of a scoundrel? As he beheld Gu Yinji, now clad in naught but her undergarments, revealing expanses of her flawless skin, he cleared his throat and averted his gaze. Noticing his actions, Gu Yinji spoke with a hint of mockery. After having seen so much already, are you now pretending to be a paragon of virtue? Su Nuoze chaque lo guardi, acknowledging, in this lifetime's memories, I have gazed upon her many times. Was this disparity in our current circumstances causing me to feel somewhat diminished? When did you become so discerning? Gu Yinji scoffed, choosing to ignore him as she donned her sleepwear. She then retrieved a mech sensing chain from the table, adorned it around her neck, and reclined back onto the bed. Perhaps due to the inherent properties of the mech sensing chain, she soon found herself enveloped in a gentle radiance, as if she had commenced its operation. What about me? Where shall I sleep? Su Nuoze was taken aback. How could Gu Yinji simply activate the mech sensing chain? In this phase of operation, she seemed oblivious to his presence, her eyes tightly shut. So this is the state of using the mech sensing chain? Realizing she could not hear him, Su Nuoze boldly approached her. Is this the power of technology? He mused. For as an antiquated soul, he was rather unfamiliar with such innovations. Before the restoration of his memories, he had merely heard whispers of the mech sensing chain, which was said to permit remote control of frontline mechs, allowing one to combat the demonic race and earn contribution points. These points could be exchanged within the Mech Alliance for numerous treasures, including mechs themselves. He was confident that if provided with even the most basic entry-level mech, he could leverage his skills to amass considerable contribution points. Yet at present, his physical prowess was woefully inadequate. Reaching E grade was still a significant challenge. The physical standards for mech engineers were classified as S, A, B, C, D, and E, with E being the most rudimentary requirement for novice engineers. Only upon achieving E grade could Su Nuoze officially become a trainee mech engineer. If one were to liken physical prowess to hardware and the skill to operate mechs as software, then Su Nuoze's software was undoubtedly top tier. But his hardware fell lamentably short, a critical flaw. Contemplating his physical condition, he realized that if he commenced training now, it would likely take a year or two to elevate his physical fitness to E grade. However, with the aid of rare medicinal herbs to enhance his physique, he could expedite his progress. Alas, he was currently destitute, unable to afford such precious resources. Observing Gu Yinji in her state of remote mech operation, Su Nuoze glanced around. The pressing question remained, where was he to sleep? Casting his eyes upon the soft, expansive bed, he steeled himself and lay down. He wondered if Gu Yinji truly still held affection for him. Upon awakening, would she not unceremoniously kick him out? He had scarcely undressed when a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and soon he succumbed to a deep slumber. Time slipped away unnoticed. When Gu Yinji finally opened her eyes, the ethereal glow surrounding her began to wane. The first order of business was to procure a mech from the Skynet platform on her phone, inputting the new mech's identification number and password into the mech sensing chain. It was evident that she had just rendered a frontline mech inoperable during her prior operation. Having completed her task, she cast her gaze towards Su Nuoze. Noticing he was still clad in his wedding attire and had not covered himself with a blanket, she pursed her lips and gently lifted the edge of the covers to drape it over him. The night passed in silence. The following morning, as Su Nuoze awoke, he found Gu Yinji dressed in a simple, understated athletic ensemble. This attire bore a striking resemblance to her school uniform. According to his memories of this lifetime, they were still in school, having just returned from a brief holiday, during which the Su family had faced financial ruin. Otherwise, he might still be reveling in the company of some girl at a bar or hotel. You have 10 minutes to prepare. Once you are ready, have the butler escort us to school, Gu Yinji instructed, tying her hair back as she spoke. In this moment, she bore no resemblance to the domineering heiress of the Gu family from yesterday. Instead, she exuded an air of modest elegance. From her current appearance, one would hardly suspect that she was the daughter of Jiangqing's wealthiest family. Initially, he had bullied her, believing her to be a naive girl with no formidable background. After washing up in the bathroom, equipped with men's toiletries presumably arranged by Gu Yinji, he dressed in 5 minutes. Upon exiting the room with her, he noticed the estate contained numerous other buildings. With so many rooms available, why had Gu Yinji chosen to share her space with him? Moreover, the act of covering him with a blanket the previous night further fueled his suspicion that she still harbored feelings for him. Indeed, he had awakened during her tender gesture of covering him, as his memories from the battlefield had rendered him a light sleeper. Any approach from the demonic race would rouse him instantly to defend himself. After leaving the estate, the butler awaited them beside an old-fashioned sedan. Upon seeing the familiar vehicle, Su Nuoze's brow twitched. It was this unassuming old car that had led him to mistakenly believe Gu Yinji was an easily manipulated girl, nearly leading to his downfall. Once inside the vehicle, they embarked on a journey that lasted over half an hour, eventually arriving at the gates of a university. The entrance bore the inscription, Jiangqing University. Following the invasion of the demonic race, societal structures had collapsed, prompting the establishment of the Mech Alliance to maintain order. In a bid to uphold peace, numerous institutions of higher learning akin to universities were founded, with curricula largely centered around mechs. The Mech Maintenance Academy, where Su Nuoze studied, was no exception. Naturally, the most coveted field of study was mech engineering, Gu Yinji's specialization. He had previously assumed her admission to this discipline was solely due to her remarkable intellect, but it now appeared her connections were equally impressive. Enrollment in such esteemed academies was mandatory for all citizens under the auspices of the Mech Alliance, and upon graduation, individuals were expected to fulfill military service, encompassing various aspects of mech maintenance and material classification. Most of the materials used in the creation of mechs were derived from the corpses of the demonic race, rendering their remains invaluable and a primary source of contribution points. Chapter 6. The Fall of Su Nuoze. The butler parked the car near the university, and Gu Yinji was the first to alight, striding confidently toward the campus. As Su Nuoze attempted to follow suit, the butler interjected, "Wait 5 minutes after the young lady has departed before you exit the vehicle." Reluctantly, he complied, realizing that the Gu family simply wished to conceal any association between him, a perceived failure, and Gu Yinji. Upon returning to the campus, Su Nuoze felt an immense sense of relief in the familiar surroundings. The oppressive atmosphere of the Gu household had stifled him. He felt as though he could scarcely breathe. That sense of helplessness was reminiscent only of the moments leading up to his demise in his previous life. With his phone confiscated by the Gu family, he could only navigate toward his former classroom based on memory. As he entered the classroom, he quickly sensed the peculiar gazes of his classmates upon him. In times past, the gaze of those around him was filled with trepidation, envy, and jealousy. Yet in this moment, their peculiar looks resembled those one might cast upon a monkey in a zoo. Many bore expressions of schadenfreude. At that juncture, a plump individual approached Su Nuoze and greeted him, saying, "Zega, I heard your family has gone bankrupt. Are you now a negative second generation? Is it true?" He emphasized the term negative with particular disdain. Su Nuoze turned his gaze towards the speaker, recognizing the rotund figure as Huang Chunshun, one of his former sycophants. When he was in the throes of power, this man had been a constant presence, adept at flattery, and had benefited from Su Nuoze's generosity before his memory returned. Now, after his fall from grace, Huang Chunshun was the first to mock him. Had this occurred before the restoration of his memories, Su Nuoze would have been infuriated, perhaps even resorting to violence. However, in the present moment, he merely regarded Huang with a faint smile and replied, "Oh, my family has gone bankrupt, and you no longer wish to be my sycophant?" Upon hearing the term sycophant, Huang Qinchin's face flushed crimson, as he had long been sensitive to the derisive label that accompanied his association with Su Nuoze. "You still think you're the old Zege?" Huang Qinchin scoffed. "With your parents' downfall, I hope you don't starve on the streets one day. Then you need not worry yourself about a sycophant," Su Nuoze replied coolly, returning to his seat. Huang Qinchin, observing Su Nuoze's unperturbed demeanor, was filled with venomous resentment. How could this worthless individual maintain such composure after losing his greatest support? Did he still consider himself the former young Master Su? The surrounding students overheard the exchange. Their expressions varied, yet none dared to intervene. Who could predict whether Su Nuoze might suddenly lash out? Once seated, Su Nuoze opened a textbook, intending to ascertain whether the field of mecha had undergone any advancements during his absence. The book was remarkably pristine, indicating that during his years at university, the once privileged young master, Su, had not even bothered to peruse its contents. Thus, even with the inheritance of this lifetime's memories, he felt as though they had eluded him. He first flipped through a modern history book, seeking to learn about the events of the past 50 years. As he opened the book, he chanced upon his own name in the table of contents. Chapter 7. The Fall of Humanity's First Genius. Su Nuoze. Indeed, Su Nuoze's previous incarnation was that of Su Nuoze. As he perused the section bearing his name, he found the world mourning him as a reincarnation master, alongside a grim account of the current state of humanity. In the 50 years following his death, humanity had lost 7 more cities. 20 years prior, a mecha master had invested heavily to construct 4 demon-suppressing fortresses, barely managing to preserve the territories of humankind, which had not faced further encroachment for 2 decades. Was this truly the historical account of the 50 years after his demise? Captivated by the narrative, he failed to notice the counselor approaching him. Before his classmates, who regarded him with curiosity, the counselor stood before Su Nuoze and said, "Su Nuoze, please gather your belongings and follow me." Su Nuoze lifted his head to meet the counselor's complex gaze, feeling a surge of uncertainty. Was it possible that Gu Yinji had mentioned his request to change majors? Nodding in acknowledgement, he packed his bag and followed the counselor out. As he departed, the students began to murmur among themselves. Why is the counselor taking him away? Is it because the Su family has gone bankrupt and the school can no longer tolerate this reckless troublemaker, leading to his expulsion? It must be an expulsion, otherwise, why would he need to carry a bag? The prospect of finally ridding the school of this scourge lightened their spirits. Meanwhile, Su Nuoze accompanied the counselor into a hall within the Mecha Engineering Institute, where 3 instructors awaited: a beautiful young woman, an elderly man missing his left arm, and a bespectacled gentleman. Su Nuoze recognized all 3. The beautiful woman, named Chun Chung, was the wife of a 5th-level mecha master, yet she was no mere ornament. She herself was a 4th-level mecha master. The bespectacled man, Xiao Han, was also a 4th-level mecha master and a renowned genius instructor in the mecha engineering discipline, well known throughout Jiangxing. However, the most illustrious of them all was the elderly man, Tao Wenyu. He was considered a genius from Su Nuoze's previous era, having once been a peak mecha master, reportedly just a step away from attaining legendary status. However, during a war, his mecha sustained severe damage, nearly costing him his life. By sheer luck, he survived, trapped within the protective membrane of his mecha, but he lost an arm in the process. Due to this loss, he was forever barred from reaching legendary status, and as he aged, his physical abilities declined, rendering him unable to continue as a mecha master. Nevertheless, Jiangcheng University invested heavily to recruit him as an instructor, hoping he would cultivate a new generation of mecha masters for humanity. Upon seeing Su Nuoze, Tao Wenyu erupted in fury, declaring, "I will not allow a worthless individual to join my class. It is of no consequence what anyone says." Su Nuoze was taken aback. Had he truly encountered hostility upon his arrival? The beautiful woman, Chun Chung, interjected, "Old Tao, the mecha engineering program has always accepted gifted prospective mecha masters. This child demonstrated considerable talent during his assessment and qualifies for admission to the academy." Su Nuoze glanced at her, wondering if she were affiliated with the Gu family. Talent? Oomph. Tao, when you snorted, a talentless waste, and you dare claim he possesses talent? The final instructor, Xiao Han, adjusted his glasses and said, "Old Tao, we have all tested Su Nuoze's abilities together, and he is indeed a promising candidate for the mecha program." Su Nuoze was stunned. What luck! Out of the 3 instructors, 2 were connected to the Gu family? When had he been assessed for talent? And why was he unaware? It seemed the Gu family wielded immense influence within the school. Since you assert this young man has talent, I trust it is no issue for me to assess his foundational knowledge of mecha. Tao Wenyu, evidently aware of Su Nuoze's privileged entry, proposed with cunning intent. Xiaohan and Chuncheng were momentarily speechless. They knew better than anyone how talentless Su Nuoze truly was. Their previous claims had been blatant fabrications. If Old Tao were to conduct a proper assessment, Su Nuoze would surely fail to gain admission to the mecha program. Just as they pondered how to refuse, Su Nuoze unexpectedly spoke up. Very well, I welcome Old Tao's assessment. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they exchanged anxious glances. Yet Su Nuoze appeared oblivious to their concern. Any examination related to mecha posed no threat to him. Ah, I do enjoy such confidence. Tao, when you laughed heartily. Witnessing their reactions, Xiaohan and Chuncheng's faces darkened. This was disastrous. Should the old man conduct an assessment, their task from the Gu family would be rendered impossible. Tao Wenyu, undeterred by their expressions, turned to Su Nuoze and asked, for the first question, when a mecha suddenly loses balance on a slippery surface, what should be prioritized? All eyes turned to Su Nuoze, wondering if he could answer such a fundamental question. Su Nuoze replied, one should prioritize retracting the joints to lower the center of gravity. The three instructors were taken aback, astonished that the supposedly talentless young Master Su could provide an answer. Even Su Nuoze's counselor was left speechless, fully aware of the extent of Su Nuoze's incompetence. His habitual inattentiveness in class was notorious, with numerous teachers reporting his truancy. Yet his wealthy father rendered them powerless to act against him. Upon witnessing this, Tao Wenyu decided to elevate the difficulty. For the second question, which system of the mech bears the greatest load from the overload spin tactical maneuver? Su Nuoze replied nonchalantly, the hydraulic joints. Tao Wenyu narrowed his eyes and continued. Briefly explain the relationship between neural synchronization rate and mech action delay, and list at least 2 methods to enhance synchronization. After a moment of contemplation, Su Nuoze responded, the lower the synchronization rate, the longer the delay in the conversion of the mech pilot's neural signals into mech actions. Methods to improve it include, firstly, the pilot engaging in neural calibration training, secondly, using high-conductivity brainwave gel, and thirdly, training the pilot's psychological resilience to maintain stability while operating the mech. Upon hearing this answer, the expressions of the 3 instructors were quite remarkable. Xiaohan and Chuncheng were astonished, while Tao Wenyu's initial indignation also subsided. There was actually another answer to this question, which was to enhance the level of the mech sensory chain. This answer would have been a simple bonus point, but Su Nuoze did not provide it, not out of arrogance, but because he genuinely lacked knowledge. His experience was rooted in 50 years prior, and he was not well acquainted with the sensory chains of the new era, hence his answers aligned with knowledge from 5 decades ago. At this moment, Tao Wenyu straightened his posture and posed a new question. For the 4th question, if you can answer it, I will agree to your admission into the mech pilot program. Suppose you are personally operating a mech, and during a battle against the demon race, the hydraulic pipe of your right arm suddenly ruptures, and your radar also fails. What would you do? Upon hearing this question, Xiaohan and Chuncheng could no longer remain seated, with Chuncheng directly stating, Old Tao. Students today do not need to learn this. Everyone uses the mech sensory chain. Who operates the mech manually anymore? Tao, when you disregarded the 2 and focused on the contemplative Su Nuoze. After a brief moment of reflection, Su Nuoze spoke. First, activate the emergency shut-off valve for the right arm's hydraulic pipe. Then switch to the backup thermal energy sensing view. And finally, call for support and report your coordinates. Upon successfully answering, both Chuncheng and Xiaohan exhaled in relief. Simultaneously, their expressions towards Su Nuoze underwent subtle changes. They were surprised to discover that this individual was not as inept as they had presumed. As Su Nuoze's advisor regarded him, it was as though he had seen a ghost. Is this truly the so-called wastrel that many instructors have complained about, the young Master Su? Who are you? Get off Su Nuoze immediately. Old Tao, can Su Nuoze now join the mech pilot program? Chuncheng inquired of Tao Wenyu. Tao Wenyu fixed his gaze upon Su Nuoze and said, for the final question, if you can answer it, I will personally mentor you, and I will provide you with all the medicinal materials required to achieve the physique of a level 3 mech pilot. He recognized Su Nuoze's frail constitution and understood that he aspired to become a mech pilot. Mere physical training would take a considerable amount of time, and precious medicinal materials were of utmost importance to Su Nuoze. Xiaohan and Chuncheng furrowed their brows but did not intervene. After all, even if Su Nuoze failed to answer this question, he could still join the mech pilot program. I am ready. Su Nuoze nodded. Tao, when you continued, you are piloting the Titan V4 foot mech in a deep-sea battle and face several dire situations. 1. The hydraulic system of your right leg has failed, maintaining only 30 power. 2. A level 5 demon giant octopus is subjecting you to neurological interference, causing your neural synchronization rate to drop to 45. 3. Your oxygen supply is down to 5 minutes. 4. 3 level 4 Demon 2 sharks are closing in on you. In this dire predicament, outline your response. Upon the articulation of this question, both Xiaohan and Chun Chung wore contemplative expressions, as they too found themselves challenged by the query. Su Nuoze's Gaze Sharpant. He had personally experienced such scenarios in his previous life. However, the circumstances he faced back then were even more perilous than what Tao Wenyu described. He replied, "The pressure of the deep sea will accelerate the collapse of the hydraulic system, and with a low neural synchronization rate, complex combat maneuvers cannot be executed. So I must urgently ascend to disengage from the battle. Additionally, I would discard the armor of my left leg to reduce weight and utilize my right leg along with the back thrusters to maintain mobility. Simultaneously, I would deploy decoy sonar and torpedo attacks to create chaos. Unlike ordinary sharks that detect blood, Demon 2 sharks possess exceptional sonar detection abilities." This response mirrored his actions in a similar crisis from his past life. Upon hearing Su Nuoze's answer, Tao Wenyu regarded him with a profound look. Meanwhile, Xiaohan and Chun Chung displayed confusion. As contemporary mech pilots, should they not have utilized the mech's last reserve of energy to perish alongside the 3 Demon 2 sharks? After all, a destroyed mech could be rebuilt, and they could acquire another through the mech's sensory chain. Only Tao Wenyu truly comprehended Su Nuoze's reasoning. 50 years ago, every elite mech pilot was an invaluable asset. Once lost, they were irretrievably gone. In some emergencies, the priority for a mech pilot was to safeguard their own life. Furthermore, mech cores from 50 years ago were exceedingly precious. If a pilot survived, the mech core could also be preserved. "I grant you admission to my class." Tao Wenyu rose to his feet, declaring, "I admire you, and I will not go back on my promise regarding the medicinal materials. Your physique is quite frail, and it will take at least a week of immersion in these materials to reach the strength of an apprentice mech pilot." Chapter 8. The Cangy Demon Dragon from 50 years ago. Upon hearing this, Su Nuoze's eyes brightened. He had been troubled by his own frail body, yet unexpectedly, a pillow was provided just as he was about to doze off. He genuinely required medicinal materials. He just did not anticipate that modern remedies had improved to the extent that his physical condition could be elevated to E grade within just a week. If it were 50 years ago, with his current physical condition, it would take no less than 3 months of medicinal baths to recover. After Tao Wenyu departed, the gazes of Chun Chung and Xiaohan towards Su Nuoze transformed. They no longer regarded him with disdain, but instead with a mixture of perplexity and astonishment. Their astonishment stemmed from the stark contrast between their prior understanding of Su Nuoze and his current performance. Had it not been for Tao Wenyu's notorious reputation as a stubborn old man, they might have suspected that he and Su Nuoze were conspiring to put on a show for them. Reflecting on the fact that this individual hailed from the Gu family, they could not help but smile and say, "Student Su, congratulations on joining the mech pilot program. Thank you both for your support earlier." Su Nuoze expressed his gratitude with a nod. "No need for thanks. It was our duty," Chun Chung replied as he gestured for Su Nuoze to follow him. Su Nuoze bid farewell to his bewildered advisor and left with Chun Chung. Once outside the hall, Chun Chung suddenly inquired, "Student Su, how do you possess such extensive knowledge of mech piloting? Did you secretly study it before?" Su Nuoze explained, "I have always been interested in mech piloting, and during my past reckless endeavors, I occasionally learned a few things. Today, I simply happened to be asked about what I knew by old Tao. He was aware that his performance today would undoubtedly arouse suspicion among the Gu family members. But so what? He had once been a master of mech piloting. As long as he regained access to mechs, he could rise to prominence at an astonishing pace. Much like the adage, a golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. Once it encounters the wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. The mech was his wind and clouds. Once his strength was restored, he would fear no doubts or conspiracies. Chun Chung regarded Su Nuoze with curiosity, casting a few glances before retrieving his phone to report something. Su Nuoze did not need to look to deduce that the other party was messaging the Gu family. Under the guidance of instructor Chun Chung, Su Nuoze arrived at the academic classroom for the mech pilot program. The class was in session, and upon noticing Chun Chung and Su Nuoze, most of the students turned their attention toward them. Upon catching sight of Su Nuoze, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically, with some individuals directly gazing at the exquisite silhouette seated in the front row. All were familiar with Su Nuoze. After all, he had once captured the heart of the illustrious Gu Lianji from Jiangqing University. Among the gathered crowd, nearly every male harbored a secret infatuation for Gu Lianji, given her exceptional academic prowess and stunning beauty. Thus, it was bewildering to witness such an outstanding young woman being claimed by a seemingly worthless second-generation rich kid. This phenomenon also elucidated why many felt emboldened to harass Gu Lianji, believing that she was merely swayed by wealth. However, only Su Nuoze understood that. As the daughter of a financial magnate, Gu Yinji was not attracted to his money. In fact, he was perplexed as to what she truly saw in him. Yet, Gu Yinji remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to Su Nuoze's presence. Mr. Yu, may I interrupt? This is a student transferring from another major. Chen Cheng politely informed the teacher at the podium, nudging Su Nuoze. You should find a seat. Su Nuoze scanned the crowded classroom and noted that the only available spot was next to Gu Yinji. Thus, under the scrutiny of all, he walked toward her seat. No way. Is he actually going to sit beside the campus belle? Would she shoo him away? Everyone watched in astonishment as Su Nuoze effortlessly took his place beside Gu Yinji, who appeared completely indifferent to his presence. Witnessing the scene left the onlookers dumbfounded. Could it be that Gu Yinji still harbored feelings for Su Nuoze? Typically, any other male sitting beside her would have been swiftly dismissed. Yet here was Su Nuoze, and she showed no reaction whatsoever. Silence. Mr. Yu's voice cut through the commotion, prompting the classroom to quiet down. Su Nuoze glanced at the blackboard and realized that today's lecture would cover the identification of demon species. New student, you should borrow a book from your neighbor, Mr. Yu instructed. Su Nuoze turned to Gu Yinji and, using a voice only they could hear, said, Darling, may I borrow your book? Gu Yinji shot him a quick glance, but nonetheless slid her book toward him. Reflecting back on the question posed earlier, Mr. Yu continued. 50 years ago, a level 9 demon known as the Kangi Demon Dragon appeared in human territory. I would like to ask, what is the weakness of this level 9 demon? After finishing his statement, Mr. Yu's gaze landed on Su Nuoze. New student, why don't you take a shot at answering this question? The name of the level 9 Kangi Demon Dragon sent a tremor through Su Nuoze's eyes. This creature had once instilled in him an immense fear, representing an insurmountable existence. Newly transferred student? Mr. Yu pressed when Su Nuoze remained silent. Did you hear my question? Snapping back to reality, Su Nuoze rose and declared, Teacher, the Kangi Demon Dragon belongs to a royal bloodline. It has no weaknesses. His declaration was met with uproarious laughter from the entire class. Truly, the waste was still a waste. He couldn't even answer such a fundamental question. Didn't he keep up with the news? How could he not know this basic fact? Su Nuoze, bewildered, failed to comprehend the sudden derision directed at him. Just then, he felt a gentle nudge against his thigh. Looking down, he saw Gu Yinji had written a brief note on her book. The weakness of the Kangi Demon Dragon is its eardrum. Su Nuoze frowned. How could the weakness of the Kangi Demon Dragon be its eardrum? He recalled, clearly, this new student's academic foundation in cultural studies is lacking. Please take a seat. Mr. Yu indicated for him to sit before elaborating. Let me reiterate, 50 years ago, in the year 128 of the Mecha era, the Reincarnation Master, Su Nuoze, forcibly activated the energy of the Reincarnation God armor to protect a city's safety, ultimately piercing the Kangi Demon Dragon's eardrum with the right-hand sword of the Reincarnation God armor, successfully slaying it. Thus, the weakness of the level 9 Kangi Demon Dragon is indeed its eardrum. Everyone remember this. The entire class responded, understood. Su Nuoze thought to himself, what nonsense. Su Nuoze was my previous self. As the one who personally killed the Kangi Demon Dragon, how could he not know that its weakness was the eardrum? The Kangi Demon Dragon, possessing the bloodline of demon royalty, inherently boasted formidable physical attributes, coupled with the fact that it was a level 9 demon. How could it possibly have a weakness? Back then, he had to push the Reincarnation God armor to its absolute limits to defeat the Kangi Demon Dragon, which ultimately led to his body being completely consumed. His final strike, which pierced the demon's eardrum, was not the result of targeting a specific area. He had merely aimed for its head in a life-and-death struggle. And now, people in later generations believe that the weakness of the Kangi Demon Dragon was merely its eardrum. Well said. I reward you all with a chance to battle the Kangi Demon Dragon. With a light sigh, Su Nuoze returned to his seat. When he glanced back at Gu Yinji's book, he noticed her earlier note about the Kangi Demon Dragon's weakness had been followed by another line. Don't you believe me? It was written by Gu Yinji. I believe you, but this is quite challenging to explain, Su Nuoze replied with a wry smile. Since the emergence of the demon race in the Mecha era, the Kangi Demon Dragon had only appeared twice. The second time was when he killed it, as the sole Mecha master to confront the Kangi Demon Dragon directly. No one in this world knew it better than he did. He could still vividly recall the overwhelming despair he felt when facing the Kangi Demon Dragon, as though being submerged in an endless sea of helplessness. The Kangi Demon Dragon was unbeatable. Only through a fight to the death could it be slain. Gu Yinji chose not to engage with him further and attentively listened to the lecture. Following the ridicule Su Nuoze faced during this class, the session concluded without further incident. In the next class, focusing on mecha skills practice, it was ironically led by the same Mr. Tao Wui, who had previously made things difficult for Su Nuoze. Tao Wui guided everyone into a machine chamber, where numerous single-occupant pods were housed. These pods did not serve the same function as the mecha sensory link and could not remotely control frontline mechas. However, they were connected to a game, an official research simulation called Mecha Glory. This game provided a 95 immersive experience of piloting a mecha, second only to the 99 immersion of the mecha sensory link. It was common for most novices to begin their training with this game. Reflecting on this memory, Su Nuoze couldn't help but marvel at how much better the conditions were now compared to decades ago. Back then, newly minted mecha masters were thrust directly into battle against demons, resulting in alarmingly high mortality rates among newcomers. Su Nuoze remained behind as others entered their respective pods for practice, each required to match with demons of the same level at least 5 times. Tao Wui announced. Understood. The students entered their pods, and Gu Yinji cast a concerned glance at Su Nuoze and Tao Wui before stepping in her pod. Once the game commenced, external sounds faded away. After all the pod indicators lit up, signaling that all students had entered the game state, Tao Wui abruptly inquired earlier in class. You stated that the Kangi Demon Dragon has no weaknesses? Su Nuoze was taken aback, thinking the discussion would revolve around the medicinal bath incident, not this topic. Yes, he nodded. Tao Wui gazed at him with a complex expression. 50 years ago, following the sacrifice of the Reincarnation Master, the Mecha Alliance conducted an exhaustive analysis of the weaknesses of the Kangi Demon Dragon that lasted for 7 days and nights. At that time, nearly half of the people believed that the weakness of the Kangi Demon Dragon was not its eardrum. Rather, the Reincarnation Master, Su Nuoze, pierced its eardrum solely due to his absolute power that enabled him to slay the beast. Conversely, another faction argued that the Reincarnation Master, being the most brilliant figure in history, must have discovered the weakness in the creature's eardrum during their duel, which allowed him to deliver a fatal blow. Ultimately, the latter viewpoint prevailed, which is why textbooks state that the Kangi Demon Dragon's weakness lies in its eardrum. Over the past 50 years, fewer and fewer people have understood the reason behind this. At this point, Tony looked at him with profound intensity. So, how did you come to know this? Su Nuoze squinted slightly and replied, in the face of absolute power, any location can transform into a weakness. When the Reincarnation Divine Armor is activated at 100%, that 9th level Kangi Demon Dragon possesses weaknesses all over its body, because a single strike from me can breach its defenses. Kao Wenyi nodded. You are indeed correct. Under the influence of absolute power, any spot may become a vulnerability. A century ago, I too believed that the eardrum was not the Kangi Demon Dragon's weak point. With that, he retrieved several large bags of herbs from his backpack and handed them. These are the medicinal herbs I promised you. When you return home tonight, soak them in a bathtub for about 15 minutes before you emerge. I shall provide you with tomorrow's portion tomorrow. Thank you, Teacher Do. Su Nuoze accepted the herbs and placed them into his backpack. Have you ever played Mecha Glory? Tao Wenyi inquired. I have not. Su Nuoze shook his head. Have you used the Mecha Sensory Link? Not at all. Tao Wenyi fell silent for a moment before retrieving a copy of the Mecha Basic Operation Manual from his backpack and handing it to him. Here, take this and familiarize yourself with it. Once you have mastered the content, come find me. Su Nuoze had initially intended to assert that he was already proficient in operating mechas. But considering the differences between the mechas of his past life and the current ones, he decided to embrace a diligent learning approach. He accepted the book, ready to study the operational methods of the new era and adapt them to the old. However, the operational aspects should not differ significantly, as the design of mechas is based on the operational methods of divine armors, which he was quite familiar with. Seeing that Tao Yi had no intention of letting him enter the cockpit for some hands-on experience, he settled onto a chair in the classroom and began to skim through the book. His reading pace was swift, for the operational differences between today's mechas and those from 50 years prior were minimal, the most significant change being the simplicity of operation. Modern mechas incorporated a form of consciousness sensing and AI assistance, rendering their operation far less complex than that of earlier models. As Su Nuoze neared the conclusion of the manual, the cockpit within the classroom began to gradually cease operations, and students emerged one by one. After exiting the cockpit, searched the classroom until she spotted still present. Seemingly relieved, she took out her phone to check the new messages that had arrived. Upon reading the messages, her gaze flickered momentarily before settling on Su Nuoze. Sensing her attention, Su Nuoze felt a sudden tightening in his chest. He surmised that she had learned of his passing of this assessment. As someone who understood him well, Gu Linzhi might have been surprised that he managed to succeed in the evaluation. Instead of confronting him, Gu Linzhi regarded him with a unique expression for a moment before returning her focus to her phone. Once Su Nuoze finished the Mecha Basic Operation Manual, class time concluded. Now it was time for lunch. He patted his stomach, realizing it was the perfect moment to head to the cafeteria. However, all his meal card items had been confiscated by the Gu family. If he wished to eat, He lifted his gaze toward Gulanger. It seemed he would have to once again seek her generosity for a meal. Chapter 10. So, dear wife? Su Nuoze sighed. The feeling of being under the same roof as someone was indeed agonizing. Even eating a meal had become a dilemma. Thus, he approached Inger with a sheepish demeanor. Dear wife, my meal card has been confiscated by you. May I accompany you for lunch? Gulanger cast him a sidelong glance, but nodded. Perfect, I have something to ask you. Immediately, Su Nuoze followed closely behind Gulanger to the first cafeteria of Jiangxing University. As the two walked together, they naturally drew the attention of many. The onlookers were intrigued by this couple who had previously parted ways. Currently, the buzz surrounding Su Nuoze was immense. One was a notoriously carefree schoolbelle, and the other was the son of a family that had fallen from grace. The reason the news of S family's bankruptcy spread so swiftly was undoubtedly due to the promotion by his good friend Ong Chenchen. Meanwhile, Gulanger's tarnished reputation stemmed from Su's earlier fabrications, before he had regained his memories. However, judging Su's indifferent expression, it was clear that she was unfazed by the rumors surrounding her. If she had cared, Su might have already been reduced to mere shark excrement by now. Upon their arrival at the cafeteria, they overheard some unabashed discussions. Didn't Su's family went bankrupt? Why is Gulanger still with him? Could it be that the young master has some exceptional qualities? Perhaps the school belle, Gu, genuinely likes the person Su. Maybe her affection doesn't stem from his wealth? The pressing question is, weren't these two broken up? Why are they back together? As listened to the chatter, the corners of his eyes twitched. Could it be that Gulanger genuinely wished to prove to everyone that her feelings for him were not motivated by wealth? But was this not an utterly foolish way of validation? Gulanger calmly approached a food counter, ordering a meal like any ordinary university student. Upon remembering Su Nuoze's presence, she added another meal to her order. This down-to-earth demeanor made it hard to associate her with the wealthy Gu family of Jiangxing. Su Nuoze took the initiative to help carry her food, and they found a quieter corner. Once seated, Gulanger elegantly picked up her utensils and began to eat slowly. Also, on the other hand, ravenously devoured his meal. Just as Gulanger lifted her head to inquire about something after only 2 bites, had already cleared his plate. Gulanger. Her beautiful eyes darted towards her long eyelashes fluttering. Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face? Su Nuoze touched his face, and seeing her silent, he stood to head toward the counter. They're offering free refills on rice here. I'll grab some more. Before long, he returned with a massive plate of rice, opting to eat it without any dishes, devouring it greedily. Seeing this, Gulanger could not help but ask, You weren't this gluttonous before, were you? With his mouth full of rice, Su Nuoze replied, Lady Gu, after you took me away last night, I didn't get a single bite to eat, and I didn't have anything this morning either. I was nearly starving to death. Upon hearing this, Gulanger frowned. They didn't bring you food? Su Nuoze nodded, continuing to eat. In truth, his appetite was quite substantial. And since regaining memories of his past life, it seemed his appetite had increased as well. Gulanger pondered for a moment before asking. They told me you passed this assessment? Su Nuoze had anticipated this question and explained. Yes, the questions he posed were relatively straightforward. He must have asked a few more challenging ones. But those were right within my knowledge base, so I answered them directly. Gulanger lowered her gaze to her meal, her eyelids slightly drooping, and it was unclear whether she believed him. However, after a brief moment, she spoke again. Did Teacher Tao give you the body-refining elixir? The body-refining elixir? Su Nuoze recalled the herbs given to him by Tao Winnie and nodded. Yes, he asked me to soak them when I return. Gu Yinji lowered her head once more, and after a moment, she raised it again and said, I do not favor the title Miss Gu. You do not like the title Miss Gu? Su Nuoze was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had just addressed her as such. If she disdained that title, then what about wife? He tentatively tried this appellation. Gu Yinji did not respond, perhaps tacitly accepting it. After they finished their meal, Su Nuoze took the initiative to assist by returning their dishes to the recycling area. At Jiangxing University, the midday break is brief, and most students do not opt for a nap. Gu Yinji was one such individual. Su Nuoze, unsure of where to go, had his phone confiscated and carried nothing but a bag containing a few books, so he could only follow Gu Yinji. She headed directly to the training ground for the afternoon class, where several dilapidated first-generation mechas were stationed. This was the designated area for all students in the mecha engineering program to attend their classes. The training ground resembled a playground from 50 years ago, though back then it primarily served for running and physical conditioning. It was said that it had once been used for soccer. However, the present-day training ground has undergone modifications to facilitate mecha combat training. There were dozens of these mechas stored in the warehouse, and Su Nuoze noticed that all of them were from their era. Each mecha stood 3 to 4 meters tall, all being lightweight models. These mechas were utilized for mastering fundamental operations. Although their operation was intricate, once one became proficient with these models. Operating any other mecha would be a breeze, as Gu Lianji explained. Su Nuoze was also aware that these mechas were the most challenging to operate, and they were the very models he had practiced with in the past. To draw an analogy, these fundamental mechas were akin to manual transmission cars, while modern mechas resembled automatic ones, significantly reducing the difficulty of operation. He approached one of the mechas and tapped on the hatch's rear door, but the next moment, an alarm blared. Warning, your physical condition does not meet the minimum requirements for mecha operation. Access denied. Su Nuoze, is it this advanced now? In times past, during the assaults by demonic forces, many individuals disregarded their physical strength and simply climbed into the mechas if they possessed even a modicum of theoretical knowledge about mecha operation. After the battles concluded, many returned with their bodies mangled, some left with lifelong disabilities, and others perished within the mechas. Where were the restrictions on mecha usage that exist today? Do you wish to operate a mecha? Gu Lianji inquired, observing him. I do have a bit of an inclination to try it out, as I have never had the opportunity before, Su Nuoze replied, rubbing his hands together with a smile. What if I'm a mecha prodigy? Upon hearing his words, Gu Lianji's expression momentarily froze, lost in thought. Chapter 11. The stubborn yet soft-hearted Gu Lianji. Gu Lianji instructed Su Nuoze to rest nearby, while she selected a mecha to begin her training. As the class time drew nearer, more and more students arrived, and upon seeing Su Nuoze seated and reading, a flicker of disdain passed through their eyes. They held little respect for this young master of affluent background, spoiled since childhood, and wondered what exceptional quality had drawn the illustrious Gu school flower to him. Before long, the instructor, Xiao Han, arrived and cast a surprised glance at Su Nuoze. Shaking his head, he pondered what the young lady was thinking, bringing this wastrel to the program. It was already the latter half of the third year, and what could Su Nuoze possibly contribute? While others had nearly reached battlefield readiness, the average skill level among them was that of second-tier mech engineers. With prodigies like Gu Lianji already at the fourth tier, while Su Nuoze, this wastrel, was barely competent in mecha maintenance. Xiao Han even suspected that Su Nuoze could not identify all the different types of mechas. Now, with his frail physique and lack of experience with mechas, what purpose did it serve for him to be in the mecha engineering program, aside from dragging others down? He could not fathom whether Suda, Xiao, intended to serve in the military after graduation, only to be sent to the front lines to perish. However, times had changed. With the advent of mecha sensory chains, even a deployment to the front lines would not result in death, merely a waste of mechas. Adhering to the notion that he ought to treat someone from the Gu family with some semblance of respect, he approached Su Nuoze holding a copy of Mecha Basic Operation Guide. Young Su, presently you are unable to operate a mecha. Please review this book to familiarize yourself with the operation methods. Once your physical condition improves, I will guide you through mecha operation. Su Nuoze, upon seeing the familiar book, was taken aback and retrieved the identical Mecha Basic Operation Guide that Tao Wenny had given him from his bag. Teacher Xiao, I already received a copy of this book from Teacher Tao in the last class, he explained, and then inquired, by the way, do you have any books regarding the body refining elixir? Would you be able to lend me one? The body refining elixir? Xiao Han recalled the promise made by Tao Wenny to Su Nuoze not long ago, glanced at the other students who were engaged in free practice, and nodded. Wait here for a moment. I will go get it. By the third year, most students required little oversight from him during classes, and he was merely fulfilling his responsibilities as an instructor. The only student who truly concerned him was Su Nuoze. Before long, Xiao Han returned with a copy of Analysis of Body Refining Herbs. Thus, Su Nuoze began to delve into the new material, no longer needing to review the Mecha Basic Operation Guide. The other students clumsily practiced with the basic mechas, and Su Nuoze, feeling his eyes sullied by their ineptitude, opted to read instead. The entire afternoon passed, and while the other students practiced the old models before transitioning to the new ones, Su Nuoze finished reading Analysis of Body Refining Herbs, and he was well on his way to understanding the methods for utilizing the new body refining herbs. It turned out that these herbs had undergone 3 to 4 rounds of updates. Previously, the absorption rate of medicinal substances was quite low, necessitating prolonged soaking to enhance strength. If 50 years ago, the absorption rate had reached 20, now it soared to approximately 80. A remarkable improvement. Su Nuoze glanced at the body refining elixir in his bag, contemplating that within a week, his physique would reach E grade. As the day at university came to a close, a somewhat fatigued Gu Lianji approached Su Nuoze. Let us go. Su Nuoze packed his books into his bag, slinging it over his shoulder and following Gu Lianji. In truth, many students disliked carrying backpacks, often opting to leave them in the classroom for the next session. In his previous life, as young Master Su, he had servants to carry his bag for him, which was why he always found his seat promptly upon arrival in class. The two did not exit through the main entrance, but rather through a small side door of the school, where the Gu family's butler awaited them. Once they settled into the old-fashioned sedan, The butler started the engine. The journey was silent, and after more than half an hour of quietude, they arrived at the Gu family manor. Su Nuoze had seen the manor's appearance that morning, but witnessing it again now, the largest estate of the Jiangqing financial magnate, he couldn't help but be struck by its grandeur. Even his former master villa paled in comparison to the opulence of this estate. And he had spent less than a week in his own villa over the course of the entire year, often bustling between various battlefields to provide support. Upon entering the manor, he followed Gu Lianji back to her courtyard. After Gu Lianji emerged from her bath, dinner was served by the servants. Gazing at the sumptuous dinner spread before him, Su Nuoze's fingers twitched in anticipation. As he observed Gu Lianji begin to indulge, he too hastened to partake. The meal was ample, and he consumed several large bowls of white rice after finishing his initial serving. Gu Lianji, with a modest appetite, simply watched him eat. Once he had finished, she handed him a tablet, saying, "The Gu family kitchen employs chefs on standby 24/7. You can simply order whatever you desire directly on the tablet, and they will deliver it within half an hour." Taking the tablet, Su Nuoze marveled at the array of exquisite dishes displayed, his tongue involuntarily clicking in admiration. Truly, the wealth of a magnate was astounding. However, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to speak. "My dear, might you consider returning my phone to me? It's rather inconvenient to be without it." If she harbored affection for him, such a trivial request should be easily granted, he mused. Yet, to his astonishment, Gu Lianji's expression turned frosty, as if he had uttered a forbidden phrase. "Return your phone? So you can continue mingling with those women outside?" Su Nuoze's face stiffened. So that was why he was unable to reclaim his confiscated phone. Gu Lianji was jealous. To be fair, his previous phone had indeed been filled with contacts of numerous women, some drawn to his looks, others to his family's wealth, all of whom shared a history of intimacy with him. The realization made him swallow hard, and he dared not mention the phone again. After dinner, someone came to clear the table, while Su Nuoze took a shower and soaked in a body-refining potion. The potion was mild, lacking the intensity of the medicinal baths from 50 years ago. After soaking for several minutes, he felt a noticeable improvement in his vitality, and some of his excess weight had diminished. Upon exiting the bathroom, he noticed the dining table was spotless, and Gu Lianji was seated on the sofa, holding a brand new mech sensing chain, seemingly waiting for him to emerge. As he dried his hair, Gu Lianji rose and handed him the mech sensing chain, stating, "The Yusha number 01 trainee mech is suitable for your current physical condition. Is this for me?" Su Nuoze exclaimed, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. He recognized the Yusha number 01 trainee mech as one of the 3 foundational mechs suitable for novices. Although his physical capability was insufficient, he could still operate it with the mech sensing chain, albeit for limited durations to avoid harming his body. Gu Lianji said nothing and tossed the mech sensing chain into his arms before leaving, exuding an aura of coldness. Watching her retreating figure, Su Nuoze couldn't help but smile. His wife was indeed tough on the outside, but soft-hearted within. How fortunate he was to have found such a partner in this life. Wait, hadn't he contributed significantly to society in his previous life? Chapter 12. Yusha number 01 trainee mech. After drying his hair, Su Nuoze quietly entered the bedroom. Finding Gu Lianji already engaged with a mech sensing chain, he climbed out of bed and retrieved his own mech sensing chain. Following the online instructions, he pressed his forehead against the crystal at the center of the chain. Ding! In the next moment, it felt as though his body was being drawn into another realm. The sensation of detachment was unsettling for his heart, but soon a screen materialized before him. "Hello, is this your first time using the mech sensing chain? Yes or no?" He clicked on yes. "Since this is your first time using the mech sensing chain, a 5-minute tutorial will commence." Instantly, Su Nuoze found himself seated in a familiar environment. Glancing around, he realized he was inside a mech. Through the mech's external sensors, he recognized he was in a training ground. Beginning instruction. Subsequently, the system's voice guided him through the training for operating the mech. After a brief period of adjustment, Su Nuoze mastered the controls within minutes. Once the system had guided him through practicing with the Yusha number 01, Ant Worker number 01, and Iron Shield No. 01, 3 foundational novice mechs. It notified him that the tutorial had concluded. Detected that you have registered a Yusha number 01 mech. Would you like to log in? Yes or no? Yes. At that moment, Su Nuoze felt his body being tugged again, leading him to ponder. The creators of the mech sensing chain truly were geniuses. Before him, an introduction appeared. "Dear sir, your Yusha number 01 mech is designated QH-231, located in the Southern A Division battlefield of the Mech Alliance. The primary combat environments in this area include sandy terrain and rainforests. The applicable missions for the Yusha No. 01 mech in this area are as follows." A list of missions appeared before Su Nuoze, with the initial tasks including: survey the terrain of the Thorn Watchtower area, 3 contribution points for 1 hour. Survey the terrain of the Black Rock Ravine area, 5 contribution points for 1 hour. Survey the terrain of the Bloodvine Canyon area, 7 contribution points for 1 hour. The more perilous the area being surveyed, the higher the contribution points awarded. Su Nuoze glanced at the contribution point marketplace and, upon seeing the exorbitant prices for redeeming contribution points, promptly dismissed these low-value missions. He scrolled down until he reached the bottom, where the system issued a warning. Warning, the following missions have increased difficulty and danger levels, and are not suitable for your mech. Would you like to proceed with the exploration? Yes. Su Nuoze seemingly ignored the caution. After confirming, the tasks began to expand. Transport supplies to retrieve a scrapped mech from the Humus Gorge back to the nearest outpost. Total contribution points worth 30. Note, this task is suitable for Ant Worker No. 01 mech. Provide cover for the Ant Worker mech, transporting the scrapped mech back to the nearest outpost, earning 40 contribution points. Note, this task is suitable for Iron Shield number 01 mech. Eliminate the demonic beings infiltrating the preparation area. One first-level demon yields 20 contribution points. A second-level demon yields 100 contribution points, and a third-level demon yields 1,000 contribution points. Note, this task is not suitable for trainee mechs. Su Nuoze shook his head at these missions. None were appropriate for him. The Yusha number 01 mech excelled in speed and flight, but was mediocre in combat against demons. After some contemplation, he directly inquired, "Are there any urgent missions available?" Urgent missions have time constraints and are unsuitable for trainee mechs. A fee of 100 contribution points is required to accept them. If the mission is not completed, the contribution points will not be refunded. Su Nuoze replied, "Can I at least take a look?" Urgent Mission 1. Assist the frontline troops at Snake Tooth Pass in retreating, gaining contribution points based on merit. Urgent Mission 2. Transport the mech cores of scrapped mech from the front lines back to the nearest fortress. Trainee Mech Core, 50 contribution points. First level Mech Core, 100 contribution points. Second level Mech Core, 500 contribution points. Third level Mech Core, 2,000 contribution points. Upon reviewing the urgent missions, Su Nuoze turned back to the previous tasks. It would be better to accumulate 100 contribution points first. He noticed that a Yusha No. 01 mech was valued at 1,000 contribution points in the exchange marketplace. He couldn't believe Gu Lianji had so readily given him that 1,000 contribution points. He would need to bring back 2 second-level mech cores to equal the worth of 1 Yusha number 01 mech. Ultimately, he accepted a mission to scout the demons leaving the Scorpion Tail Dunes and report the intelligence to his superior. 50 contribution points for 1 hour. Note, this task poses a high threat level for the Yusha number 01 mech. Please consider carefully before accepting. This task boasts the highest rewards among all that he can undertake. The Scorpion Tail Dunes are perilously close to the front lines of battle, presenting an exceedingly high risk. However, this is precisely why Su Nuoze has opted for this mission. He thrives on pushing limits. Before accepting the mission, please register an account. Would you like to register? Register. Please assign a name to your account. All future contributions from tasks will be credited to this account. Su Nuoze was somewhat taken aback. This was the first time he was required to choose a name reminiscent of online gaming. He promptly named himself Su Nuoze after his former life. Ding. The chosen nickname infringes upon the title of Master and violates Article 314 of the Mecha Alliance Regulations. Please select a new name. A nickname violation? How absurd. Am I infringing upon myself? With a sigh, Su Nuoze reluctantly changed his name to Su Haitu, with Haitu meaning Black Earth, a nod to his identity. Is the nickname Su Haitu confirmed? Yes. Nickname successfully confirmed. Commencing mission acceptance. Mission accepted. Transporting you to Mecha No. QH231. Ding. Transport successful. In the next moment, Su Nuoze felt his body enveloped by the frigid interior of a mecha. Through the mecha's perspective, he observed himself within a warehouse. Greetings, Mr. Su Haitu. Please reach the Scorpion Tail Dunes within 20 minutes. Navigational map is being transmitted. A route appeared on the mecha's large screen, leading directly to the Scorpion Tail Dunes. Su Nuoze first attempted to activate the mecha and found all its functions to be in perfect working order, prompting him to ascend into the sky. A sweeping glance at the other apprentice mechas in the warehouse confirmed his immediate departure. This was a human settlement, constructed like a fortress, exuding a metallic ambience. Upon his exit, he noticed numerous mechas taking flight into the sky. The sight was utterly breathtaking, with flying metal mechas dotting the heavens. Chapter 13. Forcibly undertaking en urgent mission. All mechas were of considerable caliber, and Su Nuoze's Yuhuan number 01 mecha appeared somewhat out of place among such high-grade mechas. However, he felt no sense of inferiority. After all, he was the master of the Reincarnation Mecha. This was his first genuine glimpse of the battlefield in this era. During his flight, he beheld a landscape marred by devastation. Along the routes connecting the fortress cities, numerous worker ant mechas transported the corpses of demon kin and mecha parts, while many damaged mechas returned for repairs. In this age, mecha engineers enjoyed considerable freedom. 50 years prior, every man was conscripted into military service. Yet in this era, due to the existence of the mecha sensing chain, mecha engineers were in no short supply. After an 8-minute dash at full speed, he soon arrived at his destination, the Scorpion-tailed Dunes. This expanse was a vast desert, with the front line of regular troops stationed only 10 kilometers away, defending against the demon kin in a primary battleground. As soon as Su Nuoze reached the designated location, the mission displayed that it had commenced, with the timer reading 000001. Had the mission already begun? The Scorpion-tailed Dunes spanned a considerable area, and he was tasked with overseeing just one sector. Observing the radar map from a mecha, he noted that numerous similar mechas occupied the vicinity. However, these mechas resembled the Level 1 Yuan number 02 mechas, indicating that this task was more suited for Level 1 mecha engineers. Other mecha engineers would likely be quite surprised to see his apprentice mecha. His mission was to supervise this area. After just 2 hours, he could earn 100 contribution points to undertake an urgent mission. Scanning the terrain below, he quickly reported any sightings of sand scorpions departing from the dunes. Nevertheless, this approach posed risks. While the sand scorpions lacked the ability to fly, their tails could launch highly penetrating stingers capable of piercing through ordinary mechas, potentially disabling critical components. Yet, Su Nuoze felt no trepidation regarding such rudimentary tactics. He adeptly dodged the stinger attacks of the sand scorpions, his form twisting gracefully in the air, perhaps due to his agile maneuvers. An increasing number of sand scorpions emerged from the dunes, targeting him with their tails. Su Nuoze remained vigilant, contemplating energy conservation and refrained from using thermal weaponry against them. Although employing thermal weapons would alleviate his burden, it would not eliminate the sand scorpions, thus wasting precious energy, which Su Nuoze loathed. Countless sharp stinger projectiles soared into the sky, and he navigated through them with the mecha's holographic sensing, creating an aesthetic spectacle. As the commotion intensified, nearby Level 1 Yuan number 02 mechas also took notice. Witnessing Su Nuoze's apprentice mecha skillfully maneuvering amidst the onslaught, the surrounding mecha engineers were left agape. What in the world is this? Is some big shot using a low-level account to practice their maneuvers? Furthermore, a small battlefield reporter robot activated its camera mode, capturing photos of Su Nuoze in the sky. Battlefield reporters are specialized robots designed to document scenes from the battlefield. They possess no offensive capabilities, with all attributes focused on evasion and defense. These reporters typically overlook particularly low-level mechas, but Su Nuoze's mecha was too extraordinary. His agile movements and relaxed poise embodied an artful elegance, resembling a work of art. The battlefield reporter's robot could not approach too closely, yet it captured the breathtaking display of movement in its entirety. Meanwhile, in a room within a building in a human city, a sweet-faced girl sat in a cockpit, live-streaming. If one were to glance at her screen, they would see that the perspective locked onto Su Nuoze's Yuan number 01 apprentice mecha, as it deftly evaded the stinger attacks. The primary distinction between battlefield reporters and standard combat mechas is that reporters can operate from a combat cockpit, while simultaneously broadcasting on live platforms. The girl operated the battlefield reporter mecha. She spoke to her screen, "Brothers, we can now confirm that this Yuan No. 01 apprentice mecha is indeed some big shot utilizing a low-level account to refine their maneuvering and reflexes. However, this big shot is quite extravagant, choosing not to practice in mecha glory but rather purchasing a new apprentice mecha for training. To be honest, the maneuvering skills of this big shot are truly remarkable. I feel that even some mecha masters would struggle to match such finesse." The chat in her live stream was bustling, with most comments expressing all over the true prowess of this big shot, while others noted the streamer is broadcasting from the Southern A Division, right? That area is home to the Demon Hawk population. A big shot spends 1,000 contribution points on an apprentice mecha for fun. While we can only watch the stream from afar, after watching the streamer for so long, they finally captured a skilled mecha in action. Brothers, why do I feel like this big shot's maneuvers surpass even those of the young prodigies in the mecha championships? Those prodigies may be young, but the individual controlling this Yuan number 01 mecha could very well be quite seasoned. At this moment on the battlefield, Su Nuoze initially experienced some discomfort. Unlike the 100 sensory feedback when piloting a mecha personally, the mecha sensing chain provided only a 98 response rate. Although the difference was merely 2, it was significant enough for a master of the Divine Mecha to perceive the discrepancy. As Su Nuoze sought refuge from the chaos, a resounding roar erupted from the front lines, reverberating through the air with an immense force. This deafening sound startled not only Su Nuoze, but also the surrounding first-tier mech pilots and the battlefield reporter drones. Even the sand scorpions hidden within the scorpion tail dunes recoiled as if retreating into their shells, burrowing into the earth. Su Nuoze turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion and beheld a colossal flying demon, its wings spanning 30 to 40 meters, in pursuit of a fourth-tier mech named the Repentant. Renowned for its formidable melee capabilities, the Repentant was a swift mech armed with a chainsaw sword, its design reminiscent of the religious emblems from over a century ago, during the era of peace. Alarmingly, the direction in which the Repentant fled led straight towards his position. Why was it running towards him? Su Nuoze's complexion paled, and he immediately pivoted to flee, realizing that he could not afford to lose his precious mech. Beep! Accepting an urgent mission. Just as he turned to escape, the mech screen illuminated with a mission prompt. What was happening? Why was he being assigned an urgent task? Please turn back immediately and retrieve the mission box from the Repentant mech, designated A1788, and bring it back to the near South A3 Fortress. Successful completion reward, unknown. Failure compensation, 1,000 contribution points. Chapter 14, truly a big shot. Su Nuoze's vision darkened upon reading the system's notification. Was the system forcing him into an urgent mission? Was this not akin to being grilled over an open fire? As a former soldier, obedience to orders was second nature to Su Nuoze. Furthermore, even if he failed the task, the system would compensate him with 1,000 contribution points, which was the worth of his Peregrine 01 trainee mech. However, why had the system singled him out when there were so many first-tier mechs around? Glancing at the radar, he realized that the other first-tier mechs had already fled several kilometers away. What the hell? These guys were quick to run. No wonder the system had targeted only him. The solitary trainee mech. With no choice, he steeled himself to approach the swiftly advancing Repentant mech. As the two mechs drew within a kilometer of each other, their signals linked. Su Nuoze heard the voice of the Repentant's pilot in his ear. Brother, help me take this thing back while I hold off this demon eagle. Upon hearing the man's voice, the distance between the two mechs shrank to mere hundreds of meters. The Repentant tossed a box high into the air before turning to engage the pursuing demon eagle in a desperate struggle. Su Nuoze successfully caught the iron box, only to feel its weight drag him down. What was this thing? So heavy. Without time to ponder further, he swiftly grasped the box and darted away. Meanwhile, the girl in the live stream and the audience were left bewildered. Wait, why did the other mechs flee while the big shot remained behind? I recognize that creature in the sky. It's a fourth-tier demon eagle. Its speed is astonishing. I suspect the big shot stayed behind to accept the Alliance's urgent mission. What business does a trainee mech have getting involved? That eagle looks formidable. Host, do you know what's inside that iron box the big shot is carrying? The girl, furrowing her brow as she watched the two mechs complete their exchange, replied, if I'm not mistaken, that box likely contains the core of the demon eagle. You see, during their molting season, these creatures shed their cores along with their feathers. But most demon eagles will consume the core again once the molting is complete. The core can only be obtained during this period, and it serves as a crucial component for crafting advanced flying mechs. Judging by the box's size, it seems to contain at least dozens of demon eagle cores. It's likely that the Repentant stumbled upon a nest of molting demon eagles. Upon hearing the host's explanation, many viewers began to grasp the situation. Impressive. I always thought the host was just a pretty face, but it turns out she knows quite a bit about the demon race. One question, since demon eagles value their cores so highly, isn't it a bit unreasonable to have a trainee mech transport back? Exactly. Even if this trainee mech is operated by a big shot, its inherent limitations are significant. Even the most skilled mech masters might struggle to escape from a fourth-tier demon eagle. Observing the barrage of comments, the girl shook her head. I doubt the Repentant intended for a Peregrine 01 to carry the cores back. If all goes as expected, some high-tier mechs should be dispatched to assist the Peregrine 01 shortly. After all, even a severely wounded fourth-tier demon eagle would find it trivial to deal with a trainee mech. A single hit could easily incapacitate the Peregrine 01. The girl's assumption proved correct as several fourth and fifth-tier mechs were dispatched from the nearest barrier, positioned close to the Scorpion Tail Dunes. But they wouldn't arrive for another 7 to 8 minutes at least. Meanwhile, the Repentant attempted to intercept the massive demon eagle, but the eagle's claw struck, tearing a gaping hole in the Repentant's chest and exposing its core. This scene caused a collective gasp among the live stream viewers. Yet the Repentant charged forward, colliding with the demon eagle. Another claw strike severed the Repentant's head from its body. With a thunderous explosion, a bright flash lit up the sky as the Repentant self-destructed. Being a fourth-tier mech, the Repentant's explosion sent mechanical debris flying, piercing the demon eagle's right claw. Upon closer inspection, one could see the demon eagle's claw oozing blood. The battlefield reporter girl spoke somberly. This is bad. I thought the Repentant could hold off the eagle a bit longer. At this rate, it should easily capture the big shot. She turned the camera to the distance, Although the Peregrine 01 was desperately fleeing, its speed was hampered by the weight of the cargo it carried. If this continued, the big shot would be caught by the Demon Eagle within 30 seconds. She shook her head, sighing, just when she had managed to catch a glimpse of a big shot playing on a lower tier account. It seemed like she was about to witness an explosion right before her eyes. After a few moments of wailing, the 4th tier Demon Eagle fixed its cold gaze on Su Nuoze, who was fleeing with all his might. With a shrill cry, it transformed into a black arrow, hurtling towards him. Su Nuoze, fully aware of the impending danger, lamented internally upon hearing the explosion of the repentant. If only that useless thing had been given to him. Even if it were left with merely 50 of its functionality, he would have effortlessly dispatched that beast. He estimated that the repentant, despite its damage, must still have retained at least 70 of its capabilities. Feeling the rapid approach of the Demon Eagle behind him, Su Nuoze activated the immersive mode of his mech, allowing him to experience the environment in its entirety. The sound of rushing wind filled his ears, and upon sensing the increasing wind speed, he swiftly lowered the mech's center of gravity, utilizing the weight of the box to decrease its height. In that instant, a colossal figure streaked overhead. It was the Demon Eagle's attack. What a narrow escape. The battlefield reporter girl couldn't help but clench her fists and shout. In that fleeting moment, had it not been for the sudden descent of the Peregrine Falcon number 01, which seemed to possess a divine perspective, the claws of the Demon Eagle would have obliterated it. Truly, such remarkable reflexes are the hallmark of a master, far beyond the capabilities of any mere mech engineer of lesser rank. Chapter 15. Still pursuing, are you? As Su Nuoze lowered his altitude, his gaze remained calm, fixated on the Demon Eagle obstructing his path. He hovered in midair, still clutching a box. He surmised the contents of a box, but in this precarious situation, without reinforcements, escape from a level 4 Demon Eagle was utterly impossible, even though this particular creature bore significant wounds. Thump, thump, thump. He felt his heart racing with fervor, a manifestation of intense excitement. Without lingering, he pivoted and fled in another direction, prompting the Demon Eagle to flap its wings vigorously upon witnessing his movement. Under the force of the turbulent winds, the Peregrine Falcon number 01 began to lose its balance, teetering precariously in the sky. In that instant of instability, the Demon Eagle lunged at him. This time, the Demon Eagle's attack was an upward strike. Evidently, it would not grant Su Nuoze another chance to evade as it had moments before. Whoosh! Sensing the wind's velocity intensifying once more, Su Nuoze gritted his teeth. You're still pursuing me, are you? He abruptly released the box, and upon shedding the heavy burden, the speed of the Peregrine mech surged instantaneously, sending the box hurtling towards the ground while the mech ascended skyward. The Demon Eagle darted through the space between the Peregrine mech and the box. Observing Su Nuoze abandon the box, the battlefield reporter girl was perplexed. Was the master planning to discard the box and flee? Yet, Su Nuoze merely adjusted his course, executing a swift 180-degree turn to dodge another onslaught from the Demon Eagle before re-hovering before it. The Demon Eagle's gaze fixated on the box below, but it understood that before reclaiming its core, it must first deal with this seemingly fragile mech before it. Su Nuoze did not retreat. Instead, he slowly drew a short sword from behind, the sole melee weapon equipped on the Peregrine Falcon number 01. The live-streaming girl was bewildered. Why wasn't he fleeing? Did he intend to confront a level 4 demon with this apprentice mech? The barrage of comments in the live feed erupted. What s with the sudden coolness of the Peregrine Falcon number 01's silhouette? No way. Is he really planning to duel a level 4 demon? Hey, if you need to retreat, we'll wait for you here. That sword drawing move is so cool. I'm recording this to learn. Why isn't he using the energy cannon that comes with the Peregrine mech? Unbeknownst to Su Nuoze, his actions were being witnessed by tens of thousands in the live stream, but he had no path left to retreat. The urgent mission required him to deliver the box back to the South A3 District Fortress, yet this Demon Eagle stood as an insurmountable obstacle on his way home. Thus, he was left with but one option, to defeat it, thereby eliminating anyone who could hinder his quest. Could an apprentice mech vanquish a level 4 demon? A daunting task, yet not entirely impossible. He inhaled deeply, his mind racing with thoughts of the Demon Eagle's attack patterns. Just suppose, that his true self were seated within this apprentice mech. Should the foe capture him, it would mean his demise. In that moment, Su Nuoze seemed to forget he was utilizing the mech's sensory link, neglecting his own physical limitations that would prevent him from overexerting even the weakest apprentice mech. He suddenly opened his eyes, the looming figure of the Demon Eagle reflected in his gaze. The Demon Eagle was massive, its right claw still bleeding. Thud! The sheer size of the Demon Eagle rendered it somewhat clumsy at this moment. As the clash commenced, Su Nuoze lifted his body, evading an attack, just as his short sword plunged into the open wound of the eagle's injured claw, and he swiftly withdrew it. Whoosh! The demon eagle let out a wretched cry, while Su Nuoze lowered his center of gravity, activating the turbo boost and plummeting towards the ground like a meteor. Following its keen cry, the demon eagle pursued him relentlessly, intent on avenging the affront. Even without relying on sight, Su Nuoze could sense the eagle's position, propelling his body into high-speed motion. With energy limited within the apprentice mech's core, he could not spare even a single energy shot. All his energy had to be conserved for the turbo boost. Bang! Just as he was about to land, Su Nuoze decelerated, using the rotational momentum to mitigate the impact, deftly evading the demon eagle's attack range. The demon eagle collided with the ground, producing a resounding crash. Hearing the impact, a realization dawned upon him. Had its wings been injured, or was its tail impaired, hindering its balance? He swiftly regained his footing, exploiting the momentary lapse in inertia to leap onto the back of the demon eagle, driving his short sword into its tail. The sword penetrated the eagle's caudal vertebra, breaching its defenses. Indeed, its tail was injured. The demon eagle writhed in agony, its wings thrashing against the ground, stirring up sand and revealing many hidden sand scorpions. The scorpion stood no chance against the ferocity of a level 4 demon eagle, with many being crushed beneath its wings. Su Nuoze, anticipating the chaos, ascended into the air to avoid the erratic flailing of the wings. He glanced at the box not far away and the debris of the Confessor mech on the other side. Quickly, he retrieved the box and dashed towards the chainsaw sword among the remnants of the Confessor mech. The attacking power of the Peregrine Falcon No. 01 was still insufficient, but that chainsaw sword could undoubtedly pierce through. Noticing Su Nuoze attempting to reclaim the box, the demon eagle, dragging its injured body, pursued him once more. Yet, it was evident that its speed had significantly diminished. After seizing the chainsaw sword from the ground, Su Nuoze discarded the box anew, his sole aim being to lure the demon eagle into chasing him. As he felt the winds of the approaching demon eagle, he gently raised the chainsaw sword, gauging its weight before the mech accelerated. This was his first battle since his rebirth. Regardless of the overwhelming power of the demons, he would not cower. Having slain a level 9 Kangi demon dragon, a mere level 4 eagle was insignificant. He accelerated once more, charging fiercely towards the demon eagle. An apprentice mech colliding with a level 4 demon appeared akin to a futile endeavor. Boom! With a deafening roar, the left arm of Su Nuoze's apprentice mech shattered on impact, yet he managed to drive the chainsaw sword deep into the demon eagle's skull. In that moment of collision, he had deftly adjusted the point of impact, sacrificing his left arm to effortlessly embed his weapon into the eagle's vulnerable spot. The demon eagle suffered a near-fatal blow, wailing in agony upon the ground. The blade had struck its vital point, nearly extinguishing its life. Su Nuoze relinquished the chainsaw sword, drawing forth the only remaining short sword from behind his back. Warning, your mech has sustained 235 damage, performance reduced by 4078. Ignoring the system's alarm, he leaped on the shoulder of the demon eagle, plunging the short sword into its mortal wound. Upon delivering the fatal strike, the eagle's struggles gradually ceased. It had lost the will to live. Chapter 16. Su Nuoze in peril. Oh my god! The battlefield reporter girl, who had been observing the entire event, could not help but exclaim, what had she just witnessed? An apprentice mech defeating a level 4 demon? Do not merely mention the girl. Even the viewers in her live broadcast room were in an uproar. Host, are you certain that what you are broadcasting isn't a science fiction film? Goodness. Did the apprentice mech actually turn the tables on a level 4 demon clan? Are you kidding me? Brothers, it seems our host is about to make it big. Such an astonishing scene has been captured. I can't believe it. I feel so tense I can hardly breathe. The master has actually used an apprentice mech to turn the tide against a level 4 demon eagle. Can a master be any more impressive? Please refrain from humiliating the master with the title of Mech Master next time. Even a peak mech master would struggle to counter a level 4 demon clan with an apprentice mech. Goodness, what is the master's main account? Could it be that of a legendary mech master? I can't shake the feeling that the master might be a mythical mech master, or even a divine mech master. If I had an apprentice mech, I wouldn't have the courage to face a level 4 demon clan. Yet the master drew his sword and struck back? The live chat exploded. Many sensed something extraordinary and quickly downloaded the recorded video to share online. The title read, shocking. An apprentice mech turns the tables on a level 4 demon clan? At that moment, the battlefield reporter girl had stars in her eyes. So cool. I've never seen such a dashing mech master. The apprentice mech, despite having lost its left arm, commanded respect merely by standing atop the demon eagle. The female host, Wan Yingying, hailed from a distinguished background and was herself a level 4 mech master. Her usual pastime involved piloting a battlefield reporter mech to live stream from the front lines for her audience. However, her hobby had yet to yield any captivating battles, thus leaving her somewhat lukewarm in popularity. She was aware that many in her chat room were there primarily for her looks. But today, she had indeed captured an extraordinary video. An apprentice mech turning the tide against a level 4 demon clan was unparalleled top-tier material. The footage showcased the Falcon number 01 mech, entirely reliant on skill rather than statistics. Shortly after Su Nuoze had dispatched the Demon Eagle, several level 4 and 5 mechs arrived for support. Upon seeing an apprentice mech standing motionless atop a level 4 demon clan, the support mechs were taken aback. What on earth had transpired? The leader of the level 5 mech approached Su Nuoze, connecting the communication. "Hello, Mr. Su Haitu, please hand over the mission box to us." At that moment, Su Nuoze remained utterly still, not out of arrogance, but because he had just exited combat and was suddenly beset by excruciating pain in his body. This was the genuine agony of his physical form. The pain was so intense that he could barely move the mech. He heard a voice over the communication line, tinged with resignation. "I'm unable to move. Please help me return the Falcon number 01 mech for repairs and deduct the contribution points from my mission rewards. I need to log off for a while." With that, he logged off, and the Falcon number 01 apprentice mech collapsed, indicating it was offline. Observing the scene, the support team members were momentarily stunned. The leader of the level 5 mech glanced at the radar and soon spotted a battlefield reporter mech not far away. He approached it. "Hello, could you please provide the footage you just recorded?" Typically, when visuals were required on the battlefield, military mechs had the authority to request recordings from battlefield reporters, a duty they were obliged to fulfill. "Certainly, I'll send it to you." Wan Yingying quickly handed over the recently captured footage. After the level 5 mech master reviewed the entire video, he stood in shock. Once he finished, Wan Yingying couldn't help but inquire, "Excuse me, may I ask what the nickname of that esteemed master is?" The level 5 mech master cast a glance her way, responding, "The esteemed master's nickname is Su Haitu." There was no attempt to conceal this. "Su Haitu?" Wan Yingying's eyes widened with surprise. What an unusual name. Perhaps it was merely a secondary account of an esteemed elder. In Jiancheng, at the Gu family estate, in a room belonging to Gu Lianzizi. Upon disconnecting from a mech's sensory link, Su Nuoze felt blood seeping from his skin. Numerous abrasions marred his body, leaving him covered in wounds. This was the consequence of overexerting his mech. Today, in his effort to slay the Demon Eagle, he had been compelled to exceed the mech's limits. And now every part of him throbbed with pain. He longed for assistance, but at that moment, Gu Lianzizi was still enveloped in a gentle aura, clearly still engaged in the mech's sensory link, unable to aid him. Desperately, he surveyed his surroundings before succumbing to unconsciousness due to the pain. Several minutes later, Gu Lianzizi finally emerged from the mech's sensory link. The moment she returned, she detected a metallic scent of blood in the air. Whirling around, she saw Su Nuoze lying on the bed, battered and gasping for breath, resembling a dying figure. Did Su Nuoze overexert himself in the mech? Panic flickered in her eyes as she hurriedly retrieved her phone to contact the family medical room. After making the call, she could hardly wait, disregarding the potential mess, and swiftly scooped up the bloodied Su Nuoze. Gazing at his pale face, her expression was a mixture of panic and guilt, wholly devoid of her usual icy demeanor. Without even slipping on her slippers, she rushed with Su Nuoze toward the medical room, as if her body were plummeting into an endless abyss, poised to fall into the depths. Su Nuoze's consciousness blurred. He felt himself cradled in an incredibly warm embrace, though he lost track of time. Suddenly, he sensed the pain in his body easing significantly. Soon after, he felt himself gradually recuperating. When Su Nuoze regained consciousness, he found himself staring at a white ceiling. To his surprise, he was hooked up to an oxygen tank. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed a girl in a nurse's uniform exclaiming joyfully, "Yes, awake. What is this place?" He asked. "This is the Gu family medical room. The young lady brought you here," the girl replied, calling for assistance. "How long was I unconscious?" Su Nuoze, filled with trepidation, could hardly believe he had survived. After sustaining such severe injuries, he thought he was destined for death. "Young master, you have been asleep for 3 days. Today is the 4th day." Upon hearing this, Su Nuoze experienced little emotional upheaval. Surviving was a blessing, and a few days of slumber were of little consequence. "Please, rest a bit longer. I'll prepare some porridge for you." The young nurse tucked him in. "Thank you," Su Nuoze replied, still experiencing some soreness. Chapter 17. Is the young lady jealous? Approximately half an hour later, the nurse returned with a small pot and bowl for Su Nuoze. First, she removed the oxygen tank and helped him sit up. The nurse maintained a pleasant demeanor, treating him without any disdain due to his status. Su Nuoze understood the underlying reason. The attitude of the Gu family servants reflected the respect bestowed upon him by the young lady. Only when Gu Lianzizi treated him with respect did others follow suit. And vice versa. Just as the nurse was feeding him a spoonful of porridge, a commotion erupted outside the room. In the next moment, a figure burst into the medical room. Su Nuoze turned to see Gu Lianzizi, clad in casual athletic wear, rushing in. Noticing her somewhat disheveled hair, he realized she must have hurried back from school. Remembering that had it not been for her intervention, he might have faced death once more. Su Nuoze's gaze softened, and he felt a stirring in his heart. Thank you, my dear. In his previous life, he was indifferent to women, dedicating his entire being to mechas. The Mecha Alliance arranged numerous blind dates for him, presenting an array of beautiful women. Yet, Su Nuoze found none of them appealing. His heart was solely captured by mechas. No matter how stunning a woman appeared, could she rival the allure of his Reincarnation Divine Mecha? In this life, his demeanor has become considerably more serene. After all, he had already traversed the threshold of death once. I have taken your mecha sensing chain, Gu Yinji announced, her voice slightly breathless, as though she had just rushed over. Once your physical condition reaches E grade, I will return the mecha sensing chain to you. Upon hearing this, Su Nuoze's expression stiffened. He still had numerous contribution points yet to be redeemed. However, observing Gu Lianji's expression, he understood that persuasion was futile. It was indeed the case that having narrowly escaped the gates of hell, he had likely frightened her quite thoroughly. He could only hope to elevate his physical condition to E grade as soon as possible. He was uncertain how many contribution points the authorities would grant him after completing that urgent mission. Wife, when can I return to school? Su Nuoze Nguyen. Focus on your recovery. You can return once you're well, Gu Lianji replied. After uttering this, she seemed to realize her words lacked compassion, so she added, I considered it and decided to change your major to mecha engineering. You might struggle to keep pace with the others. So I requested a breakthrough E-grade physical enhancement potion from Teacher Tao. You will recuperate at the Gu residence for a few days, and once you obtain your mecha apprentice certification, returning to school can wait. She had also arranged for books to be brought to him, advising him to concentrate on his recovery. Hearing this, Su Nuoze softened his tone. Wife, you are truly wonderful. Not only did she resolve his immense debt, but she also meticulously organized everything for him. The greatest mystery of this new era was what kind of enchantment he had cast upon Gu Lianji before regaining his memories, that she remained so devoted to him. Had she witnessed him kill? That seemed unlikely, considering she was the daughter of a wealthy family. Taking a life was merely a trivial matter to her. Gu Lianji raised an eyebrow at his words, but her expression quickly turned cold. You should focus your charming words on improving your physical condition, rather than overexerting yourself with a mecha sensing chain. It was evident that he had previously showered her with sweet nothings far too often. Now she appeared somewhat immune to his charms. I won't do it again. I promise, Su Nuoze replied sheepishly, having learned his lesson. In truth, it would have been far better to have been killed by that level 4 demon eagle than to end up in this current state due to overexertion. The mecha sensing chain and physically entering a mecha were fundamentally different concepts. He had yet to adopt the habit common among mecha engineers of discarding their mechas carelessly. The moment he sat in the mecha, he felt an unbreakable bond between the mecha and his very life, as if the mecha were a brother woven from his own blood. His desperation to fight stemmed from this connection. Alas, while the mecha could be repaired, he now found himself confined to a medical room. Gu Lianji did not leave immediately. She lingered at the entrance of the medical room. Notisinga nurse feeding Su Nuoze. Observing their overly intimate interaction, she frowned. Su Nuoze, your hands are perfectly fine. Can't you feed yourself? Miss, it's all right. I can feed him, the nurse replied, oblivious to the tension. I said let him feed himself. Gu Lianji's tone grew firmer. The nurse, startled, quickly placed the bowl on a small table beside them. Young master, perhaps you should eat by yourself. Thank you, Su Nuoze nodded, casting a puzzled glance at Gu Lianji. In his recollection, she rarely exhibited anger, and whenever she did, it was typically over matters of jealousy. Was she jealous because the nurse was feeding him? The thought made him want to laugh, so he turned to the nurse. Could you step outside for a moment? I need to speak with your young lady. The nurse, seemingly unable to withstand Gu Lianji's frosty gaze, nodded and hurriedly left. Once the room was devoid of anyone but the two of them, Gu Lianji coldly inquired, What is it? Wife, I'm still an injured party. I can hardly lift my hand. Su Nuoze feigned grievance, raising his bandaged hand. Gu Lianji's eyes flickered with a hint of something unusual as she spoke. So, wife, could you perhaps replace that nurse and help feed me? Su Nuoze blinked innocently, testing whether Gu Lianji had truly felt jealousy moments ago. Upon hearing his request, a flicker of panic crossed Gu Lianji's eyes. As the esteemed daughter of the Gu family, the wealthiest family in Jiangsheng, when had she ever served anyone? Yet, with Su Nuoze unable to move his hand, she couldn't very well summon the nurse back. Just this once you're well enough to eat on your own. While reassuring herself that she had cared for him before, she feigned a cold demeanor as she uttered those words. To her surprise, she actually sat beside Su Nuoze, picked up the bowl of porridge from the bedside table, and began to feed him. "Wife, you are truly wonderful." Su Nuoze squinted in delight. However, after just one mouthful, he suddenly frowned hot. "What should we do?" Gu Lianji was at a loss, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. "Wife, could you blow on it first before feeding it to me?" "So no se seguiste." "Blow on it first?" Gu Lianji's expression changed abruptly. "Can't you think of anything healthy?" Su Nuoze was taken aback. "What on earth?" Chapter 18. An apprentice mecha engineer facing level 4 demon beasts? Su Nuoze's mind was flooded with memories of his past with Gu Lianji. It turned out that before regaining his memories, he had indeed made numerous audacious requests of her, but whenever his requests crossed a line, her response was always to wait until after marriage. Coupled with his tendency to boast and flirt, his verbal advances were mere trifles compared to the matters at hand. Thus, when he had uttered his earlier words, Gu Lianji's immediate reaction was to misconstrue his intent. He quickly forced a smile. "Wife, I meant for you to blow on the porridge before feeding it to me. It's too hot. Too hot." "So, I misinterpreted?" Gu Lianji paused, her face flushing crimson. In a flurry, she stood up, her voice slightly stammering. "I have something to attend to. I'll fetch that nurse to help you." With that, she couldn't bear to look at Su Nuoze, fleeing the medical room as if pursued. Watching Gu Lianji escape in haste, Su Nuoze felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. It was clear that this was not Gu Lianji's fault. It was merely the consequence of his prior transgressions before regaining his memories. How had the once aloof and unapproachable master of Mecha transformed into such a charming rogue in this new life? Before long, the nurse returned. "Young master, did you upset the young lady?" She had a rosy complexion when she left. The nurse inquired curiously as she lifted the porridge. "What is your name?" "Su Nuoze counterth." "My name is Chi Xiao Xiao. You can call me Xiao Xiao," she replied promptly. "You've never been in a relationship, have you? How did you know?" Chi Xiao Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. "Once you experience love, you'll realize that your young lady was truly angry." Su Nuoze leaned against the headboard, chuckling lightly. Perhaps he was ill. He suddenly found himself intrigued by the concept of romance. In this life, he not only inherited the memories of his past, but also those of his present. At times, he was not merely the master of Mecha, Su Mo, but also the indulged young man, Su Nuoze. "I'll focus on working for the Gu family first, and save up some money before indulging in sweet romance," Chi Xiao Xiao remarked with a pout. Young individuals placing excessive emphasis on their careers may not bode well. After pondering for a moment, Su Nuoze remarked, "You should take the time to appreciate the scenery that your age can offer, rather than lamenting the lack of experiences in your later years." Chi Xiao Xiao's eyes twitched slightly. "Son-in-law, I am but a child of humble beginnings, unlike you, the affluent young master." "A young master indeed?" Su Nuoze lowered his gaze. In his previous life, he too was an orphan. He had scavenged for food and wandered the streets. Had it not been for his mentor recognizing his potential and becoming his benefactor, he might never have ascended to the status of a reincarnation master. Noticing Su Nuoze's somber demeanor, Chi Xiao Xiao quickly shifted the subject. "By the way, son-in-law, was your current condition a result of overexerting yourself in the mech?" "Yes," Su Nuoze nodded. "Do you truly aspire to become a mech engineer?" "Of course. What other purpose would there be in studying mech engineering?" Su Nuoze replied with conviction. It was indeed his forte. "But I've heard that the expenses associated with becoming a mech engineer are exorbitant, often leading to financial losses in the initial stages," Chi Xiao Xiao remarked. "I am a genius. I will earn contribution points even in the early stages," Su Nuoze asserted confidently. "Huh." Chi Xiao Xiao chuckled, then seemingly recalled something and hurriedly said, "Oh, son-in-law, while you were unconscious these past few days, a significant news story emerged from the front lines." "What news?" Su Nuoze inquired, intrigued. "Someone operating a novice mech, much like you, managed to turn the tables and defeat a level 4 demon tribe. Is that so remarkable?" Su Nuoze was astonished. He found it challenging to take down a severely injured level 4 demon eagle, even with a novice mech, let alone someone else achieving such a feat. Wait a moment. His expression shifted. Could this individual, who had turned the tables with a novice mech, possibly be him? What was the ID of this novice mech user? He asked cautiously. It seems this big shot was using an alternate account. The ID is quite peculiar. Something like Su Haite? Who would have such a name? Kixiao Xiao Mambold. Sueito? Could that not be himself? Su Nuoze's expression stiffened. Had he gained notoriety so effortlessly? How did I become famous? Is there a video of it? He quickly inquired. This video has recently gone viral. It can be found with a simple search. Chi Xiao Xiao pulled out her phone, selecting one of the videos and handing it to Su Nuoze. Upon receiving the phone, Su Nuoze noticed the filming angle was somewhat distant, yet he could clearly identify the mech he piloted. The Falcon number 01. In the footage, this novice mech executed a series of perilous maneuvers, ultimately defeating the level 4 demon eagle. Even as he watched the replay, he felt a twinge of fear. The video was flooded with comments. I watched this match live in the stream. I thought the big shot was going to perish. Incredible. A novice turning the tables on a level 4 demon. I wouldn't have dared to imagine it. A friendly reminder. Earlier there is a video of a big shot practicing positioning in front of numerous sand scorpions. A mech master mentioned that the skill level of this novice mech operator far exceeds his own. He estimates this big shot to be a legendary mech engineer. Goodness. Have we just witnessed highlights of a legendary mech engineer? Su Nuoze gazed at the comments, his eyes twitching. If he was this well known, would Gu Yinji not discover that he was Su Haitu? How would he explain himself then? His background and life experiences have been thoroughly uncovered by Gu Yinji. If she were to realize how adeptly he maneuvered the mech, would she not suspect him of being a human possessed by a foreign demon? Foreign demons were among the most troublesome entities within the demon tribe, existing solely to possess humans and exert control over them. Humans harbored a profound hatred for foreign demons, as no one wished for their loved ones to be overtaken by such entities. Su Nuoze's current condition was scarcely distinguishable from being possessed by a foreign demon. He could hardly claim to be Master Su Nuoze, who had died 50 years prior. Would Gu Yinji believe him? Would the others in the Gu family? Thus, if he wished to utilize the mech credibly, he needed to fabricate an identity. Genius mech engineer's identity. Only then could he justifiably employ the skills from his past life while piloting the mech. Contemplating this issue left him somewhat overwhelmed. Once his physique reached E-level, Gu Yinji would likely return the mech response chain to him. What would he say if she inquired about his ID or mech number? If he spoke the truth, would she not realize he was the internet sensation, Su Haitu? Was he now left to hope that Gu Yinji remained ignorant of Su Haitu's existence? Or perhaps he should pray that she wouldn't ask about his ID. Chapter 19. He is my savior. Su Nuoze immediately asked Qi Xiaoxiao, has the young lady seen this video? After a moment's thought, Qi Xiaoxiao replied, she should be aware, as the esteemed Su Haitu is active on the battlefield in the Southern District, where the Gu family's primary enterprises are located. It would be impossible for the young lady not to know about a big shot's alternate account appearing on their home turf. The Gu family's main enterprises are in the Southern District. Su Nuoze felt as though struck by lightning. No wonder Gu Yinji had provided him with a mech from that very area. It was all to facilitate their collaboration. Realizing this sent a chill down his spine. Did it mean Gu Yinji might already be aware that he was Su Haitu? No, she might not necessarily know. Had she known, her attitude upon entering to speak with him would have been markedly different. Qi Xiaoxiao continued, coincidentally, this big shot Su Haitu accepted a task released by the Gu family. It is said that the Gu family brought back numerous demon eagle cores this time, earning a significant amount of contribution points. They are eagerly awaiting Su Haitu's return to express their gratitude in person. Su Nuoze wiped the sweat from his brow. It seemed the Gu family was still unaware that he was the one piloting the Falcon No. 01 mech. However, once he obtained the mech response chain, how would he explain his ID? He lost interest in listening to Qi Xiaoxiao's endless chatter thereafter. Sensing his mood had soured, Qi Xiaoxiao finished feeding him the porridge and quietly departed. For the next 2 days, Su Nuoze focused on recuperating. Gu Yinji visited him daily, but her stays were brief. Neither of them broached the subject of their previous encounter. Concerned he might grow bored, Qi Xiaoxiao brought him several books to read. On the third day, Su Nuoze stumbled upon a newspaper covering the Mech Glory gaming competition. It turned out that Mech Glory was hosting an upcoming tournament featuring youth mech duels. Initially, Su Nuoze held little interest in such juvenile competitions, but upon discovering that the top 100 prizes included a mech response chain, he became restless. It seemed he had found a solution to the issue of his unchangeable ID. If he could secure 2 mech response chains, all these problems would be resolved. Thus, when Gu Yinji visited him again on the third day, he expressed his desire for a Mech Glory gaming pod, sweetly addressing her as wife. He had noticed that each time he called her wife, she was likely to acquiesce to his reasonable requests. Sure enough, upon hearing his request, Gu Yinji contemplated before agreeing. The primary difference between Mech Glory and the mech response chain lay in the former's disregard for physical prowess, while the latter emphasized it. In the Mech Glory game, players only possessed visual senses, lacking the immersive experience of piloting a mech with a response chain. As long as 1S level was high enough, they could even control legendary mechs. The following day, a gaming pod was delivered. By a fortunate coincidence, Su Nuoze had also been discharged from the hospital. He enlisted Qi Xiaoxiao's assistance to transport the cockpit back to Gu Yinji's room. In the ensuing week, he would immerse himself in the refining of body enhancement potions. If all went according to plan, he would achieve a breakthrough to E rank within that time frame. At that juncture, Gu Yinji would grant him the mecha sensing chain, and she might also inquire about his ID. He had but a week to procure a mecha sensing chain from the game, Mecha Glory. Once Gu Yinji left for school, Su Nuoze promptly followed the cockpit's tutorial and entered the game interface of Mecha Glory. The game's opening presented a strikingly futuristic interface. Please log in or apply for an account. Upon entering, Su Nuoze first registered an account and subsequently verified his personal information. Personal verification was imperative, as participation in competitions necessitated such validation, including facial recognition during matches to prevent others from competing on one's behalf. The age restriction for the youth competition was set between 15 and 25 years. Those beyond or beneath this range were ineligible to participate. Su Nuoze, at the age of 22 in this lifetime, was perfectly positioned to compete. Regardless, it was evident that his participation in this competition would be an overwhelming advantage, a stark contrast to his previous life, where his 22-year-old self would have dominated the arena. While Su Nuoze registered for the competition, within the campus of Jiangxing University, Gu Yinji was unusually absent from the training grounds, instead strolling through the campus alongside another sweet-faced girl. Ying, what brings you to Jiangxing today? Gu Yinji asked. Lianji, I only just learned about your secret marriage these past few days. Were you planning to keep it from me forever? Wan Ying exclaimed, hands on her hips, feigning irritation. Indeed, the girl accompanying Gu Yinji was none other than Wan Ying, the broadcaster who had previously captured footage of Su Nuoze piloting the Falcon 01 mecha. My family has always been quite opposed to the idea of marriage, which is why I kept it to myself, Gu Yinji replied, her voice dropping slightly. But Lianji, my dear, how could you silently marry someone so unremarkable? Wan Ying expressed her disbelief, almost saying worthless, but refrained, considering the man was Gu Yinji's husband. Gu Yinji lowered her gaze to the ground. I can't see my toes. A woman who bows her head, unable to see her toes, is already a breathtaking beauty. Seeing her unresponsive, Wan Ying couldn't help but straighten her friend's delicate face and solemnly asked, tell me honestly, did he cast a love spell on you? Normally you are so rational. Yet when it comes to matters of the heart, you seem to have lost all sense of reason. It's different. Gu Yinji shook her head. How was it different? What are you truly thinking? Wan Ying pressed, her urgency palpable. He is my savior, Gu Yinji whispered. Savior? Wan Ying's voice rose sharply before she realized her volume, quickly lowering it. When did this happen? Do you remember the shocking Aristocratic Academy incident from over a decade ago? That was the time. Wan Ying's eyes widened in realization. No wonder you suddenly transferred to Jiangxing and left the capital. If it weren't for Su Nuoze, how could I stand here and scathe before you? Gu Yinji replied. Wan Ying swallowed hard, still unwilling to relent. While you owe him your life, that doesn't mean you need to give yourself to him. Gu Yinji shook her head, her expression earnest. From the moment I recognized him, I had already made my decision. Chapter 20. The most outstanding battlefield journalist in the entire alliance. No longer discussing Su Nuoze. Wan Ying shifted the topic. By the way, have your family uncovered the identity of that legendary mecha master, Su Haitu, whom I filmed a week ago? Gu Yinji shook her head. No investigation has been conducted. Our family currently lacks any legendary mecha masters. To recklessly offend someone who might be one would be unwise. However, after assisting in securing the magic eagle core, that master vanished and has yet to reappear, leaving us unable to express our gratitude. Wan Ying lamented. Perhaps the master looks down on such trivial contributions. She then added, with a hint of frustration, it's a pity we can't film the legendary master again. Lianji, the Southern A Division is your family's territory. If the master reappears, could you please share his location with me? I'm begging you. Gu Yinji looked at her oddly. While it is true our family's enterprise is in the Southern A Division, we cannot simply investigate the identity of someone of his caliber. As the conversation progressed, she suddenly furrowed her brow. Speaking of which, the mecha I provided to Su Nuoze seems to be the Falcon 01, correct? The day Su Nuoze was injured coincided with the appearance of Su Haitu. This thought sparked a possibility in her mind. Yet she quickly shook her head, dismissing the notion, realizing it was absurd to connect the legendary master with Su Nuoze. Nevertheless, this incident reminded her to inquire about the nickname Su Nuoze had adopted when she returned home. What a pity. If I could befriend this potential legendary mecha master, I'd never have to worry about my live streams lacking viewers again. Wan Ying pouted, her expression sorrowful. For the past few days, as she streamed, her fans have been asking why the legendary master wasn't present. How could I possibly know him? Gu Yinji frowned. Honestly, your live streaming career seems rather frivolous. You clearly don't need the money. Wan Ying clung to her arm, playfully protesting, oh, you know my lifelong dream is to become the finest battlefield journalist in the entire alliance, capturing the most iconic battles. Violence has never been my passion. Gu Yinji was left speechless. The two stunning beauties walking together created a striking visual, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers on campus. In the Mecha Glory game interface, achieve a gold rank to register for the youth competition. Would you like to begin a ranking match? Yes. Su Nuoze, the Elder, took quite some time to grasp the game's intricacies. It turned out that the game featured ranking matches divided into tiers: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and master. Only upon reaching gold could one unlock the third-tier mecha usage rights. As all participants in the youth competition were mandated to utilize third-tier mechas, an accomplishment most prodigies of this age group attained. A third-tier mecha master. Su Nuoze's physical prowess certainly did not meet the requirements of the third-tier mecha master. However, the game did not test physical abilities, focusing instead on one's operational skill with the mecha. The registration deadline for the competition was tomorrow, meaning Su Nuoze had to elevate his unranked novice account to gold today to register. This was quite a challenge, and he had no time to dawdle. He needed to act swiftly. Su Nuoze immediately commenced his first ranking match. In the unranked tier, he could only select a novice mecha. Please select your novice mecha. Iron Shield 01. The only novice mechas with combat capabilities were Iron Shield 01 and Falcon 01. Compared to the Falcon 01, the Iron Shield 01 lacked flight capabilities and was bulkier. However, it excelled in defense and had superior offensive capabilities compared to the Falcon 01. Su Nuoze chose this mecha primarily to save time. Before long, the system displayed a successful match. Little Black versus the universe's #1 mecha master. Gazing at the Falcon 01 mecha, adorned with the title of the universe's foremost mecha master, Su Nuoze surveyed his surroundings. This was a virtual arena for the ranking match, characterized by a predominantly white backdrop. It was the designated arena for the ranking matches. It was said that once one reached bronze, the battlefield would randomly change with each match. Hey, at that moment, a rather juvenile voice emanated from the universe's foremost mech squad. This little brat seems quite young. Su Nuoze silently raised the muzzle of his weapon. Boom, boom, boom. 3 shells thundered forth, encircling all positions of the universe's premier mech squad. The barrage did not relent, and the virtual battlefield before him vanished. Game over. Would you like to continue to the next ranked match? Continue. Su Nuoze embarked on a new match, once again concluding it with a swift and decisive victory. As the opponents in the placement matches were not particularly skilled, Su Nuoze effectively eliminated them by exploiting their movement restrictions. After 5 placement matches concluded, congratulations to player Little Black for securing 5 victories, taking a total of 14 seconds, receiving an S rating, and achieving a rank of Bronze I. Would you like to continue with ranked matches? Following the placement matches, an exclusive bronze rank icon appeared above Su Nuoze's head. Given that the placement matches consisted of only 5 games, achieving a perfect record could only elevate him to Bronze I. Continue. Please select the mech you wish to use. Upon entering the bronze rank, all level 1 mechs were unlocked. Su Nuoze promptly chose the Iron Shield number 02 mech. Upon successful matchmaking, he found himself in a vast ocean, standing upon a solitary island, where before him loomed a biological mech with several tentacles. Spider-type mech, a relatively rudimentary level 1 biological mech. Wow, dude. You hit Bronze I right after your 5 placement matches? Exclaimed the Spider-type mech, its voice reminiscent of an elementary school student. Su Nuoze raised his cannon and unleashed 3 shells. Boom, boom, boom. The energy core and 2 weak points of the Spider-type mech were struck directly, and the screen went dark. Su Nuoze glanced at his Bronze I display, showing 10 victory points, and chose to continue with the ranked matches. What followed was a monotonous cycle of annihilation. At the start of each match, he would assess the weak points of his opponent's mech, and then strike suddenly. The first 2 shots would force the opponent's movement and damage their mech's weak points, while the third shot would directly hit the core. See, Iron Shield-type mechs are the fastest to conclude battles. As he surged through the ranks, after a string of 10 consecutive victories, Su Nuoze faced the promotion match, which served as his initial hurdle. The system matched him against a seasoned bronze expert also competing for promotion. Yet this expert could not withstand Su Nuoze's trio of shells. Chapter 21. The Black Triple Shells. Congratulations to player Little Black for successfully advancing to Silver V. Would you like to continue with ranked matches? Continue. Su Nuoze calmly uttered 2 words. Please select the level 2 mech you wish to use. Upon breaking into Silver, he can now utilize level 2 mechs. Iron Shield number 03. If Bronze could not withstand his 3 shells, naturally, Silver would fare no better. Thus, the ensuing time saw Su Nuoze embark on an unexplainable journey of climbing ranks with his 3 shells. That day, he wreaked havoc in the Silver tier. God stands in his way, and Buddha stands in his way, regardless of the opponent's mech type, even those of the same Iron Shield model. They were all swiftly obliterated by his single strike. Due to his continuous victories, the system frantically matched him against Silver I players, who were the elite of the Silver tier. Yet, no matter how skilled they were, they fell to his 3 shells. After dozens of consecutive wins, many players in Mech Glory began to take notice of his account, which boasted a 100 win rate, referring to Su Nuoze as Black Triple Shell. As the system pulled many Silver promotion players to serve as opponents for Su Nuoze, he dashed the golden dreams of numerous players. After approximately an hour, Su Nuoze's account achieved a remarkable 56 consecutive victories, propelling him to Gold I. After reaching Gold I, he registered for a competition, confirming that his chosen level 3 mech would be the Iron Shield number 04, and then logged off. I thought registering would require some effort. I didn't expect it to be so simple. Su Nuoze left the mech cabin with a relaxed expression, unaware that in just 1 hour, he had traversed a path that took many players 5 to 6 years. After indulging in a hearty meal at the cafeteria, Su Nuoze proceeded to prepare the body-refining potion he intended to use later, before picking up a book to read. He had no plans to continue climbing the ranks in mech glory, as bullying weaker players lacked appeal, and although Gold 3 was a low rank, it sufficed for competition. That evening, Gu Lianji returned home. After ordering dinner, she first took a shower. Upon finishing her meal, she seemed to receive an urgent message on her phone. Hastily dressing again and preparing to leave. Out of concern as a husband, Su Nuoze inquired, "Wife, where are you going?" Gu Lianji paused briefly before responding. "The family has called an emergency meeting regarding our family business, so we younger members must attend. You can stay at home." With that, she donned her coat and departed. Her swift and decisive demeanor resembled that of family head engaged in external affairs, while Su Nuoze, "A little wife?" Su Nuoze chuckled and shook his head, returning to his reading. He desperately needed to replenish his knowledge reserve regarding mech advancements over the past 50 years. Otherwise, he would be unfamiliar with many new mech types. He read late into the night. Yet Gu Lianji had not yet returned, leaving him unaware of the urgent matters plaguing the Gu family. Su Nuoze did not wait, simply covering himself with a blanket and drifting off to sleep. A night devoid of conversation. The following day, Su Nuoze logged on to check the competition status, which was set to commence the next day and last for 5 days, coinciding perfectly with his physical fitness upgrade to E-level. After confirming the competition schedule, Su Nuoze devoted the entire day to reading. Notably, Gu Lianji was again involved in a lengthy emergency meeting that night. On the third day, after Gu Lianji left for school, Su Nuoze logged on to participate in the youth competition. Initially expecting a low turnout, he was taken aback to see 87,000 registered participants. Such a registration number was astounding. It seemed as though every mech pilot of that age group had signed up. Securing a spot among the top 100 would indeed be quite challenging. Su Nuoze aimed solely to achieve a position within the top 100. He did not need a level 3 mech, but rather a pristine mech sensing chain, which he could acquire by spending 1,000 contribution points to purchase a trainee mech. The competition format required each participant to play 10 placement matches, with their winning rounds and time contributing to a comprehensive evaluation. The top 2,000 would receive rewards in the form of contribution points from the Mech Alliance. These top 2,000 would then engage in another 5 placement matches, with the top 100 determined by a comprehensive assessment. The multi-match format was designed to prevent early encounters with formidable opponents, ensuring that skilled players would not be prematurely eliminated, thereby adding substance to the rankings. Understanding the competition rules, Su Nuoze immediately commenced his matchmaking mode. With over 80,000 participants, the ranks varied widely. In his first match, he was paired against a Platinum 2 player. Upon seeing Su Nuoze's Gold I rank, this player's eyes lit up, envisioning an easy victory, until his gaze fell upon Su Nuoze's 100 win rate. His expression froze in surprise. What the heck, a perfect win rate. Without hesitation, Su Nuoze raised the cannon of the Iron Shield number 04 mech, unleashing 3 shells. Game over, and Su Nuoze claimed victory in his first match. Subsequently, he continued to draw his next 9 opponents. The skill levels of these 9 opponents varied significantly, and he even faced a diamond rank player. But they too fell to a 5-shell obliteration. To expect to eliminate a diamond opponent with merely 3 shells was a fanciful notion. Only that diamond slightly consumed Su Nuoze's time. Aside from that, a few functions of a newly released mecha also took up a bit of his time. This mecha, named the Phantom Model, emerged in the last 50 years. At the outset of his encounter with the Phantom Model, Su Nuoze was momentarily astonished by its cloaking ability. Consequently, he took over 20 seconds to detect his opponent before eliminating it. Thus, 10 rounds of competition concluded without incident, and Su Nuoze decisively secured a perfect victory. Now, all that remained was to await the score tally at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Surely 10 consecutive victories would place him among the top 2,000, right? When Su Nuoze entered the cockpit after soaking in the body tempering potion that afternoon, he was momentarily blinded upon seeing his ranking. First place, Little Black, 10 wins. Time, 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Second place, Inyang Wuchang, 10 wins. Time, 27 minutes and 42 seconds. Third place, Snow Snow Wants to See Snow, 10 wins. Time, 31 minutes and 55 seconds. Fourth place, well, if all goes as expected, he would gain notoriety once again. His score far surpassed that of the second place contestant, leaving him feeling as if he had just emerged from a fishing expedition. If not for the confiscation of his phone, he would likely find himself trending online, with all the buzz surrounding him, Little Black. The youth competition garnered immense attention every year, and this time, he had undoubtedly stolen the spotlight. Chapter 22, Advancing to the Top 100, Acquiring the Mecha Sensory Link. The day after the competition was a rest day, with the official competition commencing on the third day. Today, Gu Lianji seemed to be attending an emergency meeting, leaving in a hurry without even having time to eat. This piqued Su Nuoze's curiosity. What could possibly be troubling the Gu family? During his meal, he inquired with a servant delivering food. According to the servant, it appeared that the magical eagle swarm at the front lines in the Southern A district had gone berserk, resulting in immense pressure on the front lines recently. A magical eagle riot? Could it be related to that box of magical eagle cores? Upon receiving this intel, Su Nuoze couldn't help but furrow his brow. He was presently uncertain about the levels of those magical eagle cores. They couldn't possibly be of a high level, could they? Otherwise, there would be no reason for the magical eagle race to revolt. If that were the case, the Gu family might reap substantial rewards. On the third day of the competition, Su Nuoze entered punctually and commenced 5 rounds of preliminary matches. Since he intended to forfeit upon reaching the top 100, he did not conceal his strength during the 5 preliminary rounds, decisively overpowering his opponents. The sight of black 3 cannon sent shockwaves through their faces. Subsequently, they were dispatched by the trio of cannons. After concluding the 5 rounds, Su Nuoze awaited the evening score announcement, eager to claim the Mecha Sensory Link before exiting the competition. With each day spent soaking in the body-tempering potion, he felt his physical condition strengthening remarkably, estimating that within a couple of days, he would attain E-level physique would enable him to operate novice mechas and first-level mechas. That night, the results were indeed released. And unsurprisingly, Little Black claimed the first position, standing tall atop the leaderboard. While collecting the Mecha Sensory Link, Su Nuoze prudently refrained from selecting the Gu family's location, opting instead to have it delivered to the express station at Jiangxing University. He intended to discreetly retrieve it with Gu Lianji. The reward for being among the top 2,000 was 2,000 contribution points, sufficient for him to purchase 2 novice mechas. After selecting the address, he promptly exited the competition. Over the next 2 days, he immersed himself in studying, gradually familiarizing himself with all mechas and combat methods of this era, while simultaneously enhancing his physique. His appetite expanded significantly during these days. He could now consume 5 or 6 bowls of rice at each meal. Everything was progressing positively, though Gu Lianji had recently been exceedingly busy, occasionally not returning to her bedroom at night, seemingly engaged in assisting with the Mecha Sensory Link. On the 7th day, while testing his physique, Su Nuoze discovered that he had indeed reached E-level. At last, he promptly informed the butler of his achievement, and after a brief communication with Gu Lianji, the butler drove him to the Mecha Master assessment point at the nearby Mecha Alliance branch. The assessment point resembled a massive sports arena. Upon arrival, Su Nuoze conveyed his intention to apply for the Mecha Master assessment. The staff, upon observing his age, inquired, "Which level of Mecha Master assessment will you be participating in?" Novice Mecha Master. Su Nuoze had inquired beforehand, knowing that the Novice Mecha Master assessment was free of charge, while assessments of higher levels required a fee. Novice Mecha Master? The staff regarded Su Nuoze with a peculiar expression, but proceeded to provide him with a form for the Novice Mecha Master assessment. He had never encountered anyone of such an age applying for a Novice Mecha Master assessment. Most applicants were 15-year-olds, the very first batch to obtain assessment opportunities. The assessment method was straightforward. First, a machine would verify whether his physique had reached E-level. After confirming this, a simple test would determine his capability to operate 3 novice mechas. Upon demonstrating the ability to operate the mechas adequately, the assessment would be considered passed. In fact, the operation of first-level mechas was quite similar. Had he not been devoid of funds, Su Nuoze would have considered obtaining the first-level Mecha Master certificate as well. Entering the physique assessment machine, several tentacles within the apparatus examined his muscles, confirming that he had indeed attained E-level. Next came the operation of the mechas. Regardless of the level of Mecha Master assessment, personal operation of the mecha was mandatory, rather than utilizing the Mecha Sensory Link. This was familiar territory for Su Nuoze. He approached the mecha, feigning a novice's demeanor, and clumsily executed some basic maneuvers with a novice mecha. Admittedly, pretending to be a novice proved far more challenging than engaging in combat with high-tier magical beings using the Reincarnation Divine Mecha. The predicament was that the Gu family's butler stood nearby, arms crossed, observing his assessment. He felt compelled to maintain the pretense. Ultimately, Su Nuoze successfully obtained the Novice Mecha Master certificate. Following this, under the pretense of returning to school for books, he requested the butler to take him back to Jiangxing University. In truth, he intended to retrieve the mecha sensory link that had arrived at the express station that morning. The butler did not hinder him. After returning to Jiangxing University and collecting the item, Su Nuoze concealed the mecha sensory link in the inner compartment of his backpack before rejoining the butler at the Gu residence. As soon as he returned home, he eagerly produced the mecha sensory link and registered an account. The account ID was Alianji. This ID might seem to flatter Gu Lianji, but if it pleased his affluent wife, perhaps she would upgrade his mecha. Utilizing the 2,000 contribution points provided, he purchased the Falcon No. 01 mecha in the Southern A district and promptly exited the mecha sensory link. After completing this series of operations, he finally let out a sigh of relief. For the time being, he need not worry about the exposure of his identity as Su Haitu. Having resolved everything, he concealed the mecha sensory link beneath his bedsheets for convenient access later that night and immediately headed to the bathroom for a shower. That evening, Gu Yinji unusually returned to the bedroom. Wife, I successfully passed the Novice Mecha Master Assessment today. As soon as Gu Yinji arrived home, Su Nuoze rushed to her side. Yes, Gu Yinji had already been aware of this matter. She tossed the mecha sensory link to him, saying, I purchased a first-level mecha for you. Adapt quickly and aim to obtain the first-level mecha master certificate as well. What did you buy? A first-level mecha? Su Nuoze's smile volkered. If his memory served correctly, a first-level mecha required 3,000 contribution points, didn't it? How could he possibly acquire a first-level mecha with his small account? Moreover, when Gu Lianji purchased the mecha, did she not notice his ID? Had it been seamlessly integrated into the mecha sensory link? It seemed feasible. As long as the mecha link was entered into the mecha sensory link, it would be considered purchased. Given that a single mecha sensory link could only operate one mecha, what about the previous novice mecha? He swallowed hard, realizing that this implied a significant likelihood that Gu Yinji would uncover his true identity as Su Haitu. Tonight, you should come find me with that level 1 mecha. By the way, what is your ID? Gu Lianji inquired while removing her combat suit. Yansi. My ID is AI Lianji. Su Nuoze replied. Yansi. Gu Lianji's watery gaze seemed to ripple with surprise, clearly taken aback. Chapter 23. Mission Rewards. Gu Lianji composed herself, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as she stated, All right, bring your level 1 mecha to the Scorpion Tail Dunes tonight. My ID is Hanji Buyu. Su Nuoze nodded, yet he was internally distressed. What was he to do? If he logged in as Su Haitu, his identity would be exposed upon meeting her. Observing Gu Lianji entering the bathroom for a shower, Su Nuoze quickly activated the mecha sensory link under the guise of Su Haitu. Gu Lianji typically took about 20 minutes to bathe, and he needed to resolve the level 1 mecha issue within that time frame. Time was of the essence. He pressed the mecha sensory link to his forehead and entered the system. Mr. Su Haitu, welcome back. Your total contribution value is currently 5,000. Mecha, level 1 mecha. Falcon 02. Upon seeing the contribution value of 5,000, the frown on Su Nuoze's face vanished instantaneously. He surmised this was likely the reward for completing that urgent task, or perhaps a gift and token of gratitude from the Gu family. This contribution value alleviated his pressing predicament, so he promptly entered AI Lianji's ID and transferred 2,000 contribution points. After exiting the mecha sensory link, he noticed that Gu Lianji was still showering, so he swiftly switched to another mecha sensory link hidden beneath the bedsheets. Then he logged in. As expected, upon logging in, he received a notification. Su Haitu has transferred 2,000 contribution points to you. He immediately purchased a Falcon 02 mecha and then sold the recently acquired novice mecha. Fortunately, the Southern A district had numerous level 1 mechas, and soon enough, a new mecha arrived in his account. Before long, the 500 contribution points from the sale of the novice mecha were credited. This was yet another instance of the official S trickery, as the buyback price was only 50 of the original. Having completed all these tasks, he sighed in relief and exited the mecha sensory link. Shortly after, he saw Gu Lianji emerge from the bathroom, towel drying her hair. Help me dry my hair, she called out from in front of the vanity. Su Nuoze approached her from behind. Before regaining his memories, he often took advantage of the opportunity to help Gu Lianji dry her hair. Gently caressing her silky tresses, he picked up the hairdryer and, recalling how he used to dry her hair, began doing so with tenderness. Looking at her exquisite beauty reflected in the mirror, Su Nuoze curiously asked, Wife, what task are we undertaking tonight? I'll take you to gather contribution points. Just follow us and familiarize yourself with the mecha compatibility to prepare for the level 1 mecha master examination. All right, dear wife, you are truly wonderful, Su Nuoze exclaimed, perhaps influenced by his original memories. Gu Lianji cast him a bemused glance in the mirror. Seeing her roll her eyes was charming, and he momentarily lost himself. as if they were still in their previous romantic phase. "Wife, how can you look so lovely even when rolling your eyes?" he sincerely remarked. Gu Yanji's eyes flickered, and she suddenly asked, "Then why did you break up with me before?" Silence. The air fell into an awkward stillness. Su Nuoze was at a loss for words. He certainly couldn't tell her the whole truth. After all, he had ended things because he was unable to perform in bed. Humph. Gu Yanji's expression grew cold as she crossed her arms, ignoring him. However, her demeanor hardly resembled anger. Instead, it appeared rather playful. Observing her like this, Su Nuoze contemplated for a moment, allowing her hair, now dry, to fall and embracing her from behind. The moment he made contact with her soft skin, he distinctly felt her body shudder slightly. This intimate gesture, once a frequent occurrence between them, now carried a different sensation. After a brief silence, Gu Yanji coldly uttered, "Have you had enough of the embrace?" "Not quite enough," Su Nuoze replied shamelessly. "Let go." He immediately released her and stood obediently to the side. Gu Yanji took a deep breath, picked up the mecha sensory link from the table, and returned to the bed. "Come on. Remember to add me as a friend first. I will send you the location." Su Nuoze nodded and joined her in activating the mecha sensory link. Once inside the link, his consciousness re-entered the system interface. Naturally, he logged in under AI Lianji's alternate account. After entering the system, he searched for Gu Yanji's username and sent her a friend request. Within 2 seconds, she accepted his request and shared a location with him. Simultaneously, she sent him a link with a message. "Accept the mission and follow me according to the shared location." Su Nuoze opened the link to find an official mission posted. Urgent mission. Collect all fallen materials from the battlefield. The final contribution value will be 5 of the total. What a lucrative opportunity. Su Nuoze was astonished. He anticipated Gu Yanji would provide him such a backdoor. Collecting materials from the demonic race essentially involved scavenging valuable items from the remnants of the battlefield, with a chance to encounter dying demons. Whoever dealt the final blow to those dying demons would ultimately receive the contribution value. This was indeed a remarkable endeavor, which explained why Gu Yanji had encouraged him to join her for contribution points. Gu Yanji messaged him again. "Go exchange for a worker Ant 02 Mecha. This task is more suited for it." While the Falcon 02 Mecha could be temporarily exchanged for another level 1 Mecha of equal value. Any damage or energy depletion incurred by the exchanged Mecha would result in deducted contribution points. Su Nuoze oreadili agreed. He rushed to the front line to exchange for a worker Ant 02 Mecha and quickly familiarize himself with it. This mecha offered a variety of functionalities, but its offensive capabilities were rather limited, featuring merely a protective energy shield and a shovel in hand. However, for Su Nuoze, the worker ant's offensive methods exceeded those of the Falcon 02 Mecha, as it contained numerous small tools for dissecting demons, capable of not only dismembering corpses, but also slaying demons. Although the Falcon-type mecha had the added ability to fly, when it came to combat, he preferred the higher potential of the Falcon 02 Mecha. After accepting the mission and exchanging for the mecha, he maneuvered the worker Ant 02 towards the shared location. Given its lack of flight capability, he arrived at the destination 40 minutes later, only to find 3 mechas present, one of which was a Silver Moon Level 4 mecha, a pure white electronic warfare composite body with a fluid silver exterior. Chapter 24. The Waste Cultivated by the Mecha Sensory Link. Su Nuoze did not recognize this mecha, but he had just checked its information using the mecha's network. It was a tactical assassin-type Silver Moon Mecha, known for its exceptional evasion capabilities and design inspired by felines. The weaponry comprises 2 primary types, a high-frequency vibrating dagger and a shoulder-mounted invisible force field. Beneath the wings at the rear, numerous minute apertures are present for launching tracking missiles. The construction of this mech is extraordinarily costly, arguably the pinnacle of 4th-tier mechs, with many 5th-tier mechs failing to rival its value. It is no wonder that the heiress of a conglomerate possesses such extravagant wealth, a fortune beyond Su Nuoze's imagination. Even in his former life, prior to becoming a master of mechs, Su Nuoze utilized more cost-effective, versatile mechs. However, the versatility of such mechs has its merits, as it allows for swift adaptation to other mechs of the same tier upon transition, be it speed-oriented, defensive, or power-centric types. The Reincarnation mech he once wielded, known as the Reincarnation Divine Armor, was a strategic mech with extensive destructive capabilities, yet its one-on-one prowess paled in comparison to those among the top 10 mechs. Otherwise, the demon race's Kangi Dragon would not have resorted to executing the decapitation plan to compel Su Nuoze into action and ultimately eliminate him. It is likely that the demon race of his former life never anticipated that, on the brink of death, Su Nuoze would manage to replace their king. Returning to the present, aside from Gu Yanji's Silver Moon mech, she is accompanied by two other fourth-tier mechs. One is the fiery, translucent Tianhua class Iris mech, which excels in long-range sniping, equipped with a massive energy core on its back, giving it a rather cumbersome appearance. The Iris mech has two modes of attack, a super long-range magnetic railgun in sniper mode, and a bombarding mode featuring a foldable rocket nest on its back. The latter is energy-intensive but delivers area of effect strikes. Ultimately, Su Nuoze is most familiar with this equipment, as all Tianhua-class mechs, such as the Iris, are designed by emulating one of the functions of the Reincarnation Divine armor. The higher the tier of a mech, the more closely its design resembles that of a divine mech. Should he command the Iris mech, Su Nuoze would be able to maximize its capabilities in the shortest time possible. The final mech is somewhat more commonplace, not ordinary per se, merely slightly more mainstream, namely the Phantom 01, a third-tier mech that Su Nuoze had previously observed during the Mech Glory competition. In truth, it was only later that Su Nuoze learned that, as one of the new mech types, the Phantom mech is also prohibitively expensive to manufacture. Among these three individuals, aside from a Silver Moon mech identified as Han Jibuyu, confirming Gu Yinji as its operator, Su Nuoze is unacquainted with the pilots of the other two mechs. Before long, Gu Yinji sent him a voice invitation, which he naturally accepted. Upon entering the voice chat, he heard a male voice emanating from the Phantom 01 mech. "Sis, why did you bring this useless one along? He's even donning an ant worker mech. I'm bringing him to earn contribution points. Do you have an issue with that?" Gu Yinji's icy retort followed. Recognizing the voice from the Phantom 01, Su Nuoze identified its pilot as Yang Li, a relative of Gu Yinji, specifically her cousin. "Cease. Why are you dragging along this deadweight? In my eyes, your third-tier mech and his first-tier mech are equally burdensome, so you might as well withdraw from the team." Gu Yinji's sharp defense of her husband astonished those present. Su Nuoze felt a surge of gratitude. His wife was exceedingly protective of him. No wonder the servants of the Gu family treated him with such respect, devoid of any pretense. With Gu Yinji defending him so fiercely, who would dare to act insincerely toward him? Yang Li, at a loss for words, was interrupted by the girl piloting the Iris mech. "All right, Yinji, let us just bring him along." "Hello, Su Nuoze, iam paninging." "Hello, Su Nuoze di plaith kamli." He had no prior acquaintance with Wan Ying and only knew Yang Li because he had conducted some research about Gu Yinji's relatives following their marriage. After all, many were covertly watching him and attempting to undermine him, such as his meddling second uncle Gu Ruoqiang during the wedding. Su Nuoze was determined to avoid being ensnared without knowing who was behind it. Gu Yinji instructed Su Nuoze, "Stay close to us. Don't lag behind in collecting what we need." "Understood." Su Nuoze nodded. In his previous life, he had also practiced with the Antworker mech, as mechs were in short supply at the time. Thus, top-tier talents like him had to utilize any available mech under extreme conditions. He had even utilized this type of mech to eliminate numerous demon foes. Thus, the four set off. They were already near the Scorpion-tailed dunes when they soon encountered a swarm of sand scorpions emerging from the dunes. Before the Iris and Silver Moon mechs could act, the Phantom mech suddenly darted forward like a shadow. Two long swords gleamed with silver light as the Phantom charged ahead, swiftly dispatching numerous sand scorpions, their carcasses raining down and staining the Phantom's striking exterior crimson. One cannot deny the aesthetic appeal of the Phantom mech. Its design was meticulously crafted, and even in the aftermath of battle, it bore a captivating, otherworldly beauty. After Yang Li had vanquished a throng of sand scorpions, he maintained his stance, sheathing his blades, and signaled to Su Nuoze, Antworker mech, "Clean up the battlefield." "Fool!" Su Nuoze retorted, regarding the scattered remains with disdain. Did they truly believe he had come to scavenge? Upon hearing his voice in the chat, the pilot of the Iris mech let out a chuckle. Yang Li, appearing flustered, retorted, "Who are you insulting?" Su Nuoze dismissed him, recognizing that Yang Li's earlier display of prowess with the Phantom mech was merely an exhibition of skill, wasting energy unnecessarily, an act that would have spelled disaster 50 years prior. This was the product of modern mech sensory chains, creating a generation too pampered in their mech operation. Had his ID not been emblazoned with Su Hei 2, he would have relished the opportunity to confront Yang Li, testing whether his first-tier mech could retaliate against a third-tier mech pilot. "Who the hell are you cursing?" Yang Li, growing increasingly agitated as Su Nuoze ignored him, manipulated the Phantom mech to draw its dual blades, aiming them at Su Nuoze, Antworker mech. Chapter 25. The Eerie Demon Cave Enough. Ultimately, it was Gu Yinji who intervened. "Let's move past the Scorpion-tailed dunes. Our primary battleground is at the Black Rock Gorge. There's no need to squander time here." At her directive, Yang Li reluctantly retracted his gleaming blades. In truth, he dared not act against Su Nuoze. The Mech Alliance strictly forbade internal conflict unless both parties had signed a contract agreeing to engage in cost-free sparring, at which point the alliance would remain uninvolved. He had intended to intimidate Su Nuoze, but the latter's indifference rendered his efforts futile. In the end, he directed his fury toward the swarm of sand scorpions. As he maneuvered the Phantom 01 to carve a bloody path through the scorpion-tailed dunes. Meanwhile, Gu Lianji and Wan Yingying refrained from intervening. Employing 2 fourth-tier mechs to slay mere sand scorpions would be an utter waste of energy. Soon enough, the path was cleared, and Su Nuoze observed from his mech's radar that the surrounding mechs were multiplying. They were nearing the Black Rock Gorge, which, despite not originally being part of the front lines, had become a battlefield due to the recent frenzied retaliation of the Demon Eagles, causing the front lines to shift continuously. Now, they had even reached the Black Rock Gorge. Before arriving at the front lines, Su Nuoze noticed many Antworker mechs transporting mech cores or valuable remnants back toward the rear fortress. It appears that we are currently in a period of ceasefire, with the mech stationed in the rear of the battlefield resting, and many of them even in standby mode, indicating that their operators are offline. At the valley's entrance, 2 colossal black stones stand like ancient beasts locked in a timeless standoff, their surfaces adorned with moss that has accumulated over the ages, resembling weathered totems of yore. Gazing at the peculiar patterns on the moss, Su Nuoze felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He inquired, "My dear wife, what do these patterns on the stones signify?" The designs on the stones bore some resemblance to one another, and he had an uncanny feeling that he had encountered them somewhere before. Gu Lianji replied, "The Black Rock Gorge has always been like this. Perhaps these stones have witnessed the passage of time." She added, "When we enter later, stick close to me and don't get lost." Su Nuoze responded, "Rest assured, I will cling tightly to my wife's leg." Gu Lianji likely rolled her eyes at his antics, as the entrance of the gorge was characterized by a multitude of new model mechs coming and going. Had it not been for Su Nuoze's recent crash course in the basics, he might not have recognized the types of mech present. An officially certified mech appeared before them, guiding them through a lengthy tunnel. Observing the lead official 03 T-Mech, Su Nuoze curiously asked Gu Lianji, "My dear, where are we headed?" After a brief pause, Gu Lianji explained, "A nest of demon eagles has been cornered in a lair, a place known to very few. The Gu family has kept this information under wraps. We are going there to earn contribution points." Su Nuoze exclaimed, well, is this the sort of business your family is involved in?" Their mech wound deeper into the gorge along a winding path, with the stones on either side glistening with a dark sheen, a unique feature of the Black Rock Gorge. As they ventured further, the cliffs grew steeper, the layered black rocks resembling a vast tomb awaiting the arrival of its master. After about 10 minutes, they found themselves alone, with only their 5 mechs remaining. The 03 Team Mech halted amidst a thicket of grayish-green grass, announcing through their chat channel, "The entrance to the lair is hidden within this underbrush. When we enter, keep your lights on and stay close. The pathways inside are rather treacherous." The 4 nodded and followed the 03T into the thicket. Indeed, upon clearing the grass, a profound cavern entrance emerged before them, shrouded in darkness. The 03T mech illuminated the way and boldly stepped inside. Gu Lianji instructed Su Nuoze to follow closely behind, leading the way, followed by Huan Ying and then Su Nuoze's Ant 02 mech, which lagged at the rear. The Iris mech, being a long-range attack type, took the last position. Once inside the cavern, Su Nuoze activated his side lights to survey the environment. The walls were marked with rust red, iron-like stones that, under the light, seemed to twist and writhe, sketching intricate patterns of light and shadow. Yet, upon closer inspection, the dim stones stood still, as if the earlier movement had been an illusion. Su Nuoze furrowed his brow. He engaged tactile synchronization, reaching out to touch a stone wall that felt slick and cold, as if coated with damp moss. This did not seem like an ordinary lair. Remaining at the back of the group, he kept his demeanor vigilant. After approximately half an hour, they encountered a massive arched stone door ahead. The owner of the 03 Team Mech spoke up, "We have arrived." Gu Lianji inquired, "Mr. Liu, where are my grandfather and the others?" The 03 Team Mech's owner, referred to as Mr. Liu, replied, "They are waiting for the group of demon eagles at the bottom to enter their molting phase. Many have been severely injured and are forced into this process, which is why old Gu has refrained from engaging the higher-tier eagles." It was known that demon eagles, when gravely wounded, would enter a molting phase due to their phoenix bloodline. Typically, they would undergo this transformation to protect themselves during breakthroughs or injuries, a process akin to rebirth. Gu Lianji asked, "What about the others from the Gu family?" Mr. Liu responded, "They are below, hunting the lower-tier demon eagles. I will take you there now." With that, he pushed open the stone door. Su Nuoze, who had remained silent up to this point, suddenly asked in the public voice channel, "Why is the stone door closed?" Mr. Liu paused momentarily before responding, "The entrance to the lair is not concealed. The door is closed to prevent outsiders from wandering in." At that moment, his cousin Yang Li chimed in mockingly, "How ignorant! If it weren't for my cousin, You never discover this place to earn contribution points, understand? You fool. Su Nuoze ignored him. Yang Li, realizing he was talking to a wall, snorted dismissively and strode through the stone door. Mr. Liu glanced at Su Nuoze, and upon noticing the Ant-02 mech he piloted, his wariness lessened slightly. They all stepped through the stone door, which seemed to lead into another realm. Here, the air was filled with the thunder of cannon fire and the cries of demon eagles. Numerous mechs were engaged in fierce battles with the lower-tier demon eagles. Chapter 26. Demon Slaves. Yang Li eagerly maneuvered the Huan Ying mech into the fray, eager to rack up contribution points. Gu Lianji surveyed the surroundings before asking Mr. Liu, "Are my grandfather and the others below?" "Indeed, they are over there," Mr. Liu replied, pointing towards a distant stream. "The higher-tier demon eagles are molting beneath that stream. Mechs of level 5 and above from the Gu family are stationed there." The battlefield was chaotic, and Gu Lianji swiftly dispatched a demon eagle that charged at her, then turned to the stone door, where Su Nuoze. "Dear wife, I'm here." At that moment, a clumsy Ant-02 mech scurried from the stone door. "Don't wander off. Follow the main group and collect what you can. I want to be able to keep an eye on you once the fighting starts," Gu Lianji admonished seriously. "Ying, please keep an eye on him for me." Wan Ying replied, "All right, I'll watch over him." Gu Lianji's mech was of the assassin type, designed to infiltrate demon ranks and eliminate them, leaving her no time to monitor Su Nuoze. However, Wan Ying's Iris mech, stationed at the rear, could keep an eye on him while providing cover fire. "Don't worry, dear wife. I don't need watching over. You all carry on with your work," Su Nuoze waved dismissively. Gu Lianji nodded, reasoning that an Ant-02 mech wouldn't dare rush to the front lines, and she charged into the fray. These lower-tier demon eagles were like walking contribution points. Once Gu Lianji plunged into the chaos of demon eagles, Mr. Liu closed the stone door behind them. Wan Ying cast a disapproving glance at Su Nuoze and privately messaged him, "You stay close to me and loot the corpses. Don't wander off, understood? No need to watch me. You focus on your own tasks." Su Nuoze replied nonchalantly. Wan Ying huffed and then ascended into the air, where her Iris mech opened numerous cannon ports, unleashing a dazzling barrage. Each explosion splattered blood, claiming the lives of the lower-tier demon eagles. It was undeniable that there were plenty of these lower-tier demon eagles. No wonder the Gu family had kept this information under wraps, intent on monopolizing such substantial contribution points. The battlefield was ever-changing, the air thick with the stench of blood, heavy with the atmosphere of slaughter. As soon as Wan Ying's attention shifted away from him, a cold glint flickered in Su Nuoze's eyes. The scene rewound to a minute earlier, outside the stone door. After Mr. Liu led the three inside, Su Nuoze was drawn to a strange symbol etched beside the stone door. As he directed his gaze towards that symbol, he felt as though it suddenly twisted and warped, causing an increasing sense of dizziness to wash over him, accompanied by an inexplicable surge of fear from within his heart. However, this fear did not induce any negative state in Su Nuoze. "Resurrection ritual, demon slaves?" Su Nuoze murmured these words. At that moment, he recalled why the symbols on the jagged stones outside the Black Rock Canyon appeared so familiar and why, upon entering the demon lair, he sensed the walls shifting in a peculiar manner. The existence of the demon race inevitably involved a faction of humans known as demon slaves. These demon slaves claimed to be the servants of demon gods, a cadre of sycophants masquerading as ordinary humans, stealthily engaging in activities detrimental to humanity within society. They were also the most despised entities by the Mecha Alliance. The resurrection ritual was entangled with another matter. On Blue Star, there exist many extraordinary colossal beasts that lie dormant, transformed into stone, said to be relics from ancient times, having faded into the annals of history. Yet, the demon slaves had mastered a form of resurrection ritual capable of reviving these deceased giants. Su Nuoze had witnessed this ritual twice in his past life. Hearing Gu Lianji calling for him, he immediately stepped into the stone door, surveying the battlefield within. As he scanned the demonic presence around him, his eyes narrowed. Something was amiss. The number of demons present was far too scant to meet the conditions required for the resurrection ritual. If this cavern were an altar, then the offerings were decidedly insufficient. This indicated that a further batch of offerings was not present. He had indeed heard Mr. Liu mention the high-ranking demon eagles beneath the stream, but even including these high-ranking demon eagles, the offerings remained inadequate. As for the remaining offerings, he inhaled deeply, resolute in his determination to prevent all offerings from perishing upon this altar. Should the altar successfully activate, the ancient colossal beasts at the entrance of the Black Rock Canyon would awaken. He had witnessed the might of these ancient giants, which could not be contended with by anything less than a legendary mecha master. The repercussions of allowing the two giants at the entrance of the Black Rock Canyon to awaken were unfathomable. Upon realizing all this, he prepared to report the situation to the Mecha Alliance. Even if his identity were to be exposed, it mattered not. The revival of the ancient giants was no trivial matter. Every mecha was equipped with an emergency alarm, which could be used to inform the higher-ups of critical situations when faced with extreme peril, albeit such alarms should not be activated frivolously. However, reporting a false alarm would incur corresponding penalties. Conversely, if the alarm conveyed crucial and timely information, it would yield appropriate contribution rewards. Yet, as he pulled the alarm lever, he discovered that this cavern lacked any signal. The emergency alarm had become ineffective. Su Nuoze's gaze turned cold as he surveyed his surroundings. This was a cavern, the stone door tightly sealed. He retrieved the ground wave detector from the worker ant mecha and placed it on the ground. Intended for locating corpses, he repurposed it to hunt for demons. Observing the signals emitted by the ground wave detector, Su Nuoze disregarded the tremors within the cavern, focusing instead on another direction. In that direction, there were unknown seismic activities. It was too late to venture out and switch to the Sahida mecha to report. Moreover, the only person who might believe him, Gu Lianji, had already plunged into the throng of demons. Watching Gu Lianji wreak havoc among the demon ranks, he incessantly tried to communicate with her, yet she remained unreachable. Had she succumbed to bloodlust? Ignoring his calls, should he inform others about this? As a worthless son-in-law, his voice carried little weight among the Gu family. It was unlikely anyone else would believe him. Thus, only one course of action remained. He maneuvered the worker ant no. 02 mecha at maximum speed towards the source of the seismic activity. Above the cavern, the iris mecha's one Ingyin caught sight of the worker ant no. 02 making its way into the distance. Her brows furrowed slightly as she shot a slender probe from the sleeve of the iris mecha, embedding it into the back of Su Nuoze's mecha. Subsequently, she ceased her attention on him, concentrating instead on the demon eagle horde before her. The surrounding clamor gradually diminished until it vanished entirely. Su Nuoze found the light before him growing increasingly dim, the only illumination emanating from the dedicated headlamp of the worker ant mecha. The encroaching darkness surged like a tidal wave, shadows spreading malevolently across the stone walls, contorting into grotesque shapes, as if they might pounce upon him at any moment. A lone level 1 mecha in such darkness felt akin to a fragile vessel amidst a raging river. Chapter 27, A Slightly Soiled Hem. Deep within the cave, low, haunting howls occasionally echoed, reminiscent of wild beasts trapped in darkness, their roars reverberating through the cavern, rendering their source indistinguishable. Su Nuoze had no choice but to rely on the signals from the ground wave detector, cautiously advancing towards the epicenter of the seismic disturbances. Suddenly, he heard a rustling noise by his ear. Demon spawn rats! Su Nuoze gasped in astonishment, simultaneously confirming that the cavern he had just traversed was indeed the altar for the resurrection ritual. The demon spawn rat is renowned for absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, a type of demon with an exceptionally robust vitality, making it a prime choice of offerings for the resurrection ritual. This was the Black Rock Canyon. He wondered where the demon slaves had procured so many demon spawn rats. He tossed a disposable small reconnaissance robot towards the source of the sound. Observing through the robot's perspective, he maneuvered it swiftly toward the origin of the noise, deftly navigating the rugged terrain under his control. As the commotion intensified, a sizable red head suddenly appeared before him. The owner of this head promptly devoured his small robot in one gulp. The robot ceased to function, and the scene before Su Nuoze reverted to that of the worker ant number 02 mecha. Approximately 1,300 meters ahead, he murmured to himself. Although the pathway here was narrow, there were numerous passages. Even if he blocked one route, the demon spawn rats could still traverse through other openings. If he were to guard alone, he needed to identify a location capable of sealing off all the demon spawn rats. He closed his eyes, mentally retracing the route the small robot had taken. It seemed there was indeed a spot. He clumsily maneuvered the legs of the worker ant mecha, designed for functionality over grace, and arrived at a fork in the path. He raised his multifunctional mechanical arm and swung a shovel to dislodge the stones above one of the openings. Countless fragments tumbled down, barely obstructing one of the pathways. While these stones would not hold, if he positioned himself at another entrance, the demon spawn rats would surely attempt to breach that route. The demon spawn rats were predominantly level 1 or 2 demons, lacking in intelligence. Besides, he had no superior alternatives. He lifted his mechanical arm once more, shattering additional rubble around him, ensuring that only the pathway he guarded remained passable. He stood still, armed with various welding, carrying, and rudimentary repair tools, awaiting the impending onslaught. The tremors beneath his feet intensified, his expression turning grave as he focused intently on the increasingly loud commotion ahead. Moments later, a giant rat, entirely cloaked in shiny red fur, roughly 30 centimeters tall, with eyes gleaming with ferocity, burst into his line of sight. Following closely behind were more and more red-haired rats. The demon spawn rats were upon him. Observing the sheer number of demon spawn rats, Su Nuoze felt no trepidation. Rather, he flicked his dissection knife with determination. The foremost demon spawn rat had already charged directly towards him. Su Nuoze, controlling the mech, cast aside his solitary energy cannon and seized a shovel. With a swift motion, he brought the shovel down. Thud! The head of the demonic rodent was cleanly severed in a single stroke, not a shred of energy wasted. Before he could make his next move, another demonic rodent charged towards him. With his left hand, he effortlessly dispatched the second rodent with a scalpel. What followed was a relentless tide of demonic rodents surging forth. His pressure intensified, yet his movements remained remarkably agile, although he possessed only 2 hands. He wielded all 5 tools of the Ant-02 mech as instruments of extermination against the demonic horde. One after another, demonic rodents fell to his might. For many mecha artisans of his rank, operating a combat mech to fend off 3 demonic rodents would be a point of immense pride. However, for Su Nuoze, he was merely piloting a support-type mech. His adversaries numbered in the hundreds, if not thousands. He continuously switched weapons to combat the rodents lunging at him, pushing his speed to its limits, even achieving a state of heightened awareness, perceiving threats from all directions. This was precisely why he had chosen this narrow passage. The limited attack angles, along with the accumulating corpses of the demonic rodents, hindered the advance of their brethren. As long as he could withstand the initial onslaught, the subsequent rodents would be obstructed by their fallen comrades, with no more than 3 or 4 reaching him at once, easily dispatched by his blade. The splattered blood had long since stained the Ant-02 mech, yet he appeared as a relentless machine of slaughter, executing each demonic rodent devoid of emotion. The wails and the sickening sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed in the air. The demonic rodents seemed to have entered a frenzy, charging recklessly towards him. Or perhaps they were merely driven by their comrades behind them, forced into his line of attack. After a brief period of frantic action, Su Nuoze quickly found his rhythm. His hands moved without pause, and the 5 auxiliary tools grew increasingly adept in his grasp. During the brief lulls in the rodent's assault, he glanced at the mech's energy reserves. Upon noting their ample supply, his confidence surged. This crisis should be easily resolved, right? Just as this thought crossed his mind, an alarm bell rang within him. Almost instinctively, he pivoted sharply to evade, witnessing a red-black rodent, slightly smaller than its kin, lunging at his flank. He narrowly dodged, safeguarding his energy core, but his waist suffered a heavy blow. Warning: Modular engineering hub under attack. Liquid stabilization platform damaged. Mech performance reduced by 7. Remaining mech performance, 93. Damn, I nearly forgot about this rodent king. The system's alert sounded in his ears, but Su Nuoze had no time for distractions. He raised his shovel with all his might and swung it blindly behind him. Bam! The blow landed squarely on the head of the black-red, demonic rodent. The rodent king seemed dazed, allowing Su Nuoze to bring his scalpel down with precision, embedding it deep into the creature's neck. This second-tier demon was effortlessly dispatched by Su Nuoze's first-tier mech. Damn it! Su Nuoze cursed under his breath, assessing the damage to his mech. Fortunately, while the balance system had sustained damage, it would not impede operations in the short term. No harm done, just a bit of dirt on my sleeve. Chapter 28. Is Su Nuoze Su Haitu? Within the cave, Mr. Liu observed the dwindling number of demonic eagles on the battlefield, his expression increasingly anxious. If anyone were to witness him at that moment, they would be astonished to find a human seated within his 0-3T mech. He was not utilizing the mech's sensory link for remote operation. Instead, he was physically present inside the mech. Inside, he retrieved a specially designed phone and dialed number. As soon as the call connected, he could not help but demand, "Wolf, what's the situation on your end? What are those demonic rodents?" A male voice responded from the other end. "I was just about to ask you, are you certain the passage is clear? The demonic rodents are advancing at a sluggish pace. I'm unsure where the blockage lies. I've cleared the passage 3 times. How could it possibly be blocked?" "Mister," Liu replied, perplexed. "You need to find a way to clear it. I can't maneuver the mech myself. I'm unable to assist in clearing it." Wolf retorted. To avoid detection by the mech radar for unauthorized mechs, Wolf had come in person, foregoing remote control. "How can I clear it?" Mr. Liu sighed. "I must remain to negotiate with the Gu family in Jiangxing. We'll have to initiate Plan B. You know, Lord Demon is not only here to resurrect 2 ancient behemoths, but also to deal with the Gu family. It seems we have no choice." Wolf conceded. At this moment, the battlefield was littered with the carcasses of demonic eagles, and the Gu family's mechs had gathered most of the materials. Only a few demonic eagles remained, and they were being relentlessly beaten. It was anticipated that all would be eradicated within 10 minutes. Wan Yingying, the operator of the Iris mech, found herself with some idle time. Surveying her surroundings, she noticed there was nothing demanding her attention and suddenly recalled something. Wait, that useless fool seems to have slipped away. The image of the Ant-02 mech flashed in her mind. That's right, the Ant-02 mech. She glanced at the tracking missile she had just launched, designed to prevent Su Nuoze from escaping. She had specifically affixed a tracking device to that Tier 1 mech, observing the red dot's position and trajectory on a large screen. Her brow furrowed slightly. Why has he run so far? This troublesome fellow, why is he wandering about? Her mood soured, and she resolved to summon Gu Lianji to bring that troublesome husband back. However, when she looked at Gu Lianji, she saw her commanding the younger generation of the Gu family and their subordinates in transporting supplies. Oh right, Gu Lianji is the eldest daughter of the Gu family. Ever since marrying into the family, she has become one of the heirs to the Gu estate, thus assuming a commanding role in their operations for practical training. Not wishing to disturb her, Wan Yingying decided to retrieve that troublesome fellow herself. Following the trajectory of the red dot, she maneuvered the iris away from the area. Entering the cave that Su Nuoze had previously traversed, Wan Yingying muttered angrily to herself, "If you know you're weak, can't you just be a little more honest? Running around wasting everyone's time." As she delved deeper into the cave, she noticed the sounds of commotion from behind diminishing, as if she had strayed from the main force. The eerie and sinister environment pressed upon her heart. Suddenly, the wall beside her seemed to twist unnaturally, startling her and causing her to tremble. She quickly activated all her light sources, illuminating the passage thoroughly. What a wretched place. It feels so saturated with malevolence. She murmured, glancing at the still distant location, her silver teeth clenched tighter, her anger towards Su Nuoze intensifying. I could just gnash my teeth in frustration. Moreover, this place is so terrifying. Using the mech's sensory link feels akin to playing a horror game. She suppressed her inner dread and cautiously ventured further inside. Uncertain how much time had passed, she suddenly heard a faint sound nearby. What was that noise? She squinted, advancing deeper into the cave. As she approached the red dot's location, the commotion grew louder, seemingly mixed with the sounds of a struggle. What is that fool fighting against down here? Wan Yingying was filled with immense curiosity, prompting her to quicken her pace, propelled forward by the thrusters behind her. Warning: a large number of demon creatures detected ahead. Please exercise caution. A multitude of demon creatures ahead? Wan Yingying's eyes widened in astonishment. From where had that useless individual provoked a horde of demons? Just as she was about to advance, she noticed the corpse of a level 2 rat king on the ground not far ahead, with a level 2 demon present. Surely that useless one's mech had been rendered inoperative? She took a few steps forward and was met with an unforgettable sight. Within the dimly lit cave, a colossal worker ant mech stood at the entrance, wielding an array of surgical blades, dispatching the oncoming demon rats one by one with lethal precision. Even a level 2 rat king, attempting a sneak attack on this worker ant mech, was swiftly brought to the ground by a shovel and subsequently dispatched by a scalpel. Wan Yingying was utterly bewildered. She had witnessed instances of overcoming the odds, but never had she seen such merciless slaughter. The worker ant mech, designated as Model 02, not only executed its maneuvers with unparalleled efficiency, but also possessed of breathtaking elegance. The demon rats of the same level could barely touch it, falling victim to its pinpoint strikes that delivered fatal wounds. The exquisite artistry of its operation conjured a name in Wan Yingying's mind: Su Haitu. Could this possibly be Su Haitu? She glanced at the ID displayed on her iris mech. Yanzi. Uncertain, she checked the detection display on her panel once more. Indeed, this individual was Su Nuoze. A deep astonishment flickered in her eyes. How could this be? She had contemplated countless possibilities, even theorized that this individual might be the formidable Su Haitu, but she could never have imagined that the one commanding this mech would be Gu Lianji's incompetent husband. Guat, Suetu? She seemed to grasp a potential insight, narrowing her slanted eyes as she scrutinized the worker Ant Mech 02 from a distance, a mere level 1 mech that rivaled the capabilities of a level 4 or 5. The finesse of this mech's operations was so flawless that she felt she would last no more than 5 seconds if she were to take control. Yet this mech. Could it be that Su Nuoze was actually Su Haitu? A sudden thought struck her. Could it be that Su Nuoze had stealthily slipped away to eliminate these demon rats? Moreover, why were there so many demon rats here? And how did Su Nuoze know of their presence? She was beset with queries, but all of them were soon cast aside, because the operation of this worker, Ant Mech 02, was simply too impressive. She began to lose herself in the admiration of its maneuvers, much like she had previously done with that Su Haitu. If there was but one person in this world capable of using a level 1 mech to fend off hundreds and thousands of demon rats, that person could only be Su Haitu. Chapter 29. Has the resurrection ceremony commenced again? Just as Wan Yingying became entranced, the The system sent a communication invitation. As she snapped back to reality, she realized it was a private voice chat initiated by AI Liengs Mech. Upon connecting, she heard Su Nuoze's resigned voice. Miss Wan, are you merely going to stand there and watch, or will you lend a hand? Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment crossed Wan Yingying's face. She promptly reignited the brilliance of her iris mech, stepping forward to obliterate a swath of demon rats. Why were there so many demon rats here? After alleviating some of Su Nuoze's pressure, she immediately inquired. There are demon slaves causing trouble. Proceed with caution. Su Nuoze's voice was grave, causing an inexplicable tension to brew within Wan Yingying. For some reason, despite the voice belonging to the same individual, she felt that Su Nuoze's tone now possessed an unusual allure. Was it truly the filter of her assumptions regarding Su Haitu influencing her perception? Right? She had yet to inquire whether he was indeed Su Haitu, her high-level mech, which had cost a fortune to manufacture, swiftly cleared the passage of demon rats under the onslaught of her artillery. Even the corpses of demon rats that had accumulated on the ground ignited, filling the corridor with the acrid scent of charred flesh and thick black smoke. Once all the demon rats were dispatched, Wan Yingying eagerly approached the worker, Ant Mech 02, and asked, "Brother-in-law, are you Su Haitu?" It was her first time addressing Su Nuoze as brother-in-law, as she genuinely did not know what else to call him. Su Nuoze was taken aback and immediately denied. "How could I possibly be Su Haitu?" Wan Yingying asserted with conviction. "You are indeed Su Haitu. Only Su Haitu possesses such skill. Brother-in-law, who exactly are you, and how do you wield such exquisite mech prowess?" Su Nuoze fell silent for a moment. He had not anticipated that this girl would uncover the truth, and the phrasing of his response was crucial. If he misstepped, she could very well suspect the involvement of the demons. "In truth, I am with the authorities." He deliberated briefly before speaking. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the leader of the Reincarnation Organization's Division 1, codename Su Ing. My code is 14578-544. My mission is to conceal my identity within the populace, seek out ancient behemoths that have not yet been revived, and prevent the demon slaves from conducting resurrection ceremonies." The Reincarnation Organization was an entity he established 50 years ago upon becoming a reincarnation master, though it disbanded 20 years after his death. Nevertheless, the number and codename Su Nuoze mentioned were indeed real, and even if one were to investigate this code, there would be a trail to follow. Seeing the seriousness in Su Nuoze's demeanor, Wan Yingying's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Members of the Reincarnation Organization? But wasn't it disbanded 30 years ago? On the surface, yes, the Reincarnation Organization was disbanded. However, in secrecy, it transformed into an underground organization. Su Nuoze explained helplessly, "I share this with you to gain your trust, and also for you to keep it confidential." Consequently, Wan Yingying gazed at him in delight. "So you are Su Haitu. Moreover, you are a hidden figure within the populace?" Su Nuoze affirmed with a nod. "By the way, what do you mean by demon slaves conducting resurrection ceremonies?" Wan Yingying asked. "This is precisely why I have come here." Su Nuoze glanced at the corpses strewn across the ground, speaking somberly. "This is the site where the demon slaves hold their resurrection ceremonies. Do you recall the two massive black stones at the entrance to the Black Rock Ravine?" "Yes, what are those stones?" "If I am not mistaken, those two stones should be the ancient behemoths." Su Nuoze's tone turned icy. "Ancient behemoths?" Wan Yingying's voice trembled. She was acutely aware of the calamity an ancient behemoth could unleash upon humanity. To resurrect an ancient behemoth requires a vast quantity of flesh and blood as offerings. However, with the primary offerings, the demon rats, dealt with, the demon slaves would need to prepare other sacrifices to ensure the ceremony's success. She sensed Su Nuoze's concern, which was also his greatest apprehension. Wan Yingying understood. "So your discreet departure from the earlier location was to intercept the demon rats here, preventing the ceremony from succeeding?" With this realization, her eyes sparkled with admiration. She felt a sense of a lone hero silently safeguarding the world in the shadows. However, she soon became puzzled. But why not seek assistance from Gu Lianji and her family? Surely they could help you. It was only now that she comprehended why Gu Lianji had steadfastly chosen this supposed waste as her husband. It turned out the Gu family had concealed the truth, leading everyone to believe this son-in-law was utterly useless. Such a grand scheme. Yet, Su Nuoze's subsequent words caused her expression to shift dramatically. "Gu Lianji is unaware of my identity, nor is anyone in the Gu family." What? Wan Yingying's expression changed. Even Gu Lianji did not know of his identity? How could Gu Lianji choose Su Nuoze then? And what a life-saving grace. Thus, I implore you to keep this a secret. Su Nuoze felt a headache coming on, unsure how to further explain. Wan Yingying fell silent as well. She was no fool and now found herself pondering the authenticity of Su Nuoze's affiliation with the Reincarnation Organization. If you're indeed a member of the Reincarnation Organization, why do you not summon others from your group to assist you? Why tackle these demonic rodents alone? Surely, operating a Tier 1 mech to handle such a multitude of demonic creatures must be quite taxing? She tentatively inquired. The signal here is jammed, Su Nuoze replied. Do you not find it peculiar? With the signal blocked, not a single person from the Gu family has sensed anything amiss? Suddenly, Wan Yingying realized the gravity of the situation and quickly attempted to contact the outside world, only to discover that no signal was available. She could only communicate with those present in the cave. What on earth is happening? A hint of panic surged within her. There are traitors within the Gu family, Su Nuoze declared, stepping outside the cave, including that official who just let us in. His surname is Liu? Are you referring to Mr. Liu? Liu Jilin? What has happened to him? Wan Yingying pressed. He is a demonic slave. Su Nuoze continued, his words sending shivers down Wan Yingying's spine. Impossible. Mr. Liu is a member of the command in the Southern A District, a pillar of the military establishment. He cannot possibly be a demonic slave. Wan Yingying exclaimed incredulously. If even Mr. Liu is a demonic slave, how many more parasites lurk within the Southern A District command? Wan Yingying could hardly fathom, or rather, she dared not contemplate. She would rather believe that Su Nuoze's identity as a member of the Reincarnation Organization was a ruse, whether he is a demonic slave or not. You will soon find out, Su Nuoze scoffed. Wan Yingying glanced at him. Although the worker Ant No. 02 mech was battered and broken, it stood resolutely upright. Its owner seemed to possess an unwavering confidence. Just as she was about to continue her inquiries, the tunnel suddenly began to tremble. The ground beneath the mech quaked violently, and the internal systems of the mech immediately issued a warning. Warning. Severe seismic activity detected, activating emergency imbalance protocols. Strange crimson patterns on the cave walls glowed ominously, casting a haunting aura in the previously dim cavern. Seeing these changes, Su Nuoze's expression shifted. This is bad. The resurrection ritual has commenced. Chapter 30. Your wife has been targeted. Are you suggesting that the two ancient beasts are about to be revived? Wan Yingying asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. There may still be a chance. We must hurry to the altar. Su Nuoze was already in motion, retracing his steps with utmost urgency. I'll carry you. Observing the cumbersome movements of worker Ant No. 02, Wan Yingying piloted her Iris mech to his side, lifting him effortlessly and soaring back along their original path. Flying was undoubtedly much swifter than running. Having roughly memorized the route, Wan Yingying accelerated, and within 5 minutes, she had transported the nearly wrecked worker Ant No. 02 to the battlefield. Upon arrival, both sensed an unusual atmosphere. The once pristine ground was now littered with fine, granular substances, and a faint red mist hung in the air. The scene was eerily quiet, with nearly all mechs standing still. Upon closer inspection, 2 mechs were encircled by onlookers, creating a tense atmosphere. Their arrival drew attention, yet the spectators merely glanced at them before turning their focus back to the central figures. Su Nuoze looked toward the center and recognized one of the encircled mechs to be Liu Jilin's 03T mech. The other mech, encircled alongside, was a level 5 Inkwash Max mech, predominantly black and white in color, belonging to Gu Lianzizi's 6th uncle, Gu Ruoxian. It was unfortunate that it was not his hostile second uncle, Gu Ruoxian. Su Nuoze mused that if the traitor were Gu Ruoxian, it would be an opportunity to eliminate 2 problems at once. Surrounding them were level 5 mechs, including 3 master-level mechs. The foremost master-level mech was the Qianren mech piloted by the Gu family's patriarch, the elder Gu Yeqing. Wan Yingying also noticed the situation and quickly messaged him. Is it possible that Liu Jilin is truly a demonic traitor? Do you comprehend the circumstances here? The traitors are likely the Inkwash mech and Liu Jilin, Su Nuoze pondered. The fact that the surrounding people have yet to act indicates that those in the center are engaged in a small negotiation. Furthermore, the prolonged jamming of signals in this area suggests that there are certainly more than 2 traitors. More traitors? Wan Yingying's expression shifted, glancing around at the mechs. Feeling increasingly distrustful, Su Nuoze did not respond, but surveyed the surroundings, searching for the source of the new sacrifices after losing the demonic rodents. Gu Lianzizi had also taken note of them, but as she was participating in the conversation between the mechs, she did not reach out. After the battle, she had noticed the voice invitations from Su Nuoze and Wan Yingying. However, when she sought out the 2, they had already vanished. Su Nuoze, did you just tell me that Lianzizi is unaware of your identity? With nothing else to occupy her, Wan Yingying could not resist asking the question she had withheld earlier. Yes, my identity is strictly confidential, Su Nuoze replied, having prepared a plausible explanation for his deception. Then why should I keep it a secret for you? Wan Yingying tilted her head, questioning him. Lian Zizi and I have been close friends since childhood. Why would I assist an outsider in deceiving her? Su Nuoze fell silent for a moment before asking, state your terms. His fabricated identity could not withstand scrutiny. Wan Yingying believed it. But that did not guarantee that Gu Lianzizi and the Gu family would. My terms are simple. A triumphant smile appeared on Wan Yingying's face within the iris mech. From now on, whenever you log in with the Su Haitu account, remember to summon me as your exclusive battlefield reporter. Exclusive battlefield reporter? Su Nuoze immediately recalled the incident when someone had surreptitiously recorded his combat footage and retorted, was that battlefield reporter you? Indeed it was. Wan Yingying admitted boldly. She envisioned the surge of traffic she would receive once Su Nuoze agreed to let her film videos, propelling her toward becoming a renowned journalist. Conversely, Su Nuoze felt a pang of irritation. Had it not been for this girl exposing his footage, he would never have experienced sudden fame, rendering the Su Haitu account too risky to use freely. Fine. He gritted his teeth, begrudgingly agreeing. Then it's settled. Remember to contact me when you log in. Wan Yingying reveled in her success. I'll add you as a friend on the Su Haitu account, and if you change accounts, make sure to accept. Su Nuoze took a deep breath and simply responded with an MM. At that moment, whoosh, the central mechs suddenly sprang into action. The elder Gu Yeching's mech was the first to strike, swiftly severing the right arm of Lu Jilin's 03T mech. Before a master-level mech, the Tier 3 mech had no capacity for resistance, and its right arm was effortlessly cleaved off. Gu Yeching, have you truly thought this through? Lu Jilin's malicious voice echoed through the mech's broadcast, resonating in everyone's ears. Your Gu family need only sacrifice one legitimate granddaughter to avert the extinction of your clan. Your current actions are akin to playing with fire. What is happening? Those who had not participated in the previous conversation were left bewildered. However, everyone grew cautious, eyeing the two central mechs with trepidation. The Gu family will take responsibility to the higher authorities. It is not for a traitorous human like you to dictate. Gu Yeching's voice rang out resolutely. The exchange between the two astonished everyone present. Su Nuoze directly inquired of Wan Yingying, how many legitimate granddaughters does the Gu family possess? He found himself somewhat bewildered, despite his investigations into the Gu family. The information he had uncovered indicated that there were only two legitimate granddaughters, Gu Lianji and the recently turned 6-year-old Gu Junjun. Could it be that the granddaughters being referred to were merely Gu Lianji? The only one with inheritance rights was indeed Lianji, and the old patriarch's fury could only be directed at her. Wan Yingying cast a sidelong glance at Su Nuoze, contemplating how he remained oblivious to the fact that his wife was being targeted by a demon slave. Chapter 31. Su Haitu, when did you two become acquainted? Are you suggesting that the Gu family intends to sever ties with us? Lu Jiling bellowed menacingly. Father, you should concede to them. Do you wish to see our family obliterated? Gu Lianji's sixth uncle, the demon slave, Gu Ruoxuan, interjected. Ungrateful wretch. Gu Yeching lamented. Disappointment etched on his face. I entrusted you with the signal tower, only to discover that you would one day become a demon slave. You have utterly disappointed me. Gu Ruoxuan dismissed his father's reproach. Father, the demon lord is invincible. Humanity is merely clinging to existence. Have you not noticed that in these past decades, few divine armor masters have emerged? He scoffed. Perhaps you should just join the demon clan along with the Gu family. If the demons win, we would be hailed as national heroes. Fool! Gu Yeching retorted coldly. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. Do you truly believe that after humanity's downfall, the demon clan will spare you demon slaves? You call me a fool again. Gu Ruoxuan's voice rose in anger. Since childhood, you have berated me as a fool, showering all your affection on my brothers. What makes them superior to me? Why do I lack everything? Even now, as a level 5 mecha master, I am confined to this dilapidated, ink-painted mecha. I'm also a legitimate son of the Gu family. Why am I deprived of the privileges that come with it? His furious outburst reverberated throughout the cavern, causing many non-Gu individuals to exchange glances in astonishment. Is this the reason you have strayed onto a dark path? Gu Yeching questioned. You old fool. You cannot comprehend. Gu Ruoxuan laughed maniacally. I have felt respect before the demon lord, a form of reverence I have never received within the Gu family. He gestured with his ink-painted mecha, abruptly pointing at Gu Lianji's Silver Moon Mecha. But as he did so, several mechas from the Gu family immediately shielded the Silver Moon Mecha. Witnessing this, Gu Ruoxuan laughed heartily. Even that group of servants shows more respect to this junior than they do to me. They all know I hold no status within the Gu family. His unabashed words caused many vassals of the Gu family to wear disapproving expressions. Uncle. At that moment, Gu Lianji spoke up. Is this your form of psychological consolation after becoming a demon slave? At her words, Gu Ruoxuan's expression shifted. What does a pampered little girl like you understand? He retorted, his tone a mix of fury and vulnerability. Why is it that as a legitimate descendant of the Gu family, I am denied my rightful possessions? Why do you not mention that it is the old patriarch who has failed to treat us all fairly? Enough! Gu Yeqing interjected sternly. Gu Ruoxuan, what will it take to halt this sacrificial rite? Amidst the heated exchanges, Su Nuoze, standing at the edge of the crowd, finally discerned the source of the turmoil. His gaze fell upon a level 5 comprehensive mecha approximately 200 meters away, which bore a massive black box on its back, stained with dark blood. Su Nuoze realized that the core of the demonic eagle during its molting period could serve as a sacrificial offering. While it seemed wasteful to use the demonic eagle's core as a sacrifice, he now understood the contingency plan of the demon slaves and had begun to piece together their scheme. It could be said that the moment he had accepted that urgent task with the Falcon No. 01 mecha a week prior, the demon slaves' plot had already commenced. They utilized the demonic eagle's core as bait, provoking the demonic eagle race, drawing the conflict to the Black Rock Canyon, which housed ancient petrified beasts, and exploiting the Gu family's greed to lure them into this demon den, all while preparing to place the blame squarely on the Gu family's shoulders. The Gu family initially intended to eradicate the remaining demonic eagles within this demon lair, hoping to reap the benefits of their cores like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Yet, they unwittingly fell into the carefully crafted trap laid by the demon slaves. After all, if the ancient beasts were to awaken, from an official perspective, it would appear that the Gu family had nearly all congregated at this demon lair and had sealed off all information related to it, conducting a revival sacrificial rite. Once the truth emerged, the Gu family would be inextricably linked to the events. Thus, when he and Wan Yingying had initially returned, the demon slaves had already begun negotiations with the family head, Gu Yeqing. If negotiations succeeded, the sacrificial rite might not proceed, but clearly, the Gu family would have to make concessions. If negotiations failed, the rite would continue, the ancient beasts would awaken, and the Gu family would be implicated. Clearly, the talks had collapsed. From the recent dialogues, it was evident that the demon slave's target was his wife, Gu Yinji. This was the primary reason for the failure of their negotiations. Furthermore, from the demon slave's perspective, their original plan had evidently been thwarted, as the demonic rodents had been dealt with by him and Wan Yingying. Thus, their contingency plan could only revolve around the core of the demonic eagle. As mentioned earlier, the core of the demonic eagle could also serve as a sacrificial offering for the revival rite. If those demon slaves had the confidence to turn the tide, it indicated that the owner of that level 5 comprehensive mecha was also a demon slave. The individual capable of safeguarding the demonic eagle's core would undoubtedly hold a significant position within the Gu family, likely not too inferior to Gu Ruoxuan, who controlled the signal tower. The signal tower could aid the team in maintaining communication in areas where signals were blocked, while also possessing the ability to sever signals. The signal disruption within this demon lair was likely attributable to that very signal tower. Considering this, he immediately initiated a private chat with Wan Yingying. Upon her connection, he promptly relayed his analysis. Upon hearing this, Wan Yingying was both alarmed and furious. What should we do now? Should we attempt to seize the black box containing the demonic eagle's core? With my level 1 mecha and your level 4 mecha, do you truly think we can snatch something from a level 5 mecha? Have either of us lost our minds? Su Nuoze replied helplessly. You need to seek Gu Lianji's assistance and keep an eye on that mecha, ensuring no one discovers that I've fled. He decisively instructed. What are you planning? Wan Yingying asked, puzzled. Su Nuoze responded calmly. We'll change our approach and rally support. He then elaborated on the plan to Wan Yingying before logging off. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Wan Yingying severed her connection with Su Nuoze and immediately sought out Gu Lianji. Upon receiving Wan Yingying's contact, Gu Lianji was somewhat surprised that the other party sought her out at this critical juncture, so she accepted the call. As soon as the call connected, she heard Wan Yingying's anxious voice. Lianji, the level 5 mecha with the black box containing the demonic eagle's core, also belongs to a demon slave. The demonic eagle's core is the key to initiating the revival rite. We must find a way to reclaim that black box. What? Gu Lianji's eyes widened in alarm. How do you know this? Su Haitu informed me. Oh, never mind the details for now. Just know that if you retrieve that black box, the revival rite will not commence. Wan Yingying urged frantically. Su Haitu told you? Where is he? And when did you two meet? Gu Lianji pressed, still puzzled. Chapter 32. There should be no discrepancies, right? Wan Yingying's tone was urgent. Oh dear. Can we save the explanations for after this is over? Su Haitu is currently rallying support. He was the first to discover the revival rite. Just trust me. If we take that black box, the demon slaves will be unable to initiate the revival rite. Gu Yinji's eyes were filled with a myriad of doubts. Yet the appearance of Wan Yingying did not suggest deceit. Moreover, given Wan Yingying's background, it seemed improbable that she would become a demon slave. After some contemplation, she chose to trust her. The 5th level mecha wielding the black box belonged to a patron of the Gu family, named Luo Hongqi. And you are certain he is a demon slave? Wan Yingying affirmed, without a doubt. Currently, Grandfather Gu and Uncle Six are in negotiations. And that fellow named Luo possesses the offerings necessary for the resurrection ritual. If he places the offerings upon this altar, the resurrection will commence. Thus we must retrieve that black box in its entirety. Upon hearing this, Gu Yinji directed her gaze toward her grandfather at the center and sent a private chat request. At that moment, the two at the center were still embroiled in a heated debate. Uncle Six, Gu Ruoxuan, asserted resolutely, I have stated our demands clearly. First, you must lead the Gu family into the ranks of demon slaves. Second, surrender Gu Yinji's physical form. Once you send her to the designated location, we will immediately cease the initiation of the resurrection ritual. At this, Gu Yinji's father, Gu, was visibly agitated. Uncle Six, you are after all an uncle. How can you conspire with outsiders against your own niece? Huh, I have already allied myself with the demon clan, and you still expect me to uphold familial bonds? Gu Ruoxuan replied dismissively. The crowd murmured in agreement. It makes sense. It is akin to questioning a gamer using cheats why they do so. To which they would defiantly respond, I have forsaken my parents. What of it if I cheat? Is there truly no other means of reconciliation apart from these two demands? Gu Yeqing inquired after speaking with Gu Yinji. Only these two avenues for resolution exist. Inside the ink and wash mecha, Gu Ruoxuan's venomous gaze fixated on Gu Yinji's mecha. At this, Gu Yeqing seemed to resign himself. Turning to Gu Yinji, Lianji, I apologize. I hope you can prioritize the greater good and the Gu family. The moment these words escaped the family head's lips, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Wait, is the Gu family truly willing to sacrifice Gu Yinji? Even Gu Ruoxuan was taken aback by this unexpected revelation. The old man was actually willing to abandon Gu Yinji? Gu Yinji's voice echoed mournfully, Grandfather, it is through the protection of the Gu family that I have achieved what I have today. If sacrificing Lianji can preserve the Gu family, then I willingly accept that fate. As she spoke, she stepped forth from the crowd. Yet, few noticed that her movement brought her closer to the 5th level comprehensive mecha controlled by Luo Hongqi. This is what you said. Gu Ruoxuan's tone revealed a hint of excitement. Gu Lianji, you will immediately log off and head to the 77 convenience store at 38 Jinan West Street in the Eastern Ring District of Jiangqing. As soon as our people see you, I will halt the resurrection ritual at once. Understood. Gu Lianji spun around, feigning a walk towards the exit while actually edging closer to Luo Hongqi. Do not move. I command you to log off this instant. Gu Ruoxuan bellowed. Just then, a thunderous bang erupted from his side. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound. Witnessing a burst of red flames that sent a 5th level comprehensive mecha staggering back several paces, momentarily losing its balance. The assailant was none other than Wan Yingying's Iris mecha. In that instant, everyone was rendered speechless. What is happening? Has the eldest daughter of the Wan family, Wan Yingying, also defected? Yet the next moment, the elder Gu's Qianren mecha and Gu Yinji's Silver Moon mecha sprang into action simultaneously. The elder Gu, being farther away, hurled several flying daggers, severing the ropes binding the black box and the two arms of the 5th level comprehensive mecha. Gu Yinji dashed forward, snatching the black box containing the demon eagle core. Upon seizing the black box, she soared high into the air. By the time Luo Hongqi regained his wits, his mecha had already knelt upon the ground, the system incessantly blaring alarms indicating over 50 damage. You ungrateful wretch, what say you now? Gu Yeqing shielded Gu Lianji's mecha behind him, his cold gaze fixed upon Gu Ruoxuan and Lu Jiling. At that moment, both men were equally bewildered. Gu Ruoxuan incredulously exclaimed, No, how could you possibly know? How could you discover? Gu Yeqing issued a direct command. Drag those three out of their mechas. I wish to see what they have to say. The surrounding Gu family mechas, caught off guard by the swift turn of events, hurriedly moved to subdue the three mechas and forcibly extracted their occupants. As Luo Hongqi was pulled from his mecha, his face pale, Gu Yeqing felt a wave of trepidation. This fellow had indeed defected. Who would willingly enter a mecha themselves instead of utilizing the mecha's sensory link? Gu Yinji glanced at Wan Yingying. Through Uncle Six's reaction, she fully believed Wan Yingying's words. Yet, how did she know the influential Su Haitu? This piqued her curiosity. Were it not for the current circumstances, she would have eagerly delved deeper into the matter. Meanwhile, Wan Yingying was now completely convinced of Su Nuoze's integrity. wholeheartedly believing that he was a member of the Reincarnation Organization. Surely, only those from the Reincarnation Organization could possess such extensive intelligence. Before this, she had hardly recognized the resurrection ritual. Is it resolved? A voice inquired beside her. Turning her head, she beheld the restanding Ant-02 Mecha. It seems you need not seek reinforcements. We have managed here, Wan Yingying replied with a light-hearted smile. No waities. Since the two stones at the canyon's entrance are fossils of ancient beasts, we have preemptively destroyed them, thus alleviating future concerns, Su Nuoze remarked. Wan Yingying curiously asked, by the way, what reinforcements did you call upon? Normally, reinforcements wouldn't suffice against ancient beasts, would they? She was intrigued. If Su Nuoze had merely alerted the authorities, it was unlikely he would have summoned particularly formidable allies. That is not for you to concern yourself with, Su Nuoze calmly responded, his gaze landing on the three kneeling before him. With the mastermind already dealt with, this incident should have no further discrepancies, correct? Chapter 33. Su Haitu takes charge. You ungrateful wretch, when did you become a demon slave? Gu Yeching's voice rang out in fury. Father, I was momentarily bewitched, and it was only due to this scoundrel's constant manipulation that I found myself aboard this cursed ship. Without his persuasion, I would never have betrayed you or the Gu family. Gu Ruoxuan, once defiant, now appeared utterly fearful, pointing a trembling finger at Lu Jiling, placing all blame upon him. Lu Jiling, however, bore an air of indifference, seemingly unperturbed by the threat. Even if you kill me, the demon lord shall avenge me. Gu Yeching laughed in anger. Fine. Let us see if the demon lord you speak of will come to your rescue. Lord head of the family, spare me. Luo Hongqi cried, tears mingling with snot. I'm not a demon slave. It was 6th Master Gu who captured my family, threatening me to act on his behalf, or he would slay my entire family. I had no inkling that 6th Master was a demon slave. Gu Yeching felt veins throb at his temples, raising his hand to strike down the most vociferous Luo Hongqi. Yet, before he could act, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, both Lu Jiling and Gu Ruoxuan coughed up copious amounts of blood, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The abrupt transformation caused the surrounding mechas to recoil a few steps. Both men's skin was mottled with blood, their eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets at any moment. Father, save me, save me. Gu Ruoxuan desperately reached out towards Gu Yeching's Qianren mecha. Gu Yeching hastily advanced to assess the situation, but before he could reach Gu Ruoxuan, several blood-stained crimson tendrils suddenly erupted from his skin. The grotesque tendrils appeared menacing. Yet they did not seem to be a part of Gu Ruoxuan's body. Instead, they resembled a parasitic entity, viciously tearing at the flesh and blood of his host. Lu Jiling, nearby, suffered similarly, both of them wailing in agony. The onlookers could only watch helplessly as the two were shredded to pieces by the sanguine appendages emerging from within. The scene was drenched in blood, a grotesque spectacle of brutality. Witnessing this, Su Nuoze shouted urgently, do not let their blood spill onto the ground. But it was too late. The blood seeped into the earth, swiftly absorbed by the surrounding crimson mist. The tremors within the demon cavern intensified. The ground began to quake violently, and the mech systems of everyone emitted alarms of seismic activity. This is disastrous. Su Nuoze's complexion paled. This was the condition for the resurrection rite to commence. Such a malignant ploy. The demon clan truly possesses cunning strategies. They had planted bloodworms within these two demon thralls. Bloodworms are an exceedingly rare parasite. While they are toxic to humans, they serve as a potent tonic for magical beasts. Many magical creatures can significantly enhance their chances of breaking through to higher tiers by consuming bloodworms during their ascension. The parasitic entities can also be utilized as sacrifices, but bloodworms are far too scarce. Su Nuoze never anticipated that the demon clan would willingly place 2 bloodworms within these demon thralls, who were merely tier 4 of 5 mech masters. It is known that these 2 bloodworms could enable 2 6th tier demons to ascend to 7th tier. However, upon further contemplation, it becomes clear, once the ancient behemoths are revived, they will possess at least the combat strength of 7th tier magical beasts, often reaching 8th tier capabilities. Gu Yeching also recognized the gravity of the situation and commanded sternly, everyone, immediately maneuver your mechs away from here. Upon hearing this, all began piloting their mechs towards safety. The mechs were costly, and the area had become perilous. Thus, the primary objective was to return their mechs to safety. Everyone had a certain level of escape capability, yet one mech stood out as an exception. Observing the others hastily fleeing, Su Nuoze could only awkwardly run on foot, his mech's mobility severely compromised, rendering him slow. Wan Yingying inquired first, brother-in-law, do you need me to take you with me? Whether you can escape is another matter. Do you really wish to carry me, a burden? Su Nuoze declined. Hurry and go. I'll switch accounts once you've all left. Wan Yingying hesitated, contemplating whether to take him along. But Gu Yinji approached him and declared, "Forget about this mech. I'll buy you a new one later." With that, she departed without a hint of nostalgia. Su Nuoze thought, "My wife truly is extravagantly generous." Seeing everyone had evacuated, Su Nuoze made a decisive choice and promptly switched accounts. Gu Yinji logged off. And next up was Su Haito. Su Nuoze activated the self-destruct mode of his mech, then disconnected from the mech's sensing link. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in his familiar bedroom, and beside him lay Gu Yinji, eyes closed, having just controlled the mech that departed from him. He swiftly removed the sensing link from his neck, tucked it beneath the mattress, and donned another sensing link. "Mr. Su Haito, welcome back." He registered into the Level 1 mech, Yuswan02. In the next moment, his consciousness occupied a mech. With no time for contemplation, he immediately added Wan Yingying as a friend, and upon receiving her location share, he promptly left the military fortress, heading towards the Black Rock Canyon. Wan Yingying sent him a video share, showing the entrance of the Black Rock Canyon, where the ancient moss had begun to shed from two massive stones. The black rocks gradually revealed a chestnut hue, as if transforming into living skin, quivering with each breath, signaling that a colossal beast was on the verge of awakening. Realizing this, Su Nuoze understood that the two ancient behemoths had indeed been revived. Yet, as they had only just awakened, they had yet to begin their movements. The magnitude of the behemoth's revival attracted many mech masters, and aside from the Gu family members who had just exited the demon cavern, others remained oblivious to the unfolding events. The sky was densely populated with mechs, all seemingly drawn to witness the spectacle. Numerous battlefield journalists also raised cameras to capture the scene. Please maintain a safe distance. The complete revival of the behemoths is expected to take several more minutes, Su Nuoze assessed. As Wan Yingying observed the growing crowd, she couldn't help but express her concern. "Brother-in-law, can the people you called upon handle two ancient behemoths simultaneously?" "They should be capable," Su Nuoze replied, his tone hesitant. He too was uncertain of his old friend's current capabilities. 50 years had passed. Surely, he must have become a legendary mech master by now. It should be feasible, he reassured, though Wan Yingying's eyes twitched at his uncertainty. Chapter 34. The Uniquely Horned Smoke Beast. When Su Nuoze arrived at the Black Rock Canyon, the two towering stones, now reaching heights of 70 to 80 meters, had undergone a remarkable transformation. The mottled totems on the stones had morphed into sleek, flowing patterns resembling cracked skin, with palm-like lines emanating a vibrant life force. The heads of the behemoths had also revealed their true forms, each adorned with a downward curving horn. Their bodies resembled horses, yet their visages were grotesque, akin to malevolent dragons or horses masked in terrifying visages. Most captivating were their manes, lush and magnificent, akin to that of a lion. Suddenly, both behemoths opened their eyes simultaneously. Their irises were an unhealthy shade of snow white, making it difficult to discern the presence of pupils unless scrutinized closely. Gazing into their eyes from afar, Su Nuoze felt an inexplicable physiological dread. It dawned on him. In his previous life, when he was known as Su Mo, he had perused a book from a peaceful era, though its title had long faded into obscurity. The book chronicled bizarre and peculiar creatures, and the two resurrected ancient behemoths he encountered in his past life were among them. The behemoths before him corresponded to a creature in the book known as the Uniquely Horned Smoke Beast. The attributes of the Uniquely Horned Smoke Beast are, as he contemplated this, his expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly messaged Wan Yingying, "Retreat," with Gu Yinji. He then backtracked several kilometers. As he distanced himself, more and more mech masters arrived, much to Su Nuoze's dismay. These individuals, emboldened by the mech's sensing link, dared to observe the chaos without being seated in their mechs. The two uniquely horned smoke beasts surveyed the densely packed mechs surrounding them, and, in perfect synchrony like twin siblings, opened their mouths wide, releasing a thick cloud of gray smoke in all directions. The nearest dozens of mechs were instantly enveloped by the smoke, unable to retreat in time. Upon contact with the gray mist, fifth-tier mechs could resist for only a few seconds, while those below fifth tier were nearly disintegrated in an instant, filling the air with the acrid scent of burnt rust. This sudden occurrence terrified the onlookers, prompting them to hastily retreat, fearing the wrath of the two behemoths. Yet, the uniquely horned smoke beasts exhibited a fierce aggression, continuously expelling gray smoke to hunt down fleeing mech masters. Their murderous intent was palpable, and from the moment of their revival, they bore a profound enmity towards everything in their vicinity. Fortunately, Su Nuoze managed to escape swiftly, otherwise he would have been trapped within. Wan Yingying did not come to seek him out, seemingly to help him conceal his identity. Just as everyone was fleeing, a dazzling mech surged upstream, bravely confronting the pressure of two colossal beasts, engaging them in combat. Su Nuoze recognized the owner of that mech. It was none other than the master mech of Gu Yeqing, the head of the Gu family. Gu Yeqing was indeed at the pinnacle of mech mastery, possessing formidable combat prowess. The Qianren mech was a high-mobility, close-combat specialized model, akin in essence to Gu Lianji's Silver Moon. One might argue that Gu Lianji chose the assassin type due to the influence of her elder, showcasing a mech style with exceptional solo combat capabilities. As the Qianren mech advanced towards one of the horned smoke beasts, thousands of ultralight alloy scales on its back quivered vividly, a distinctive feature of its cicada wing layered armor, which sacrificed some defensive power for unparalleled agility. Gu Yeqing drew his weapon, the single-blade high-frequency slashing ship knife, Lonely Crane, and immediately struck down. The blade sank into the flesh of the horned smoke beast, eliciting a shriek from it as it spewed forth dense mist in a frenzy. Gu Yeqing moved with astonishing speed, the cicada scales morphing with his movements to minimize wind resistance. He became a shadow, continuously circling the horned smoke beast, his lonely crane slicing across its skin, leaving crimson streaks that stain the blade. The surrounding mechs, captivated by the fierce battle, ceased their retreat and began to record the spectacle. This was a clash between a pinnacle mech master and an ancient beast. To the onlookers, it appeared as if this mech master was decisively overpowering the horned smoke beast. Yet only Su Nuoze discerned the truth. The elder was utterly incapable of breaching the beast's defenses. The lonely crane was simply too insufficient to inflict fatal wounds. What a pity! If only the elder were a few years younger, he might have been able to employ that particular technique, Su Nuoze mused. The Qianren mech was somewhat outdated, possessing a set of combination techniques that far surpassed its inherent strength, allowing it to potentially slay foes of higher ranks when employing these techniques. One such maneuver involved activating the built-in superconducting engine of the Lonely Crane, overloading it to unleash the break steel mode, which increased the cutting power by 300. Another maneuver, however, required the mech to operate in a near self-destructive manner, overclocking the thrusters, a move that held a significant risk of shattering the mech's joints. The first technique was relatively manageable, while the second demanded the pilot to endure a high mental synchronization load, with a reaction time of less than 0.3 seconds. In his youth, Gu Yeqing undoubtedly possessed the necessary reflexes, but now, given his age, it was doubtful he could execute such a feat nonetheless, if Gu Yeqing operated skillfully. He still had a chance to utilize the break steel mode to counterattack one of the horned smoke beasts. Gu Yeqing shared this sentiment. He hesitated to unleash his ultimate technique, knowing that if he could slay one of the ancient beasts, it would alleviate the Gu family's guilt. He circled the horned smoke beast, akin to boiling a frog in warm water, creating wounds with the lonely crane while searching for an opportunity to deliver a lethal blow. The horned smoke beast, infuriated by his persistent attacks, let out a bellowing roar alongside its companion, releasing an overwhelming pressure. The Qianren mech found itself immobilized, as if its feet were mired in mud, unable to move. This was the true terror of ancient beasts. They could unleash a domain that posed the greatest challenge. Su Nuoze had previously experienced the overwhelming force of such a domain. The Qianren mech struggled to maintain its position, while the horned smoke beast it had been attacking raised its hoof, preparing to stomp down upon it. One could only imagine the devastation that would ensue if that iron hoof were to crush the Qianren mech. At that critical moment, with a sudden burst, the Qianren mech seemed to teleport, swiftly maneuvering to the side, while the tip of the lonely crane's sheath fired a disruptive smoke bomb, directing the mech towards the beast's eye. Gu Yeqing had forcibly overloaded his exclusive combination technique. In break steel mode, the lonely crane plunged fiercely into the horned smoke beast's temple, embedding itself deeply. Within 3 seconds, the cutting power surged by 300. Chapter 35, The Boss's Second Phase. With a piercing thrust, the Qianren mech penetrated the smoke bomb, and the lonely crane buried itself in the horned smoke beast's temple, shattering its defenses completely. The horned smoke beast fell to the ground, howling in agony, rolling incessantly. The Qianren mech, having expended much of its mobility in that explosive moment, could not withdraw immediately. In the next instant, it was pinned beneath the colossal beast, subjected to tremendous damage from the iron hoof. Its performance diminished severalfold. The surface of the Qianren mech began to glow with a scorching red light, as if its exterior were being subjected to extreme heat. In a desperate turn, Gu Yeqing activated the self-destruct mode of the Qianren mech. A pinnacle mech master was driven to the brink of self-destruction by an ancient beast. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from beneath the horned smoke beast's hoof, sending shockwaves that hurled many nearby mechs into the air, while the terrifying reverberations shattered the shells of numerous lower-tier mechs. However, This did not concern Su Nuoze, who had already retreated to a very safe vantage point. The Qianren mech had self-destructed. He gazed towards the horn smoke beast position, observing it sprawled on the ground, its body riddled with wounds from the explosion. Though severely injured, it had not perished. It lay there, emitting a mournful cry, while its companion leaned over, gently touching it with its antennae. Clearly, the bond between the two horn smoke beasts was profound. What was happening now? The surrounding mechs, witnessing the two horn smoke beasts cease their rampage, found their curiosity piqued, causing them to linger instead of retreating. Su Nuoze furrowed his brow, concerned that the horn smoke beasts might be plotting something. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw the unharmed horn smoke beast placing its horn against its injured companions. A miraculous scene unfolded. The severely wounded horn smoke beast suddenly transformed into a mist of ethereal white, delicately weaving into the horn of its intact counterpart. The unharmed horn smoke beast's body was enveloped in a shell resembling armor, while the wounded one completely dissipated, merging with its companion. Very well. The second phase of the boss has emerged. The intact horn smoke beast, or rather the sole remaining one, slowly opened its cold eyes after absorbing its companion's power. Roar! It bellowed towards the heavens, and dark clouds gathered ominously, as if thunder were flashing from within. An unprecedented aura of terror erupted from its being, far exceeding that of the previous two horn smoke beasts upon their arrival. It was at the pinnacle of level 7. Su Nuoze's voice turned grave. A creature of this caliber was on par with humanity's legendary mech masters. All mechs within a 3-kilometer radius of the horn smoke beast, including level 5 mechs, exploded instantaneously. The cacophony of explosions echoed around them like firecrackers. The horn smoke beast stood firm, gazing skyward, effortlessly obliterating all mechs beneath a certain tier. This was the true power of ancient beasts. The horn smoke beast lowered its head, casting its gaze towards the location of the human fortress. It sensed the presence of humans within that stronghold. The thought of human life ignited a murderous glint in its eyes. Thud, thud, thud. It trampled across the earth, making its way towards the human fortress. As it moved, an urgent mission was disseminated to all the mechas present. Intercept the unicorn smoke beast. Ding. Accepting the urgent mission. Greetings, Mr. Su Nuoze. Please do your utmost to prevent the ancient behemoth from the Blackrock Rift from awakening. Not only did Su Nuoze's system receive this urgent task, but everyone around him also received the notification. However, they all disregarded the mission and fled. After all, this colossal creature had just annihilated hundreds of level 5 mechas and below with a single breath. Who would dare to confront it? To do so would be akin to courting death. Everyone cherished their mechas, and even if it meant sacrificing contribution points to decline the urgent mission, they chose to escape. After accepting the task, Su Nuoze was somewhat taken aback, yet he resolved to execute the mission, drawing the short sword from the back of his level 1 Falcon No. 02 Mecha. He soared to block the path of the unicorn smoke beast. While countless mechas scrambled for safety, his singular act of defiance drew the attention of numerous operators. Could this audacious individual truly be intent on fulfilling his mission? Who was this foolhardy character? After all, he was merely a level 1 mecha. If it were destroyed, it would be of little concern to them. After all, their higher-ranked mechas held greater value. Those fleeing found a sense of justification for their cowardice. Despite this, Su Nuoze's Falcon No. 02 Mecha attracted the gaze of nearly every mecha operator retreating toward the fortress. Gu Yanji and Wan Ying also took note of his actions. After all, Su Nuoze's behavior was strikingly conspicuous amidst the chaos of escape. Initially, Wan Ying remained indifferent, but upon seeing the system indicate that the individual was her friend, her expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed in Gu Yanji's voice channel, "It's Su Nuoze." Su Nuoze? Gu Yanji was somewhat startled and cast another glance at the Falcon No. 02 Mecha. Checking the system, she confirmed that the ID indeed displayed the characters Su Nuoze. Was this the renowned Su Nuoze? Possibly a legendary mecha master? This marked her first encounter with Su Nuoze. Not only Wan Ying, but also several other inquisitive mecha operators glanced at the ID of this audacious individual. Upon realizing it was Su Nuoze, their astonishment was palpable. This reckless person was, in fact, the illustrious Su Nuoze. One bold individual activated their loudspeaker and shouted at Su Nuoze, "Su Nuoze, switch to a higher-level mecha." Initially, only a few were aware that this level 1 mecha belonged to Su Nuoze. However, as this person vocally announced it, all the mecha operators present learned that the one obstructing their path with the Falcon No. 02 was none other than the recently celebrated Su Nuoze. This revelation caused many to pause and observe the esteemed figure. Su Nuoze did not respond. His gaze remained fixed on the approaching unicorn smoke beast. He was uncertain how long he could withstand its advance. Perhaps a second? Maybe even less. Chapter 36. The legendary Mecha Master Wang Mang. While the surrounding mecha operators were taken aback by his identity as Su Haitu, their priority was to protect their mechas, prompting them to hastily retreat from this perilous situation. Nonetheless, most kept a portion of their attention on Su Nuoze, eager to witness how Su Haitu would confront an ancient behemoth. Obeying orders was the sacred duty of the older generation of mecha masters. Having accepted the mission, Su Nuoze could not retreat. It was precisely due to the countless mecha masters who resolutely obeyed orders that humanity had managed to survive to this day. What if he was merely a mantis attempting to stop a chariot? Even so, he would remain steadfast, unperturbed by the impending danger. Su Nuoze observed the unicorn smoke beast advance toward him, seemingly able to perceive the disdain and contempt in its eyes. A tremendous pressure surged within him as the ancient beast drew closer, its aura poised to envelop him. As the distance between them diminished, he discerned a flicker of murderous hatred in the beast's gaze, tinged with a hint of fear. Fear? At that moment, he heard several gasps from behind him. Those were the exclamations of the mecha operators. Suddenly, he understood something and whirled around. He beheld a 30-meter-tall, dark silver humanoid mecha hovering behind him. Its sleek lines and star-core forged steel exterior marred by intricate fissures. The joints were adorned with black protective scales that moved like dragon scales, and the seams of the armor pulsed with a ghostly blue energy akin to veins breathing life. Suspended behind this mecha were 3 interlocking metallic rings, slowly rotating, with a red crystal embedded at their center. This extraordinarily magnificent mecha was none other than the legendary mecha, the heavenly Abyss Mecha, arbiter of the end. Old Su, you remain as audacious as ever. A weathered male voice resonated from the legendary mecha. Recognizing the familiar tone, Su Nuoze retorted with mild irritation. You too. Still tardy as always. They conversed aloud rather than through private channels, causing the surrounding mecha operators to be utterly astonished. This legendary mecha master was acquainted with Su Haitu. Moreover, their familiarity indicated they were old friends. Could the rumors circulating online be true? Was Su Haitu indeed the alias of a legendary mecha master? The most astounded of all was Wan Ying, the sole individual aware of Su Haitu's true identity. The very same Su Nuoze she had recently derided as useless had somehow summoned a legendary mecha master. How deeply hidden was Su Nuoze's true self? The leader of the Reincarnation organization could summon a legendary figure? She was acutely aware of the identity of the heavenly Abyss Mecha's pilot, as all mecha operators above level 3 had likely attended his lectures. He was a celebrated veteran and legendary mecha master, Wang Mang. How had Su Nuoze come to know him? Beside her, Gu Yanji remained oblivious that Su Haitu was her own husband. Instead, she felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, the Gu family had not offended the esteemed Su Haitu, who now seemed to be a legendary mecha master. Initially, the Gu family had nearly investigated Su Haitu's identity. Had they done so, they would have incurred his wrath. Simultaneously, she breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for the prompt arrival of reinforcements from the official ranks. Otherwise, if the ancient beast breached the human fortress, the losses would have been catastrophic for the Gu family. They could not escape responsibility in the matter of the Abyssal Cave. Yet, a greater mystery emerged. She cast a suspicious glance at Wan Ying. After what Wan Ying had shared, it appeared that Su Haitu's intervention was crucial in halting the resurgence of the awakening ritual. When had Wan Ying become acquainted with Su Haitu? Once this ordeal concluded, she vowed to inquire thoroughly. Meanwhile, the legendary mecha master Wang Mang addressed Su Nuoze. Wait until I handle this beast, then we can catch up. With that, he surged past Su Nuoze's Falcon number 02 mecha, charging toward the unicorn smoke beast. A blood moon manifested in the heavens as the heavenly Abyss Mecha raised its hand. The blood moon descended upon the earth, enveloping both it and the unicorn smoke beast in a crimson barrier. Within the confines of the barrier, all outside observers could no longer witness the unfolding drama. However, they could faintly hear the anguished cries of the unicorn smoke beast and the sounds of battle resonating within the barrier. Judging solely by the sounds, it was evident that the unicorn smoke beast was suffering immensely. Su Nuoze floated outside the barrier, taking a deep breath. Fortunately, although Wang Ergu was notoriously tardy, he managed to arrive just in time. At that moment, he was suddenly confronted by a formidable 5th-tier mech, which sent him a private chat request. He promptly declined. The mech hesitated for a moment before sending a message. I have met the esteemed Su Haitu. I am Guru Qiang from the Gu family. Guru Qiang? Upon hearing this name, Su Nuoze's gaze took on a bemused quality. Guru Qiang was the second uncle of his wife. When he married Gu Yanji, this individual had meddled quite a bit. It was unexpected that he would come to seek him out in such a humble manner. What do you want? He inquired coldly. A week ago, the urgent task you undertook was issued by our Gu family. We are grateful for your assistance in safeguarding the black box. We have not had the opportunity to express our gratitude, Gu Ruoqiang stated thoughtfully. Yet, Su Nuoze raised his hand, interrupting him. No need for thanks. It was merely a task. While you may not mind, our Gu family values gratitude. Perhaps you could add me as a friend. Gu Ruoqiang attempted to continue. Your Gu family? Su Nuoze scoffed. We have yet to hold you accountable for the recent awakening of the ancient behemoth. And here you are, trying to flatter me? Unsurprisingly, Gu Ruoqiang appeared taken aback. Esteemed senior, the matter of the ancient behemoth has no relation to our Gu family. Whether it is related or not is not for you to determine, Su Nuoze replied indifferently. Gu Ruoqiang, realizing that prolonging the conversation would be futile, could only humbly take his leave. As he watched Gu Ruoqiang depart, Su Nuoze shifted his attention back to the crimson barrier before him. Gu Ruoqiang was rather unassuming. Had he dared to attack, Su Nuoze would ensure he regretted ever entering this world. After Gu Ruoqiang's departure, he informed the Gu family members, including the recently emerged mech pilot Gu Yeqing, about his encounter with Su Haitu. Upon receiving this news, Gu Yeqing frowned. How does Su Haitu know about this matter? He posed this question in the family group chat, and Gu Yinji instinctively glanced at Wan Yingying beside her. Chapter 37. I am Su Mo. The anguished cries of the behemoth left every mech pilot present trembling with fear, yet they felt a profound respect for the legendary mech pilot, Wang Mang. Is this what it means to be a legendary mech pilot? As for Su Nuoze, during this time, numerous individuals had approached him, ostensibly wishing to befriend him. Yet he had rebuffed them all. He was reluctant to reveal his identity just yet. After Wang Erga dealt with the horned smoky beast, he intended to have a thorough conversation with him. If all went well, he might consider leaving the Gu family and returning to the military, thereby reclaiming the experiences of his previous life. The thought of returning to the military suddenly brought to mind Gu Lianji's enchanting visage. Why did he feel a twinge of reluctance toward her? As he pondered this, the blood moon in the sky vanished, and the crimson barrier enveloping the Tianyuan mech and the horned smoky beast dissipated. The bloodied Tianyuan mech hovered in midair, while the lifeless body of the horned smoky beast lay in a pool of blood, riddled with spear wounds. The Tianyuan mech retracted its weapon, the spear Gungnir, and approached Su Nuoze's mech. Follow me, Wang Mang commanded, seizing the shoulder of the Falcon number 02 mech and propelling Su Nuoze into the distance. Aware that Wang Mang had something to discuss, Su Nuoze quickly messaged Wan Yingying, requesting her to keep Gu Lianji occupied and ensure she did not log off. If Gu Lianji logged off, she would discover that he was still engaged in mech sensing. Once they arrived at a secluded location, Wang Mang could no longer contain his curiosity. Old Su, what on earth is going on? Have you been reborn? Su Nuoze forced a bitter smile. I was inexplicably reborn, and I only regained my memories a week ago. Can you still wield the Reincarnation Divine Mecha? Wan Mang In Gui? I cannot. Su Nuoze shook his head. Not only do I need to undergo an assessment, but my current physical condition falls far below the minimum requirements to control the Divine Mecha. With that, he could not help but ask, Ergu, 50 years have passed. How have you only become a legendary mech pilot? Wang Mang replied gloomily. I have taken the assessment over a dozen times, almost every year, yet I have never succeeded. Then you truly are lacking. Su Nuoze market. From now on, do not call me Ergu, Wang Mang asserted. I have changed my name to Wang Mang. Wan Mang. Su Nuoze's eyes widened. Weren't you Wang Go? Why change your name? Wang Go was his former name, which was why he had been affectionately dubbed Wang Ergu, due to the dog in his name. Wang Mang sounds more imposing. Wang Mang lowered his head. In the 50 years you were absent, many of our brothers perished. At this, Su Nuoze fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. Flashback to an hour earlier. After changing accounts, Su Nuoze immediately used the contact list in his new account. He distinctly remembered the phone numbers of his brothers from his previous life. Following his memory, he made the first call. The cold, mechanical voice of a customer service representative responded. Sorry, the number you dialed is not in service. Please try again later. He proceeded to dial the second, third, and fourth numbers, each met with the same chilling response. Sorry, the number you dialed is non-service. It seemed his old brothers had either changed their numbers or were unreachable. It was not until he dialed the fifth number that the call finally connected, and a more mature voice answered. Who are you? Su Nuoze excitedly replied. Ergu, is that you? After a prolonged silence, Wang Mang asked, Who exactly are you? After contemplating for a moment, Su Nuoze earnestly stated, I am Su Mo. I have been reborn. Thus unfolded the tale, as Su Nuoze elaborated at length, even recounting their past antics, until Wang Mang finally accepted the reality that he was indeed Su Mo. The subsequent events unfolded more smoothly. He had Wang Mang join him to tackle the ancient behemoth, only for Wang Mang to arrive late. Gazing at the impressive Tianyuan mech before him, Su Nuoze finally dared to voice the question he had hesitated to ask during their phone call. By the way, how many of our classmates are still alive? Approximately 60 years ago, humanity established an elite class, known as the Monstrous Class, to combat the invasion of the demon race. This class gathered the most exceptional talents from across humanity and subjected them to years of grueling training. By the end of their rigorous training, only 27 individuals remained. It is worth noting that the original class consisted of 60 members. The remaining individuals did not withdraw from the class. They had perished. They succumbed during the intense training. Yet those who survived emerged as the sharpest blades, each possessing unparalleled individual combat prowess. Su Nuoze ranked second among the graduates following the training, while Wang Mang, was second to last. After completing the arduous training, the bonds among the 27 graduates of the monstrous class were exceptionally strong, having faced death together and forged brotherhood. However, as they engaged in the war against humanity and the demon race, the casualties mounted. By the year, Su Mo perished. Only 15 individuals from the monstrous class remained. 50 years have passed. How many of those 15 are still alive? Excluding you and me, only 3 remain. Wang Mang replied gravely. Including Wang Mang, of the original 60 prodigies, only 4 remain alive from the strongest 60 super geniuses of human society. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this grim reality, upon hearing this number, Su Nuoze felt an overwhelming sorrow within. Only 4 brothers are left. They are still unaware of your survival. If they knew you had been resurrected, they would undoubtedly rejoice. Wang Mang remarked. Who are the 3 remaining individuals? Su Nuoze inhaled deeply and inquired. Yifeng, Shaowan, and Bear. Wang Mang uttered these 3 names. After you were slain by the Demon Clan's assassination scheme, Yifeng personally piloted the Annihilation Divine Armor and ventured into enemy territory, vanquishing 7 8th-level demon beasts, instilling fear in the Demon Clan, which did not dare to cross the border for 2 years. Shaowan passed the test for the Infinite Divine Armor 36 years ago, while regarding Bear. Wang Mang hesitated briefly before speaking. Bear did not qualify for the top 10 series of Divine Armors and ultimately chose the 12th series, the White Dust Divine Armor. Chapter 38, You Cannot Return. Upon hearing this, Su Nuoze could not help but gaze at him with curiosity. Ergo, although your rank was at the bottom back then, it cannot be that after all these years, you have not even passed a single Divine Armor test. Inside the Tianyuan Mecha, Wang Mang's lips twitched as he defended himself. My goal is the top 10 series of Divine Armors. I have no regard for others. Su Nuoze observed his stubborn demeanor. Enough of this. When will your strength be restored? The current situation of humanity is dire and desperately requires high-end combat power. Wang Mang, unable to endure the silence, shifted the topic. I cannot recover in the short term. How about this? Provide me with a set of body refining potions and send someone to retrieve me tomorrow. Su Nuoze waved his hand, adding, and please help me settle my debts amounting to hundreds of billions. Wang Mang's eyes widened. What on earth did you do to owe so much money? I just regained my memories and found myself under a mountain of debt. Su Nuoze felt a surge of frustration. Who could he turn to for understanding? Upon awakening, he had been seized by several burly men, only to be confronted by his ex-girlfriend. Heaven help him. How helpless and fearful he had felt. In truth, these were trivial matters, but a situation had arisen here, and you may temporarily be unable to return to your unit. Wang Mang's tone turned melancholic. Unable to return to the unit? What do you mean? Su Nuoze furrowed his brow. Through this incident with the Gu family, you should have unearthed some clues regarding the Demon Clan schemes, correct? Are you referring to the demon slaves? Su Nuoze speculative. Indeed, Wang Mang note that. In recent years, many families within the human realm have been seduced by the Demon Clan, or have had their weaknesses exploited by demon slaves, working clandestinely for them. This time, the Gu family is also implicated. The target of the demon slaves has always been the Gu family. It was only because you summoned me that the Gu family avoided falling into the meticulously crafted trap by the demon slaves. Hearing Wang Mang's words, Su Nuoze could not restrain himself from asking, are you suggesting that the Demon Clan has altered their strategy and is now seeking to undermine humanity from within? Precisely, Wang Mang replied solemnly. Moreover, Yifeng suspects that some individuals within the higher echelons of humanity have already turned into demon slaves. We initially thought that if your strength were restored, even to a mere fraction of its peak, we could announce your return to the world. However, at present, you are merely a level 1 Mecha Master. If you return to the unit, and the Demon Clan learns that Su Mo has been resurrected, they may devise some plans against you. You should be aware of the cost the Demon Clan incurred to eliminate you once they learned you had passed the Reincarnation Divine Armor test. The Reincarnation Divine Armor is the most unique among the top 10 series. Its area of effect lethality is unparalleled among all divine armors. This is precisely why the demon clan harbored such trepidation towards the Reincarnation Divine armor, prompting them to employ assassination schemes against it. Therefore, if Su Nuoze's identity as the reincarnated Su Mo were to be exposed, regardless of whether he could still pilot the Reincarnation Divine armor, the demon clan would elevate his threat level to the highest degree and initiate an assassination operation against him. Pondering this, Su Nuoze fell into silence. Did this mean he must continue to masquerade as that useless son-in-law of the Gu family? How utterly vexing, having been reborn, yet unable to reveal his true identity. For your safety, Wang Mang spoke gravely. Thus, from now on, do not disclose to anyone that you are Su Mo. Only the 4 of us remaining from the prodigy class are privy to this information. They are the only ones who can be absolutely trusted and will never betray humanity to become demon slaves. Understood. Su Nuoze acquiesced. If there are matters you cannot handle in the future, remember to contact us. You have the phone numbers of Yi Foam, Shower Wan, and Bear. Do not add them as friends on the Mecha Sensory link to prevent any unforeseen incidents. At this juncture, Wang Mang stated, I have other tasks to attend to. Allow me to escort you back. He grasped Su Nuoze's Falcon 02 mecha once more. Therefore, it was Senior Su Haitu who had long discovered the demon slave schemes and, after resolving part of the demon spawn in the demon lair, summoned you to assist us in addressing the traitors within the Gu family. Gu Yinji's tone retained a hint of disbelief. Wan Yingying affirmed, Lianji, we are good sisters. When have I ever deceived you? Moreover, Senior Su Haitu has added me as a friend. As she spoke, Wan Yingying felt a pang of guilt. I apologize, Lianji. Your husband's background is too profound. I truly cannot reveal his identity. Did Senior Su Haitu inform you how to handle the Gu family this time? Let me ask Senior Su Haitu. Wan Yingying replied awkwardly. Just when she was unsure how to continue, a message from Su Haitu arrived. Okay, you can log off now. Upon receiving Su Nuoze's message, Wan Yingying finally sighed in relief and promptly said, Lianji, let us log off. This matter is too complicated, and I really want to return, take a nice bath, and sleep. Yes, let us log off. Gu Lianji, feeling a bit troubled due to the Gu family's issues, exchanged a brief word with Wan Yingying before directly logging off. The surrounding lights gradually dimmed, and the next moment, a softer light illuminated before her. Gu Lianji, momentarily dazed, opened her eyes, and found herself back in her bedroom in Jiangcheng. Dear, you're awake? Su Nuoze approached her, dressed in sleepwear, presenting a platter of sliced fruit. I thought you might be a bit hungry upon your return, so I requested a plate from the kitchen. Gu Lianji glanced at Su Nuoze, abruptly pushed the fruit platter aside, and leaped into his embrace. Unbeknownst to her, beads of sweat dotted Su Nuoze's forehead. Being enveloped in her soft embrace, Su Nuoze was momentarily taken aback, gazing down at Gu Lianji, who had transformed into a little wife nestled against him. His hands raised in uncertain awkwardness. Gu Lianji held him for a full 5 minutes before coldly extracting herself from his embrace. I need to visit the conference room. You should rest early. With that, she donned her outerwear and exited the room. Watching Gu Lianji's sudden change of demeanor, Su Nuoze chuckled and shook his head. Furthermore, considering her timing in heading to the conference room, it was likely to address the ancient beast resurgence incident triggered by the Gu family. Yet he had not anticipated that Gu family's 6th member would betray them. This truly was the real 6th member, from the betrayal of Gu Ruoxuan. It was evident that the demon slave's internal subversion of humanity had reached a critical severity. Chapter 39. Returning to the life of a son-in-law. For Su Nuoze, Wang Mang's appearance felt like a dream. Now that he had awakened from this dream, he must continue living as the son-in-law of the Gu family. That night, he fell asleep before Gu Lianji returned. The following morning, as he rose to exercise, he saw Gu Lianji, her delicate face marked by fatigue, returning home. Dear, did you not sleep at all last night? Su Nuoze was astonished. Gu Lianji nodded wearily and returned to her room, neglecting even the simplest of personal care. Collapsing into sleep. Observing her state, Su Nuoze felt a pang of compassion. This girl, with a sharp tongue yet tender heart, was clearly overwhelmed. Could it be related to the affairs of the Gu family and the ancient behemoth? This thought piqued his curiosity about how the authorities would handle the Gu family this time. However, he promptly shook his head, dismissing such concerns. What relevance did these matters hold for a mere useless son-in-law like him? He rose to engage in physical training, immersing himself in a medicinal bath. His strength and physical prowess were intimately linked, and enhancing his physical condition was his foremost objective. Gu Yinji slept soundly until 3 in the afternoon, and shortly after her awakening, Wan Yingying arrived at the door. This marked Su Nuoze's first encounter with Wan Yingying. He was in the courtyard, exercising and recuperating from medicinal bath, when Wan Yingying barged in, locking eyes with him. You are Su Nuoze? She inquired with uncertainty, surprised to hear a familiar voice. Su Nuoze responded, "You are Wan Yingying?" Wan Yingying was quite adorable, her cherubic face giving her the appearance of child, standing alongside a stunning beauty like Gu Lianji. One would hardly suspect they were of the same age. They might well be mistaken for a college sister accompanying her middle school sister. Big shot. Wan Yingying was about to speak when a creaking sound emanated from the door. Gu Lianji, just awakened, pushed the door open and, upon seeing Wan Yingying, smiled brightly. "Yingying, you've come?" Wan Yingying had to suppress her inclination to discuss matters with Su Nuoze, nodding instead. "Lianji, has your family reached a consensus on how to address the resurgence of the ancient behemoth?" Her question was also directed at the esteemed Su Nuoze standing nearby. Grandfather took the initiative to report the entire situation to the higher-ups. Hoping for leniency, Gu Lianji sighed and invited Wan Yingying into the room. Before entering, Wan Yingying cast a glance at Su Nuoze. Noticing her gaze, Gu Lianji felt puzzled. As soon as she closed the door, she asked, "Ying, do you know Su Nuoze from before?" At this, Wan Yingying's heart raced with guilt. "Lianji, today is my first meeting with Su Nuoze. How could I have known him beforehand?" Her guilt rendered her unable to meet Gu Lianji's eyes. Observing Wan Yingying's anxious demeanor, Gu Lianji felt even more confused, furrowing her brow. Nevertheless, she chose not to press the issue, recognizing that Wan Yingying was clearly reluctant to divulge the truth, and pressing her would serve no purpose. Instead, she shifted the conversation. "Has the esteemed Su Nuoze responded to you? What is the official plan to do about our Gu family?" This was her primary concern. Wan Yingying hesitated, her mouth opening slightly. "Wasn't I just about to ask that when you summoned me here?" She offered a comforting reply. "The esteemed Su Nuoze has not logged in yet. He will likely respond once he does. Although the Gu family has made a grave error. That legendary mech engineer did intervene to resolve the ancient behemoth issue ahead of time, so the authorities should not impose excessive punishment on the Gu family." Gu Lianji nodded, her expression laden with worry. "I hope so." Observing Gu Lianji's troubled visage, Wan Yingying felt compelled to say something, but ultimately refrained. She yearned to suggest that as long as Gu Lianji took good care of her husband and whispered sweet nothings in his ear, given his connection to that legendary mech engineer, it would be easy for him to extricate the Gu family from their predicament. However, Su Nuoze's true identity remained shrouded in secrecy, and after investigating the code 145-78544 that Su Nuoze had mentioned, she discovered that it was classified. Thus, she dared not reveal his true identity to Gu Lianji. Let fate take its course. Grandfather has already contacted the higher-ups. There is no point in overthinking it. Gu Lianji waved her hand, choosing to set aside the matter. The two women then conversed about other topics. "By the way, Lianji, has your internship location as a mech engineer been confirmed?" Wan Yingying inquired. According to the Mech Alliance's regulations, all college graduates must undergo a 2-year frontline internship, akin to a different form of military service. While the death rate of military service has decreased significantly to below 5 compared to decades ago, all servicemen must confront the demonic forces directly rather than remain safely behind the lines, obtaining merit and contributions through mech sensing chains. The location has been determined. It will be in the Southern A district sheltered by my Gu family. Su Nuoze will accompany me there, Gu Lianji replied candidly. Her intention for Su Nuoze to join was fueled by personal motives. From the moment she facilitated a change of major, she had arranged for his internship position through connections. They had safer alternatives, but given that the Southern A district was the Gu family's territory, they would have familial protection, making many endeavors more manageable. "Oh, that certainly sounds much safer," Wan Yingying nodded. Being with Su Nuoze would undoubtedly eliminate danger. However, to Gu Lianji, it meant safety came from being within her family's domain. Their thoughts entirely misaligned. "By the way, Lianji, you mentioned you were preparing to assess for a level 5 mech engineer certification. When do you plan to take the exam?" Wan Yingying asked. Gu Lianji was the most exceptional talent among the 3rd generation of the Gu family, her aptitude far surpassing that of the 2nd generation. Elder Gu Yeqing hoped to have Gu Lianji inherit the family leadership because of this. The Gu family's most pressing issue was the absence of a successor for Elder Gu. Besides Elder Gu Yeqing, who was a peak mech master, there were only 2 guest elders who were early-stage mech masters. The most formidable bloodline descendant was Gu Lianji's father, Gu Rulu, who was a level 5 peak mech master. Yet, how much longer could Gu Rulu maintain his prime? With time, he would surpass his peak physical condition, and even if he became a mech master, his time at peak would be limited. Thus, all the hopes of the Gu family rested on Gu Lianji, a mere 21-year-old level 4 peak mech engineer. Su Nuoze, do you know Su Haitu? Since Gu Lianji's physical capabilities had not yet reached their zenith, if she could break through to level 5 before turning 25, there was a significant likelihood she would attain the rank of mech master before 30. A 30-year-old mech master would have the potential to challenge for the title of legendary mech master before reaching 50, or even become a divine mech master. Should she achieve the status of legendary mech master, a 50-year-old legendary mech master would still be in their prime, capable of sustaining peak performance for an extended period. It was precisely because of Gu Yinji's extraordinary talent that when the sixth member of the Gu family, Gu Rushuan, proposed the conditions of the demonic forces concerning Gu Yinji, Elder Gu immediately turned against them. To target Gu Yinji was tantamount to attacking the very foundation of the Gu family. What about your advanced journalist certification? Have you passed? Gu Yinji inquired of Wan Yingying. Upon hearing advanced journalist certification, Wan Yingying's cheeks flushed. The advanced journalist certification requires the production of 3 trending videos. Aside from the viral video of Su Haitu's internship where the mech took down a level 4 demon eagle, I still need 2 more trending videos to qualify for the advanced journalist certification. The battlefield journalist certification is quite significant. A standard battlefield journalist certification allows access to most war zones, but if she could attain the advanced certification, it would grant her entry into more critical venues. The authorities also facilitate various conveniences for advanced journalists to aid in their filming efforts. However, producing 3 trending videos is no small feat. Throughout her years as a journalist, she had only managed to create 1 viral video featuring Su Haitu. Wait a moment, Su Haitu. Her eyes sparkled with realization. How could she have forgotten about Su Nuoze? Su Nuoze had promised her that he would assist her in filming the videos. With the formidable Su Haitu support, wouldn't it be a breeze for her to produce 2 trending videos? At this thought, she felt a surge of confidence. Lianji, I should be able to become a senior reporter before you undertake the 5th level mech assessment. Gu Lianji raised an eyebrow in surprise. So confident, are you? Absolutely. Wan Yingying puffed her chest with assurance, proclaiming, the esteemed Su Haitu has personally agreed to collaborate with me on the video, with his assistance. Becoming a senior reporter will be a piece of cake. Su Haitu? Gu Lianji narrowed her eyes, her confusion deepening. Just the other day, Wan Yingying had been inquiring about Su Haitu, and now, following an ancient beast awakening incident, her relationship with Su Haitu had grown unexpectedly close. After pondering for a moment, she asked, Yingying, when did you meet Su Haitu? I recall that you disappeared for a while that day. In truth, there was another thought unvoiced. When Wan Yingying reappeared, she was accompanying Su Nuoze. Wan Yingying's iris mech was too conspicuous. Her absence on the battlefield would have been glaringly obvious. Whereas Su Nuoze's Ant 02 mech blended in with many similar models, making it difficult to notice its disappearance. Having already prepared her story with Su Nuoze, Wan Yingying replied, Yesterday, I sensed some unusual vibrations in the ground, so I used radar signals to investigate. To my surprise, I discovered numerous demonic rodents deep within the dungeon, and with a sense of suspicion, I ventured over, only to find the esteemed Su Haitu dealing with the demonic rodents. Gu Lianji listened patiently, but remained skeptical. A person can weave a very convincing tale when lying. She was curious about what Wan Yingying was concealing within this carefully constructed falsehood. Could it be about Su Haitu's true identity? She listened intently to Wan Yingying's narrative, which was remarkably coherent and appeared devoid of any flaws. Yet, she could not bring herself to believe that the careless girl could have detected the ground's tremors, let alone be astute enough to use radar to analyze the direction of the vibrations. She had a nagging feeling that Su Haitu had reached out to Wan Yingying, or perhaps Wan Yingying had sought out Su Haitu. Wan Yingying did not strike her as someone capable of independently identifying such issues. Her abrupt departure seemed more like she had been summoned. Moreover, there was a rather peculiar detail. At that time, while she was occupied with the magic eagle, both Su Nuoze and Wan Yingying had contacted her via voice calls, one after the other. Furthermore, when she and Wan Yingying left the dungeon, she noticed that Su Nuoze's Ant 02 mech was significantly damaged, stained with blood. Its appearance did not resemble that of a logistics mech, but rather that of a combat mech that had just emerged from a fierce battle. However, she could not quite recall the specific condition of the Ant 02 mech, as it had merely been a fleeting glance without a thorough examination. Whether Su Nuoze was involved with Su Haitu remained a matter of speculation. She would have the opportunity to subtly inquire with Su Nuoze. Yingying, do you know the true identity of senior Su Haitu? She inquired. Wan Yingying was taken aback and quickly denied. How could that be? Su Haitu is acquainted with legendary mech masters. It would be quite a feat for me to have his contact information. As for inquiring about his true identity, she chuckled. Isn't that rather impolite? Wouldn't you agree, Lianji? Gu Lianji nodded. Indeed, it is rather impolite. However, Yingying, since senior Su Haitu has agreed to let you film the video, may I observe the process? I would like to meet this esteemed Su Haitu. Upon hearing this, Wan Yingying's expression stiffened. Wouldn't a direct conversation between Su Nuoze and Gu Yanji risk exposing his identity? They were, after all, a married couple. Yet, outright refusal would be inappropriate. So she could only awkwardly say, "I'll ask Senior Sun Haidu. If he disagrees, there's nothing I can do." Would Su Nuoze agree? If he wished to continue concealing his identity, it would be impossible for him to interact with Gu Yanji through Sun Haidu's account. Logically and emotionally, the Gu family ought to express their gratitude to Sun Haidu for his assistance. Had it not been for his intervention, the Gu family would have made a grave error. Gu Yanji sighed, "I must convey my gratitude. I will relay that." Wan Yingying promptly responded. Thus, the two women concluded their conversation amidst a somewhat peculiar atmosphere. As Wan Yingying departed, she glanced at Su Nuoze, who was exercising in the yard. Worrying about her identity being exposed, she could only greet him hastily before leaving. Once Wan Yingying had completely left, Gu Yanji appeared before Su Nuoze. "Come inside. I have something to ask you." Su Nuoze felt a jolt in his heart as he observed Gu Yanji's expression. It was impossible to discern anything. He could only hope that Wan Yingying would not betray him. Once inside, Su Nuoze feigned curiosity and asked, "Wife, what brings you to summon me?" To his surprise, Gu Yanji's inquiry was exceedingly direct. "Su Nuoze, do you know Sun Haidu?" Chapter 41. The Properties of the Reincarnation Divine Mecha. Su Nuoze's expression was one of confusion. "Wife, are you referring to the Sun Haidu who recently went viral online for defeating a level 4 demon with a rookie mech?" Gu Yanji nodded. Su Nuoze replied, "How could I possibly know him? Do you know this esteemed figure?" His act was far more skillful than the full-of-hole story Wan Yingying had spun. Gu Yanji scrutinized him for a while, but could not discern any lies. "I do not know him." Gu Yanji shook her head. Su Nuoze blinked, refraining from further comment. Well aware of the saying that too many words can lead to mistakes. After a brief pause, Gu Yanji continued. "You must understand that joining the mech division requires serving on the front lines. I plan to place you in the same unit as me. You have no objections, do you?" "Of course not, my dear wife. Being with you, no matter the location, brings me immense joy." Su Nuoze's sweet words flowed effortlessly. After uttering such sentiments, even Su Nuoze was momentarily taken aback. He truly felt no burden in saying such flirtatious remarks. Clearly, the memories from this life were influencing him. Gu Yanji appeared quite pleased with his response, a smile gracing her features. "Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to school. I had promised you that if you obtained your rookie mech certification, you could return to school." "All right, wife." Su Nuoze was eager to seek reimbursement from Tao Wenyu for the body refining materials he would soon need, as his current supply was nearly depleted. That night, Gu Yanji continued to utilize the mech sensing chain, while Su Nuoze took advantage of her logging in to access Sun Haidu's main account. Upon seeing Wan Yingying inquire about how the authorities were handling the Gu family, Su Nuoze also called Wang Mang. Wang Mang informed him. The authorities initially intended to impose severe penalties on the Gu family, but considering this is your wife's family, Yifeng personally reviewed the incident, resulting in only a minor sanction, just a fine. However, the authorities planned to keep the Gu family in suspense, as they had narrowly avoided a major disaster this time. Su Nuoze pondered for a moment and said, "Let us not frighten the Gu family. My wife has been unable to sleep well. The authorities should promptly inform the Gu family of the punishment results." He felt a pang of sympathy seeing Gu Yanji's worn expression throughout the day. Understood. Wang Mang had no objections to this matter. Subsequently, Su Nuoze called Yifeng, Bear, and Xiao Wan, with the previous prodigy class now reduced to just these 4 individuals. The trio felt both astonished and delighted upon hearing the news of Su Mo's resurrection. The bear informed him that once the city he was guarding became free, he would come to find him for a drink. Xiao Wan, the only girl among them, surprisingly did not shed tears upon hearing his voice, contrary to Su Nuoze's memory of her as a girl prone to crying. However, she had grown up now, shedding her previous habits. Xiao Wan mentioned that once she finished her recent tasks, she would visit Jiang City to see him. Finally, there was Yifeng, with whom Su Nuoze conversed the most. Yifeng was a decade older than him and had been the one to snatch the top score from him during their time in the prodigy class. Yet, due to Su Mo's young age in his previous life, even though Yifeng achieved the highest score, the authorities deemed Su Mo the first genius in human history, a singular 22-year-old master of mecha. Had it not been for the necessity of choosing a higher-ranked mecha, Su Mo could have become a master of mecha at just 20. Yifeng discussed the matter of rebirth with him, expressing his suspicion that Su Nuoze's reincarnation might be related to the Reincarnation Mecha. The term reincarnation within the name had caused him to ponder whether Su Nuoze's rebirth was indeed connected to it. Among all mechas, only the names of the top 10 carried a peculiar essence, hinting at some underlying principles, and these top-tier mechas possessed inexplicable powers. For instance, Yifeng's Annihilation Mecha endowed all its weapons with an almost invincible cutting ability, granting him formidable prowess in one-on-one combat, but sacrificing his dominance on the battlefield. Similarly, Xiao Ruan's Infinite Mecha was characterized by its boundless energy. She could unleash energy without restraint, and theoretically, if the mecha engineer maintained good health, the Infinite Mecha could continue fighting indefinitely. Yifeng revealed that since Xiao Ruan obtained the qualification for the Infinite Mecha, many energy stations under the authority had been extracting power from it, using the Infinite Mecha as a battery, so to speak. The Reincarnation Mecha had previously shown no signs of such extraordinary traits, which led them to suspect a connection between its characteristics and Su Nuoze's rebirth. However, no one knew if there was indeed a link between the two. Strictly speaking, Su Nuoze was the first mecha engineer to become the master of the Reincarnation Mecha. Aside from the original master, after the battle concluded, the first Reincarnation Master was stripped of their right to operate mechas, making Su Nuoze the sole individual to have perished while wielding the Reincarnation Mecha. In truth, Yifeng harbored hope that Su Nuoze's rebirth was indeed tied to the Reincarnation Mecha, for if they were interconnected, it would imply that Su Nuoze had a significant chance of reclaiming the title of its master. After their exchange, Yifeng urged Su Nuoze to keep his identity concealed. Aside from the four of them from the prodigy class, no one else should know he was the reincarnation of Su Nuoze. Su Nuoze readily agreed. Following his conversation with his prodigy class brothers, Su Nuoze relayed the official verdict regarding the Gu family's punishment to Wan Yingying. She promptly shared this good news with Gu Lianji, emphasizing that it was all thanks to the esteemed Su Haito, who had advocated for leniency on behalf of the Gu family. Although Gu Lianji was puzzled as to why Su Haito would intercede for the Gu family, she felt a sense of relief and informed her grandfather, Gu Yeqing. Consequently, when Su Nuoze awoke the next morning, he sensed that the oppressive atmosphere in the Gu household had lifted as if the rain had subsided, and even the servants wore cheerful expressions. The most evident change was in Gu Lianji's demeanor. She was in high spirits, nestling in his embrace for 5 or 6 minutes upon waking before getting up to freshen up. Witnessing his wife's joy brought a smile to Su Nuoze's face. Just as Wang Mang had stated, the authorities announced their punishment for the Gu family early that morning. As anticipated, it was merely a token fine, and the amount was negligible, failing to scratch the surface for the affluent Gu family. Chapter 42. The Infinite Goddess is coming to Jiang City. The news reached Su Nuoze and Gu Lianji before they headed to school, and Gu Lianji was elated, promptly purchasing him a new Level 1 mecha online. Previously, Su Nuoze's Level 1 mecha had been written off due to the destruction of the official Ant-02 mecha, resulting in his original mecha being used to settle debts. Upon arriving at Jiang City University, Su Nuoze immediately went to see the esteemed Professor Tao Wenyu. Professor Tao assessed him on the coursework he had missed during his absence, and Su Nuoze excelled in answering questions about mecha operations, much to the professor's satisfaction. He promptly agreed to cover all the body refinement potions necessary for Su Nuoze to elevate his physique to Level B. Su Nuoze was genuinely astonished. This was a Level B physique. Physiques are classified into 6 ranks: S, A, B, C, D, and E, with S corresponding to mythical mecha engineers, A to legendary mecha engineers, and B to master mecha engineers. Level C corresponds to 5th and 4th level mecha engineers, D to 3rd and 2nd level mecha engineers, and E to 1st level and apprentice mecha engineers. Currently, Su Nuoze was at an E level physique. Thus, even without a Level 1 mecha engineer certification, he was still considered a Level 1 mecha engineer. Once he broke through to Level D, he would skip directly to Level 3, and, similarly, upon breaking through to Level C, he would leap to Level 5. Furthermore, when he finally reached Level B, he would directly become a pinnacle Master Mecha Engineer. Master Mecha Engineers are further divided into 4 sublevels: Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, and Pinnacle, allowing him to bypass the initial 3 sublevels. This clearly represented one of the advantages of his rebirth. In his previous life, at 28, he had barely stepped into Level S. And before he could adapt to his S-level physique, the Demon Clan had initiated a decapitation plan against him. It was likely that the demons realized that if he fully adapted to his S-level physique, the lethality of the Reincarnation Mecha would be insurmountable. Professor Tao's commitment to cover the potions for Su Nuoze's breakthrough to Level B was a substantial financial burden for a retired pinnacle Master Mecha Engineer. Yet, why would he extend such kindness to Su Nuoze, a mere stranger? It felt as though he was treating him as a close disciple. Professor Tao, why are you being so generous to me? Could it be that my parents left this as a backup plan for me? Su Nuoze inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. What parents? Professor Tao replied, perplexed. I am simply doing this because I believe you are worth it. You are unlike those mecha engineers who have grown through the mecha sensing chain. but I'm quite old now. Others my age have already reached level 4 mecha engineer status. Su Nuoze expressed his curiosity. Having just begun, he felt a significant gap between himself and his peers. So what made Professor Tao think he was different? Was it merely his age? Age has never been a barrier. History is replete with examples of late bloomers. Professor Tao asserted, shaking his head. You need not belittle yourself. Consider the current Mecha Alliance chairman, Master Yi. Although he was born into a mecha family, his proficiency with mechas was quite poor until he turned 20. However, at 24, he suddenly experienced a breakthrough, and his mastery of mechas began to skyrocket, ultimately becoming the master of the Annihilation Mecha and achieving great renown. Chairman Yi? Su Nuoze's eyelid twitched. Could he be referring to that rascal Yi Feng? All right. I come back from my rebirth 50 years later, and all my old buddies have become world-renowned figures, while he has turned into a son-in-law burdened with debt. No less. Teacher Tao, do you believe that I, too, am a late-blooming genius like Chairman Yi? He inquired. Tao, when you nodded, as that was indeed his conviction. In truth, I seek no rewards in return. As long as you grow to safeguard humanity and vanquish the demon race, I shall be utterly content. Seemingly concerned that Su Nuoze might feel pressured, Tao, when you spoke in this manner. This had always been his approach. Ever since he retired due to his disability, he had shifted his focus to nurturing talented mecha engineers to serve humanity. He saw the shadows of those elite mecha engineers in Su Nuoze, which motivated his willingness to invest in him. If Su Nuoze were privy to Tao Wenyu's thoughts, he would undoubtedly express, "You truly have an eye for talent." Even this reincarnated master of mecha was perceived by Tao Wenyu's discerning gaze. After leaving Tao Wenyu's office with a body-refining medicine pouch, Su Nuoze returned to his class. Upon seeing Su Nuoze return to school, his classmates in the mecha engineering program exhibited expressions of surprise and began to whisper amongst themselves, ignoring their hushed discussions. Su Nuoze scanned the room and, upon spotting Gu Lianji, promptly plopped down beside her. Gu Lianji was already accustomed to Su Nuoze's presence beside her. As he settled in, she thoughtfully adjusted her book closer to him, allowing him to see the pages. The instructor at the podium was unfazed and continued with the lecture. The topic of the day was the weaknesses of various demon species, and Su Nuoze found little of interest, idly flipping through Gu Lianji's book. As the 2-hour class drew to a close, the instructor remained, and Su Nuoze heard a considerable commotion from behind him. Curious, the students in the front turned to see that many in the back were pulling out their phones to look at something. A girl from the back shouted, "The school's official website just announced that the goddess of limitless, Qi Rushuang, will be giving a lecture at Jiangxing University in 1 week." This proclamation elicited gasps of excitement from many students. Even Gu Lianji took out her phone to check Jiangxing University's website. Su Nuoze, intrigued, leaned over to take a look. Indeed, he found an official announcement stating, "Master of Mecha, Qi Rushuang, will conduct a lecture at Jiangxing University Gymnasium in 1 week. All students are welcome to attend." Su Nuoze glanced at the poster and felt his pupils constrict slightly upon seeing the woman depicted. Was that not a little soft? Right? Those classmates had referred to her as the goddess of limitless. Wasn't she the owner of the limitless mecha? Moreover, had she not originally been named Qi Xiaoruan? How had she transformed into Qi Rushuang? Had she changed her name as well? He recalled Wang Go, who had altered his name to Wang Mang. It seemed Little Soft had followed suit. What had that bear changed his name to? Originally named Chen Xiong, he was uncertain if he had also altered it. By the way, why had Little Soft suddenly decided to give a lecture at Jiangxing University? Wait, Su Nuoze suddenly recalled a possibility. Hadn't she mentioned that she would come to Jiangxing to find him once she finished her tasks? Could this lecture be her reason for coming to Jiangxing? Chapter 43, Tao Wenyu's Assessment. The classmates were all abuzz with excitement. They had only ever seen masters of mecha on television or video. Never had they encountered one in person. And Qi Rushuang was among the top 10 masters. To put it bluntly, Qi Rushuang was a leading figure in the entire Mecha Alliance. Her presence in Jiangxing could be likened to a phoenix descending upon a flock of crows. Even the Jiangxing officials had released an announcement. The goddess of limitless graces, Jiangxing. Such phrasing was the highest form of respect for Qi Rushuang. Su Nuoze noticed that Gu Lianji also displayed a look of excitement. Could it be that his girlfriend was also a fan of Little Soft? Alas, how they had grown. In his memory, Little Soft was still that little crybaby from 50 years ago, a prodigious talent from the elite class who preferred to hide in the embrace of her older brothers. Su Nuoze felt a twinge of nostalgia, realizing that the first old friend he encountered upon his return was Little Soft. Although he had also met Wang Ergu, it had not been a formal encounter, as he had used the mecha sensing chain. While dining with Gu Lianji in the cafeteria, Su Nuoze overheard everyone discussing Qi Rushuang's upcoming visit to Jiangxing. During the afternoon practical class, he noticed a rather peculiar trend. Many students had switched to practicing with Iron Shield-type mechas. Iron Shield was one of the three major trainee mecha types, and a fundamental category with which many were familiar. It was renowned for its balanced offense and defense. However, its extreme capabilities in both areas came with a critical flaw: its lack of agility. In nearly all mecha competitions, Iron Shield mechas were often labeled as living targets. It seemed that virtually any mecha could bully an Iron Shield, which led to fewer participants opting for it in competitions. Su Nuoze had not seen anyone operating an Iron Shield during his prior time at school, yet today nearly half of the class was using them. He even noticed Gu Lianji experimenting with an Iron Shield as well. While others were utilizing second and third-tier mechas, Su Nuoze remained in the first-year training grounds, merely pretending to engage with a trainee mecha. The plight of the transfer student was evident. After concluding the trial class, they finally arrived at the Mecha Glory Trial Assessment. The instructor, Tao Wenyu, after outlining the tasks for everyone, assigned Su Nuoze a specific evaluation. This plan involved testing Su Nuoze's extreme aerial combat reflexes and tactical adaptability while piloting the Falcon No. 01 mecha. He was aware that Su Nuoze had passed the trainee mecha engineer assessment, and now he aimed to evaluate Su Nuoze's practical combat abilities. Given Su Nuoze's exceptional theoretical knowledge, he had achieved full marks in that regard. However, theoretical knowledge alone was insufficient. Practical skills were equally essential. Thus, he assigned Su Nuoze 2 tasks, requiring him to send back screenshots of their completion. Su Nuoze glanced at the tasks assigned by Tao Wenyu. One involved traversing the Storm Canyon, while the other involved swarm combat. One assessed agility and reflexes, while the other tested adaptability under pressure. Quite straightforward, he logged into his little black account through the gaming pod. He located the trial for crossing the Storm Canyon. This trial was quite simple, using the Falcon No. 01 mecha. He had to navigate a canyon less than 15 meters wide within 30 seconds, all while facing randomly generated electromagnetic storms that would disrupt the mecha's radar and balance. Additionally, pulse cannons were hidden on both sides of the canyon. The objective was to pass through the Storm Canyon with minimal damage to the mecha. For Su Nuoze, the electromagnetic storm posed virtually no threat, but for the mecha engineers of this era, it would have a significant impact. In this era of mechas, a tool known as intelligent assistance had been introduced, which could aid mecha engineers in making the most rational choices in many situations. However, during an electromagnetic storm, the intelligent assistance tool would be rendered useless, relying solely on the engineer's observational skills and complete mastery of the mecha. Without the intelligent assistance tool to help control the mecha, it was akin to the difference between electronic generation and manual crafting. Yet for Su Nuoze, who had always been a hands-on mecha engineer, this assessment was as easy as child's play. Once he entered the assessment, he quickly observed the canyon's environment and commenced the task. Warning: a severe electromagnetic storm is imminent. Intelligent assistance tools and radar systems are inoperative. Ignoring the system's alert, Su Nuoze plunged into the depths of the canyon, piloting the Falcon 01 mech. The violent tempest disrupted the balance of his mech, yet he navigated it with the grace of a fish in water, deftly countering the sudden onslaught of hidden pulse cannons. His forward momentum was unrelenting. To describe it in gaming terms, he had the W key pressed to the limit. In an astonishing display of speed, he traversed the Storm Canyon in a mere 1,203 seconds. Congratulations, player Xiao He has cleared the Storm Canyon. Mech damage: 0. Energy consumption: 0.12. Wall collisions: 0. Time taken: 1,203 seconds. Rating: SSS level. After cropping his name from the screenshot, he printed the remaining images and proceeded to open the assessment for Swarm Deathmatch. Notice, the highest mech allowed for this assessment is a level 1 mech. Would you like to switch to Falcon 02? Su Nuoze promptly selected no. Player Xiao He insists on using the novice mech Falcon 01. Difficulty level automatically increased to hard. The Swarm Deathmatch entails engaging 50 suicide drones on a suspended aerial platform. Successfully eliminating all drones is requisite for passing the assessment. The criteria for evaluation include energy consumption, time taken, and mech damage. The less energy consumed, the lower the mech damage, and the shorter the time taken, the higher the score. Upon reviewing the requirements, Su Nuoze understood the gravity of the challenge. The Falcon 01 mech was equipped with its own weaponry, but utilizing the energy cannon, while effective against the drones, would undoubtedly incur significant energy expenditure, thereby diminishing his score. With this consideration, he plunged into the assessment. In the next moment, a massive circular platform enveloped him. He surveyed his surroundings and found himself surrounded by 50 suicide drones, which would charge at him relentlessly. Contact would trigger their self-destruction. The platform was encircled by barriers, indicating he could only evade within this circular space. Chapter 44: Dual SSS Level Assessment Scores. Suddenly, the suicide drones sprang into action. They surged toward the Falcon 01 mech piloted by Su Nuoze. Without employing the energy cannon, he He retracted it and even refrained from drawing the small blade integrated into the Falcon 01, opting instead to showcase his agility. The 50 drones buzzed like bees, moving with the swiftness of true falcons, appearing as streaks of light. Unless one scrutinized closely, their movements were nearly imperceptible. The Falcon 01's speed slightly outpaced the drones, perhaps elucidating why the system had initially indicated the assessment mode as challenging. This trial was intended for the Falcon 02 mech, yet here he was with the Falcon 01. Under normal circumstances, the Falcon 02 would be twice as fast as these drone-like bees, and its cannon's energy reserves would exceed those of the Falcon 01 by more than double. Such a challenge should have been a walk in the park for Su Nuoze. If only. System increased the drone speed by 15 times. Su Nuoze commanded the system. Warning: increasing drone speed will elevate the trial's difficulty to hellish levels. Proceed with the increase? Yes. In an instant, Su Nuoze felt the drone's velocity multiply, making it exceedingly difficult to track their movements. Now, the drones finally outpaced him. A serious glint flickered in Su Nuoze's eyes. Only an assessment of this caliber warranted his utmost focus. He maneuvered the Falcon 01 mech downward, narrowly evading 2 drones' collisions. The drones collided, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Without pausing, Su Nuoze began weaving through the throngs of drones. With each evasion, several drones crashed into one another, detonating and plummeting beneath the platform. The Falcon 01 mech exhibited remarkable agility, yet the operational difficulty was equally high, demanding Su Nuoze's full concentration on piloting. The drones' enhanced speed, compounded by their sheer numbers, often rendered their movements a blur. Nevertheless, he relied on instinct and experience, narrowly avoiding one drone after another and enticing them into collisions. Under his agile maneuvering, the number of drones began to dwindle. From 50, they rapidly decreased to just a handful. Despite the reduction, Su Nuoze felt the weight of pressure intensify. The margin for error had diminished. With many drones in play, a slight shift in his positioning could lead to multiple collisions. However, with fewer drones remaining, even if he dodged one, it wouldn't necessarily lead to another crashing. Thus, he had to devise a strategy to lure 2 drones into colliding at the same spot, ensuring their simultaneous destruction. Moreover, he had to keep track of the remaining drones, aiming to orchestrate a final collision between the last 2 to prevent an awkward scenario with a solitary drone remaining. Should only one drone survive, he would need to resort to the energy cannon, which would excessively deplete his energy and inevitably lower his score. He began to observe closely, quickly discerning the movement patterns of the drones, and initiated a methodical approach to systematically dismantle them. The last few drones fell into the traps he had meticulously set, leading to their rapid obliteration. Ultimately, the final 2 drones detonated. Congratulations, player Xiao He has cleared the swarm deathmatch. Mech damage, 0. Energy consumption, 149. Mech used, Falcon 01. Time taken, 7 minutes and 21 seconds. Rating, SSS level. Su Nuoze captured a screenshot of his triumphant score and exited the mech glory competition. Upon emerging from the gaming pod, he noticed his classmates still engaged in the tasks laid out by Tao Wenyu, none having vacated the gaming pod. He approached Tao Wenyu, screenshot in hand. Have you completed the task? Tao Wenyu inquired, slightly furrowing his brow upon seeing Su Nuoze emerge so early. In his mind, he had anticipated Su Nuoze would practice for at least an afternoon before presenting 2 exemplary scores. To see him return in just over 10 minutes raised suspicions of mere casual play. Just as he prepared to admonish, a glance at the large, cleared emblazoned on the screenshot quelled his reprimand. Could this lad truly be a late-blooming prodigy? As he perused the assessment scores, his eyes widened at the sight of 3 capital S's. To be precise, 2 SSS ratings. His pupils constricted in disbelief, akin to encountering a specter in broad daylight. What on earth? His hands trembled as he looked up at Su Nuoze. Is this your score from the assessment, just now? Indeed, the paper is still warm. I printed it right after finishing, Su Nuoze confirmed, noting the astonishment etched across Tao Wenyu's face. He had steeled himself for this moment. Having resolved to create an identity as a genius mech pilot, he knew he must shine. Tao Wenyu found himself at a loss for words. Had Su Nuoze merely cleared 2 assessments, even with passing marks, he would have deemed him a genius, a prodigy. Yet now, witnessing the dual SSS ratings, he couldn't help but question whether Su Nuoze was the reincarnation of some legendary mech master. Surely, no ordinary genius could be this extraordinary. However, he swiftly took action, tearing both screenshots to shreds before producing a lighter and igniting the fragments. Observing Tao Wenyu's actions, Su Nuoze expressed his surprise. Old man, what are you doing? Tao Wenyu clapped his hands, discarding the now unrecognizable remnants into the trash bin, and solemnly grasped Su Nuoze's shoulders, saying, Su Nuoze, You must never disclose to anyone that you have only recently become a mecha master. Su Nuoze arched an eyebrow, puzzled, particularly regarding the upcoming military service in a few months. When you are in service, if anyone inquires about when you became a mecha master, you must assert that you began honing your skills at the age of 15. Under no circumstances should you reveal that you commenced your studies this year. Do you understand? Su Nuoze questioned, why the secrecy? Does this old man, Tao, when you know something? Perhaps he was aware of the existence of demon slaves among the human elite? If you were merely an ordinary genius, I would encourage you to showcase your brilliance, but your talent appears to far exceed my expectations, which means your life will be under greater threat. Tao Wenyu's tone was grave. The human realm is not as safe as it seems. Chapter 45. The Legend of the Black Three Cannons. I understand, Su Nuoze nodded. It seemed he would no longer be able to rely on the identity of a genius. However, with Tao Wenyu vouching for him, should his identity as Su Haida be revealed, Tao Wenyu could still offer him some assistance. As for the name, Su Mo, he vowed never to use it again, nor would he even mention it. Remember my words today, and do not disclose anything about the 2 assessment scores to anyone. Tao Wenyu glanced around at the gaming pods, nudging Su Nuoze, go back into Mecha Glory and complete the red-blue flash test and Ace Challenge. After passing, you need not print the score screenshots. Simply inform me verbally. All right. Su Nuoze returned to the gaming pod and commenced the other 2 assessments. The red-blue flash test evaluated reflexes, while the Ace Challenge involved facing a highly skilled AI opponent using the Falcon number 01 mecha in a duel. The difficulty of these assessments was not particularly high, and he managed them with relative ease, passing both within 10 minutes. However, to avoid drawing undue attention, he waited an additional 10 minutes before exiting the gaming pod. Upon informing Tao Wenyu of his results, Tao Wenyu could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "You wouldn't happen to be the Black Three Cannons circulating online, would you?" Su Nuoze was bewildered. What is the Black Three Cannons? Although he had participated in a competition using Xiao Hei's account, he had never heard of this moniker. It refers to a recent match in Mecha Glory where the Black Three Cannons, utilizing a shield-type mecha, defeated all opponents with 3 cannon strikes, securing first place by a wide margin over the second competitor. However, after entering the top 100, he withdrew from the competition. Is it you? The more Su Nuoze listened, the more familiar it sounded, until he finally realized that the Black Three Cannons referred to him. He had not anticipated that his desire for a mecha sensing chain would result in such notoriety. The name Black Three Cannons was rather unflattering, and he sighed, neither confirming nor denying it. Tao Wenyu regarded him skeptically. I truly doubt whether you have ever operated a mecha before. Your genius is almost unbelievable. So no se I must ensure you know that your investment is not in vain. Tao Wenyu mused, when Master Qi Rushuang visits the school in a few days, I will certainly find a way to have her take you as her disciple. If you can become a disciple of a divine mecha master, your future will undoubtedly shine brilliantly, and I would have the honor of having produced a divine mecha master. Upon hearing this, Su Nuoze feigned excitement. Really, Teacher Tao? I might get to meet the goddess of infinity? Although he had previously taught the girl named Xiao Ruan the basics of mecha technology, she was now a goddess. While he was merely a son-in-law burdened by immense debt, I will do my best. Master Qi should be willing to accept you as a disciple. While Tao Wenyu spoke, the students in the classroom gradually finished their assessments and exited the gaming pods. Everyone presented their score screenshots to Tao Wenyu, who, after acknowledging Su Nuoze with a glance, began to evaluate the results. Su Nuoze sat aside, awaiting the conclusion of the assessments. Eventually, Gu Yinji emerged from the gaming pod, prompting the others to instinctively part, allowing her to go ahead. Gu Yinji, unfazed by the crowd, directly handed her score sheet to Tao Wenyu. Tao Wenyu examined her results and nodded, excellent. You have performed exceptionally well in the basic trials for the level 5 mecha. However, your reflexes need some improvement. You have a good chance of passing the level 5 mecha master assessment within 2 months. The students gasped in awe at Tao Wenyu's evaluation. A level 5 mecha master at such a young age had a substantial probability of becoming a legendary mecha master. Not to mention, the potential to reach the ranks of a mythical mecha master or even the legendary divine mecha master was not out of reach. Tao Wenyu recognized Gu Lianji as a member of the Gu family, who had lived in an environment far more privileged than those present. Nevertheless, her talent was commendable. Your abilities are remarkable. Aim to obtain your level 5 Mecha Master certificate before your military service. Achieving this certification will grant you the right to operate a level 5 mecha, allowing you to gain more contribution points and military honors during your service. After all, once you enter military service, opportunities for assessments will be scarce. If you wish to take an assessment afterward, you will need to apply through the military, which only conducts assessments 3 times a year. Therefore, once you begin your service, undergoing assessments will become considerably more challenging. Gu Lianji nodded, I will. She then turned to Su Nuoze, her eyes inquiring. Su Nuoze nodded, indicating that Tao Wenyu had already seen his results. Gu Lianji affirmed, let's go. The assessment in Mecha Glory was the last class of the day, effectively marking the end of their school hours. Gu Lianji called for Su Nuoze to head home. Their conversation caught the attention of those around them, and upon hearing that the two would leave together, many boys were consumed by jealousy. They simply could not comprehend why someone as talented as Gu Lianji would take an interest in a transfer student deemed useless. Tao, when you cast a subtly scrutinizing glance at Su Nuoze, he knew that Su Nuoze had been admitted to the school through connections with the Gu family. Yet he remained uncertain of the nature of Su Nuoze's exceptional talent and his relationship with the Gu family. Rumors circulating within the school suggested that Su Nuoze had once been a wealthy heir, but that his family had recently fallen into bankruptcy. There are also whispers about some connection between Su Nuoze and Gu Lianji, though the specifics of that relationship remained unclear. Perhaps the Gu family had recognized Su Nuoze's talent? However, everyone harbored their own secrets, and thus he chose not to pry further. Su Nuoze and Gu Lianji departed under the watchful eyes of their peers. Upon returning, Gu Lianji seemed unconcerned about whether her association with Su Nuoze would become common knowledge, or perhaps she had never cared at all. Once they were seated in the car, Su Nuoze contemplated how to rationally arrange a meeting with Wan. As soon as they got into the car, he remarked, wife, today Tao when you mentioned that my talent as a mecha master is commendable, and if the opportunity arises, he will introduce me to Master Chi. Gu Lianji responded in surprise. Your talent as a mecha master is commendable. You? Su Nuoze, feeling slightly exasperated, remarked, my dear wife, can you not muster a modicum of confidence in me? Gu Lianji, perplexed, responded, I recall that during your childhood, you were assessed for your aptitude as a mecha master. It was precisely because you displayed no talent whatsoever that your parents dissuaded you from pursuing that field. Su Nuoze raised an eyebrow, realizing that the Gu family had meticulously scrutinized his past. Chapter 46. The weight of secrecy, Su Nuoze could only explain. Teacher Tao Wenyi asserted that I am a late bloomer. Such circumstances are hardly surprising. A late bloomer, indeed, Gu Lianji acknowledged. I can sense your transformation. Ever since your family's bankruptcy, you seem to have undergone a profound change. Taken aback, Su Nuoze recognized that this was due to the awakening of his past life memories. He chuckled, people inevitably grow. Having endured so much, it is only natural that I have matured. Gu Lianji shook her head. It is not mere maturity. Rather, you have entirely ceased to engage with the various admirers outside. Su Nuoze pondered, am I truly that unremarkable? Admittedly, before regaining his memories in this life, he did seem rather lacking, though Gu Lianji had been respectful of him nonetheless. On another note, she continued, if the infinite goddess were to teach you some techniques, it would not be without its merits. I, too, would like the opportunity to meet her. Su Nuoze could only acquiesce. Otherwise, how could one explain that Qi Rushuang came to Jiangxing merely to see me? Jiangxing University hardly boasts such prominence. Along the way, Gu Lianji fell silent, choosing instead to rest her eyes, conserving her energy for the mecha sensing chain they would need later that evening. Upon returning to the Gu family estate after dinner, Gu Lianji promptly logged online. Only after she had done so did Su Nuoze surreptitiously log in using the account of Su Haitu. No sooner had he entered the mecha sensing chain than he received a message from Wan Yingying. What should we do? Gu Lianji said she wanted you to cooperate with her filming, and she wishes to spectate as well. Spectate? That poses no detriment to me, Su Nuoze replied. No. She insists on bringing you along to observe. Wan Yingying clarified. Bring me along? Su Nuoze was momentarily stunned before the realization struck him. Gu Lianji intended for him to witness the impressive maneuvers of Su Haitu. Just tell her that I only permit you and one other person to spectate. I prefer not to have too many onlookers, Su Nuoze hastily declared. All right. She's online now. I will speak to her. Since they were not filming that day, Su Nuoze promptly logged off to switch accounts. Upon transitioning to AI Lianji, he indeed received a location share and task link from Gu Lianji. She was once again inviting him to accrue contribution points. He swiftly piloted the Yuhuan 02, a novice mecha, towards the destination she had provided. Upon arrival, he spotted Wan Yingying's Iris mecha already present. My dear, where are we headed? He inquired in the shared channel among the three. A high-quality ore deposit has emerged in the ironclad plains, and these ores urgently require transport by mechas capable of flight. The contribution points for this task are substantial. You should accept it as well, Gu Lianji informed him. And what will you be doing, my dear? Su Nuoze asked curiously. We will be dealing with the iron golems of the plains, she replied. While the two conversed in the public channel, Su Nuoze received a private message from Wan Yingying. Big shot, Gu Lianji has agreed. When do you think is a suitable time for us to film? Glancing at Gu Lianji's Silver Moon Mecha, It was evident she had not noticed Wan Yingying's private conversation with him. The predicament was not about his convenience, but rather Gu Lianji's. It is not about when I am free. It is about when my wife is available, Su Nuoze responded. He could not help but feel the weight of secrecy, conversing privately with his wife's friend while she stood nearby. Brother-in-law, will Gu Lianji be free? Wan Yingying pressed eagerly. That is for you to arrange, coordinate her schedule. After all, I must wait for her to utilize the mecha sensing chain before I can log on. So no seritortif. Upon hearing this, Wan Yingying understood. As they chatted privately, the three of them approached the ironclad plains. This region was peculiar, inhabited by entities known as iron golems, or iron-eating demons, aptly named for their iron-based diet. These creatures resembled hippopotamuses and were relatively docile within the demon category. The emergence of high-quality minerals in the ironclad plains prompted the authorities to safeguard these resources, utilizing swift flying mechas for transportation while recruiting numerous combat mechas to deal with the iron golems attempting to pilfer the ores. Upon reaching the designated task site, Su Nuoze collected a box filled with high-quality minerals and departed immediately. This task proved to be low risk, yet highly rewarding. By the end of the night, Su Nuoze had amassed 200 contribution points, effectively covering the cost of his mecha. The task was exceptionally fruitful, devoid of the dangers posed by the 4th-level demon eagle encountered previously. Su Nuoze and Gu Lianji toiled until the early hours of the morning before finally concluding their endeavors at 2 o'clock. Exhausted, Su Nuoze retired early, but Gu Lianji, after showering, roused him, insisting he wash up before retiring to bed. In the following days, Su Nuoze accompanied Gu Lianji on various tasks, rapidly accumulating contribution points. Wan Yingying, unable to find a suitable time to schedule a filming session with Su Nuoze, what with his daytime commitments at school and evening tasks with Gu Lianji, ultimately decided to temporarily leave Jiangcheng to return to her family. Her visit had been solely for leisure with Gu Lianji. Thus, a week quietly passed, leading to the day that Qi Rushuang was to arrive in Jiangcheng. On this day, Jiangcheng University resembled a festive occasion, adorned with lanterns and banners, exuding a jubilant atmosphere. The banners bore welcoming messages for the infinite goddess's arrival and the esteemed master Qi Rushuang's visit. In a rather absurd twist, the school mandated that each class send forth 20 individuals to greet Qi Rushuang at the school gate, each armed with a flower bouquet. Su Nuoze's dismay. He was among the chosen few, standing at the entrance alongside many students, eagerly anticipating her arrival while clutching a flower. To his utter embarrassment, when Qi Rushuang arrived, they would have to cheer, "Welcome, welcome," a warm welcome. The absurdity of the situation left Su Nuoze feeling as though the school treated them like mere children. As he stood at the gate, the sun gradually ascended, bringing with it an uncomfortable heat. Feeling overwhelmed, he excused himself under the pretext of needing to use the restroom, borrowed a classmate's phone, and called Qi Rushuang. "Shower 1. How long until you reach Jiangcheng University? I feel like I'm going to melt under this sun." Chapter 47. Are there ghosts in your home? Su Nuoze's tone carried a hint of melancholy, causing Qi Rushuang on the other end of the line to pause momentarily. After contemplating, she responded, "I will arrive in just over an hour. How could you possibly be melting? The school is engaging in formalism," Su Nuoze lamented, initially reluctant to complain but growing irate at the thought of standing there since early morning. He recounted the entire situation without reservation. "I apologize, I had no idea," Qi Rushuang replied, her tone tinged with regret. "All right, I shall vent my frustrations. This is someone else's phone, so I must return it." After hanging up, Su Nuoze discreetly deleted the call record. Upon returning to his greeting position and returning the phone, he resumed holding the small red flower, continuing to endure the sun's relentless rays. Before he could stabilize his position, a cacophony erupted behind him. He turned around and noticed that most people were gazing in a particular direction. Following their gaze, his attention was captivated by a quaint forest path where sunlight filtered through the verdant canopy, casting dappled shadows upon the stony ground. A young girl, holding a parasol, was approaching them. Her hair was styled in a fluffy bun, and her delicate face was adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. A black hoodie draped over a short white t-shirt, with the hem revealing a tantalizing glimpse of skin at her waist. Unable to resist the allure of this demure ensemble, Su Nuoze found himself stealing another glance. Had Gu Lianji unveiled yet another new look? In her other hand, Gu Lianji carried a plastic bag containing a bottle of water and a fisherman's hat. The surrounding classmates appeared eager to fix their eyes upon her. Amidst the collective attention, Gu Lianji approached Su Nuoze, offering him the water and the hat. Instinctively, Su Nuoze accepted the items. "Put on the hat. We wouldn't want your face to be sunburned," Gu Lianji remarked, her long eyelashes framing her eyes behind the golden glasses. Truly, it was a wife who cared for her spouse. Su Nuoze donned the hat with a smile, exclaiming, "A wife is truly wonderful." At the utterance of such words, the expressions of those around him shifted noticeably. Wait a moment, was this term of endearment sincere? Gu Yinji shot him a disapproving glance, stuffing the bag into his embrace before turning away. As Su Nuoze watched her retreating figure, he found it challenging to suppress the smile that lingered at the corners of his mouth. Not only was there a stir at the school gate, but an urgent meeting was also convened in the conference room of the school leadership. Within the room, nearly all the officials of Jiangxing University were present. The principal stood there, his face ashen, slamming his palm onto the table in anger. Well, do you know that our school has raised a ghost? The surrounding officials exchanged bewildered glances, evidently perplexed by the principal's remarks. There exists a remarkable individual, the principal exclaimed, hurling his phone onto the table. Having received a call from the esteemed Master Qi, who had lodged a significant complaint against them. In a fit of fury, he demanded, when has Jiangxing University ever engaged in mere formalism? As the principal's words sank in, the assembled officials began to grasp the situation. The vice principal cautiously interjected, Principal, we are all on the same side here. Who among us could possibly have connections to someone of Master Qi's stature? Another official nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, we have not engaged in formalism. Might Master Qi be referring to our students' reception of her today? The principal furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that during our welcome ceremony, a student discreetly relayed information to Master Qi? The vice principal affirmed, precisely, Lao Zhao, you know her connections. Who among us has any relationship with Master Qi? It must have been a student who leaked the information. Someone ventured a suggestion. Could it be that girl from the Gu family? If anyone in our school has the credentials to know Master Qi, it would be her. The principal pondered briefly and shook his head. Not her. She wasn't even on the welcome list. And the Gu family wouldn't complain to Master Qi over such a trivial matter. His implication was clear. The Gu family, capable of knowing someone of Master Qi's caliber, would not stoop to reporting such a minor issue. What he truly wished to ascertain was which traitor had divulged the information. This was no mere report. Had it been so, Master Qi would not have personally called to reprimand him, but rather, an official would have intervened. Thus, this traitor must have directly informed Master Qi. Unbeknownst to him, the school had connections of such weight, but how could he have been unaware? Lao Zhao, what shall we do now? The vice principal inquired. The principal waved his hand dismissively. Let us disperse those involved in the welcome ceremony. They should not linger at the entrance. If Master Qi arrives and witnesses this scene, I will be in for another reprimand. It was truly perplexing. He ruminated over the students from well-off backgrounds, trying to fathom who could have made a call to Master Qi's personal line. After all, even he did not possess her private number. She had just scolded him using her secretary's phone. One of the officials promptly departed to handle the situation, leaving the remaining members of the conference room exchanging glances, each suspecting the other of being the traitor. Thanks to Master Qi's expediency, Su Nuoze swiftly reconvened with his peers and returned to the coolness of the classroom. During the day's lessons, the students were inattentive, their thoughts drifting towards the revered Master Qi's visit to Jiangxing University. The teacher, exasperated, remarked, everyone focus. I understand that you all wish to meet the infinite goddess, but even if she arrives, the lecture is not until 2 in the afternoon. And all students from a Mecha Engineering Academy will be eligible to attend. Teacher, do you know when the infinite goddess will come? Why has our welcome ceremony been cancelled? A student inquired. The teacher shook his head. I am unclear as to why the welcome ceremony was cancelled. It seems the principal has had a change of heart and decided against formalism. It was a waste of time for so many students to stand in the sun so early in the morning. Although many students harbored no grievances, the news would not be well received. Noting the lack of attention in the classroom, the teacher decided to share the legendary tale of the infinite goddess. Adjusting his glasses, he set his book aside. Upon hearing the teacher's intention to discuss the infinite goddess, the students straightened in their seats. The infinite goddess, currently age 76, was a contemporary of prominent figures such as Chairman Yi Feng, the fallen Reincarnation Master Su Nuoze, and the Equilibrium Master Sun Zhe. Wow! The teacher's opening words elicited gasps from the entire room. The 3 individuals he mentioned were all renowned figures from history. It was astonishing that Master Qi belonged to the same era. Chapter 48. Master Qi is eager to meet Su Nuoze. The teacher, pleased with the students' reactions, continued. Master Qi has participated in the Demon Invasion Campaign, the Crimson Stone Battle, and the Dragon Demon War, accumulating countless accolades. For the sake of humanity's vision, she remains unmarried. But due to the longevity of Mecha Masters, which can reach 300 years, Master Qi appears to be of similar age to you. Su Nuoze, however, could not fully concur. Having seen Master Qi's recent photograph, he noted that she had become even more graceful and mature, possessing an added allure. Thus, while the age difference might not be visually significant, the actual disparity was quite pronounced. Subsequently, The teacher recounted Master Chi's achievements and the types of mechas she frequently employed before ascending to the rank of Mecha Master. In truth, prior to achieving this esteemed title, Master Chi utilized mechas that were adept at controlling the battlefield. As she once stated 50 years ago, her aim was to assist her brothers in vanquishing the enemy. Su Nuoze appreciated Master Chi's support. On the battlefield, she could alleviate many unnecessary troubles. Once she became a Mecha Master, however, she could no longer play the supportive role. She had to stand on her own. Reflecting on the infinite mecha's boundless energy characteristics, one might consider it a different form of support. As the teacher narrated, an entire class period slipped by unnoticed. As the lesson drew to a close, the teacher imparted a final thought. Soon, you will all be heading to the front lines for military service. My only hope is that you remember to protect your lives while obeying orders. Only by surviving can you hope to grow. I aspire for each of you to have the opportunity to become a Mecha Master and be selected by the mechas. With that, the teacher departed the classroom amidst the students' applause. As soon as the teacher departed, the students could hardly contain their excitement, surging out of the classroom like a swarm of bees, racing towards the school gate. The cause of their fervor? A recent announcement on the school forum declared that the revered goddess of infinity had arrived at Jiangxing University. Everyone was eager to glimpse the legendary Mech Master. Before long, the classroom was deserted. Su Nuoze glanced at Gu Lianji and said, "My dear, the cafeteria is surely empty now. Shall we go and have a meal?" Gu Lianji paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. She was momentarily unable to comprehend Su Nuoze's train of thought. While everyone was animatedly heading to the school gate to see the goddess of infinity, Su Nuoze's mind was fixated on seizing the opportunity to dine without a crowd. The allure of food held greater temptation for him than witnessing a legendary master. Upon their arrival at the cafeteria, they discovered it was eerily vacant, a stark contrast to its usual bustling atmosphere where one would typically have to wait in line for several minutes. Su Nuoze led Gu Lianji to the most popular eatery in the cafeteria, ordering a plethora of delectable dishes. The food was quite palatable, albeit not quite on par with the culinary expertise of the Gu family's exclusive chef. As they dined, Su Nuoze found himself peering at Gu Lianji's phone, watching her scroll for the campus forum. The forum was rife with candid shots, though most were taken from unflattering angles. The throngs of students at the school gate prevented many from getting a clear view of the approaching Qi Ruoxiang. In fact, Qi Ruoxiang did not even exit her vehicle, instead gliding into the campus with elegance. Observing this, Gu Lianji remarked, "Your decision is sound. Had we gone, we might not have even caught a glimpse of Master Chi's face." Su Nuoze was momentarily taken aback. He had simply been hungry and had not contemplated the matter so deeply. What was so captivating about that girl anyway? He still possessed a video from his past life of her weeping. Nevertheless, he replied, with the entire school gathered there, it would be nothing but a crowd. There's nothing to see. We'll still have the chance to meet Master Chi during the lecture this afternoon. Gu Lianji nodded in agreement. You have quite the foresight. Unbeknownst to them, as they enjoyed their meal, Qi Ruoxiang was fervently searching for Su Nuoze. Upon her arrival at the university, she first inquired about the class Su Nuoze belonged to. However, her schedule had already been arranged, and after dining with the university's administration, she was to head to the gymnasium for a lecture aimed at students in the mech engineering program. Her speech had been prepared by her secretary a week in advance, allowing her to merely read it later. The reason for her visit to Jiangxing remained a mystery to everyone, including her organization, the Infinity Group. Only the 4 members of her elite class were privy to the truth. At precisely 2 o'clock, she arrived at the venue, which had been meticulously prepared with sound equipment and was filled to capacity. Upon Qi Ruoxiang's entrance, the crowd erupted into a thunderous cheer. Her gaze swept across the section where Su Nuoze sat, pinpointing him among the throng, alongside Gu Lianji. With her exceptional physical prowess, she discerned every detail of Gu Lianji's exquisite visage. Upon spotting her, Qi Ruoxiang's eyes narrowed slightly. She had already investigated Su Nuoze's rebirth and was aware that this incarnation of him had married early, his wife being a wealthy heiress devoid of any legendary mech masters in her lineage. After a brief pause, she redirected her focus to the microphone and announced, "Hello everyone. I am Qi Ruoxiang." The crowd erupted into cheers once again, their youthful exuberance palpable at the sight of their idol. Jiangxing is a remarkably safe city, and I am delighted to be here to deliver a lecture. Having memorized her speech, Qi Ruoxiang spoke without needing to refer to any notes. Today, I will discuss the theme of war. I hope you can gain valuable insights from this lecture. She then began recounting her experiences in various wars, narrating the treachery of the demon race, their formidable strength, and the brutality of warfare, reflecting on her journey over the past 50 years. The venue fell into a hushed silence, with only Qi Ruoxiang's amplified voice resonating through the air. "So no se listen intently. absorbing the story of Qi Ruoxiang's evolution over the decades. Throughout these years, she had faced numerous near-fatal encounters, yet persevered, ultimately becoming the revered mech master she was today. Her life's narrative resembled that of a protagonist, in stark contrast to the reincarnated master Su Nuoze, who had relied on innate talent to achieve greatness at a young age. Qi Ruoxiang, however, became a mech master in her 40s. Indeed, a mech master in their 40s is still quite young. Su Nuoze, at just 22, was an extraordinary prodigy. Yet, as Qi Ruoxiang continued her discourse, her tone shifted abruptly. The oldest students at Jiangxing University are 23, correct? But did you know that by the time I was 23, I had already become a mech master, and my senior, Su Nuoze, had ascended to the rank of mech master? With that, she inquired, so I am curious, who is the most exceptional student at your school? Chapter 49. Gu Yinji, perplexed. Why does this master harbor such animosity? Qi Ruoxiang's words nearly caused Su Nuoze to leap from his seat. Why was she suddenly mentioning him? Moreover, asking who the most talented student at the university was felt like a veiled reference to Gu Yinji. He could hardly believe that Qi Ruoxiang had discovered that Gu Yinji was his wife. At that moment, both he and Gu Yinji became acutely aware that their fellow classmates were casting curious glances in their direction. Indeed, who was recognized as the foremost talent at Jiangxing University? It was none other than Gu Yinji, who had been personally acknowledged by the esteemed Tao Wenyu just the previous afternoon, declaring that she could break through to the 5th level of mech mastery before her military service. Was Qi Ruoxiang deliberately targeting them or merely acting innocently? While Gu Yinji was slightly taken aback by being mentioned by the mech master, she did not dwell on it too deeply. Qi Ruoxiang merely brought it up briefly before continuing her lecture. The presentation lasted over an hour before concluding. Afterward, the principal approached. Master Qi, we have several exceptionally gifted students at Jiangxing University. Would you be willing to provide them with some personal guidance, even just a few pointers? It would surely benefit them for a lifetime. Qi Ruoxiang nodded. Certainly, please bring them to me. With that, she casually settled into a chair in the lounge, awaiting the principal's arrival with the talented students. Tao Wenyu was among the faculty members present, and upon noticing this, he promptly approached Qi Ruoxiang. Greetings, Master Qi. I am Tao Wenyu. I participated in the Dragon Demon War alongside you. During that conflict, I fought valiantly to preserve the remains of the Reincarnation Master, retrieving his body from the clutches of the demon army. Upon hearing this, Qi Ruoxiang immediately rose. You're the mech master who sacrificed an arm to save Su Nuoze's remains? All mech masters share a common function. If the pilot perishes within the mech, it ejects the body like refuse, returning to the mech hall in an unclaimed state. When the Reincarnation Master Su Nuoze died, his body was expelled by the Reincarnation Mech. The demon race, filled with hatred for Su Nuoze, rushed forward to seize his corpse. Tao Wenyu, along with many of Su Nuoze's admirers, fought fiercely against the demons to reclaim the body, but he lost an arm in the process. This is why Qi Ruoxiang, upon realizing that Tao Wenyu was before her, immediately stood to express her respect. Without your intervention, Brother Su's remains might not have been preserved intact. No one knows what the demon clan would have done with his body. Qi Ruoxiang felt immense gratitude and personally assisted Tao Wenyu in taking a seat. She was of similar age to Tao Wenyu, yet due to his physical limitations, he could not advance in rank and thus age more rapidly than she did. Master Qi, I harbor no intentions of repaying kindness with ulterior motives. Tao Wenyu waved his hand. I seek your assistance regarding a request. I have a student of exceptional talent, one who fits the mold of a late bloomer, akin to Chairman Ye's circumstances. He has only recently become a mecha engineer, yet his innate abilities are extraordinary. Within a mere month, he has achieved an SSS rating in assessments such as Storm Canyon, Swarm Showdown, and Ace Trials. I wish to ask for your guidance regarding this student. He spoke solely in Qi Ruoxiang's voice. Impossible, Qi Ruoxiang exclaimed in disbelief. Chairman Yi, though a late bloomer, did not reach such heights within a month. What is this student's name? Tao Wenyu replied. His name is Su Nuoze. Shall I summon him to meet you? Upon hearing this name, Qi Ruoxiang's demeanor immediately shifted to calmness. Initially, she thought Tao Wenyu's claims were somewhat exaggerated, but upon hearing Su Nuoze, she felt at ease. Oh, it turns out to be Brother Su Nuoze. Then that's fine. Please have him come and see me. Qi Ruoxiang remarked. Tao Wenyu took his leave, yet he failed to notice the flush of excitement on Qi Ruoxiang's cheeks. Before long, the principal arrived, accompanied by the top 10 students in the mecha engineering program, among whom was Gu Yinji. Qi Ruoxiang's gaze instantly locked onto Gu Yinji. Being closer allowed her to observe this individual more closely, the wife of the Reincarnation Master. Gu Yinji also sensed her scrutiny and felt a flutter of nervousness. Master Qi, these individuals are the 10 most outstanding students from Jiangxing University. What do you think? The principal spoke with a forced smile. Qi Rushuang nodded. If you encounter any problems during training, feel free to ask me. You may approach me one by one. Starting with you. She gestured for Gu Lianji to speak first. Called upon, Gu Lianji promptly asked, "Hello, Master Qi. I would like to know how to regain combat effectiveness if the AI-assisted system malfunctions during actual combat." Qi Rushuang was taken aback by this question. The topic of AI assistance had been extensively discussed in official meetings within the Mecha Alliance, as utilizing this function presented future dilemmas. If someone were to sabotage the AI, for instance, inciting a betrayal, it would spell disaster for the mecha engineer. Therefore, numerous safeguards were established against AI betrayal. If you are personally controlling the mecha, the AI's core power source should not be far from you. You must manually sever the connection immediately, employing a backup neural link to override the AI's commands. Qi Rushuang explained. Activate the emergency manual override protocol. If time is critically short, you must sacrifice certain functions of the mecha, such as disabling weapons or initiating a force shutdown. Gu Lianji nodded and inquired further, "Senior, how can one quickly adapt to operating a purely manual mecha, such as a conventional Falcon-type mecha, without the aid of intelligent assistance?" You are asking these questions because you are about to head to the front lines, aren't you? Qi Rushuang discerned, gazing into Gu Lianji's eyes. However, she began to contemplate whether she could transfer Su Nuoze under her command if he were to serve at the front lines as well. Only by being under her wing could she ensure his safety. Gu Lianji confirmed, "Yes, I have never fought using a purely manual mecha before. I have only operated basic mechas in the training grounds at school, and even then, I could barely manage to move and have never participated in actual combat." Then you must also understand that all divine mechas are manually controlled, correct? That I do. Gu Lianji was somewhat surprised. Was the implication that she might have a chance to become a divine mecha master? If she could achieve that, it would truly restore the glory of the Gu family. Yet, Qi Rushuang's tone shifted. But do you know? Master Su Nuoze became a divine mecha master at the age of 22. You should also be 22 now. Yet you're not even a level 5 mecha engineer. Chapter 50. Master Qi and Su Nuoze and Private Qi Rushuang's words left everyone present utterly perplexed. Why would Master Qi mention the deceased Master Su Nuoze? Moreover, from her tone, it seemed she was not comparing the legendary reincarnation master to Gu Lianji. Was she? The principal wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly interjected. "Indeed, Master Qi, but how could our students possibly compare to the reincarnation master?" Gu Lianji felt bewildered. Was it her imagination, or did Master Qi harbor some hostility towards her? Where could this animosity stem from? She had never even met the woman before, and if a vigorous divine mecha master held animosity towards the Gu family, they would be doomed. At that moment, Qi Rushuang regained her composure and waved her hand. No matter, next person. She felt a twinge of regret. At over 70 years of age, why was she allowing herself to be so impulsive with a mere child? Gu Lianji stepped back, choosing to remain and listen to Master Qi offer her insights to the others. When addressing the other students, Qi Rushuang appeared much more at ease. She embodied the demeanor of a compassionate elder, patiently answering their inquiries. Yet, this very demeanor caused Gu Lianji to question whether she had inadvertently offended the woman, or if perhaps the Gu family had wronged Master Qi in the past. Upon returning home, she resolved to inquire with her grandfather whether their family's previous divine mecha master had ever crossed paths with Master Qi, as Qi Rushuang addressed the 6th studentess question. Tao Wenyu returned with Su Nuoze in tow. Qi Rushuang immediately spotted Su Nuoze behind Tao Wenyu, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Tao Wenyu introduced him. "Master Qi, this is the student I mentioned earlier." After saying this, he nudged Su Nuoze forward. With no choice, Su Nuoze stepped forward to bow. "Hello, Master Qi. I'm Su Nuoze." Qi Rushuang regarded him, her gaze softening considerably. However, the principal, displeased, interjected sharply, "Old Master Tao, why did you bring this fellow here? Isn't that just causing trouble for Master Qi?" Principal Zhao was acquainted with those who held some influence within the school, and he recognized Su Nuoze as the school's notorious troublemaker, widely regarded as a complete failure. Had old Master Tao lost his senses in bringing this individual before Master Qi? It was I who permitted his presence. Qi Rushuang spoke up, her tone laced with discontent towards Principal Zhao. What was his problem? How dare he insult her brother Su before her? Upon hearing Qi Rushuang's words, Principal Zhao immediately fell silent. Though Qi Rushuang longed to converse directly with Su Nuoze, she remembered there were still 4 students yet to pose their questions. Thus, she restrained her desire to engage with Su Nuoze and gestured for the 7th student. "Please, ask your question." The remaining 4 students subsequently presented their inquiries, and Qi Rushuang addressed each one in turn. Once all questions were answered, She finally turned her attention to Su Nuoze. Su Nuoze, is it? Your physique is indeed only a knee level. However, if your aptitude for mecha is commendable, there remains considerable potential for growth in elevating your physical condition. Though they were intimately familiar, they had to feign this encounter as though it were their first. Su Nuoze nodded. What you say is true. Beside her, Gu Yinji appeared somewhat astonished. Could it be that her husband was truly one of those late-blooming prodigies? Chairman Yi had initially suffered from a congenital deficiency, only to later emerge as a remarkable figure. Perhaps your constitution mirrored his. Qi Rushuang theatrically produced a piece of white jade, declaring, "This is the newly developed constitution detection stone by the authorities. Follow me to my room, and I shall assist you in determining whether your constitution is akin to Chairman Ye's." Su Nuoze stood frozen in disbelief. Xiao Ruan was brazenly suggesting a clandestine meeting. Yet, he found himself unable to decline, merely expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Qi." Upon witnessing Qi Rushuang stride towards a small room within the lounge, he glanced back at Gu Yinji, who nodded encouragingly, prompting him to follow her inside. Bang! The door to the room slammed shut. Tao Wenyu felt a surge of satisfaction. He hadn't anticipated that Master Qi would hold Su Nuoze in such high regard, personally guiding him. Principal Zhao inquired perplexedly, "Old Tao, why have you brought this troublemaker here?" Tao Wenyu replied, "He is no longer the same troublemaker from years past. He is a late-blooming super genius." Principal Zhao's mind buzzed with confusion. A super genius? Who? Old Tao, you are a hero of humanity, and I respect you, but surely you cannot spout such nonsense simply because of your age? He couldn't help but interject. Enraged by Zhao's words, Tao Wenyu retorted, "Little Zhao, have you fed your brain to the dogs while serving as principal? If that lad were not intelligent, would I have introduced him to Master Qi?" Zhao, thoroughly chastised, could only sheepishly reply, Yes, you are correct." At that moment, the student curiously asked, "When did the Mecha Alliance develop a Constitution detection stone?" This question instantly captivated everyone's attention, prompting Principal Zhao to inquire of Tao Wenyu, "Old Tao, has the government truly developed such a device?" Tao Wenyu shook his head. "I have not heard of it. It is likely a recent development, known only to the higher-ups." Gazing at the tightly closed door, Principal Zhao mused, "Master Qi is truly devoted to humanity, going to great lengths to assist a student with commendable talent." He then glanced at Tao Wenyu, quickly adding, "Of course, your contributions cannot be overlooked. Even a master of the Mecha must give you due respect." Tao Wenyu shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. However, at that moment, Principal Zhao was covertly observing him. He felt as though he had stumbled upon the school's insider capable of directly contacting Qi Rushuang. How could he have forgotten? In this school, aside from the Gu family, the person most likely to have access to the Mecha Master was this venerable relic. Although Tao Wenyu had long since retired, his connections within the military remained intact. Who knew if old Tao had retained contact information for some powerful figures? As everyone pondered the happenings within the closed room, Master Qi was diligently assisting Su Nuoze in examining his physique. Inside the small room, all right, no more tears, Su Nuoze said, gently patting the woman's back as he comforted her. "At your age, how can you still be such a crybaby? Just moments ago, the imposing Qi Rushuang had thrown herself into his arms, sobbing like a child over 900 months old. So many have left, she wept. "I thought you would never return. But I have returned, haven't I?" Su Nuoze cooed as if soothing a child. "Now, Xiao Ruan, no more tears. What will they say if they see your eyes swollen?" Chapter 51. Wan Yingying. Are you saying Su Nuoze is alone with the infinite goddess? Let them look. Who dares to speak against me? Qi Rushuang huffed. All right. Xiao Ruan is now a Mecha Master. Everyone must show her respect, Su Nuoze said in a childlike tone. Realizing her behavior was somewhat inappropriate, Qi Rushuang blushed and extricated herself from his embrace. "While you were away, many events transpired within the Alliance." "Yes. Apart from the four of you, all the others from the prodigy class perished," Su Nuoze remarked with a sense of melancholy. The world had changed, and since his rebirth, he had refrained from reaching out to his old friends, fearing the worst news. However, some truths must be confronted. "Brother Su, will my sudden visit disrupt your life?" Qi Rushuang asked curiously. "A little," Su Nuoze replied. "I heard you got married. Do you like Gulianji? Perhaps I should take you away to my infinite organization." "No," Su Nuoze exclaimed, swiftly rejecting the notion. This exemplified the difference between men and women. Women were more emotional. Individuals like Yi Feng, Wang Ergu, and Go Xiong would never suggest whisking him away. Remaining in the shadows was undoubtedly safer than being in plain sight. Should the demonic faction discover that the Reincarnation Master lived, they would stop at nothing to eliminate him, making his companionship with Qi Rushuang a potential danger to her. "Very well," Qi Rushuang said with a hint of regret. "By the way, what is that white jade you have? A constitution detection stone?" Su Nuoze Nguyen. This is merely a piece of ordinary jade. Qi Rushuang handed him the white jade. Such a thing as a constitution detection stone does not exist. This is not a fantasy world. Proper testing requires specialized machinery for comprehensive analysis. Su Nuoze retorted. So you brazenly lied in front of so many people? Truly, you take advantage of your status as a mecha master. By the way, my military service is at the A Division battlefield in the south. You must find a way to give me a phone, Su Nuoze said. It is terribly inconvenient without one. My wife is wonderful in every way, yet she stubbornly refuses to give me a phone. Oh, and I haven't asked yet. How did that marriage come about? Qi Rushuang inquired with interest. Oh, my wife. She helped me pay off hundreds of billions in debt, and now I am a son-in-law at her family's home. Su Nuoze plaif gachuidi. Qi Rushuang narrowed her eyes. During Su Mo's era, she never believed anyone could be worthy of Brother Su. Yet, upon his rebirth, he had been fortunate enough to be taken in by the daughter of a warlord. If she treats you poorly, you might as well come with me, she suggested tentatively. No need. She treats me quite well. Su Nuoze shook his head. If Gu Yinji had mistreated him, he would have left long ago. There was no way he would have waited until now. Although he was a son-in-law, from the attitude of Gu Yinji and her family's servants towards him, it was evident that she was genuinely sincere. As long as he refrained from self-sabotage, Gu Yinji had an abundance of patience for him. She even showed tolerance for his minor mistakes. Upon hearing Su Nuoze's words, Qi Rushuang felt reassured. I will be leaving Jiangsheng soon. I will assist you with what you mentioned. If you encounter any troubles, just call me, and I will come and help as quickly as possible. Su Nuoze gave an okay hand gesture. Qi Rushuang had little else to discuss with him, so after a moment of contemplation, she retrieved a ring from her pocket and handed it to him. This is an exchange ring. It allows you to bypass mecha master levels and redeem any master-level mecha from the military warehouse. Thank you very much. Su Nuoze accepted the ring and put it on. Brother Su, feel free to call on me whenever you need. By the way, when do you plan to visit the mecha hall for a constitution check? Qi Rushuang asked curiously. Better to wait until I'm a master. Going now would be futile, as I wouldn't be able to control it. And the Reincarnation Mecha might not even recognize me. Su Nuoze joked. Qi Rushuang nodded, contemplating that there was nothing more she could offer Su Nuoze. After checking her reflection in a small mirror to ensure her eyes were no longer red and swollen, she said, let us go. She pushed the door open and stepped outside. Su Nuoze followed her out, rejoining the others. Qi Rushuang had already regained her composed demeanor and casually addressed the crowd. His talent is commendable and merits focused cultivation. However, he has commenced his journey rather late, resulting in a significantly weakened physique. Please remember to brew the precious medicinal herbs for him. Tao Wenyu immediately replied, certainly, I have prepared an ample supply of body-refining herbs for him. He now needs to brew the medicinal concoction himself daily. Qi Ruoshang nodded in agreement and addressed Principal Zhao. I am rather busy and must take my leave. Principal Zhao hastily responded, Master Qi, why not stay for dinner before departing? No time. Qi Ruoshang retorted, leaving directly. She had achieved her purpose for coming to Jiangsheng and saw no need to linger further. Principal Zhao personally escorted Qi Ruoshang out, leaving the students in the lounge. Tao Wenyu approached Su Nuoze, asking, what did Master Qi just discuss with you? Su Nuoze pondered for a moment. She mentioned that once I become a level 5 mecha master, I could join her infinite organization. Master Qi holds you in high regard. If you exert yourself, your physique is not the most pressing concern, Tao Wenyu encouraged, patting him on the shoulder before turning to leave. Ultimately, Su Nuoze gazed at his wife. Gu Yinji nodded. Let us go. At this moment, she was also filled with perplexity. What troubled her most was the odd sensation that her sixth sense imparted. Master Qi appeared to harbor some dislike for her. Why was that? They had only met for the first time today. She refrained from questioning Su Nuoze about his talent, and instead found herself mulling over why Master Qi would bear animosity towards her, and whether such hostility was genuine. Upon returning home, her confusion persisted, prompting her to inquire with her grandfather, the esteemed Master Gu from the Gu family, whether she had inadvertently offended Master Qi. Upon hearing his granddaughter's report, Gu Yuqing was equally bewildered. He was unaware if the family had ever offended Master Qi, but he knew for certain that the Gu family had no significant connection to her. Consequently, Gu Yinji relayed this matter to Wan Yingying. Wan Yingying too was curious about Master Qi's purpose in Jiangsheng, but began to ponder. Lianji, could it be due to your hallucination? Master Qi has no reason to harbor animosity towards you, a mere girl. Gu Yinji felt vexed, yet I sensed that Master Qi's attitude towards me differs from that towards others. After she and Su Nuoze exited the room, she cast a glance at me that felt quite peculiar. What Gu Yinji did not anticipate was that Wan Yingying seemed to have overheard something significant. What did you say? Wan Yingying exclaimed. It was merely Master Qi checking on Su Nuoze's physical condition. Why the dramatic reaction? Gu Yinji countered. No, it's nothing, Wan Yingying replied. Though internally, she was in turmoil. If anyone else were to have a private encounter with Master Qi, she would not be so astonished. However, the fact that this individual was none other than Su Nuoze, a man acquainted with the legendary mecha master Wang Mang, made it unsurprising for him to know a master of such caliber. To her, the meeting between Su Nuoze and Master Qi was simply a routine exchange among acquaintances. Yet, she could not disclose this to Gu Lianji, as she had promised Su Nuoze's confidentiality. Lianji, are you hiding something from me? Gu Lianji's tone darkened, refusing to let Wan Yingying off easily. Wan Yingying's early reaction was certainly not as simple as it appeared. What could I possibly hide from you? Wan Yingying feigned innocence. Your astonishment stems from Su Nuoze's meeting with Master Qi. Do you truly believe he is unworthy of such an encounter? Gu Lianji pressed. Upon hearing Gu Lianji's inquiry, Wan Yingying sighed in relief. It turned out Gu Lianji suspected her of looking down on Su Nuoze, rather than believing Su Nuoze to be merely Su Haitu. Luckily, Gu Lianji had misconstrued her intentions. Otherwise, she would have made a grave error. Thus, she pretended to defend Gu Lianji, stating, Lianji, I have refrained from commenting because I see how fond you are of Su Nuoze. Yet, I cannot fathom why you would be attracted to such a worthless fellow. You just mentioned that Master Qi is individually mentoring Su Nuoze, and I suspect your Gu family might have leverage connections to arrange that meeting. You are such an exceptional girl. How could you be drawn to someone like Su Nuoze? Is it merely due to his life-saving act? After making this remark, Wan Yingying internally added a thought. Truly, you possess excellent taste. Only Gu Lianji could attract the experts strategically placed within the city, and even bring the Gu family into the fold. Su Nuoze's meeting with Master Qi had no connection to the Gu family. It was purely a result of his own abilities. Gu Lianji furrowed her brow. Yingying, I hope you will harbor less animosity towards Su Nuoze in the future. After all, he is my husband. All right, he is your husband. You can protect him. I shall no longer hold any hostility towards him. Wan Yingying feigned a reluctant concession, but in truth, she was immensely relieved. Later, she inquired, Lianji, tomorrow evening if Su Haitu is available, would you like to come and watch? However, Su Haitu mentioned that he only allows one spectator, as he dislikes having too many onlookers. That is fine. I should have no urgent tasks tomorrow afternoon, Gu Lianji agreed. She too wished to observe the flawless maneuvers of Su Haitu up close. She had seen his videos and was astounded by the extraordinary level of mecha operation. Would Su Haitu be able to teach them a few tricks tomorrow? She suddenly remembered that Tao, when you had mentioned Su Nuoze's talent was commendable, and if possible, perhaps Su Haitu could also impart some skills to Su Nuoze. It would be best to gauge Su Haitu's attitude tomorrow. Provoking him would not bode well. While Gu Lianji was on the phone with Wan Yingying, Su Nuoze was also in communication with Wang Mang. Upon logging into Su Haitu's account, he saw a message from Wang Mang. How is your relationship with your wife? Su Nuoze immediately called Wang Mang, and as soon as the call connected, he inquired, Wang Ergu, what do you mean by that message? What do you mean by asking about my relationship with my wife? Wang Mang's tone was devoid of jest, sounding rather grave as he replied, Your wife has caught the attention of the demon clan. Su Nuoze, though surprised, maintained composure. He was not wholly taken aback. After all, following the betrayal of Guru Ashuan, her sixth uncle, the demand made to the Gu family had been to surrender Gu Lianji. Now, Wang Mang was informing him that the demon clan had fixed their sights upon his wife. Do you know why they're targeting my wife? He inquired. During your 50 years of absence, a shocking event occurred over a decade ago that sent ripples throughout the entire alliance. All students from the elite schools in the capital were collectively kidnapped. Wan Mang et Lai. All students from the elite schools in the capital? So no se estanis. Wang Mang affirmed, indeed, anyone who could attend that school hailed from a prominent family. The school's security was akin to that of a human fortress. Is Gu Lianji connected to this incident? Su Nuoze grasped the crux of the matter. Yes, Wang Mang responded. In that incident, 781 students were abducted, with only 7 managing to escape, one of whom is your wife, Gu Lianji. Have those students been rescued? Su Nuoze pressed. And what was the motive behind their abduction? This kidnapping was a collaborative effort between the demon clan and their enslaved minions. We have been investigating their whereabouts for years, but have made little headway. However, they have recently grown more active, intending to target the remaining 7 students. Your wife is not the first to be marked. Upon hearing this, Su Nuoze narrowed his eyes. No wonder Guru Ashuan's demands were either the entire Gu family or Gu Lianji alone. As the saying goes in the online realm, in a room, if you express a desire to open a window, you will be met with unanimous opposition. However, if you propose to tear off the roof, they will negotiate with you, conceding to your request to open the window. Thus, Guru Ashuan leveraged the entire Gu family against Gu Lianji, coercing the Gu family to surrender Gu Lianji. This matter should remain discreet. If your relationship with your wife is harmonious, You must be vigilant regarding her safety. The recent awakening of the ancient behemoth, the Horned Smoke Beast, is merely the beginning. The next move from the demon slaves may coincide with your deployment to the front lines, Wang Mang solemnly warned. Are the demon slaves abducting them to compel the major families to ally with them? Su Nuoze speculative. No. Wan Mang Zofo. We suspected that the reason the demon clan sees these students is due to a shared characteristic among them. What characteristic? They have all been bathed in dragon blood. Their physiques have been significantly enhanced, Wang Mang proclaimed, his words striking with startling gravity. The dragon blood they were immersed in is that of the Kangi demon dragon, which you vanquished 50 years ago. Upon hearing this, Su Nuoze was both astonished and perplexed. But the potency of the Kangi demon dragon's blood is immense. Can these students withstand it? Wang Mang explained, following your slaying of the Kangi demon dragon. A team of experts studied its carcass and ultimately diluted the most precious dragon blood within, creating a dragon blood serum. This serum was not made available to the public, but all prominent families, warlords, and tycoons were allotted a quota. Coincidentally, nearly all the students who received the diluted dragon blood were enrolled in the Noble Academy. Chapter 53. What about you? After concluding his conversation with Wang Mang, Su Nuoze exited the mecha sensory link with a heavy heart. Unexpectedly, just as one storm subsided, another arose. The demon clan had set its sights on Gu Lianji. It appeared he must keep a close watch over her to prevent her from falling into the clutches of the demon clan. As soon as he emerged from the mecha sensory link, Gu Lianji approached him with news. Tomorrow, Ying and I will be seeking out Su Haidu. I will assign you a relatively light task. You can handle it alone. What? Su Nuoze was taken aback. Seeking out Su Haidu? Why was I not informed? Yet he maintained a facade of compliance, nodding. All right, my dear wife, you need not concern yourself with me. Focus on your own matters. Gu Lianji acknowledged with a soft then turned to take a shower. Seizing the opportunity, Su Nuoze logged in once more to inquire with Wan Yingying. Immediately, Wan Yingying lamented, the assessment for senior journalists is approaching, and if I do not produce a few viral videos soon, I will have to wait until the second half of the year to retake the assessment. Upon hearing this, Su Nuoze acquiesced to filming the videos tomorrow night. But then he queried, how should I assist you in recording these videos? Should I employ a strategy of overcoming the strong with the weak? Or continue with my previous maneuvering? Embarrassed by the question, Wan Yingying replied, oh, could you showcase the footage of your last encounter with the demon type, rat using the worker ant mecha? I believe the audience would greatly enjoy it. Are you out of your mind? Su Nuoze yikti thou trait. My wife is aware of my previous handling of the worker ant mecha. Do you wish for her to expose me on the spot? You could operate another support type mecha, such as the repairman modular engineering mecha. After a moment of contemplation, Su Nuoze finally agreed. Very well, please transfer the contribution points necessary for the purchase of the mecha to my Su Haidu account. His agreement with Wan Yingying was strictly limited to assisting her in obtaining the senior journalist certification. Once she achieved that, their collaboration would be deemed complete, and she could never reveal his identity as Su Haidu. Excellent. Wan Yingying responded eagerly. And you shall locate the demon type rat. I am currently unavailable. Understood. After concluding his conversation with Wan Yingying, Su Nuoze switched to his Su Haidu account and utilized the contribution points sent by Wan Yingying to purchase a repairman mecha. The repairman is a level 1 mecha, quite popular among the masses aside from the worker ant type. It boasts 2 multifunctional engineering arms. The left arm can switch between hydraulic pliers, a nanospray gun, and a scanner. The hydraulic pliers are used for severing debris, the nanospray gun for rapid welding, and the scanner for diagnosing faults. The right arm features a telescopic mechanical hand with a precision micro-welding tip, suitable for repairing circuit board level damage, along with a tool compartment in the back and stabilizers in the feet. After reviewing the capabilities of the repairman, Su Nuoze couldn't help but grimace. Why did Wan Yingying insist he use this contraption to combat the demon clan? Was this some ultimate niche strategy designed to attract viewers to her videos? After researching the mecha for a while, he realized this model was a recent release in the last 50 years, not an outdated version. Thus, he needed to familiarize himself with its operation thoroughly. Otherwise, it would be quite the amusing spectacle if he were to falter while using it. Once he grasped the operational methods of the mecha, he felt more assured. When Gu Lianji finished her shower, she called him to join her in executing a task. Following Gu Lianji proved both effortless and rewarding, though the only downside was the lack of freedom. However, Su Nuoze could sense that Gu Lianji was intentionally honing his proficiency with the mecha, as the tasks assigned to him were designed to test a mecha operator's skill level. For Su Nuoze, however, these tasks were as simple as child's play, presenting no challenge whatsoever. That night, as Su Nuoze accompanied Gu Lianji on their mission, he had accumulated 7,000 contribution points, all earned through lucrative tasks undertaken alongside her. He feared that if he were to operate independently, even with his formidable mecha skills. He would not be able to amass contribution points at such a rapid pace. The following morning, upon arriving at Jiangxi University with Gu Lianji, he was confronted at the classroom entrance by an individual who irritated him greatly. Huang Chunsheng, previously a sycophant during the prosperous days of his Su family. He had been the first to adopt a mocking tone once the family fell into disgrace. Huang Chunsheng approached, clutching 2 lunchboxes. A disingenuous smile plastered across his face as he called out to Su Nuoze and Gu Lianji, "Zhe, sister-in-law, you haven't had breakfast, have you? I brought you meals." Seeing Huang Chunsheng's obsequious smile, Su Nuoze felt a moment of disorientation. He recalled how Huang Chunsheng used to do this frequently, and he had rewarded him handsomely for his flattery. But now, after his family's downfall, this person had resurfaced. Was it possible that news of his recent praise from Qi Xiaoran had spread, leading the whole school to recognize him as a mecha genius? Was Huang Chunsheng now back, acting like a sycophant once more? Gu Lianji frowned slightly. "Handle this yourself." With that, she walked past Huang Chunsheng and entered the classroom. After her departure, Su Nuoze turned to Huang Chunsheng with a knowing glint in his eye. "What is this? Did you not find the term sycophant rather unpleasant? Yet here you are again, playing the role?" Upon hearing Su Nuoze's taunt, Huang Chunsheng chuckled awkwardly. "Come on, Zhe, you're joking. I've always been your loyal follower. You can't forget the times we've shared. Who the hell share any times with you?" Su Nuoze's expression shifted immediately. "I've turned over a new leaf. Someone like you could only lead me astray. Stay away from me in the future. I refuse to associate with bad influences." Initially intending to continue his sarcastic banter, he suddenly noticed a shadow at the classroom door. It was Gu Lianji eavesdropping. This girl, who claimed to trust him to handle things, was now sneaking around to listen. Thus, Su Nuoze quickly changed his tone, launching into a tirade against Huang Chunsheng as if he had genuinely transformed. Huang Chunsheng's eyes widened at Su Nuoze's words. "Wait a minute, buddy, who is leading whom astray?" He opened his mouth to respond. "Zhe, what about me?" Su Nuoze interjected directly. "I won't hold you accountable for the mischief you've led me into before. Just leave immediately, and I shall pretend that your escapades, taking me to nightclubs, casinos, and introducing me to women, never occurred." Huang Chunsheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you mean, I?" Su Nuoze rudely interrupted once more. "Do not even think about finding me women again. My heart now belongs solely to my wife, and refrain from giving me any of those women's contact details. I have resolved to lead a virtuous life and will no longer frequent those debauched places." Chapter 54. The two women watched Su Haida's performance. Su Nuoze continued, "I don't want to see you again. If I do, I swear I'll make you regret it." Huang Chunsheng was left dumbfounded. So many accusations, and they all fall on me? Goodness, those are my very words you're using. He felt as if an enormous burden had been unfairly placed upon him, bending his very spine. With that, Su Nuoze pushed past him and strode toward the classroom, proclaiming with righteous indignation, "I, Huang, have no dealings with gambling and drugs." Under Huang Chunsheng's gaze, he entered the classroom, slamming the door behind him with a resounding thud. Gu Lianji had not anticipated Su Nuoze's sudden entrance, and in her haste to retreat, she stumbled and fell into his arms. "Oh, dear wife, what brings you to the doorway?" "So no se te dije Ulianzi, feigning confusión." However, Gu Lianji responded with an unusual tone. "Were those places you frequented before all brought forth by Huang Chunsheng?" Su Nuoze nodded. "Of course, my dear wife. I've always been a good child until he led me astray, spending my money to do so. But no matter. I have reformed and shall no longer engage in wickedness." Gu Lianji slightly nodded, reflecting on how Su Nuoze had indeed been quite well behaved during this period. Could it be that Huang Chunsheng had truly been the one to lead him astray? As they resumed their seats, they were unaware that many classmates were observing the two with peculiar glances. It had become abundantly clear to everyone that they had reconciled. Some had speculated about their reunion before, but had hesitated to believe it. Now, witnessing the undeniable reality before them, they could only sigh. Nonetheless, Su Nuoze was now recognized as a genius by Master Qi, a late-blooming talent whose future achievements were uncertain. Because of Master Qi's endorsement, Su Nuoze had undergone a transformation in the eyes of his peers, no longer seen as a mere waste. The day's classes swiftly concluded, and in the afternoon, Su Nuoze engaged in the Mecha Glory game, specifically maneuvering a repairman mecha. Unfortunately, the assessments for the repairman mecha were solely focused on logistical maintenance, lacking any combat evaluations. Thus, Su Nuoze could only utilize this mecha for solo matches in the first-level mecha duels. Who could have predicted the expression on an opponent's face upon entering and encountering a support-type mecha? And how would that expression shift upon discovering Su Nuoze's 100 win rate and the notorious ID of Xiaohei? The opponent's emotions would oscillate from surprise and astonishment to fear and excitement. Surprise at the sight of a logistical mecha, believing victory was assured. astonishment upon witnessing Su Nuoze's flawless win record, fear upon recognizing the infamous ID of Xiaohei, and excitement at the prospect of appearing on television. In that moment, he activated the third-person recording and charged towards his adversary, and then he was instantly obliterated. As darkness enveloped his vision, he was left in a daze. He promptly replayed the third-person footage to analyze how he had lost the match. The footage revealed the repairman, Mecha, lifting its left arm, utilizing a nanospray gun to seal the joints of his legs, causing him to lose balance at that critical moment. After which the repairman delivered a devastating blow to his cockpit. Such a straightforward, yet devastating defeat. Upon witnessing this, he felt a twinge of frustration. Although his opponent wielded a formidable black 3 cannon, he should not have been outmatched by a mere repairman Mecha. This was merely a minor setback. Su Nuoze resumed matchmaking. However, due to 2 significant weaknesses of the repairman, its lack of long-range attack and poor mobility, any opposing Mecha that soared into the air could easily outmaneuver him, leading to numerous subsequent defeats. Fortunately, these were just matches and would not affect his ranking win rate. Even if they did, Su Nuoze remained unfazed. This game was merely a means for him to familiarize himself with mecha equipment. After an afternoon of acclimatizing to the mecha, Su Nuoze readied himself for the fierce battle that awaited him that evening. Later that night, after returning to their room with Gu Lianji, Su Nuoze brewed a batch of body-refining medicine before preparing to use the mecha sensing chain. The breakthrough from E-level to D-level physique would require several more months, and Su Nuoze was uncertain if he could achieve this before his military service. He had pushed his training to the limit, exercising fervently each day to enhance the absorption of the refining medicine. The primary concern was that this body was too frail. Previously, forcing his physique to E-level had already proven quite challenging. Now he needed to lay a solid foundation. However, once his physique reached D-level, he would leapfrog past level 2 Mecha Master to become a level 3 Mecha Master. Later that evening, Su Nuoze waited until Gu Lianji activated the mecha sensing chain before logging into his Su Haitu account. Upon logging in, he promptly equipped the newly exchanged repairman, opening the map sent by Wan Yingying and maneuvering the repairman towards the designated location. However, the movement speed of the repairman was quite sluggish. It took him a full 40 minutes to arrive at the location marked as the Scorching Bone Desert. Upon arrival, he spotted 2 impressively designed mechas hovering in the sky, awaiting his arrival. "Su Haitu, over here," called out Wan Yingying, the owner of the Iris Mecha, as she waved him over and pulled him into the voice channel. As Su Nuoze entered the channel, he heard his wife's familiar, cool voice. "Hello, Senior Su Haitu." Su Nuoze altered his tone slightly and replied, "Greetings, everyone. I'm not much older than you, so just call me Haitu." Gu Lianji was taken aback by his voice. She hadn't expected the illustrious Su Haitu to sound so youthful, and that tone seemed oddly familiar. "All right, Brother Haitu," Wan Yingying responded smoothly, knowing that Su Nuoze was approximately their age. Su Nuoze nodded. "Without further ado, shall we begin? Where's the location?" Gu Lianji looked at the repairman piloted by Su Haitu with curiosity, wondering if she remembered correctly that it was a support-type logistical mecha. Was Wan Yingying truly relying on this mecha to enhance the video's popularity? Had she been fooled? She heard Wan Yingying exclaim, "Brother Haitu, there's a passage over here, just as wide as the one you encountered last time." Wan Yingying led Su Nuoze to a cave entrance in the desert. There's a group of demon mice here. Although their numbers are fewer than last time, there's still enough for me to film a video lasting over 10 minutes. Chapter 55. Gu Lianji shock. Is this a support mecha? Su Nuoze yawned. "All right, let's make it quick. I'm pressed for time. I still need to switch accounts and complete some tasks." Gu Lianji, piloting the Silver Moon Mecha, observed the 2 with curiosity. Before coming, Wan Yingying had advised her to speak less and observe more, so she refrained from asking questions. As Su Nuoze maneuvered the repairman to the cave entrance, Wan Yingying retrieved an incense-like item from her toolbox. This is the magic-seeking incense, which possesses an extraordinary allure for lower-tier demon races. "I shall ignite it and place it behind you, Brother Haitu. All you need to do is guard this breach." Wan Yingying positioned the incense approximately 20 meters behind the repairman and signaled, "Brother Haitu, I have lit it." "Indeed." "So no se replied succinctly." With a snap, Wan Yingying ignited the incense, and in the next moment, the Iris mech stood motionless, displaying an offline status. Shortly thereafter, a small robot emerged from the corner. It was the battlefield reporter she had been utilizing. The reporter selected an excellent angle and initiated recording. Observing the actions of the 2, Gu Lianji expressed her astonishment. Su Haitu was genuinely employing the repairman to confront the demon race. She vacated her filming position, intrigued to watch. Rustling sounds echoed within the cavern, signaling the movement of the demon rodents. Su Nuoze remained composed, exhibiting no signs of tension. Gu Yinji blinked, surprised by his relaxed demeanor. As the sounds grew louder, tension surged among the three. They're coming. Su Nuoze calmly retrieved a folding crane arm from his tool compartment, capable of lifting 2 tons, and brought it crashing down. A resounding thud resounded as the first-tier demon rodent was instantly obliterated. Witnessing this, Wan Yingying felt a pang of discomfort. The impact of this spectacle was not as profound as that of the Ant 02 mech. The sheer number of demon rodents was too scant, and with Su Nuoze's prior preparations, this assessment appeared exceedingly effortless in his hands. Just as Wan Yingying had surmised, Su Nuoze exuded an air of ease. Even the sporadic second-tier demon rodents fell effortlessly beneath his blows, as if he were merely sipping water while facing a challenge beyond his level. Wan Yingying, having observed Su Nuoze's maneuvers, believed this level of performance fell far short of his true capabilities. Yet for Gu Yinji, it was as though she witnessed an extraordinary spectacle. Was this truly a support mech? The precision with which he identified the weaknesses of the second-tier rodent king and delivered a fatal blow was astonishing. Even if she were to operate a second-tier mech, she doubted she could execute it with such fluidity and ease. Su Nuoze operated with utmost seriousness. Not only did he intend to eliminate all demon rodents, but he also aimed to ensure no damage to himself in the process. Under his onslaught, the demon rodents were swiftly eradicated, and merely 8 minutes had elapsed from the onset. Su Nuoze turned to the battlefield reporter operated by Wan Yingying. Is that sufficient? Wan Yingying nodded promptly, switching accounts back to the Iris mech, and stowed the battlefield reporter robot into her tool compartment. Then I shall withdraw. Su Nuoze executed a maneuver that neither of the 2 women anticipated. He logged out, leaving the repairman mech in place. The abrupt disconnection left both women in a state of shock. Wan Yingying understood that Su Nuoze needed to manage Gu Yinji on the other side, prompting him to log out swiftly before Gu Yinji departed for the task location. Thus, she addressed Gu Yinji. Yinji, the esteemed one requested us to assist in transporting the mech to the nearest maintenance fortress. Will you accompany me? It is rather strenuous to carry this mech alone. Since the esteemed Su Haitu had aided in filming, it was only fitting for her to assist him momentarily. Gu Yinji, recovering from her astonishment, pondered before asking, Yingying, how is it that such a young Su Haitu is willing to help you record videos? Wan Yingying paused for a moment before responding with a smile. Because I assisted him last time, he feels indebted to me and agreed to film a few videos together. Gu Yinji nodded, helping Wan Yingying deliver the repairman mech to the nearby mech maintenance fortress. After delivering the mech, she promptly contacted Su Nuoze. Having just logged onto his new account, Su Nuoze arrived at the task location with remarkable speed. Upon seeing Gu Yinji's message, he sighed in relief and shared his location with her. This should suffice to clear any suspicions, right? Gu Yinji was searching for Su Nuoze, while Wan Yingying logged out to begin video editing. She titled the video, Is this truly a support mech? Su Haida will tell you. After 5 hours of editing, she accompanied it with stirring music and uploaded it online. Due to the title featuring Su Haidu's name as a sensational hook, the video garnered considerable attention immediately upon release. Has the streamer finally captured the esteemed Su Haitu again? The streamer claims not to know the esteemed Haitu. The implication of the title suggested that Su Haitu was operating a support mech. What could this possibly mean? Discussions erupted as viewers, filled with curiosity, clicked on the video. However, upon viewing, everyone was left dumbfounded. The opening scene showcased the repairman effortlessly slaying a second-tier rodent king and casually dispatching several demon rodents. Following this sequence, a text appeared. All footage in this video was captured by the esteemed Su Haitu. The video, then, accompanied by music, transitioned to its introduction. By this point, the comment section was flooded with question marks. The initial scene was so shocking that it captivated everyone's attention. What did I just witness? A first-tier support mech annihilating a second-tier demon race. Goodness, the opening had me on my knees. Is this actual gameplay? I clicked in because of Su Haida's name. But that opening scene genuinely startled me. The video commenced in earnest, with the repairman mech positioned at the cave entrance, eliminating each demon rodent that approached, employing various tools with finesse. At the 3-minute mark, the first second-tier rodent king appeared, displaying remarkable cunning as it concealed itself among the demon rodents, launching an immediate assault. Yet, the repairman mech seemed to anticipate this, swiftly seizing the rodent king's right foreleg with its pincers. Seizing the moment of imbalance, it transitioned to a nanospray gun, piercing the rodent king's neck and achieving a stunning, decisive kill. This display prompted the comments to exclaim in admiration. Just the mode switching of Su Haidu's multifunctional engineering arm is something I could study for a year. The way Su Haidu swiftly identified the rodent king's attack vulnerability, exploited its flaw, and then struck with thunderous force at its weak neck, effortlessly securing the kill. Such artistry. If it were me, I'd have already switched accounts the moment the second demon rodent charged. Isn't the repairman supposed to be a support-type mech? Yet Su Haitu is using it to slay demon races? The phrase, everything can kill demon races, was vividly exemplified in the presence of the esteemed Haitu. Chapter 56, Su Haitu is trending again. The comments section brimmed with expressions of astonishment, and throughout the ensuing video, the repairman mech executed a stunning maneuver, taking down 2 second-tier rodent kings simultaneously, leaving the audience in awe. When the video concluded, viewers remained entranced. The comments below echoed similar sentiments. Before watching the video, I was thinking, how could a repairman mech possibly shine? After watching, I can't believe it truly has. Oh no, the official front lines are likely to face an overwhelming demand for repairman mechs in the coming days. The executives of the repairman mech company were grinning from ear to ear. This was undoubtedly the most spectacular advertisement for repairman-type mechs. I officially declare this episode's shock factor surpasses that of the previous in-turn mech battling the 4th-tier Demon Eagle. Just as the comment suggested, the executives of the repairman mech company were beaming with delight, for the video's viral success led to an influx of orders for repairman mechs. Undoubtedly, Wan Yingying was also beaming. She had not anticipated this video would gain traction so swiftly. Thus, she immediately pinned a message in the video. Dear ones, the esteemed Haitu has promised me he will record more videos. Stay tuned for the next installment. The pinned comment swiftly captured the attention of countless passersby. Consequently, the follower count for journalist Wan Dei skyrocketed, surpassing that of many seasoned reporters. Upon witnessing this surge in followers, Wan Yingying realized that she was not far from attaining the status of a senior reporter. The mere thought of becoming a senior reporter sent waves of exhilaration coursing through her veins. It is worth noting that certain places, inaccessible even to mecha masters, are open to senior reporters. For instance, the battle between the Divine Mecha Master and high-ranking demon clans. To illustrate, the previous clash between the legendary Mecha Master Wang Mang and an ancient beast took place within a barrier activated by Wang Mang, but regrettably, no senior reporters were present to document the event. Had she been a senior reporter, she could have applied for entry into the barrier, and Wang Mang, upon recognizing her status, would likely have permitted her access. The activation of barriers during the fierce battles between elite mecha masters is primarily to protect the mechas outside. A senior reporter possesses the requisite credentials to venture inside. Thus, a rather amusing assessment of senior reporters circulates. Where even peak mecha masters cannot tread, I shall enter. With Su Nuoze by her side, Wan Yingying felt that her time to become a senior reporter was imminent, and obtaining the senior reporter certification would also ensure her favorable treatment during her military service. Frontline personnel, upon learning of her status as a senior reporter, would undoubtedly offer her numerous privileges, facilitating her efforts to document her experiences. Gu Lianji and Su Nuoze also viewed the video, with Su Nuoze lacking a smartphone, watching alongside Gu Lianji. Upon witnessing the impressive footage of his repairs, Su Nuoze was astounded. Wow, am I really that cool on camera? Yet, he couldn't help but feel that the appearance of the repair mecha was rather unsightly. Despite Wan Yingying's excellent filters, music, and angles, he still believed it somewhat marred his image. As he observed the barrage of compliments flooding the comments, his eyes sparkled with delight. Had any acquaintances seen the expression on Su Nuoze's face, they would surely remark, the old man, who cannot operate a smartphone, suddenly finds himself an online sensation, prompting him to finally engage with technology. This was Su Nuoze's predicament. 50 years ago, videos of network mecha battles were scarce, and reporters were equally few. Although Su Mo was formidable, the footage documenting his battles was minimal. Consequently, the current online evaluations of Master Su Mo are predominantly textual. Had such an advanced network existed 50 years ago, the contemporary instructors would undoubtedly utilize Master Su Mo's battle videos for their teachings. No way. Wan Yingying must have made a fortune. I need a piece of that. Seizing the opportunity while Gu Lianji was distracted, he discreetly messaged Wan Yingying with 2 words, split the spoils. Wan Yingying, far from being financially strained, felt a surge of joy upon receiving Su Nuoze's message. She promptly replied, as long as you call me to record videos during your fights, we can share the profits. How about an 80-20 split? With you getting 80 and me 20? After contemplating, Su Nuoze agreed. Thus, Wan Yingying sent him his share of the earnings. Upon seeing the 18,000 contribution points credited to his account, Su Nuoze was left dumbfounded. Goodness gracious, that's an astounding amount. Adding in his previous savings, he was now close to affording a level 4 mecha. He had toiled for weeks on tasks, only to discover that a single video had earned him more. According to Wan Yingying, this was merely the beginning. The total projected earnings for this video could reach 50,000 contribution points, with much of the income accruing over time. There was even the possibility of securing advertisements. Advertisements would be even more lucrative. Su Nuoze was not one to be overly fixated on money. Yet any expenditure related to Mecha's incurred costs, be it for enhancements or modifications. This was akin to a regular person's desire to have their prized vehicle look stunning, transforming it into the most eye-catching ride on the street. For instance, Gu Yanji's Silver Moon Mecha, as Wan Yingying described, had an overall cost amounting to 200,000 contribution points. It is noteworthy that the cheapest level 5 mecha costs 100,000 contribution points. Gu Yanji's level 4 Silver Moon Mecha could purchase 2 level 5 mechas. Naturally, the highest grade mechas available for purchase with contribution points are only level 5. And acquiring mechas above that level necessitates the corresponding Mecha Master certification. For example, a level 4 Mecha Master can only purchase level 4 or lower mechas. However, intra-level mechas and level 1 mechas are exceptions. These two tiers of mechas can be acquired with just contribution points. Su Nuoze had previously requested Wang Mang to elevate the status of his Su Haitu account, which Wang Mang verbally agreed to, yet his permissions had yet to be upgraded. Wang Ergo is truly unreliable and notoriously tardy. Once Su Nuoze's physique broke through to D-grade, he would promptly invest in a high-spec level 3 mecha for himself. Hence, he required contribution points. As for master-grade mechas, they cannot simply be purchased with contribution points. Acquiring a master-grade mecha demands passing the Mecha Master certification exam and possessing a certain level of military merit, with such mechas being tightly controlled by the authorities. Thus, the ring given to him by Qi Rushuang is of utmost importance due to its unique feature, unconditional exchange. It is this singular characteristic that allows him to bypass the need for military merit, any contribution points, or even a Mecha Master certification. He merely needs to present the ring at the Mecha warehouse, and he can procure a master-grade mecha. Chapter 57. This strike will be impressive. Ever since Su Nuoze beheld the accolades directed at him in the video, he immediately urged Wan Yingying to film a new video. A week later, they discussed the content for this new endeavor. At Su Nuoze's insistence, this time they would utilize a conventional combat mecha instead of a logistics-type mecha. In pursuit of visual appeal, Su Nuoze specifically chose the Night Blade, a mecha, renowned for its operational difficulty among level 1 mechas, a lightweight close combat model. This mecha, dubbed the Flea of the Battlefield, stands 5 meters tall and weighs a mere 28 tons, with its exposed frame only covered by ceramic fiber mesh, rendering its defensive capabilities nearly non-existent. However, the maneuverability of the Night Blade A is remarkably exaggerated. In terms of agility, this mecha can rival conventional level 3 mechas. The legs of the Night Blade A are outfitted with explosive tendons, enabling it to achieve an astonishing vertical leap of up to 15 meters. Additionally, 2 vector nozzles are installed on its back, allowing for rapid directional changes mid-air. Its primary weaponry consists of dual mantis blades with folding high-frequency vibrating edges, while its secondary weapon is a barbed iron ball launcher, capable of deploying spiked metal spheres that can pierce through flesh, giving foes an unpleasant surprise. The Night Blade A is a relic from 50 years ago, and for everyone in the then-renowned elite class, it was the mecha required to pass the hellish assessment. In fact, during the assessment involving this mecha, one individual met their demise due to an operational error in battle, highlighting the formidable challenge of mastering this machine. However, in contemporary times, few individuals opt to utilize this mecha, preferring safer alternatives. Su Nuoze's decision to film a video with this vintage mecha was also somewhat motivated by a desire to validate its legacy. Of course, not merely for the sake of appearing impressive. Under the cover of night, Su Nuoze purchased a Night Blade, a mecha, online and swiftly proceeded to the designated filming location. As he operated this mecha, Su Nuoze felt as though his very soul had been revitalized. The operational complexity of this mecha allowed him to unleash 60% of his true potential. Unlike previous mechas, where limitations in operation left him feeling constrained, this time, he was fully able to express his capabilities. The filming location for this video was the Bat Demon Cavern. Within the Bat Demon Cavern dwelled numerous second-tier demon creatures resembling bats, and even a Bat King, a third-tier demon. In this instance, Su Nuoze's challenge unfolds within the enigmatic depths of the Demon Bat Cave. Upon his arrival at the designated location, he discovers that Gu Yanji and Wan Yingying have already made their presence felt. However, on this day, the two ladies have opted not to pilot the Silver Moon and Iris mechs, but rather to command 2 level 3 Phantom Zero mechs. The defining feature of the Phantom mechs is their cloaking ability. The two women plan to conceal themselves in the shadows, activating night vision mode to observe his maneuvers. While ordinary bats rely on echolocation, the demon bats depend on their sight, earning them their ominous title due to their bat-like appearance. Once the two women have concealed themselves adequately, Wan Ying dons a battlefield reporter's mech, signaling to Su Nuoze that he may commence. The recording begins. In the Night Blade, a mech charges into the cavern. The Night Blade, immediately attracts the attention of all the demon bats, akin to a shark invading a tranquil pond, instilling terror among them. Almost every demon bat's eyes ignite with a gleaming light, illuminating the darkness like countless lanterns. All fixated on the Night Blade Su Nuoze slowly unsheathes his mantis blade, his gaze sharpening with focus. Rather than activating the night vision function, he opts for the immersive mode. This is his favored feature, a testament to his prodigious talent from a previous life. It allows him to envision himself as the mech itself, making the most judicious choices in the heat of battle. Swiftly, the demon bats spring into action, surging forth like a dark wave towards him. He springs into motion. As the demon bats commence their assault, the Night Blade mech suddenly drops to all fours, darting across the ground with the agility of a cockroach, showcasing its explosive power. Several demon bats swoop over his head, while Su Nuoze's target remains the Bat King nestled deep within their ranks. His incredible speed leaves many demon bats scrambling to react, colliding with the ground in their haste. Just as the Night Blade approaches the Bat King, it leaps powerfully, using several demon bats as leverage. In that fleeting moment, Su Nuoze deftly extends the mantis blade, the 18-meter-long sword shooting from the inside of his forearm, cleaving toward the Bat King amidst the throng of demon bats. Capture the king before the thieves. The Bat King raises its wings in a desperate attempt to shield itself, but at this crucial juncture, the vector thruster on the left side of the Night Blade's back erupts, allowing it to perform a full rotation in mid-air, swiftly positioning itself behind the Bat King. The thunderous roar of the engines buzzes like a swarm of bees, the rapidity of which leaves the two observing women momentarily disoriented. As the Night Blade's vibrating blade slices into the Bat King's body, blood sprays forth, a gruesome fountain erupting from behind the Bat King, which emits a low growl, inciting countless demon bats to recklessly charge at the Night Blade The Night Blade plummets to the ground, deploying an iron caltrop launcher that scatters numerous spikes across the terrain. It remains unaffected, gliding smoothly over the surface. When the demon bats converge to intercept him, many unwittingly tread upon the iron spikes, resulting in a gory spectacle as blood erupts, accompanied by their anguished cries. Noticing the demon bat's trepidation towards the ground, Su Nuoze seizes the moment, raising his mantis blade and slicing upwards during his glide, cleaving through the underbellies of countless demon bats. These creatures, overwhelmed by the onslaught, scatter like startled sparrows, scattering into the air. In the midst of their panic, Su Nuoze's gaze shifts back to the severely wounded Bat King. The next strike will be nothing short of spectacular. Both vector thrusters on the Night Blade's back ignite simultaneously, coupled with an explosive release of the tendon springs, propelling the Night Blade forward like a bolt of lightning towards the Bat King. The two mantis blades reach their maximum vibrational intensity, igniting into fierce flames. At this moment, warnings blare from within Su Nuoze's mech. Warning: join overload, please reduce frequency. Warning: join overload, please lower temperature. Ignoring the alarms, the Night Blade instantaneously ascends to the ceiling, the blazing blades descending with ferocity, cleaving the Bat King in twain. Yet, this is merely the beginning. The Night Blade remains in its high-frequency state, and Su Nuoze shows no inclination to throttle back, plunging into the throng of demon bats like a frenzied top. The wildly spinning mech heats the hydraulic fluid to a boiling point, doubling the vibrational frequency of the mantis blades, transforming them into a tempest that engulfs countless demon bats. The cacophony of their screams fills the air as they are swept into the vortex, exploding into a mist of blood. Chapter 58. What kind of overwhelming challenge is this? As the blood rain cascades down, the remaining demon bats, utterly demoralized, flee into the depths of the cavern, vanishing without a trace in mere moments. The Night Blade comes to a halt, thudding down onto the ground, its mantis blades trembling slightly. The whirlwind dissipates, leaving the two observing women in a state of stunned disbelief. What has transpired? Was that display truly the work of a level 1 mech? Gu Yinji and Wan Ying exchange astonished glances. The good news: they had mentally prepared themselves in advance. The bad news: it was insufficient. Although they were somewhat prepared, it was evident that their expectations had not been met. In their minds, they envisioned Su Haitu utilizing position and breakthrough tactics, akin to his previous encounter with the level 4 Demon Eagle, employing extreme maneuvering to methodically eliminate all the demon bats. However, their expectations were dashed as reality unfolded starkly differently. Su Haitu had obliterated an entire swarm of demon bats, which were even 1 or 2 levels above him. Is this even right? Both operating level 1 mechs. Why does Su Nuoze possess such an extraordinary offensive capability? Perhaps they should sell level 1 mechs to him at the price of level 3 ones. The disparity is simply outrageous. Let us not even consider it. Even if a level 3 mech were to tackle such a horde of demon bats, it would expend over 80 of its energy, wouldn't it? The two women gaze blankly at the back of the Night Blade A, which stands still yet emanates a faint glow, indicating that its pilot has not vacated the cockpit. Is Su Nuoze merely showing off? No, he is in excruciating pain, unable to move. While the spectacle of the Night Blade A was undeniably impressive, it necessitated a superior physical constitution. This maneuver represents an overload feature of the Night Blade A, enabling a level 1 mech to unleash the offensive power of a level 3 mech in moments of desperation. However, such a feat demands an extraordinary physical threshold. Su Nuoze acknowledges his tendency to flaunt his skills, leaving him in a state where he can hardly even log off. Fortunately, he realized that enduring this pain for a short while would not lead to a repeat of his previous experience in the medical ward. Ouch! The agony is unbearable. As he finally feels capable of movement, he promptly disengages from the mech's sensory link. Returning to his chamber, he glances at Gu Yinji, who remains online, and can no longer contain himself, letting out a wail of distress. It hurts. It hurts so much it feels like he might throw up. The meal he had earlier is threatening to resurface. Reflecting on the previous requirements set by the Prodigy class, he finds them utterly absurd. This maneuver may appear impressive, yet 50 years ago, a dozen individuals from the Prodigy class could execute it. However, this isn't even the pinnacle of what their instructors demanded. There exists a technique even more challenging than this one. That is, utilizing the high-frequency vibrating blade of the Mantis Blade to peel an apple. The difficulty of peeling an apple surpasses that of this maneuver by a wide margin. Nevertheless, he is not at ease either, as half of his body remains in a state of numbness. Time is of the essence. He hastily switches to Gu Yinji's account, racing with utmost speed to the location where they had agreed to meet. In truth, Su Nuoze was somewhat overthinking, for both Gu Yinji and Wan Yingying were still immersed in the astonishing spectacle of a first-level mech obliterating all the demonic bats. Consequently, Gu Yinji had yet to log off. Unbeknownst to Su Nuoze, he had left the two women utterly astounded, primarily because, over the years, no one had executed such maneuvers. Players typically operated mechs corresponding to their own skill levels. Thus, it was rare for players of this era to exhibit such profound mastery over lower-tier mechs. However, the situation was markedly different a few decades ago when mechs were exceedingly scarce, and advanced models even more so. Many mech engineers, under extreme circumstances, could operate any mech to face their foes. Therefore, within the prodigious class, the expectation was that every individual must be proficient in utilizing mechs of any tier, maximizing their combat efficacy beyond the mech's inherent capabilities. In essence, one was required to wield the power of a third-level mech using a first-level one, a standard that all members of the prodigious class were expected to meet. As the second best in the prodigious class, Su Nuoze was a paragon, especially considering that the top contender was Yi Feng, a man over a decade his senior. Had they shared the same age, Su Nuoze believed he could outperform Yi Feng by a considerable margin. Nevertheless, only 4 individuals remained in the prodigious class now. Su Nuoze felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with his recent performance. Had his physical prowess been slightly greater, the frequency of his whirlwind attacks could have accelerated, allowing him to capture more of those demonic bats. He thought that far too many had escaped. Upon switching accounts and arriving at the task location Gu Yinji had sent him, he discovered that she had yet to contact him. How curious. Was his wife still entangled with Wan Yingying today? He dismissed the thought and proceeded with his task. Meanwhile, an unexpected turn of events unfolded on Gu Yinji's end, for she was engrossed with Wan Yingying, replaying the video of Su Nuoze's recent Night Blade A maneuver. The two women watched in awe. Unable to comprehend how he had executed such a feat, Gu Yinji even logged off to enter the gaming pod adjacent to her room, attempting to pilot the Night Blade A mech herself. Yet no matter her efforts, she could not replicate Su Nuoze's recent maneuver. Su Nuoze's performance had utterly reshaped her and Wan Yingying's understanding of first-level mechs, eclipsing the impact of logistical mechs blocking swarms of demonic rodents or novice mechs striking back against severely injured fourth-level magic eagles. This was precisely why Gu Yinji had yet to reach out to Su Nuoze. After completing his task and exiting the mech's sensory chain, Su Nuoze found Gu Yinji examining a video on a tablet with great intensity. Curiosity piqued. He leaned closer and inquired, "Wife, what captivates your attention? Why did you not seek me out for the task today?" He casually glanced at the video on her tablet, instantly recognizing his own stunning performance with the Nightblade A. Impressive. He could not help but commend his own skills. Gu Yinji shot him a peculiar look and remarked, "This transcends mere impressiveness. This individual has achieved a utilization rate of 1,000 with a first-level mech, demonstrating capabilities far beyond its limits." "Well, I find it quite impressive," Su Nuoze retorted. "The Nightblade isn't the strongest among first-level mechs, yet that maneuver is undoubtedly the most spectacular. Indeed, it was the most remarkable decades ago. However, many new mech types have emerged since then, which I am not fully aware of," Gu Yinji replied, casting a sidelong glance at him while swiping on the tablet. Zooming in and slowing down the video to scrutinize the Nightblade A's operation closely, Su Nuoze assumed she would only watch for a moment. So he retreated to the bathroom for a shower. Yet, upon his return, he discovered Gu Yinji still absorbed in the video. "Darling, why are you still watching this video?" Su Nuoze inquired, leaning beside her and casually resting a hand on her shoulder. "I wish to discern how Su Haido executed this technique," Gu Yinji replied, undeterred by his casual intrusion, though a hint of frustration colored her tone. "However, despite watching for ages, I cannot fathom how he performed it. Even try to replicate it in the Mech Glory game." Su Nuoze thought, "My wife is quite the diligent learner." He feigned interest as he observed the video for a while before asking, "Beloved, it seems the weapon's vibrations in the Nightblade mech are exceedingly rapid. Might such vibrations lead to energy overload?" "Indeed, they would," Gu Yinji confirmed. "But I recall this Nightblade mech has a rather unconventional energy distribution. It cannot maximize both movement and weapon power simultaneously, lest the mantis blade stutter during acceleration." Su Nuoze feigned confusion. Upon hearing Su Nuoze's words, Gu Yinji's eyes lit up. "Exactly. Yet he manages to maintain high-speed movement while also achieving." Suddenly, she seemed to grasp something, eagerly purchasing a Nightblade with her phone. Switching to a mech sensory chain and logging in. Before logging in, she turned to Su Nuoze and said, "You need not wait for me. Go ahead and rest." Watching Gu Yinji enter the mech sensory chain, Su Nuoze sighed, feeling a sense of fatigue. The issue was that even if he provided the answer to Gu Yinji, it did not guarantee she could execute it. Speaking was easy, but the actual operation was an entirely different matter. In his past life, even with prodigious talent, he had taken 3 whole days to master it, enduring countless bouts of nausea in the process. After all, the human body could hardly withstand such rapid spinning. At least one's stomach could not. If Gu Yinji lacked self-awareness, it could turn problematic. Su Nuoze chose to disregard it and went straight to bed. When he arose the following morning, he noticed the faint dark circles under Gu Yinji's eyes and her pale complexion, realizing she had perhaps overestimated her limits. "Wife, did you stay up all night without rest?" Su Nuoze quickly rose to support Gu Yinji. She nodded gently. "I took a day off today. You should let the butler take you." Hearing this, Su Nuoze shook his head. "I won't go. I'll stay home to accompany you." Now, attending school seemed pointless. Aside from reporting his achievements to Tao Wenyu daily, he might as well remain at home to exercise and study. He needed to enhance only his physical capabilities and catch up on the knowledge that had evolved over the past 50 years, making school less beneficial for him. For many privileged students at Jiangxing University, the impending military service meant that whether they attended classes mattered little, as they could also utilize mech sensory chains at home and log into the Mech Glory game for practice. Those from well-off families had already secured their military service placements. However, students with fewer resources needed to rely on the school's mechs and gaming pods for training and preparation for the upcoming military service. After Gu Yinji secured his day off, she began to catch up on sleep. While she rested, Su Nuoze first brewed medicinal baths. After soaking in the body-refining concoction, he absorbed its effects through exercise. Subsequently, he quietly opened Su Haido's account. Simultaneously, 200 kilometers away from Jiangxing, in a foreign city, Wan Yingying bore dark circles under her eyes as well. However, her sleepless night was not spent mastering maneuvers, but rather devoted to editing videos. Having learned from her previous experience, she set up 6 cameras in a cave to capture Su Nuoze's movements from multiple angles, ensuring she recorded the most striking footage. Upon witnessing Su Nuoze's latest maneuver, she was utterly stunned. To present this performance flawlessly, she switched between several camera angles and devoted the entire night to crafting this video until she perfected it. After completing the video, she eagerly published it, titling it, "What is the ceiling of first-level matches?" Then she collapsed and fell into a deep slumber. Subsequently, the video began to brew and ferment. While Wan Yingying was asleep, the video started to circulate wildly, spreading from person to person online. This was largely due to the ostentatious title she had chosen. What is the pinnacle of Tier 1 mechas? Anyone who saw this title clicked in with the intention of berating the video. However, upon watching it, they silently liked it and forwarded it to their close friends. Before viewing, let me see which audacious brat came up with such a boastful title. After viewing, Forget I said anything. Everyone who witnessed the video was captivated by the extraordinary maneuvers of the Nightblade, a mecha. There was nothing wrong with the title. They could all attest that this was indeed the pinnacle of Tier 1 mechas. Consequently, many began commenting below, "Blogger, could you ask the esteemed Haitu to showcase the pinnacle of Tier 2 and Tier 3 mechas? I want to see. Come on, brother. You tell me this is a Tier 1 mecha? I'm truly curious about the real identity of Haitu." Previously, some speculated that Haitu was a mecha master, prompting me to ask which mecha master could execute such maneuvers. The mecha masters expressed their hesitation to engage. Could you ask Haitu to teach us these maneuvers? I want to learn too. The video's dissemination accelerated, and netizens speculated wildly about Su Haitu's true identity. Some claimed he was a legendary mecha master, while others suggested he might be a mysterious Grandmaster of Mechas reluctant to reveal his true self. There were even whispers that Su Haitu was an otherworldly demon from the demon race, having secretly mastered human mechas. Indeed, when Su Nuoze glimpsed these comments, he was nearly paralyzed with fright. How did they leap to such conclusions about the otherworldly demon? The perfection of a Nightblade in mecha's maneuvers seemed too flawless to be performed by a mere human, raising suspicions that its master might be an otherworldly being. While there have been instances of demons controlling mechas in the past, such occurrences were rare, and internal strife caused by demons was not common. The name Su Haitu exploded across the internet, catching the attention of many mecha masters who commented. Su Haitu is likely a legendary mecha master. These mecha masters questioned their own abilities, acknowledging they could challenge ranks, but could not replicate such a formidable display. Upon awakening from her slumber, Wan Yingying was initially elated to see her video go viral. However, her joy quickly turned to anxiety as she was bombarded with private messages and inquiries from her family. The Wan family, her background, sought information about Su Haitu, as many prominent figures were reaching out to the Wans. After all, the person who filmed Su Haitu was the Wan family's cherished daughter. If they could not find Su Haitu, how could they not locate the Wan family's daughter? Numerous mecha masters applied pressure to the Wan family, leading the family patriarch, Wan Yingying's grandfather, to personally visit her room. Although Wan Yingying possessed considerable talent, she was not as favored in the Wan family as Gu Lianji was in her own. Gu Lianji had broken through to Tier 4 Mecha Master 2 years prior and was preparing for the Tier 5 Mecha Master assessment, while Wan Yingying had only recently stepped into Tier 4. Often, she was sidetracked by her role as a war correspondent. Thus, the attention she received from the Wan family paled in comparison to Gu Lianji's standing in her family. When her grandfather visited, Wan Yingying was taken aback. "Grandpa, why did you come in person?" she asked nervously upon seeing him. The patriarch smiled kindly. "Yingying, we were initially hesitant about your career as a war correspondent, but your achievements in this field have changed our minds. If our Wan family could boast a senior correspondent, you would be our pride." Senior correspondents are often graced with a rather illustrious title, historian. The battles recorded by senior correspondents have a chance of being included in history books. An unparalleled honor for all journalists. Wan Yingying bashfully scratched her head. "It's nothing much. If it weren't for meeting the esteemed Haitu, I might not have approached senior correspondent status so quickly." She was careful to omit any mention of brother Haitu, fully aware that she must guard Su Nuoze's true identity at all costs. The patriarch was not in a hurry. He sat on the sofa as if engaging in casual conversation. "Yingying, when did you meet Su Haitu? Why have you never mentioned him before?" Wan Yingying explained. "I met Haitu while accompanying Gu Lianji on a mission in Jiangcheng, where we encountered the resurrection of an ancient beast. I happened to lend a hand to Su Haitu, and he owed me a favor, promising to help me film 3 videos. We are now just 1 viral video away from my application for the senior correspondent certificate." She had rehearsed this narrative extensively and was resolutely committed to it. The patriarch's curiosity piqued. "Do you know his identity?" Wan Yingying shook her head. "Not really, but from his voice, he seems relatively young." The patriarch furrowed his brow. "Could he be an otherworldly demon?" Wan Yingying continued to shake her head. "I'm not sure. If it weren't for the fact that I verified Su Nuoze's number exists and that he knows Master Qi and the legendary Mecha Master Wang Mang, I might have suspected he was an otherworldly demon. However, all signs point to Su Nuoze not being a demon." Hearing this, the patriarch said earnestly, "Ying, you may film videos with him, but you must not become too entangled with this individual. If he is a hidden identity human master, that will be fine. But if he is a transformed otherworldly demon, what if it implicates our Wan family?" Wan Yingying quickly assured him, "Grandpa, rest assured, after I finish filming, I won't contact Su Haitu again." The patriarch nodded and left the room. Watching her grandfather depart, Wan Yingying breathed a sigh of relief. She feared he would press her for further details. However, her worries soon resurfaced. The virality of Su Haitu's video was overwhelming. It had exploded across the internet, And based on past experiences, the formidable power of netizens could quickly unearth the hidden identities of prominent figures. After all, every notable figure, while concealing their true self, would inevitably reveal certain habits and techniques that could disclose their real identity. As a prominent figure, they would undoubtedly be well known online, and their actions would leave traces. Thus, a new genre of videos began to emerge, focusing on speculating Su Haitu's identity. Titles like "The True Identity of Su Haitu Unveiled? Is He Actually?" proliferated. A significant number of viewers began to analyze Su Haitu's maneuvers frame by frame, leading to the overnight exposure of a dozen different identities attributed to him. Wan Yingying watched one particularly absurd analysis video, which claimed Su Haitu was the deceased Master Su Mo. Remarkably, their names were identical, with Haitu cleverly playing on Mo, thus labeling Su Haitu as the reincarnated Master Su Mo. Was this a joke? Wan Yingying chuckled at the video, but to her surprise, it presented a well-structured argument, comparing the few remaining battle videos of Master Su Mo with Su Haitu's maneuvers, revealing numerous similarities. However, when Wan Yingying read the first comment beneath the video, she burst into laughter. The first comment read, "Blogger, you truly are a fool. Everyone else is speculating on living masters, and you've the audacity to bring up a predecessor as a joke?" The blogger was promptly berated into deleting the video and deactivating their account. Wan Yingying found it amusing. Could Su Nuoze truly be Su Mo? She could indeed comprehend why the name Su Haitu bore a striking resemblance to Su Mo. For Su Nuoze was a member of the underground organization known as the Reincarnation Organization, which had once been under the command of the esteemed Master Su Mo. It was only natural that the members of this organization idolized Master Su Mo. In her view, the reason Su Nuoze's actions mirrored those of Master Su Mo to such an extent was due to the idol effect. Undoubtedly, Su Nuoze was deliberately emulating Master Su Mo. Wan Yingying dismissed the video, entirely oblivious to how close she was to the truth at that moment. Given Su Haitu's recent surge in notoriety, Su Nuoze conferred with Wan Yingying to temporarily refrain from posting more videos, allowing the overwhelming fervor to subside. While it was true that Su Nuoze had an affinity for wealth, he was wary that the intense attention could become unmanageable, especially with Wang Ergu and his associates potentially applying pressure. In the past few days, he had been troubled by a toothache, exacerbated by Gu Lianji's late-night disturbances. His wife had inexplicably decided to master the Night Blade, A's tornado move, which resulted in her evening meals being rendered futile, as everything consumed had to be expelled cleanly after exiting the mech's sensory chain. Observing his wife's plight, Su Nuoze found himself at a loss for how to comfort her. They had endured similar trials in the past, and indeed far worse. Mastering advanced maneuvers required desensitization training, a battle against one's physiological responses. It must be said, this was an excruciating experience, but once overcome, one's proficiency in operating mechs could see significant improvement. Thus, Su Nuoze did not deter Gu Lianji. Chapter 61. Gu Yeqing's Birthday Banquet. Observing Gu Lianji's pale complexion, Su Nuoze felt a pang of sympathy, yet there was little he could do. The mecha artisans of this era had an exceedingly smooth journey. To become a more formidable mecha master in the future, such trials were inevitable. Each morning, upon waking, Su Nuoze noticed his account accumulating numerous contribution points, as he had foregone school these days due to Gu Lianji's training for the Night Blade A. He did manage to visit briefly to collect 2 weeks' worth of physical enhancement potions from Tao Wui. Upon examining Su Nuoze's physical condition, Tao Wui smiled with satisfaction, having observed Su Nuoze's diligent commitment to physical training. Despite his relatively short tenure as a mecha master, Su Nuoze was far from the notorious reputation of being a wastrel. On the contrary, his efforts were evident in the physical fitness reports. Consequently, Tao Wui reassured him to continue residing at home and to refrain from attending school. During this time, Su Nuoze also took the opportunity to visit the Mecha Certification Center, successfully obtaining his Level 1 Mecha certificate. Upon returning to the Gu household, he discovered that his Su Haitu account privileges had been activated, granting him access to redeem all mechs from Level 1 to Level 5. The approval process for master-level mechs was far more stringent. However, as Su Nuoze did not have an immediate need for higher-tier mechs, he paid it no mind. For now, a Level 1 mech was more than sufficient for his needs. In the ensuing month, Su Nuoze diligently maintained his physical training while adhering to a weekly school attendance schedule, which was part of Tao Wui's arrangement for physical fitness assessments. He was also eager to gauge when he might elevate his physical condition to a D grade. Tao Wui delivered both good and bad news. The bad news was that due to previous severe physical deficits, any forced enhancement would exacerbate his condition, potentially capping his physical fitness at C grade. This was something Su Nuoze could not accept, so he opted for an alternative approach, to first recuperate before striving for improvement. The good news was that his body could indeed be restored, and he could enhance his fitness concurrently with recuperation, with expectations to reach D grade within a month before his military service commenced. Meanwhile, Gu Lianji successfully obtained her level 5 Mecha Master certificate, formally entering the ranks of intermediate Mecha Masters. If the progression from apprentice to level 4 Mecha Master constituted the entry into the junior tier, then achieving level 5 was a clear step into the intermediate tier. Gu Lianji breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving her certificate, as she had achieved this milestone ahead of schedule. With approximately a month remaining before military service, the Gu family was preparing to host a grand birthday banquet. It was the 80th birthday celebration for the esteemed patriarch, Gu Yeqing, who had invited numerous prominent figures from the industry. This occasion also marked the moment for Su Nuoze, the Gu family's son-in-law, to make his public appearance. While Su Nuoze found such events rather bothersome, he understood the necessity of attending and facing the scrutinizing gazes of the assembly. The Gu estate was festooned with decorations, resembling a festive celebration. An abundance of guests filled the premises. Initially, Su Nuoze believed it to be an ordinary gathering. However, Gu Lianji secretly revealed a significant secret to him. This banquet was, in fact, a strategic move orchestrated by the elder Gu to pave the way for her. Gu Yeqing intended to leverage his 80th birthday to entertain friends and showcase his granddaughter, Gu Lianji, as the prodigy of the Gu family, while also introducing the son-in-law, Su Nuoze, to all present. The intention behind this was unmistakable, to announce that Gu Yeqing intended to pass the family legacy to his granddaughter, Gu Lianji. Traditionally, inheritance favored males over females, yet when a daughter is exceptionally gifted, such rules could be bent. This likely explained why Gu Yeqing appeared to be unconcerned about Su Nuoze's perceived ineptitude in marrying into the Gu family. His granddaughter's prodigious talents afforded her the autonomy to make her own marital choices. Conversely, had Gu Lianji been less accomplished, she might have been viewed merely as a bargaining chip in an alliance between families, destined to marry into a family of equal standing. Su Nuoze himself was somewhat oblivious to the intricate relationships between military and financial dynasties. In his past life, many warlords and financial magnates sought to marry off their most beautiful and talented daughters to him. Even the official Mecha alliance was eager to see him produce heirs. Fortunately, he had not, for otherwise, upon his rebirth, how old would his children be? It was entirely possible that he might already have grandsons, or even great-grandsons. Returning to the banquet, as the son-in-law of the Gu family, Su Nuoze represented the family's dignity, thus avoiding any cliché scenarios of mistreatment by household servants. The Gu family had prepared an elegant Zhongshan suit for him, and upon donning it, he surprised Gu Lianji, who noticed that all traces of his former frivolous demeanor had vanished. It was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Could it be that marriage had indeed brought about a change in Su Nuoze? Gu Lianji was astonished by his transformation, yet she welcomed it wholeheartedly. If Su Nuoze could improve himself, it would alleviate her worries, and she could envision herself as a capable wife if he remained steadfast. As night fell, the banquet commenced, with Elder Gu Yeqing inviting nearly all his friends and contacts, including 2 renowned legendary Mecha Masters, to celebrate his birthday, bringing pride to the entire Gu family. In the banquet hall, crystal chandeliers illuminated the space as brightly as day. When Su Nuoze and Gu Lianji entered, they instantly captured everyone's attention. Clad in a light-colored haute couture gown, Gu Lianji gracefully linked her arm with Su Nuoze as they stepped into the room. "Lianji, come here." Elder Gu Yeqing's voice resonated from the center of the banquet hall, where he stood amidst a crowd of Mecha Masters, including legendary figures. Gu Lianji promptly led Su Nuoze towards Elder Gu Yeqing. "Brotherly, this is my granddaughter, Gu Lianji, currently 22 years old, who has just secured her level 5 Mecha Master certificate." Gu Yeqing introduced gently, patting Gu Lianzi's back lightly. "Lianzi, this is the legendary Mecha Master from the Li family in the capital. You must have seen him on television." "Alyu, Grumpali." Gu Lianzi greeted with a polite smile. Bowing gracefully, it would have been impolite for her to extend her hand without his invitation. She recognized the legendary Mecha Master before her, Li Kaicheng, an illustrious figure at the age of 82. Upon becoming a legendary Mecha Master, one's lifespan transcends that of an ordinary person. Thus he appeared as youthful as a middle-aged individual. Yet, despite his youthful visage, he was indeed older than her grandfather. Chapter 62. The Big Shot. This son-in-law exudes a powerful aura. Li Kaicheng regarded Gu Lianzi before him, extending his hand. "Quite impressive. It's a pity you're married. Otherwise, I would have introduced you to my unfilial grandson." Only then did Gu Lianzi extend her hand to shake his. Gu Yeqing glanced at Su Nuoze beside Gu Lianzi, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Su Nuoze had followed along, and it would have been inappropriate for him not to introduce him. So he braced himself to say, "Brother Li, this is my granddaughter's husband, Su Nuoze, the son-in-law of the Gu family." Su Nuoze wore a rather jaded expression. Upon seeing Li Kaicheng, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Hello." Li Kaicheng instinctively bent slightly at the waist. "Hello, hello." The onlookers were taken aback. Li Kaicheng suddenly realized his error. No, this was wrong. He was too accustomed to serving the dignitaries in the capital. He had slipped back into his old habits. Under the curious gaze of those around him, he straightened up, feigning nonchalance while subtly shifting his gaze towards this son-in-law. The demeanor of this young man bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the true big shots. Was this the aura one would expect from a mere son-in-law? Doubt clouded his thoughts, and he began to ponder if the Gu family had allied themselves with some formidable figure. The strength of an individual invariably shapes their temperament and aura. As a legendary mecha master, Li Kaicheng had encountered many prominent figures, all of whom possessed an imposing aura that commanded respect. However, they were all seasoned gentlemen in their advanced years. How could he detect such a presence in a mere youth? What was the source of this son-in-law's confidence when facing a legendary mecha master? "Lianzi, this gentleman is your grandfather's comrade from years past. You may address him as Grandpa Su." Gu Yecheng promptly introduced another legendary mecha master, transforming Li Kaicheng's earlier faux pas into a mere interlude. Gu Lianzi greeted the other legendary master, Grandpa Su. However, this Su mecha master did not respond immediately. Rather, he scrutinized Su Nuoze, the Gu family's son-in-law. Su Nuoze met his gaze briefly before averting his eyes, treating him as if he were inconsequential. The Su mecha master's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he smiled and addressed Gu Lianzi, "Dear granddaughter, should you encounter any troubles on the front lines, do not hesitate to contact me. I owe my life to your grandfather, who carried me from the battlefield." Thus, they exchanged contact information right then and there. Subsequently, Gu Yecheng introduced Gu Lianzi to all his old friends, and she addressed each in turn, some familiar, others new to her acquaintance. Meanwhile, Su Nuoze stood off to the side, utterly bored. In his previous life as Su Mo, he had attended such gatherings with a similar disinterest. Fortunately, this time, he was merely an inconspicuous son-in-law. At previous events, he had been besieged by a plethora of charming ladies, be they the sole daughters of warlords or the daughters of affluent families, all eager to meet him, which had become quite irksome. This was all officially sanctioned. Little did his family understand that the authorities had effectively orchestrated a selection process for him to find a spouse and produce heirs. Once Gu Lianzi had finished greeting all the elder generation relatives, Su Nuoze felt liberated. However, Gu Lianzi was not so fortunate. She was whisked away by her father to meet her uncles and other elders. Su Nuoze seized the opportunity to plop himself down at the table laden with delicacies. Indulging heartily, the ingredients today were of the utmost quality, far surpassing the usual fare from the dining hall. Su Nuoze savored his meal with great satisfaction. His actions, however, prompted those around him to distance themselves with murmurs of discontent. Is this fellow truly the son-in-law of the Gu family? What a lack of decorum in both sitting and eating. Su Nuoze paid no mind to the whispers, his focus solely on the food before him. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes were fixated on his position from a distance. The observer was none other than the legendary mecha master Li Kaicheng. Li Kaicheng watched Su Nuoze devouring his meal without a care in the world, and his mind wandered back to a gathering over 50 years ago. That event had attracted countless top-tier experts of that era. Fortunate to bask in his grandfather's glory, he had attended that gathering. During the event, he noticed many eyes drawn to a young man who, oblivious to his surroundings, consumed his food, yet no one dared to underestimate him. Even the goddess he had secretly admired was introduced to that young man. He recalled how she had approached him with trepidation, while the young man remained engrossed in his meal, seemingly indifferent to the beauty surrounding him, as if the exquisite dishes on his plate far outweighed the allure of the women before him. Consequently, many stunning girls, even those he deemed unattainable, were presented to that young man, yet he remained unperturbed, ignoring their advances. Before long, his grandfather had brought him before that young man. "Master Su, this is my unaccomplished grandson, Li Kaicheng. Li Kaicheng, this is Master Su, who is even younger than you. You should learn from him." At his grandfather's prompting, he bowed respectfully. "Hello, Master Su." Upon sensing his approach, the young man lifted his gaze and replied coolly, "Hello." In that fleeting moment, the image of the young man devouring steak merged with the figure of the son-in-law before him. Li Kaicheng could not forget that day. It was the first and last time he had encountered the super genius immortalized in history. The reincarnation of Master Su, Su Mo. Just a glance, and he could never forget Su Mo's expression, that jaded countenance, and the nonchalant disdain he held for his surroundings. He sat there, and regardless of his actions that seemed out of place, they exuded the aura of a true master. People would not criticize his posture or table manners. Instead, they would praise, "Look at him, he is unconcerned with trifles." What was happening? Li Kaicheng was utterly astonished. He had discerned the essence of the long-deceased Su Nuoze, a master whose physical prowess had not even reached D grade, in this seemingly worthless son-in-law. This revelation was too surreal, too bewildering for him to resist probing further. Waving away those who approached him for introductions, he raised a glass and seated himself beside Su Nuoze. Su Nuoze noticed someone beside him, but did not scrutinize the newcomer. Li Kaicheng pushed his glass towards Su Nuoze. "Little brother Su, shall we toast?" The surrounding onlookers detected the presence of the legendary mecha master, and their expressions shifted, hesitating to continue their conversations. Su Nuoze casually lifted his glass to clink with his, taking a sip, though he hardly drank. Li Kaicheng observed this scene, his eyes twitching violently. It was becoming more and more evident. Chapter 63, the last video. Li Kaicheng's expression stiffened. This moment led him to seriously ponder whether Su Nuoze could be the illegitimate son of Su Nuoze. No. From an age perspective, perhaps an illegitimate grandson, the son of an illegitimate child. They both bore the surname Su. Aside from their slight physical dissimilarity, their temperament and habits were strikingly alike. At that long-ago banquet, Master Su had merely taken a sip from his cup, and by the end of the event, the wine remained largely untouched. Li Kaicheng perceived that this young man before him was destined for greatness. He promptly retrieved his mobile phone and said, "Brother Su, let us exchange contact information. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." His overtly proactive demeanor evoked astonishment among the onlookers. Was it truly the legendary mecha master who was initiating contact with this mere son-in-law? Su Nuoze glanced at the individual who had addressed him, and upon recognizing it was Li Kaicheng, his brow instinctively furrowed. What was happening? Why had this man come to seek him out? After a subtle shift in his expression, he immediately feigned a look of trepidation, responding, "Esteemed sir, I do not possess a mobile phone, so I may be unable to exchange contact information with you." Li Kaicheng raised an eyebrow. "Is your change of demeanor not rather swift? You leap from astonishment to fear without any transitional phase. I must concede that your acting skills possess merit, yet this performance verges on the excessively authentic, so genuine that it borders on disingenuous." In the next moment, he could not help but inquire, how could you possibly lack a mobile phone? In this modern age, are there truly individuals without one? He assumed this was Su Nuoze's deliberate excuse to refuse the exchange of contact details. However, Su Nuoze shrugged, stating, "I genuinely do not own a mobile phone. You may confirm with my wife." With that, he turned his gaze toward Gu Yinji, who had just noticed the two and was approaching them. "Wife, this esteemed predecessor wishes to add my contact information, yet you have confiscated my phone." Gu Yinji was momentarily taken aback. What had her husband just said? This legendary mecha master was proactively seeking his contact details. She shot an exasperated glare at Su Nuoze, signaling him to speak less. Then turned to Li Kaicheng with an apologetic expression. "Grandfatherly, my husband's phone is indeed in my possession. If you wish to have his contact information, I can hand it to him right now." As she spoke, she gestured to a nearby servant to bring over a brand new mobile phone. Upon seeing the pristine device, Su Nuoze's eyes brightened. Could it be that Gu Yinji had bought him a new phone? It was highly unlikely that she would return the old one, but the possibility of acquiring a new one was certainly there. Gu Yinji handed him the phone, winking playfully. "Darling, this is your new phone, and it contains only my contact information." When Su Nuoze opened the device, he discovered that it indeed held only Gu Yinji's contact, with all the acquaintances and female friends from his old phone mysteriously vanished. To be honest, he was rather reluctant to add the contact of a stranger, especially a legendary mecha master, but considering the connections of his wife, he acquiesced. He found it somewhat amusing that this legendary figure was seeking out someone as inconspicuous as him. After adding the contact, he promptly excused himself and resumed his meal at a different table. However, there was a silver lining. At least his wife was willing to provide him with a mobile phone. The banquet continued amidst the clinking of glasses and jovial exchanges, and when it concluded, Su Nuoze and Gu Yinji returned to their room. Gu Yinji immediately extended her right hand towards Su Nuoze. What did this mean? Su Nuoze was puzzled. Gu Yinji, shedding her earlier playfulness, spoke in an even tone. "Hand over the phone." Su Nuoze, bemused, complied, relinquishing the phone that had yet to warm his pocket. Gu Yinji inspected the device and discovered an unread message. It was from Li Kaicheng. "Brother Su, I am Li Kaicheng. Why have you not responded to your elder?" Gu Yinji picked up the phone and asked him, "Did you not see it?" "I did, but I was too lazy to reply," Su Nuoze replied nonchalantly. Gu Yinji sighed and took it upon herself to respond. "Greetings, elderly. I am Su Nuoze. You may call me Xiaoza." After a moment's thought, She handed the phone back to him. If elderly reaches out to you, remember to respond promptly. Of course, my dear. Su Nuoze accepted the phone with great satisfaction. Gu Yinji, unable to tolerate his lackadaisical demeanor, shot him a disapproving glance before retreating to the bathroom for a shower. Meanwhile, Su Nuoze opened a video he had not finished watching, one produced by Wan Yingying that pertained to him. As he observed the transitions on screen, he nodded in approval, finding himself even more handsome than he had imagined. He scrolled through the comments below the video, reveling in the praise bestowed upon him for quite some time. When Gu Yinji emerged from the bathroom, she found Su Nuoze chuckling to himself while engrossed in his phone. Her eyes narrowed dangerously as she approached him. Upon realizing he was merely watching a video, her expression softened. "Help me dry my hair," she commanded. Instantly, Su Nuoze sprang to his feet and took up the task of drying her hair. That night, Gu Yinji seemed unusually fatigued, rarely opting to use the mecha sensing link. However, Su Nuoze was in high spirits. He logged into the account of Su Haitu and arranged to meet Wan Yingying to film their final video. This time, he intended to create a unique non-combat video. Indeed, Su Nuoze utilized the Su Haitu account to accept a task on the front lines to repair damaged mechas. Initially, Wan Yingying was puzzled by his request, as non-combat videos typically garnered low viewership. Explosive videos were predominantly those featuring battles. She could comprehend if Su Nuoze were to employ a repair mech to combat the demon race. Yet he insisted he would merely serve as support. Had it not been for the fact that this man had previously brought her 3 wildly successful videos, Wan Yingying would have had no desire to venture to the front lines at such a late hour to film a support segment. Thus, she skipped taking her Iris mecha and instead piloted a small battlefield reporter robot to Su Nuoze's side. Today, Su Nuoze was at the helm of the repair mech and had just arrived at the front lines. "Brother Haitu, what prompted this sudden inclination toward support? I must inform you, support is hardly favored. Only those mecha masters from particularly impoverished backgrounds resort to using support mechs." Wan Yingying expressed her confusion. With Gu Yinji absent, Su Nuoze felt free to speak in his natural voice. "You'll understand shortly. The current support mechs are far too inefficient. Let me show you something different." After disconnecting from Wan Yingying, he approached the front lines, ready to showcase the task he had accepted. Observing his determination, Wan Yingying could only conceal herself and stealthily film Su Nuoze operating the repair mech. Chapter 64. Is this a violent healer? The radiant moonlight blanketed the desolate plains, where hundreds of mechas engaged in combat against highly agile demon foes. The battlefield was also populated by mecha masters personally piloting their machines. Upon arriving at the scene, Su Nuoze, the rescuer, caught the eye of the officer who had posted the task, leaving him momentarily speechless as he recognized Su Nuoze's ID. "What in the world? Sueito? Is this gentleman here to slay enemies and film videos with a repair mech?" However, he quickly shifted his focus to the task Su Nuoze had taken on, rescuing mechas. "Wait, can this combat mecha master truly manage the task of repairing mechas?" The officer was at a loss for words, recalling the saying that specialists should handle specialized tasks. A battle mecha master piloting a support mech to engage in combat left him unsure how to react. Yet, given Su Nuoze's esteemed status, he could not afford to offend him and allowed him to proceed. Especially when the officer noticed the battlefield reporter following Su Nuoze, he became even more convinced of his assumptions. This internet sensation was clearly there to film content. Nonetheless, recognizing this individual's notoriety sparked the officer's curiosity, prompting him to observe what Su Nuoze intended to do. Su Nuoze maneuvered directly toward the damaged mechas. Upon reaching a motionless mech, he raised his mechanical arm and forcefully struck the area, indicating a malfunction in its lower limbs. This spectacle left both the officer and Wan Yingying convinced that Su Nuoze was there to cause chaos. In truth, Su Nuoze was employing a method of assessing internal structural damage through the utilization of violence and echo analysis. The astonishment of the officer and Wan Yingying stemmed from the fact that Su Nuoze did not resort to intelligent auxiliary tools for detection. Rather, he relied on the most primitive methods. While intelligent tools could assist in diagnosing issues within the mechs, it was unfortunate that Su Nuoze lacked the knowledge to employ them, opting instead for rudimentary techniques to draw his conclusions. It was akin to the difference between modern doctors, who utilize an array of devices for patient assessment, and traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, who relied on observation, inquiry, palpation, and auscultation to ascertain a patient's condition. One depends on technology, while the other relies on personal intuition. Su Nuoze embodied this latter approach, rendering his actions seemingly mad in the eyes of outsiders. Before long, he identified the problem at hand and proceeded to execute an even more audacious maneuver. With sheer force, he used pliers to sever the malfunctioning limb and inserted a replacement part, securing it with nano-welding before delivering a swift kick to test its stability. It was repaired. The mech operator, taken aback, observed the successful repair displayed within the mech and tentatively tested its mobility. Indeed, it was truly fixed. Without waiting for further movement, Su Nuoze advanced to the next mech, conducting a brief inspection. Upon confirming that it was merely a case of power failure, he boldly tore open its chest armor. Once exposed, he connected the auxiliary battery of his own mech to the others, transferring energy. The officer and Wan Yingying were left speechless. Was this a revival of the mech's heart? This was an archaic method of restoration. In times of lesser technology, reviving a mech from a power outage was most swiftly accomplished through such heart revival techniques, aptly named for the transfer of energy from one mech to another. Yet, this ancient method was fraught with peril, as an uncontrolled voltage transfer could result in catastrophic explosions for both mechs. Consequently, modern practice favored simply replacing the battery and transporting the mech back. Su Nuoze's brazen disassembly was not an operation that an ordinary combat mech operator could perform. At this moment, their attention shifted back to the first repaired mech, which had fully restored its lower limbs and re-entered the fray. How could it be so effortlessly restored? Wan Yingying quickly grasped that Su Nuoze's series of actions might ignite a sensation online. Thus, she adopted a serious demeanor and began to film diligently. However, what truly set Su Nuoze apart was not merely his almost aesthetically violent repair techniques, but rather his astonishing speed. On average, he repaired one mech every 2 minutes, completing the restoration of over a dozen damaged mechs in just half an hour. Consequently, many auxiliary mechs that had come to provide support were left in a state of utter disbelief. This was rather embarrassing for them. After completing the repairs, Su Nuoze seemed unsatisfied and darted directly to the front lines. Wan Yingying, unsure of his intentions, hurriedly followed suit. The officer, intrigued, also pursued, eager to witness what this extraordinary individual would do at the front. In this expanse, where over 300 mechs were engaged with a demonic entity known as the Night Wolf, Su Nuoze approached a mech that had just lost its left arm. First, he dispatched the Night Wolf that had been attacking it with a swift strike from his mechanical arm, sending the creature crashing to the ground, before penetrating its neck with a nanospray gun. After effortlessly slaying the Night Wolf, he pressed his left hand against the damaged area of the disarmed mech, reattaching the severed limb with the other hand and employing the spray gun once more, seamlessly melding the metal to restore the arm. Following this, he retrieved cooling gel from his toolbox and applied it to the suture, effectively welding it shut. The mech that had been treated, along with all onlookers, was left in astonishment. What kind of top-tier auxiliary mech was this? He had dispatched the Night Wolf with the ease of kicking a stray dog, then proceeded to mend the mech with such brutal elegance? Was this the embodiment of a violently nurturing healer? Su Nuoze continued his operations, prioritizing saving lives above all. His first act of salvation involved swiftly eliminating the Night Wolf, threatening the damaged mech, before applying his expertise to heal the afflicted mechs. This seamless execution of tasks left all present, especially the combat mech operators, utterly flabbergasted. Was this truly acceptable, comrades? A healer charging into battle, simultaneously vanquishing foes while mending allies. Was this rational? This striking spectacle caused all the combat mech operators to question their own abilities and self-worth, feeling somewhat inadequate. Here, they were, piloting combat mechs, yet unable to slay the Night Wolf as swiftly as an auxiliary mech. To make matters even more astonishing, this auxiliary mech, adept at dispatching enemies, was equally proficient at healing. It seemed he was single-handedly managing all the tasks on the battlefield. Before long, someone discovered the identity of the repairman mech, Su Haitu, the rising star of recent fame. An announcement over the loudspeaker revealed Su Nuoze's ID. As this information spread, all eyes turned towards his position, and Su Nuoze found himself at the center of attention. Chapter 65. The Final Assessment Before Military Service. Su Nuoze surveyed the task completion index, noting it was nearly fulfilled, and sheathed his weapon before approaching the officer. It was time to tally the results. The officer swallowed hard, granting Su Nuoze full marks for the task. What else could be done but award full points? A combatant capable of both destruction and healing. A veritable revelation. At this moment, Wan Yingying's emotions were tumultuous, as she felt she had taken her first step towards becoming a senior journalist. The prospect of becoming a senior journalist beckoned to her from afar. Having completed the task, Su Nuoze prepared to return the mechs, bidding farewell to Wan Yingying. Their inaugural collaboration had come to a close. Stepping away from the mech sensory link, Su Nuoze cast a glance at Gu Yinji, who was peacefully asleep nearby, a tender glimmer passing through his eyes. His wife looked exquisite while resting, and he pondered whether this affection stemmed from his rebirth and altered disposition or from the memories he had regained. Regardless, he found no aversion to this sentiment. Alas, the heart of Master Sun was in disarray. Wan Yingying's fourth video featuring Su Haitu predictably went viral. Utilizing the success of these 4 videos, she applied for the examination to obtain her senior journalist certification in the capital. Meanwhile, Gu Lianji rarely ventured to Jiangxing University, preferring to remain at home and acclimate to her new level 5 mech, Shadow. The Shadow mech represented an upgraded version of the Silver Moon mech, classified as one of the most resource-intensive mechs in its category. The foundational liquid metal of the Silver Moon's fluid armor had been upgraded to a memory nanoswarm, capable of local hardening to form temporary blades. Its primary weapon, the original vibrating dagger, had evolved into a detachable dual-blade twin crescent, which could be thrown and remotely recalled. Additionally, it featured a secondary weapon, the Phantom Curtain, which, when activated, produced an effect similar to the invisibility of the Phantom mech, but capable of cloaking multiple units within a radius of several meters. Numerous other aspects had also seen substantial breakthroughs, particularly concerning the agility and offensive capabilities typical of assassin-type mechs. In these days, Gu Lianji frequently sought out 4th-level demonic entities to attune herself to the compatibility of her new mech. Su Nuoze's physical prowess continued to improve day by day as he diligently engaged in fitness training, striving to elevate himself to a D level before military service. As time flowed onward, the date for military conscription drew ever closer. To ensure that all recent graduates were adequately prepared for the perils of the front lines, the authorities decided to implement an early assessment. This assessment would indeed have a quota for fatalities. The pre-military service assessment stands as the most formidable trial aside from the Gaokao, with a staggering mortality rate of 1%. This implies that among 100 candidates, one individual may succumb to various circumstances. The sole reason for this grim statistic lies in the fact that the assessment necessitates each participant to personally pilot a mech during the competition. Candidates are permitted to select any mech corresponding to their mech pilot certification, provided it aligns with their designated mech pilot grade. This presents a particular challenge for Su Nuoze, as he cannot opt for the Night Blade mech, which he finds relatively manageable, especially with Gu Lianji watching closely. Thus, he is left to choose from the first-grade mechs that he seldom utilizes, while he possesses the Master Ring bestowed upon him by Qi Rushuang. Employing a master-grade mech in such an assessment would be overly ostentatious, prompting him to maintain a more understated approach. Brother-in-law, I've heard that the demon entities killed during this assessment will count towards contribution points, which can be utilized once we reach the front lines. Hence, many are eager to leverage this assessment to establish a solid foundation for their upcoming military service journey, remarked one Ying to Su Nuoze, her words echoing her special status as a senior journalist participating in this trial. She promptly shared a screenshot of her official invitation with Su Nuoze, enlightening him on numerous details regarding the assessment. However, this trial seemed unlikely to concern him, as he could only pilot a first-grade mech. Surviving the assessment would be a considerable achievement in itself, let alone amassing significant contribution points. Clinging to his wife's leg, he hoped to navigate this assessment with relative ease. As the day of the assessment approached, the previously quiet campus of Jiangxing University buzzed with renewed energy. Many students who had taken extended leaves returned to school, including Gu Lianji and Su Nuoze. Their purpose was to glean information from their instructors regarding the assessment location, which was said to be designated by province, each province hosting a singular examination site. Coincidentally, one Yingying's location aligned with Jiangxing, sharing the same provincial capital and examination venue. The instructors at Jiangxing University informed the students that within their examination site, there were currently 7 5th-grade mech pilots registered, including Gu Lianji, who was regarded as the university's pride. The number of 4th-grade mech pilots reached an impressive 172, while the majority of students fell within the 3rd-grade category, with but a solitary 1st-grade mech pilot, none other than our Su Nuoze. Furthermore, an even more astonishing statistic emerged. This examination site was home to merely 2 senior journalists, alongside 76 recorded ordinary journalists. Among these, one Yingying was a special invitee, exempt from participating in the assessment yet still eligible to earn contribution points, being the only candidate with a senior journalist certificate at this venue. This was merely a snapshot of the provincial capital's examination site. Nationwide, there were a total of 13 provincial capitals, and comprehensive data had yet to be compiled. Rumor had it that the examination site in the capital boasted candidates of master-level proficiency in mech piloting, a veritable assembly of geniuses. Upon hearing this news, Su Nuoze was taken aback, astonished that the next generation was brimming with prodigies, some achieving the status of mech masters by the ages of 21 or 22. He pondered his own journey. Was he not but 18 years old when he obtained his master-level mech certification? The details eluded him. Yet he distinctly remembered being selected by the Divine Mech at the age of 20, though he had dismissed it due to the low ranking of the Divine Mech sequence. Had he participated in the modern assessment, he might have been the sole Divine Mech master present. As the assessment drew nearer, news of Gu Yanji's identity was inadvertently revealed at Jiangxing University. She was none other than the esteemed heiress of the Gu family, the largest military clan in Jiangxing. The revelation sent shockwaves through the campus. The once aloof and enigmatic figure, rumored to be mercenary in her affections, was indeed a scion of the illustrious Gu family. Such a revelation was as sensational as the earlier gossip surrounding Su Nuoze, suggesting he had grown weary of Gu Yanji. To contextualize the significance of the Gu family, it suffices to say that nearly half of the mechs housed within Jiangxing University were donations from the Gu family. Shortly after the revelation of Gu Yanji's lineage, the student body's attention shifted towards Su Nuoze, who was often seen in close proximity to her. It became apparent that following the bankruptcy of the Su family, Su Nuoze, as the sole heir, had seemingly emerged unscathed. The realization dawned upon everyone. This young man had aligned himself with a wealthy benefactor. The thought of Su Nuoze enjoying the advantages of this relationship incited a wave of envy among his peers, to the point where they felt their teeth grinding in resentment. Chapter 66, Military Achievements. A common refrain echoed among the male students. Why him? Was it merely because Su Nuoze possessed a handsome visage akin to that of the readers? Meanwhile, many of the girls, who had previously kept their distance due to Gu Yanji's aloof demeanor, now flocked to her, eager to ascertain the veracity of her status as a Gu family heiress. Thus, both Su Nuoze and Gu Yanji found themselves besieged by inquiries, prompting them to consider taking a leave of absence until the day of the assessment, planning to head directly to the examination site. Typically, Jiangxing University would dispatch numerous buses to transport students to the assessment site, though those with the means could opt to make their own way. 3 days prior to the examination, Principal Zhao personally visited to deliver the examination permits to Gu Yanji and Su Nuoze. Su Nuoze scrutinized the permit, noting it was his first encounter with such a document. While he had experienced various mech assessments in his previous life, who had ever witnessed a guaranteed admission for a student in the Gaokao? Principal Zhao elaborated on the examination site's location and cautioned the duo against tardiness before departing from the Gu residence. Concurrently, Wan Yingying discreetly informed them of a secret. Within the examination venue, 2 fifth-grade demon entities lurked, and an announcement would soon be made stating that killing these 2 fifth-grade demons would yield military merit. It was rumored that slaying a single 5th-grade demon would reward 5 points of military merit, a seemingly modest sum. However, if 20 points of military merit could be exchanged for a low-tier master-level mech, the implications of military merit's value became profoundly clear. Master-level mechs were not available for purchase with contribution points. Within the Mech Alliance, military merit was the sole currency for acquiring mechs of master level or higher. The ring that Qi Rushuang had given to Su Nuoze held greater value, yet could not be exchanged for military merit. Military merit was of paramount importance, with formidable purchasing power, and could not be transferred to others. For instance, 2 points of military merit could grant access to any 5th-grade mech. However, opting to redeem 2 points for a 5th-grade mech would be the act of a fool, an utter display of folly. Thus, when Su Nuoze and Gu Yanji learned that the assessment would reward military merit for slaying 5th-grade demons, astonishment washed over them. Su Nuoze particularly noted a glimmer of excitement in Gu Yanji's eyes. Indeed, she was destined to become a mech master, and attaining a master-level mech would hinge upon her ability to secure military merit. Should she successfully eliminate one of the 5th-grade demons, she would amass a quarter of the required military merit for a master-level mech. Acquiring military merit was notoriously challenging, serving as one of the most formidable hurdles for many 5th-grade mech pilots aspiring to ascend to master level. High-tier mechs have always been in short supply, both 50 years ago and in the present day. Furthermore, the emergence of the mech sensing chain has precipitated a rather awkward situation. The number of mech pilots has surged, yet the availability of high-tier mechs has not kept pace. Consequently, officials have instituted military merit as the initial barrier to becoming a high-grade mech pilot. Only military merit can procure a master-level mech, and given the prohibition on trading military merit, anyone aspiring to obtain such a mech must rely solely on their own efforts. This includes the elite geniuses from the capital, as well as Gu Yanji, the esteemed daughter of the Gu family. Even though this prominent family wields immense power and possesses the legacy of a master of divine mechs, to genuinely ascend to the status of a mech master, one must earn military merit through personal endeavor and subsequently exchange it for a master-level mech. Perhaps they have more avenues to acquire military merit than the average individual. Yet to possess their own master-level mech, they must purchase it with merit they have earned themselves. The two 5th-level demon creatures in this assessment represent the first opportunity for all students here to earn military merit. Indeed, an opportunity. After all, how could one possibly earn 5 points of military merit by slaying a 5th-level demon in battle? Wan Yingying, as one of only 2 senior reporters, received insider information from the authorities. They even revealed the location of one of the 5th-level demons to her, requiring her to sign a confidentiality agreement. The rationale behind disclosing this information to Wan Yingying was that the record of slaying a 5th-level demon needed to be documented by a senior reporter to serve as promotional material for next year's assessment. The locations of the 2 demons were shared with 2 senior reporters. Naturally, Wan Yingying did not keep this knowledge to herself. She promptly informed Gu Lianji and Su Nuoze of the demon's whereabouts. As for the confidentiality agreement, she was oblivious to its implications. She merely knew that her dear friend needed those 5 points of military merit. Furthermore, the location of the 5th-level demon would soon become apparent, given the considerable disturbance it would cause by the midpoint of the assessment. Nearly all candidates would be aware of it. Her timely warning to Gu Lianji was to prevent her friend from being preempted by others. With insider knowledge, Gu Lianji took her training seriously, intensively honing her combat skills on the front lines. Su Nuoze, recognizing Gu Lianji's determination to improve, decided to assist her. Upon learning of her training location, he stealthily donned the larger version of Su Haidu's mech. He piloted the Nightblade mech to the Corruption Rift where Gu Lianji was situated. This area was rife with flora tainted by demonic energy, which had, over the years, evolved into 5th-level demons. Gu Lianji was practicing her evasion and dual-wielding techniques amidst the vegetation of the 3rd and 4th-level demons using the Shadow Phantom mech. The moment Su Nuoze arrived, he captured Gu Lianji's attention, and her initial reaction upon seeing the Nightblade was one of astonishment. The complexity of operating this mech was exceedingly high, making it a rarity on the front lines. However, since Su Haidu had recently popularized it, its usage had been increasing among players, rendering its appearance less surprising. Yet, another question arose. How could this mech be present among the predominantly 3rd and 4th-level demons? Such a low-tier mech ought to be found in areas populated by lesser demons. Consequently, she directed some of her focus towards him and witnessed the Nightblade mech effortlessly cut through the throngs of 3rd-level demonic vegetation. With a graceful agility, it navigated through perilous situations as if it were strolling through a familiar garden. Gu Lianji's face lit up with astonishment. Su Haidu? Chapter 67. Master Su teaches his wife. Su Haidu, the esteemed figure. Gu Lianji was certain that the pilot of this 1st-level mech was none other than Su Haidu himself. Only Su Haidu would dare to traverse the Corruption Rift while wielding a 1st-level mech. No other 1st-level mech pilot would possess such audacity. Thus, she activated her communicator to inquire. Senior Haidu? Su Nuoze had been anticipating his wife's proactive inquiry, so he feigned confusion and responded with a voice altered to sound inquisitive. Do you know me? Senior Haidu, I previously watched your battle footage alongside Wan Yingying. Gu Lianji replied. Upon hearing this, Su Nuoze feigned enlightenment. Oh, you're that reporter's friend, are you? Yes, senior. Just broken through to become a 5th-level mech pilot? Su Nuoze pretended to have just realized her achievement, casually expressing, congratulations. Thank you, senior. Gu Lianji expressed her gratitude while observing Su Haidu's maneuvers, refraining from asking questions and simply watching. However, Su Nuoze grew impatient. He had come here merely to practice evasive maneuvers. Therefore, he elegantly extricated himself from the clutches of the demonic flora and approached Gu Lianji, piloting the Shadow Phantom mech. Ah, what a fortuitous encounter. Your technique is rather glaring. Allow me to offer you a few pointers. Su Nuoze began. Delighted at the prospect of guidance from Su Haidu, Gu Lianji responded, Thank you, senior. May I inquire where my technique falls short? In truth, Su Nuoze was not familiar with the Shadow Phantom mech, which is one of the newer models. Yet, having perused the manual, he possessed knowledge of all its functionalities. Thus, he shared his insights. The hallmark of the Shadow Phantom mech lies within its dual blades. However, when both blades are swung simultaneously, the energy consumption is staggering. Have you considered attacking with just one blade? Attacking with just one blade? Gu Lianji questioned, perplexed. The advantage of dual blades is their versatility. You must utilize the nanomaterial armor on the Shadow Phantom's blades for counterattacks. However, activating the nanomaterial armor for counterattacks also significantly drains energy. Gu Lianji countered. Though swinging both blades simultaneously doubles energy consumption, activating the nanomaterial armor for counterattacks also results in a similar increase. No wonder it's glaring. Su Nuoze exclaimed, Can't you think a little? Do you remember which divine mech the Shadow Phantom was designed to emulate? Gu Lianji was taken aback by his reprimand, but recalling that he was imparting knowledge, she replied, It's the Annihilation Divine Mech. The Annihilation Divine Mech is piloted by Yi Feng, renowned as an assassin-type mech, and many assassin-type mechs are modeled after it. The Annihilation Divine Mech also wields two blades, and Yi Feng has a unique dual-blade technique. Su Nuoze elucidated Yi Feng's technique. It involves blocking with the left hand and executing with the right. The left blade maintains a defensive posture while the right targets vital areas, such as the neck and knee joints. You might consider emulating this technique. It not only conserves energy, but also allows you to focus some of your attention on your movements. A person's focus is finite. If both blades are engaged in combat, much of their attention will be drawn to them. Yi Feng's technique encourages the concentration of attention on movement and observing the enemy. However, Gu Lianji was momentarily struck with astonishment. For just moments ago, Su Haidu had candidly uttered Yi Feng's name. Who is Yi Feng? He is the chairman of the Mech Alliance, a divine mech master ranked among the top 10. What is Su Haidu's true identity? How does he dare to speak so freely of Chairman Yi? Nevertheless, considering the advice she had received, she earnestly remarked, "Thank you, Senior. I will attempt the dual-blade technique you suggested." "Good. I shall teach you two techniques favored by Yi Feng." Su Nuoze reminisced about the crafty techniques devised by Yi Feng, stating, "These two techniques are known as three-step vanishing technique and quantum phantom play. Mastering them will elevate your proficiency with all assassin-type mechs. I, in my previous life, also invested considerable effort to learn these techniques." He nearly let slip the secret of his past life, but the techniques were common knowledge among the elite class. However, Gu Lianji was utterly engrossed in the techniques Su Nuoze was discussing and failed to notice his slip. "Thank you, Senior." Gu Lianji pondered why this esteemed figure would choose to teach her. Perhaps he was simply in a good mood today? She would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to enhance her prowess, immediately approaching with patience to seek guidance. Subsequently, Su Nuoze imparted two techniques to Gu Lianji. The quantum ghost trick requires the use of the shadow step of your phantom mecha. Gu Lianji listened intently, and Su Nuoze expended considerable effort to ensure his wife could earn military merit, speaking until his throat felt parched. Soon after, Gu Lianji began to demonstrate her operations before him. Although she was still somewhat unskilled, as she had only just begun her training, she could distinctly feel her grasp of the 5th-level mecha improving. Spending time with Su Haidu felt more rewarding than a month of her own arduous practice. This time, Gu Lianji genuinely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Haidu. As a reward, could you help me take the mecha back? I have a matter to attend to, so I will log off first." Su Nuoze feigned solemnity with a nod, promptly logging off from the ground. He arranged for Gu Lianji to return the mecha, preventing her from logging off faster than him. After assigning her some post-class tasks, Su Nuoze swiftly removed the mecha's sensing chain, tidied up the surroundings, and estimated the time it would take for Gu Lianji to log off, just as he had finished showering and emerged from the bathroom. Upon stepping out, he noticed a faint smile adorning Gu Lianji's face. "My dear, have you encountered something delightful today? You seem to be in high spirits." Su Nuoze s'était bisaïd Heu Lianzi. Perhaps her mood was genuinely uplifting as she knelt and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Today, I met the formidable Su Haidu. He taught me two particularly powerful techniques." Su Nuoze's lips curled into a slight smile as he casually embraced his wife's waist. "Oh, you mean the Su Haidu who excels with low-level mechas? How did you come across him?" "He was likely practicing his agility when I greeted him. He recognized me and casually taught me a couple of moves," Gu Lianji explained. Then suddenly released Su Nuoze. "I'm going to take a shower. Once you break through, I will teach you these techniques too." With that, she slipped on her slippers and padded into the bathroom. Observing his wife's joyful demeanor, Su Nuoze could not help but smile. It seemed his efforts had not been in vain. Chapter 68, The Assessment begins. With merely one day remaining before the assessment, the Gu family specially dispatched a vehicle to transport Gu Lianji and Su Nuoze to the examination site. The venue was situated within a forest near the neighboring city of Shanzicheng. For this assessment, the authorities had deployed a substantial number of magical creatures into the forest and had sealed off the area a month prior to ensure fairness in the examination. In addition to the reward of military merit for slaying 2 5th-level magical creatures, the reward for defeating any other magical creatures would be contribution points. Upon arriving at the assessment site, Su Nuoze encountered a throng of people and vehicles blocking the entrance to the forest. The traffic was so congested that the steward had no choice but to drop them off at a considerable distance from the entrance. Thus, Gu Lianji and Su Nuoze set off on foot toward the examination site. The venue was not only populated by students from Jiangxi University, but also included mecha engineering students from various prestigious institutions across the cities. It resembled an examination hall from a peaceful era, where Su Nuoze and Gu Lianji, armed with their admission tickets, sought out their designated entrance numbers. However, their entrance numbers were not together. Gu Lianji was assigned to entrance 13, while Su Nuoze was to entrance 7, resulting in their temporary separation. Furthermore, upon entering the examination hall, their mobile phones would be confiscated, making it quite a challenge for them to reunite. Gu Yinji informed Su Nuoze not to wander off, as she needed to find Wan Ying to inquire about the location of the 5th-level magical creatures. That was 5 points of military merit. Su Nuoze was more than happy to part ways with Gu Yinji, clutching his admission ticket, his first-level mecha engineer certificate, and carrying a backpack as he approached entrance 7. The line at the entrance was lengthy, and it took Su Nuoze half an hour before it was finally his turn. Upon encountering the assessment officer, he presented his admission ticket and mecha engineer certificate. The officer accepted the documents and, after verifying the authenticity of the admission ticket, frowned. A first-level certificate? Indeed. Su Nuoze Nadif. You haven't brought the wrong certificate, have you? The assessment officer regarded him with a peculiar expression. Su Nuoze shook his head. No. It's just my first-level mecha engineer certificate. I must warn you, a first-level certificate only permits you to operate a first-level mecha within the examination hall. The examination hall may feature magical creatures of any level. You are quite literally toying with your life. Hurry back to retrieve your advanced certificate. The entrance will remain open all day, and you have ample time to fetch it, the officer insisted earnestly. Rest assured, sir, I'm fully aware of what I'm doing. Su Nuoze understood that the officer meant well, but he was currently limited to using a first-level mecha. The officer, seeing Su Nuoze's obstinate demeanor, could only grunt in dissatisfaction and allowed him to pass. The second assessment officer, upon noticing Su Nuoze's first-level mecha engineer certificate, also frowned, wondering how a first-level mecha engineer was still among this year's graduates. What kind of family produces such a failure? Yet still insists on pursuing a career as a mecha engineer? The second assessment officer addressed the incoming candidates. Allow me to reiterate the rules. First, this assessment will last for 1 week, and no electronic devices may be brought into the examination hall. You must place your phones, computers, mecha sensing chains, and other devices in the safes, and collect them from entrance 7 after the assessment concludes. Second, prior to entering the examination hall, be mindful of the energy in your mechas. The mechas you will be operating must be fully charged at the outset, but any subsequent energy replenishment will require contribution points earned during the assessment. The contribution points for this assessment are distinct, so do not think you can use external contribution points. Third, there are a total of 20 cafeterias within the examination site, each guarded by powerful overseers. When you select your mechas, the instructors guarding them will provide you with an electronic device. This device has only 2 functions. One is a map, allowing you to see the locations of the cafeterias and energy replenishment stations. The second function is a leaderboard, where you can view your ranking and the top 10 candidates for this assessment. Fourth, 2 5th-level magical creatures have been released into the examination area. Killing one will reward you with 5 points of military merit. So students with the capability should seek out these 2 5th-level creatures to increase their military merit. The significance of military merit is well understood. Many mecha engineers may surpass the B-level threshold, but cannot afford to acquire their own master-level mechas, as advanced mechas are exceedingly scarce. Fifth, each candidate is permitted to claim only 1 mecha. Should the mecha sustain damage or be rendered inoperable, you will lose your qualification for the assessment, and the contribution points earned will be used to compensate for the mecha's loss. If the contribution points are insufficient to cover the mecha's damages, all contribution points will be forfeited, resulting in a score of 0. Sixth, each of your mechas is equipped with an alarm system. If you encounter an insurmountable foe, you must sound the alarm. However, be advised that sounding the alarm does not guarantee your immediate safety. Rescue personnel will reach your location within approximately 5 minutes. Therefore, you must hold your ground for around 5 minutes before help arrives. Furthermore, once the alarm is sounded, you cannot continue participating in the assessment, and your score will be locked. After the second assessment officer concluded, he distributed the corresponding tokens for claiming the mechas. However, when it was Su Nuoze's turn, the officer stared at the first-level mecha engineer certificate in Su Nuoze's hand for a prolonged silence. After a moment, he finally retrieved a dusty first-level mecha token from some obscure corner. I haven't encountered a first-level mecha engineer participating in this assessment in many years. I almost couldn't find this. As he spoke, he tossed the level 1 mecha token to Su Nuoze, saying, "Here, don't get yourself killed in there, kid. Just linger on the periphery and wait for the assessment to end. You might even get lucky and encounter a few vulnerable level 1 demon beasts." It was apparent that he considered it a stroke of fortune for Su Nuoze to emerge alive from the examination. The expressions of the surrounding candidates towards Su Nuoze were somewhat peculiar. A chubby boy could not help but exclaim, "Dude, are you cosplaying as Su Haidu?" This remark elicited laughter from those nearby. Indeed, in such a critical assessment, piloting a level 1 mecha would hardly be anything but a cosplay of Su Haidu, right? They did not entertain the notion that Su Nuoze was merely an E-rank individual. For even the most lackluster of talents could not possibly graduate as just a level 1 mecha pilot. They prefer to believe that Su Nuoze had intentionally chosen to pilot a level 1 mecha rather than accept that he was limited to such. Su Nuoze smiled kindly at the crowd, secured his phone and a mecha sensing chain in a safe, and then took the level 1 mecha token into the examination point. Chapter 69. This candidate is cheating. As Su Nuoze entered the mecha warehouse, he heard the warehouse administrator's mentor shout, "Everyone, do not merely choose the expensive options. What is costly may not necessarily be right. Select a mecha that you are most familiar with, as this assessment is no trifling matter. Choosing the wrong mecha could cost you your life." Su Nuoze observed many students clustered around the high-priced mechas, clearly eager to try their luck. Although the official assessment granted everyone the privilege to select any mecha, the availability of those expensive models was undoubtedly scarce. Thus, if all candidates opted for the high-cost mechas, their numbers would be severely limited. The administrator earnestly implored the students, some of whom heeded his advice, while others stubbornly persisted in their choices of costly mechas. Upon each candidate's selection, the administrator provided them with a phone containing only rankings, maps, and keys to activate their mechas. Su Nuoze chose the relatively familiar Falcon number 02, immediately attracting the attention of those around him. The likelihood of encountering a level 1 mecha in this assessment was akin to a giant panda wandering into a museum. Su Nuoze boldly piloted the Falcon 02 right out in front of everyone. The onlookers could not help but steal glances. Incredible. This guy is genuinely participating in the assessment with a level 1 mecha? Not to mention, this display of courage alone was commendable. However, unbeknownst to them, shortly after Su Nuoze departed, a battlefield journalist robot connected to his voice. "Hello there, brother-in-law. I've been waiting for you for ages. You finally made your appearance." The battlefield journalist robot was, in fact, controlled by Wan Yingying, who had evidently been waiting for him all along. Su Nuoze was somewhat surprised. Glancing around, he spotted her little robot concealed in a patch of grass. As one of the only 2 senior journalists, why aren't you seeking out those genius level 5 mecha pilots? What brings you to me? He remarked with a hint of disdain. You should know that I cannot reveal my capabilities in such an assessment. I'm here to serve as your navigator. Wan Yingying replied with a smile. Moreover, I have deployed 3 battlefield journalists at this assessment point. One is observing the level 5 demon beast, another is monitoring Lianji, and the last is here to keep an eye on you. Su Nuoze conceded, "All right, I'm a bit hungry. Lead me to the first cafeteria," he commanded, opting to utilize Wan Yingying as his guide. She immediately took the lead. What no one could have anticipated was that one of the 2 senior journalists present at this assessment point had become someone else's navigator. Wan Yingying escorted Su Nuoze to a cafeteria, where he parked the mecha in the back lot and walked toward the entrance. As for Wan Yingying's little robot, he left it nearby to watch over the mecha. Thus, a battlefield journalist clad in the exclusive senior journalist logo stood guard near the cafeteria. In reality, Wan Yingying was managing well. She operated 3 battlefield journalists alone, while another account was lingering near Gu Lianji. Gu Lianji was also a student who prioritized her performance. Upon entering the examination, she swiftly piloted the Phantom Mecha and began to wreak havoc, eliminating foes with ease. With Wan Yingying's navigation assistance, she targeted only manageable level 4 demon beasts, quickly positioning herself within the top 10 of the leaderboard. Most candidates, upon entering the examination, either sought partners for cooperative scoring or sought out weaker demon beasts to accumulate points. These points could be converted into contribution values once the assessment concluded. Conversely, more capable candidates, like the level 5 mecha pilots such as Gu Lianji, headed straight into the depths of the arena. As it was the first day of the assessment, everyone was eager to gain an early advantage. Not far from the examination point, in a tall building, the central hall on the top floor was adorned with a variety of screens displaying live feeds from all the deployed battlefield journalists. At the center of the hall, a massive leaderboard showcased not only the top 10 rankings visible on the candidates' phones, but also the scores of all participants. The hall was filled with university presidents and officials overseeing the assessment. As they observed the leaderboard, discussions erupted. Although Zhong Jialing entered early, she quickly grasped the rhythm for earning points and has firmly secured first place. Xiao Yanyan from the Xiao family is doing well too. He entered an hour later than Zhong Jialing, but has already secured second place. The third place, Zhang Xinran, is also impressive weight. Shouldn't we be paying attention to the 7th place? Someone suddenly pointed to the screen. This 7th place, Gu Lianji. She just entered half an hour ago and has already surged to 7th place on the leaderboard. The crowd recognized Gu Lianji's identity. Recently, when the elder of the Gu family celebrated his birthday, they had invited 2 legendary mecha pilots and many masters, creating quite a stir. Now everyone was aware that the heir to the Gu family was Gu Lianji. She entered 2 hours later than the top 10 candidates, and yet climbed to 7th place? They quickly checked the leaderboard and indeed noted that Gu Yinji's score was rising rapidly, an acceleration that appeared decidedly abnormal. Wait, is she cheating? The crowd was taken aback. The top ranks consisted of level 5 mecha pilots. How could she be accumulating points so swiftly? But soon, an out-of-town president discerned the issue. Hold on, why is one of the senior journalist's cameras continuously following her? I wish to file a complaint. This Gu Yinji is cheating and severely disrupting the balance of this examination. Everyone turned to the screen indicated by the president, where the note stated that the senior journalist was Wan Yingying. The other senior journalist's screen remained dark, seemingly because the examination had yet to reach a critical phase where live coverage was warranted. Typically, senior journalists captured the battles of top mecha pilots, and it was unusual for them to cover minor skirmishes. Yet, the other senior journalists seemed to have no such qualms as they recorded live footage. And the question arose, why was the camera persistently trained on a single individual? It was as if they were blatantly displaying favoritism. Being under constant live coverage from a senior journalist naturally positioned Gu Yinji as the most talked-about participant in this assessment. Other 5th-level mech masters were also accompanied by battlefield reporters. Yet how could those ordinary journalists possibly compare to the elite correspondents? Chapter 70. Where's the notion of fairness? The principal who uncovered the issue blushed and promptly reported to the chief examiner. Examiner, this candidate is clearly cheating. Her connection with this elite reporter is evident. It is well known that elite journalists can enter the examination venue 2 days in advance, and they undoubtedly possess extensive information on the locations of the demon race. The rapid increase in this candidate's scores clearly indicates that this elite reporter is guiding her. The principals and senior teachers from various prestigious universities present had the authority to monitor. Thus, he was entitled to report to the chief examiner. The chief examiner glanced at him and inquired, "So how do you propose to handle this? Should we disqualify this 5th-level mech candidate? Or shall we expel the elite reporter we painstakingly invited?" The principal was momentarily at a loss for words. He was inclined to expel the candidate. Yet she was the heir of the Gu family from Jiangcheng. If he dared to make such a request, even if the Gu family was far removed from him, retribution would be easily executed. As for expelling the elite reporter, the elite journalist group is fiercely protective of their own. If those elite reporters discovered that he had ousted one of their own, he could forget about any future collaborations with them. After a brief moment, he awkwardly chuckled. At the very least, we cannot allow this elite reporter to keep following that candidate, right? The chief examiner smiled. Very well, since another elite reporter has not yet arrived. Why don't you summon the other elite reporter? Implicitly, he was suggesting that if the principal had the capability to command elite reporters, he should first bring the other elite reporter over to film. The principal fell silent, retracting into himself. At that moment, another proctor could not help but interject, "But chief, that elite reporter is aware of the locations of those 2 5th-level demons, to ensure that the footage of the 2 5th-level demons being slain was captured. The locations of the demons have been disclosed to the 2 elite reporters in advance." The chief examiner had also considered this and shook his head. "No matter. The 2 5th-level demons I selected are not easily dealt with by these children, and the commotion caused by 5th-level demons is substantial. They cannot hide." Upon hearing this, the principals present breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Otherwise, if those military merits were claimed by students from another school, they would feel even worse. Subsequently, everyone shifted their focus to other candidates. Until, why is there a 1st-level mech in this assessment? Regardless of the circumstances, attention would invariably gravitate towards the top contender, and whether it be the first or last, it was still the first. Clearly, someone had set their sights on the last-ranked candidate, Su Nuoze. I see that fellow, and surprisingly, he seems unfazed by his low rank. Instead, he hastened to the cafeteria for a meal. One might think he is here to scrounge for food rather than to take an exam. A proctor remarked with dissatisfaction. Everyone turned their gaze to Su Nuoze's location and indeed saw his 1st-level mech parked near the cafeteria. Moreover, the most audacious part was that after finishing his meal, he appeared to be tired and simply lay down next to the cafeteria. Which school does this student belong to? They exchanged glances. At this moment, Principal Zhao of Jiangxing University had shrunk his head like a quail, daring not to utter a word. What was initially a casual discussion turned serious when the chief examiner also inquired, "Whose subordinate is this?" Aware that he could no longer hide, Principal Zhao had no choice but to raise his hand. "This is from our Jiangxing University." Surrounding individuals reacted with disbelief. Is Jiangxing University truly this audacious? How is it that all remarkable incidents seem to originate from your institution? The chief examiner frowned. Why would a 1st-level mech be brought to this assessment? Or is it that he insisted on choosing a first-level mech himself? The proctor interjected, 2 months ago, Master Qi visited Jiangsheng University and personally praised Su Nuoze. So Principal Zhao brought up Master Qi additionally. Su Nuoze was the close disciple of Tao Winnie. He was someone not to be trifled with. At this moment, a principal from a neighboring city couldn't help but exclaim, "Old Zhao, don't boast. Can Master Qi truly command a first-level mech pilot? If you don't believe me, you can ask Master Qi." Principal Zhao retorted fiercely. "Enough." The chief examiner interrupted. "A first-level mech pilot 1T stir up much trouble in this assessment. Let him participate for a bit, as long as he doesn't perish inside." His statement effectively concluded the discussion regarding Su Nuoze, the last-ranked candidate. Attention swiftly shifted to other individuals. "Hey, Black Earth Master, aren't you going to slay a demon?" Gazing at Su Nuoze, who had just awoken and was yawning, Wan Yingying couldn't help but speak up. "What's the rush?" Su Nuoze stretched lazily. "Where's my wife? She is expected to arrive at the territory of that 5th-level demon around 7 o'clock tonight. But Lianji will likely stop by a nearby energy station to recharge first." Su Nuoze inquired, "Recharge? Are you implying that my wife has been slaying monsters since the assessment began?" Wan Yingying was somewhat speechless, but explained, "Of course. This assessment is extremely significant for everyone. And achieving good results comes with military merit rewards. Almost everyone is striving hard. Lianji's strength is quite formidable. And the battlefield reporter following her has switched to automatic follow mode. She couldn't keep up with Lianji's frenzied combat style, so after setting the route, she adjusted to follow mode. That must be exhausting for my wife." Su Nuoze patted his backside, opened the cockpit of his Falcon No. 02 mech, and declared, "Let us go see how my wife is dispatching that 5th-level demon." Having taught Lianji those 2 moves, he believed she should easily handle a demon of the same rank, right? Seeing that this gentleman had finally decided to move, Wan Yingying felt a surge of excitement and hurriedly piloted her mech. After asking for directions, Su Nuoze set off. Wan Yingying followed closely behind him. Akin to a pet feature in a game, the Falcon mech had the advantage of speed and impressive endurance. Although the Nightblade mech was the most challenging to operate among first-level mechs, its long-distance speed could not compare to that of Falcon-type mechs. However, the Nightblade could unleash an explosive speed during combat. Su Nuoze flew deeper into the forest, while Wan Yingying navigated beside him, helping him avoid nearby demons. Actually, I wanted to lure Su Nuoze in front of a 3rd-level demon to see how he would retaliate against it. But considering this is not a mech sensing chain, but the real Su Nuoze, I abandoned that reckless idea. Chapter 71. Wait, is that elite reporter? Just as Su Nuoze and Wan Yingying intentionally circumvented a group of demons, they suddenly heard the sounds of combat not far ahead. Are there candidates? The 2 exchanged messages and directed their gazes forward. As they approached, they beheld a squad of mechs engaged in combat with a nest of average 3rd-level demon crocodiles. This squad comprised 5 individuals, with the leader piloting a 4th-level mech, Phantom Plus, while the other 4 operated 3rd-level mechs. Su Nuoze initially intended to steer clear of these individuals, but the leader of the 4th-level mech spotted him. "Hey, brother, can you come help us out?" The pilot of Phantom Plus only caught sight of the mech silhouette, not realizing that Su Nuoze was piloting a mere 1st-level mech. Su Nuoze halted his forward motion. Pausing nearby, "Brother, come over and lend us a hand. We'll reward you with the demon's points." The leading 4th-level mech operator continued to address the crowd, prompting Su Nuoze to step forward. However, upon realizing that Su Nuoze was piloting the Peregrine 02 mech, several onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Could it be possible for a mech of such caliber to stand before them? One candidate, lost in astonishment, suffered a minor injury when a lurking magical crocodile seized the opportunity to strike at his shoulder. "Brother, it's no longer your concern. Go play elsewhere." The 4th-level mech operator gestured dismissively, signaling Su Nuoze to refrain from causing further disruption. Su Nuoze turned to leave, while Wan Yingying, who had anticipated Su Nuoze's impressive display, began recording. Upon witnessing Su Nuoze's departure, she could only close her recording in disappointment and emerge from her concealed corner. The battlefield journalist, as she revealed herself, was quickly noticed by the 5 other mech operators. Upon recognizing her, they instinctively glanced her way, especially when they spotted the advanced journalist insignia adorning Wan Yingying's attire. An immediate spark of interest ignited within them. Being captured on film by a senior journalist was an extraordinary opportunity for recognition. Consequently, the once calm atmosphere erupted into a flurry of activity, with the 5 mech operators fervently showcasing their skills. They unleashed a torrent of energy upon the magical crocodile before them, the scene brimming with the fervor of unleashed power, resembling 5 peacocks displaying their plumage. Yet, Wan Yingying paid no heed to the 5 competitors. She did not even activate her recording device, but instead scampered after the first-level mech piloted by Su Nuoze. By the time the 5 peacocks, rather, 5 candidates, vanquished the magical crocodile and struck a heroic pose, an air of silence enveloped the scene. What happened to that senior journalist? One of them murmured. How could that be? Exclaimed a 4th-level candidate incredulously. Could it be that the first-level mech is not a candidate, but an invigilator? Otherwise, why would a senior journalist follow a first-level mech? Su Nuoze scrutinized the map, his brow furrowing slightly. Why is this area so vast? He was already hastening towards his destination, but at his current pace, he feared he might arrive too late. Wan Yingying, however, seemed unfazed. This is a provincial examination site, so naturally, a larger arena is required. Moreover, this venue is the newest for this year. I recall last year's venue was even out of the province. Su Nuoze was unaware of last year's circumstances. His memories regarding the assessment shrouded in obscurity. Let's hurry along. Keep me updated on my wife's situation. Absolutely. On the camera for my brother-in-law. Wan Yingying cheerfully replied. Su Nuoze chose to ignore her and focused on his swift journey. Despite lacking offensive capabilities, Wan Yingying's battlefield journalist status meant she could travel for 3 months without any energy depletion. As Su Nuoze pressed on, he occasionally checked the rankings on his phone. With Wan Yingying's assistance, Gu Yinji had ascended to 3rd place. Along the way, Su Nuoze encountered numerous other candidates, most of whom were engaged in battle. Quite the opposite of his own tendency to avoid confrontation. He observed that the other candidates also made efforts to steer clear of him. Wan Yingying, having been approached once, switched to stealth mode, rendering her invisible to those around her. However, just as Su Nuoze was 2 hours away from the 5th-level magical entity, an unexpected event unfolded. A 5th-level mech materialized in Su Nuoze's path, known as the White Rose, a precision tactical support type mech, towering at 53 meters. This mech was adorned in pearly white with dark golden patterns accentuating its joints. Its left, I housed a tactical scope for scanning and locking, while its right, I was a synthetic sapphire. The forehead bore an electromagnetic interference net, resembling a semi-transparent veil, and a miniature holographic rose floated at the back of its head. The White Rose detected Su Nuoze's presence through its tactical scope. Who goes there? The pilot of the mech. Having spotted both Su Nuoze and the small battlefield mech trailing behind him, was poised for action. Don't make a move. I'm also a candidate. Su Nuoze immediately raised his hands. He had no choice but to comply, having noticed the crystalline bottle-shaped weapon at the pilot's hip opening ominously. This woman truly intended to strike. Upon hearing Su Nuoze's voice, the mech's pilot gradually retracted the weapon and scrutinized both Su Nuoze and the battlefield journalist behind him. Noticing the advanced journalist insignia hanging from Wan Yingying, she appeared momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she spoke with a hint of intrigue. Why does a first-level mech operator have an advanced journalist in tow? Her words caught the attention of a small robot hovering behind her, which darted into the air to observe them. Su Nuoze glanced at the small robot, recognizing it as an ordinary battlefield journalist. Oh, I have an advanced journalist behind me? Su Nuoze feigned surprise as he turned to look, but with Wan Yingying in stealth mode. The Peregrine 02 mech could not detect anything. Seeing that Su Nuoze genuinely seemed unaware, the pilot of the White Rose elevated the holographic rose at the back of her head, activating its infrared function to reveal Wan Yingying's presence. Chapter 72. Zhongling. As Wan Yingying was exposed, she had no choice but to levitate into the air. Upon hearing Su Nuoze's earlier explanation, she understood his desire to remain uninvolved, so she spoke. Hello, Zhongling. I mean no harm. I merely found it curious that a first-level mech operator appeared in this examination site, so I decided to observe. Zhongling? Su Nuoze raised an eyebrow. Having seen the name on the leaderboard on his phone, she was currently ranked first. Zhongling nodded at Wan Yingying before turning her gaze back to Su Nuoze, questioning with skepticism, why is a first-level mech so deep in the forest? She still harbored doubts about Su Nuoze, with the surrounding area swarming with 3rd and 4th-level magical creatures. What audacity prompted a first-level mech to venture so far? Su Nuoze hesitated, uncertain how to respond. Yet, he quickly gathered his thoughts and replied, I came here to broaden my horizons. After all, I don't hunt magical creatures. I should be able to survive by keeping a low profile, right? Zhongling, clearly unconvinced, pondered for a moment before stating, turn back now. If you wish to perish, so be it. With that, she turned to Wan Yingying. Would you like to accompany me? I need your assistance to enhance my visibility. Once this assessment concludes, the Zhong family will offer you appropriate compensation. Wan Yingying hesitated, glancing at Su Nuoze. Seeing no sign of agreement from him, she quickly shook her head. No, I prefer to explore freely. I don't have the habit of being a personal journalist for anyone. Except for Su Haitu, of course. However, Zhongling narrowed her eyes sharply, fixing her gaze upon Su Nuoze. "You are Su Haitu?" Su Nuoze was taken aback, astonished that she had discerned his identity. Yet he maintained a calm facade. "Sister, you must be joking. If I were Su Haitu, why would I participate in this assessment? I wish I were Su Haitu." Zhongling, however, glanced at Wan Yingying. "I heard that a certain senior journalist became renowned by filming Su Haitu. And you're the only first-level mech here, so this advanced journalist must be Wan Yingying, correct?" "I am." Wan Yingying spoke up, expressing her desire to film a video of the esteemed Haitu, lamenting that he had recently changed accounts due to pressing matters, thus rendering her unable to capture footage of him. Her words conveyed two implications to Zhongling. First, that Su Haitu was an elderly figure, and second, that he would not participate in such assessments meant for the youth. Upon hearing Wan Yingying's explanation, Zhongling found herself somewhat convinced. Indeed, someone of Su Haitu's caliber could hardly be a young individual. She could not fathom that a youth could possess the skill to operate a mech at his level. With this thought in mind, she could not be bothered to extend her greetings any further and turned away without hesitation. Wan Yingying, however, was reluctant to follow, as the novice mech technician seemed determined to court disaster. Although this peculiar duo was intriguing, it was not worth her time. She had more points to accumulate to maintain her position at the top of the leaderboard. As Zhongling departed, Su Nuoze and Wan Yingying exhaled in relief. Yet, Su Nuoze felt a twinge of caution. Their pairing of a novice mech pilot with a seasoned journalist bore a striking resemblance to Su Haitu. If they encountered someone oblivious, it would be fine, but should they cross paths with someone like Zhongling, who knew Wan Yingying, Su Nuoze's identity could easily be unraveled. With this in mind, Su Nuoze turned to Wan Yingying and asked if she possessed a more discreet method, one that would ensure they remained undetected. "Well, there's a way, but you must let me into your energy compartment at the back, and we can share a single perspective," Wan Yingying eagerly proposed. Su Nuoze's lips twitched. This girl actually wished to experience his first-person perspective while piloting. By linking their views, Wan Yingying would see the battlefield as he did, but for him, it held little consequence. The only downside was that the Yuhuan No. 02 mech would bear a bit more weight. Furthermore, Wan Yingying would be unable to continue filming. But that was of little concern. Su Nuoze had no intention of allowing her to record him anyway. Thus, he placed Wan Yingying into his backup compartment and shared the map and perspective with her. It was Wan Yingying's first experience connecting to Su Nuoze's first-person perspective. And as soon as she did, she felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Su Nuoze's first-person view was peculiar. He not only activated an immersive experience around 50, but also switched to a purely manual operation mode, completely disabling any AI assistance. "What are you trying to do? Control a divine mech?" Wan Yingying exclaimed, "Purely manual, without any smart tools at all." She was genuinely astonished, having never witnessed a mech pilot operate entirely manually. Su Nuoze showed no intention of utilizing any intelligent tools. "Brother-in-law, why do you have the immersive feature set so high?" She couldn't help but ask. "Isn't it uncomfortable to play like this?" High-difficulty maneuvers in mechs could easily overwhelm many pilots if the immersive feature was cranked up, potentially leading to disastrous consequences. Su Nuoze replied nonchalantly, "If a fight breaks out, I'll crank it up to 100. Right now, 50 is just for resting. 100 is my combat mode." Wan Yingying found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps this was simply how a master operated? She had only heard her grandfather mention that advanced mech pilots gradually relinquish the use of intelligent tools. The more sophisticated the mech, the less effective those tools became, to the point of complete abandonment in later stages. The sole reason was that divine mechs lacked intelligent tools. All divine mech masters operated them manually. Su Nuoze's first-person operational mode mirrored what she had envisioned of those divine mech masters. Yet, Wan Yingying's curiosity soon got the better of her. Shortly after sharing the first-person perspective with Su Nuoze, she had to log off due to nausea. So dizzy, she thought. Su Nuoze piloted the mech with a grace that disregarded his own safety. Who operates a mech like that? She could not tolerate Su Nuoze's style of piloting. So she resorted to using navigation to automatically record Gu Yinji's location while shutting off the first-person perspective sharing. At that moment, Su Nuoze was also on the move. The weather had darkened, and Gu Yinji was at the nearest energy station surrounding a level 5 demon, replenishing energy. In truth, she hadn't consumed much energy. But Gu Yinji was conserving her strength and taking a moment to rest in preparation for the impending fierce battle that night. Due to her brief respite, she had fallen from 3rd to 5th place. Meanwhile, Zhongling, the battle fanatic, remained steadfastly at the top of the leaderboard. Chapter 73, The Meeting of Two Women. Since Zhongling had traversed the route that Su Nuoze intended to take, he was forced to make a slight detour. This deviation would only prolong his arrival. Just as he was about an hour away from his destination, Wan Yingying suddenly informed him that Gu Yinji had gone to challenge the level 5 demon, This girl can hardly wait. Su Nuoze could only hasten his pace while instructing Wan Yingying to bring Gu Lianji's perspective to him. Wan Yingying shared the live footage she had with him. He observed Gu Lianji piloting the shadow mech towards the level 5 demon. According to Wan Yingying, this demon was a monstrous, mutated, corneate amphidromous snail residing within a volcano, having grown to a staggering 40 to 50 meters in height, rarely emerging from the lava. He was left wondering how the officials managed to bring such a creature to the testing ground. Su Nuoze raised an eyebrow. Do you remember the color of this demon snail's shell? Was it a light red, leaning towards pink, or a dark red, almost black? How could it possibly be pink? Wan Yingying replied in confusion. I remember the demon's shell being black, or one could say it was indeed black. If I hadn't chanced upon it emerging from the lava, I would have thought the black was just a rock from the volcano. Hearing that the shell was black, Su Nuoze chuckled in relief. I knew it. The officials would never let you all easily acquire 5 points of merit. What do you mean? Wan Yingying quickly asked in response. Tell Gu Lianji that this corneate amphidromous snail is a peak level 5 demon, on the verge of evolving into a level 6 demon. She cannot handle it alone. As he spoke, Su Nuoze contemplated the situation of the exam, speculating that the officials had anticipated from the outset that this peak level 5 demon would require considerable cooperation from the candidates to subdue it. However, with only 5 points of merit available and no possibility for equal distribution, fostering cooperation among candidates posed a significant challenge, necessitating a fair allocation of benefits. The officials were truly cunning. She can't handle it alone? Wan Yingying was perplexed. Convey to her that the blackened shell is a sign that the peak level 5 demon is about to break through to level 6. She should understand. If she doesn't, inform her that a blackened shell is a precursor to a peak level 5 demon's impending evolution. Got it. Wan Yingying promptly relayed the message to Gu Lianji. Indeed, upon hearing this news, Gu Lianji refrained from continuing towards the volcano, having just broken through to level 5. She doubted her ability to deal with a peak level 5 demon snail. Consequently, Gu Lianji adjusted her strategy, opting to tackle the level 4 demons surrounding the volcano to accumulate points and enhance her ranking. Seeing that Gu Lianji had finally decided to retreat, Su Nuoze, who had been on the road for a while and was feeling somewhat hungry, parked the mech near a cafeteria to grab a meal. After satisfying his hunger, he checked the leaderboard, only to discover that the scores of the top 10 were still on the rise. Goodness, these folks are relentless. Do they never take a break? However, it is evident that during this assessment, the 5th level mech pilots have significantly distanced themselves from the top scoring 4th level pilots. As Su Nuoze munched on a chicken leg, he observed the leaderboard. The examination is set to last for 7 days. He wondered if these competitors would even indulge in slumber. Su Nuoze was oblivious to whether the other candidates were sleeping or not. All he knew was that he was ready for a nap. He retrieved the battlefield reporter, Wan Yingying, from the tool compartment behind him, instructing her to keep an eye on Gu Lianji's updates before reclining in the Falcon No. 02 mech to sleep. The vicinity of the cafeteria was assuredly safe, for each cafeteria was guarded by a mentor, providing a sanctuary for the examinees to rest. The night passed in silence. Upon awakening the following day, Su Nuoze casually opened the leaderboard and indeed found the scores of the top 10 participants fluctuating. However, their scores did not show any particularly outrageous increases, as it was clear that everyone understood the wisdom of conserving energy. Thus, after a brief slumber, they had risen to seek out the Demon Clan for more points. Unfortunately, the leaderboard only displayed the names of the top 10. Else Su Nuoze could have relished in more entertainment. As for his own score, well, it aligned with those who had missed the examination. After waking, he stretched and disembarked from the mech, refreshed himself in the cafeteria, and enjoyed a hearty breakfast. Once satiated, he commenced a fitness regimen, exuding an air of relaxation entirely devoid of the seriousness associated with an assessment. The departing mech pilots regarded Su Nuoze's actions with peculiar expressions. Did this fellow not comprehend the significant disparity between assessment scores and the region's assigned post-military service? If only Su Nuoze were privy to their musings, he would have had to clarify that he had already secured a predetermined assignment. Gu Lianji had long since allocated his military service region, rendering his presence here akin to a leisurely excursion. Yingying, what is my wife up to now? Su Nuoze called out, akin to summoning a personal secretary. Wan Yingying replied, I also took a rest yesterday, but according to the information relayed by my battlefield reporter, Lianji slept from 1 in the morning until 7, totaling only 6 hours. After awakening, she resumed hunting demons, and her score has already ascended back to 3rd place. Furthermore, it seems she wishes to collaborate with a 5th level mech pilot to tackle that 5th level demon. Su Nuoze nodded, yet with Gu Lianji's temperament, it was improbable that she would yield any ground in terms of military merit. It remained to be seen how Gu Lianji would engage with those 5th level mech pilot candidates. a 5th level peak-scaled horned foot demon mollusk. Even he would require a 5th level mech to vanquish it. Indeed, even he must operate at an equivalent level to defeat it. Yet his current physical prowess lagged 2 levels behind. 2 levels were akin to an insurmountable chasm, should he dare to pilot a mech exceeding his capabilities by 2 levels. The mech would certainly teach him the sensation of bodily explosion. Just keep an eye on her. Once she is prepared, I shall observe the battle. Su Nuoze nestled into the mech once more, casually requesting several books from Wan Yingying. Wan Yingying could only relay a few electronic books to his mech interface. Now, she somewhat regretted utilizing a secondary account to contact Su Nuoze, feeling akin to a servant catering to someone. Was she not reminiscent of an ancient maidservant attending to her master? Gu Yinji did not squander much time, for at noon, she encountered someone, Zhang Ling. In addition to Zhang Ling, there was also an all-purpose tactical assault mech named Steel Gale. The Steel Gale mech was red and typically equipped with 3 types of weaponry: the Thor's Hammer rotary cannon, the City Breaker magnetic rail sniper cannon, and the Dragon's Breath flame thrower. From the replay transmitted by Wan Yingying, it was clear that the primary weapon of the Steel Gale mech was the first, Thor's Hammer. However, the Thor's Hammer was indeed more suited for assessments. It's Zhang Xinran. Wan Yingying's tone was somewhat peculiar. What's the matter? Do you know him? Su Nuoze inquired, curiosity piqued. That scoundrel, Zhang Xinran, had the audacity to propose to our family. Wan Yingying seethed through clenched teeth. That rascal claims he fell in love with me at first sight. Yet I do not even recognize him. Su Nuoze felt his eyelids twitching. Good heavens, you high-ranking individuals certainly know how to play. So, does that mean he is now your fiancé? His curiosity burned with fervor. Nonsense. He is nothing but a scoundrel who falls in love with every woman he meets. Now he is pursuing Zhang Ling, but I hear she gave him a thorough lesson. Wan Yingying spoke with a sense of vindictive joy at that time. The two of them genuinely engaged in a mech duel, and he was dragged out of the cockpit, left battered and bruised. Zhang Ling even stated she would only marry a peer who could defeat her in a mech. Then this scoundrel began working hard under the pretense of improvement. Su Nuoze mused. In a sense, he does possess his own peculiar traits. To think such a person would follow Zhang Ling. He murmured, he must be shamelessly trailing after her. Wan Yingying retorted, no. Su Nuoze narrowed his eyes, realizing that if he aligned himself with Zhang Ling, Gu Yinji would have no leverage to demand those 5 points of military merit. He was uncertain about the situation on Gu Yinji's side. But if Zhang Ling brought Zhang Xinran along, they would possess 2 combatants, whereas Gu Yinji would only have 1, clearly placing her at a disadvantage. Moreover, he had noted Zhang Ling's efficiency in handling demons on the leaderboard, which was evidently superior to Gu Yinji's. This meant that Zhang Ling's combat prowess surpassed Gu Yinji's. With an inherent advantage in combat, and now joined by an ally. Ah, so you intend to snatch 5 points of military merit from his fiancée. Is that it? Su Nuoze chuckled in exasperation. Let's proceed. He activated the mech, determined to uncover the true intentions of this Miss Zhang. Upon hearing Su Nuoze's words, Wan Yingying also grasped the implications. Ah, is Zhang Ling attempting to seize Lianji's military merit? Observing her bewildered expression, Su Nuoze speculated that the 3 must have convened in a private voice channel to negotiate terms, given that they had likely established a private channel. Even Wan Yingying was unaware of the outcome of their discussions. Yet, Su Nuoze could surmise that with a larger group on one side, Gu Yinji would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. As Su Nuoze pondered, he swiftly made his way toward the location of the horned foot demon mollusk. The Falcon No. 02 mech traced a graceful arc across the sky. He was merely half an hour's journey from the volcano, yet according to Wan Yingying, the 3 had already commenced their assault on the horned foot demon mollusk. The clash between the 3 5th-level mechs and a peak 5th-level demon was absolutely monumental. As Su Nuoze caught sight of the volcano, he noticed the crater erupting with searing energy. The tremendous tremors attracted numerous mechs to the scene. Finding an optimal vantage point, Su Nuoze settled into watch, while other mechs gradually gathered around. These mechs had come to witness the unfolding spectacle. Upon spotting the 3 5th-level mechs, someone could not help but exclaim, isn't that the 1st, 3rd, and 6th on the leaderboard? Zhang Ling, Gu Yinji, and Zhang Xinran? These 3 titans have begun collaborating? The collaboration of these 3 formidable individuals indeed astonished the onlookers. However, they soon turned their attention to the trio unleashing a torrent of energy cannons into the volcano. Could it be that the demon they were targeting was a 5th-level demon? It was plausible. Only a 5th-level demon could compel 3 5th-level mech pilots to unite. The crowd buzzed with speculation, prompting Su Nuoze to close his backpack to conceal Wan Yingying's battlefield reporter. Yet at that moment, Wan Yingying's main battlefield reporter was actively capturing the unfolding battle. The combat prowess of a level 5 mech is already exceedingly formidable. Yet the energy turmoil within the volcano rages unchecked. The level 5 demon has yet to reveal itself, causing the onlookers to exchange puzzled glances. Without the presence of a level 5 demon, what purpose do these 3 level 5 mech serve? Only Su Nuoze's expression bears a hint of peculiarity, as if he possesses knowledge of the underlying reason. The shell of the scaled-horned abyssal snail is remarkably resilient prior to the demon's emergence. The ordinary scaled-horned abyssal snail was hailed as the toughest creature on this planet, impervious even to bullets. Now, having evolved into a demonic entity, it retains its previous attributes, which include unparalleled defensive capabilities. Currently, while the 3 level 5 mechs appear to be engaged in a fierce battle, they have yet to breach its defenses. Perhaps the scaled-horned abyssal snail is merely slumbering. When it feels a gentle tickle, it might just sink deeper into its dreams. Ordinarily, the defensive strength of the scaled-horned abyssal snail exceeds even its own level, sometimes by 2. Su Nuoze recalls that in his past life, when the 4 members of their elite class were still mech masters, they employed various strategies to eliminate a level 6 scaled-horned abyssal snail of the same rank, only to find success when they forced it to engage with sound waves, thus providing them the opportunity to strike. In any case, this creature is particularly repulsive. Should Su Nuoze offer a suggestion to Gu Lianji, it would be to switch to another level 5 demon, for this one is exceedingly troublesome to kill, unless they possess sonic weaponry, which indiscriminately harms allies as well. However, Gu Lianji and her companions are quite intent on dealing with this creature, bombarding it relentlessly for nearly an hour, yet yielding no response. Consequently, they ceased their assault. The 3 level 5 mech pilots formed a circle, deliberating on how to proceed. At this juncture, a 4th level 5 mech pilot appeared, making his way toward the trio. It was the 5th ranked Chi Haobua, eager to join the fray. Discussions ensued among the group. Su Nuoze glanced at Chi Haobua, whose level 5 mech is an upgraded version of the Iris mech, known as Chi Shao, a high-mobility, firepower-suppressing model, also classified as a Tianhua type. Standing at 58 meters tall and weighing 22 tons, its armor consists of titanium alloy ceramic composites, with a standard operational endurance of 48 hours. The Chi Shao wields 2 main weapons, the Crimson Flame Pulse Cannon and the Foxtail Tactical Chainblade, the latter being a retractable whip-like weapon that can extend up to 15 meters. This is indeed a type of mech Su Nuoze is adept at using, as it is modeled after the Reincarnation Divine armor. Yet, he shook his head. Even with this mech, the 4 level 5 pilots would still struggle against the scaled-horned abyssal snail. Chapter 75. Meanwhile, another dilemma unfolded. After a period of negotiation, the 4 level 5 mech pilots resumed their assault on the scaled-horned abyssal snail within the volcano. It remained unclear how they had come to an agreement, but the newly arrived Chi Haobua had joined them. Nevertheless, their combined firepower still proved insufficient to contend with the formidable defenses of the scaled-horned abyssal snail. While the 4 attacked, at another location within the examination grounds, a similar scene unfolded by a quagmire, surrounded by numerous mechs. Hovering above this mire were 3 level 5 mechs. Xiaoyang Yin, do you have a way to coax that level 5 python out from here? Inquired the owner of one of the mechs, addressing the lead level 5 pilot, Xiaoyang Yin, who ranked 2nd in the score standings. These 3 level 5 mech pilots had evidently set their sights on the 2nd level 5 demon of this examination, a giant-mouthed demon python. The armor of this massive creature is also quite resilient, presenting a challenge not much less than that of the scaled-horned abyssal snail. Beyond its formidable defense, the giant-mouthed demon python possesses an exceptionally high intellect. When it perceives that its adversaries are beyond its capacity to confront, it will evade and escape, just as it is now. Upon sensing the presence of the 3 level 5 mechs overhead, it recognizes that they are not foes it can contend with, and thus it hides within the mire, denying them the opportunity to slay it. For Xiaoyang Yin and his fellow examinees, devising a strategy to draw this demon from the mire also posed a challenge. The 2 points of military merit available for this assessment certainly do not come easily, requiring the examinees to think creatively to find a solution. Xiaoyang Yin and his companions bombarded the mire in a frenzy, hoping to lure the demon out through their relentless attacks. Yet, after half an hour of assault, the giant-mouthed demon python remained elusive. Thus, Xiaoyang Yin activated the intercom, addressing the onlookers among the mech pilots. Everyone, I am Xiaoyang Yin. Could you assist me in coaxing the giant-mouthed demon python from the mire? Let's all attack together, and once it is drawn out, the Xiao family will offer a generous reward. He intended to leverage his family's influence to secure these 5 points of military merit. Upon hearing of the potential favor from the Xiao family, many stepped forward to assist. After noting the names of all who volunteered, they commenced a synchronized bombardment. Dozens of mechs unleashed their fury upon the mire, Under the terrifying energy fluctuations, the mire began to diminish, and the silhouette of the giant-mouthed demon python appeared to be on the verge of surfacing. Suddenly, a turn of events transpired. A shadow erupted violently, akin to a bolt of black lightning, swiftly lunging toward a level 3 mech. The owner of this shadow opened its gaping maw and bit down hard, shattering the mech in an instant, with the fate of the pilot tragically sealed. After eliminating the level 3 pilot, the giant-mouthed demon python did not pause, immediately fleeing into the distance. This level 5 demon had found a weak point to break free, killing one mech pilot before escaping. The sight of a living examinee meeting such a fate rendered the numerous mech pilots present frozen in shock, except for the 3 level 5 mech pilots. All others who witnessed this scene could not help but wonder if the giant-mouthed demon python had chosen to break through toward them. Would they not meet the same grim end? At that moment, it became starkly clear to everyone that when participating in a battle far beyond their capabilities, their outcomes would be dire. On the battlefield, not every conflict is a realm where they, mere small fry, could take part. For the sake of a so-called favor from a prominent family, they nearly sacrificed their own lives. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang Yin and his companions, after casting a somber glance at the remnants of the deceased mech pilot, continued their pursuit of the giant-mouthed demon python. Having finally coaxed it out, they could not allow it to escape. However, the other level 4 and level 3 mech pilots chose not to follow, realizing that this was no mere spectacle. They were not within a glorious game of mechs, nor were they ensconced in a mech sensory chain. They were personally piloting their mechs. The scaled-horned abyssal snail remained dormant, causing the 4 level 5 mech pilots, including Zhongling, to grow anxious. Thus, Zhang Xinran proposed an idea. He suggested enlisting the help of the surrounding spectators to see if they could force the scaled-horned abyssal snail to emerge. Consequently, he activated the loudspeaker, inviting the onlooking mech pilots. If everyone is willing to assist, the Zhang family will owe you all a favor. Upon hearing Zhang Xinran's call, Su Nuoze furrowed his brow and stepped back among the crowd. A group of low-level mechs approaching a soon-to-evolve level 5 peak demon was tantamount to courting death. Observing the impending folly of others, Su Nuoze refrained from intervening, knowing full well that his words would carry little weight. Soon, a cadre of mecha engineers soared above the volcano's crater, assisting 4 5th-level mecha engineers in unleashing a relentless barrage upon the volcano. Countless debris erupted, and under the onslaught of so many mechas, the volcano appeared on the verge of being leveled. At that moment, the scale-horned cephalopod demon snail could no longer contain its fury and let forth a thunderous roar. Following its roar, it raised its head and unleashed a torrent of flames towards the cluster of mechas above the crater. A scorching blaze pierced through several unprepared mechas, rendering 3 low-tier mechas utterly inoperative. One individual was fortunate, as the flames merely penetrated the head of the mecha, sparing the pilot's seat from harm. Observing this, a fellow mecha engineer promptly seized him and rescued him from the wreckage. However, the fates of the other 2 were far less fortunate. One met a grim end, as the cockpit of his mecha was directly breached, leaving little doubt of his demise. The other found his entire mecha engulfed in flames, swiftly reduced to ashes, leaving no trace of a complete body behind. The deaths of 2 mecha engineers sent shockwaves through the surrounding crowd. Suddenly, Gu Yinji's Shadow Phantom activated its speakers. All mech engineers below 5th level evacuate immediately to avoid further casualties. Upon hearing this, the stunned crowd quickly regained their senses, dispersing to relinquish the main battlefield to the 4 5th level mechas. Su Nuoze had anticipated such an eventuality and had long distanced himself. Watching the video feed, shared by one Ying from afar, the 4 5th level mechas engaged in a fierce struggle with the scale-horned cephalopod demon snail, each demonstrating their prowess to inflict damage upon the formidable foe. They appear to discern the snail shell's formidable durability, skillfully targeting its head instead. The scale-horned cephalopod demon snail's offensive tactics were rather limited, relying solely on its fiery breath. Yet, the 4 mecha engineers exhibited remarkable agility, adeptly evading its fiery assaults. Chapter 76. A Turn of Events. Given the current circumstances, it seemed merely a matter of time before the 4 would vanquish the scale-horned cephalopod demon snail. This sentiment was echoed by the proctors and numerous educators monitoring the live feed from the control room. Their discussions revolved not around how the students would defeat the snail, but rather about the negotiations among the 4 5th-level mecha engineers and who would ultimately land the killing blow, earning the coveted 5 points of military merit. After an hour of relentless assault on the snail, its posture grew increasingly weary, with fine cracks appearing on its shell. Just as everyone anticipated the imminent conclusion of the battle, An imperceptible, yet powerful wave suddenly enveloped all mechas within a 100-mile radius. Following this wave's manifestation, a voice resonated within Su Nuoze Mecha. Warning. Mecha encountering interference magnetic field. Warning. Mecha encountering interference magnetic field. Alert. Mecha intelligent assistance system malfunctioning. Navigation system compromised. Target identification erroneous. Navigation weapons inoperative. Communication severed. A barrage of warnings erupted, and the communication link between Su Nuoze and Wan Yingying abruptly ceased. What the hell? Su Nuoze jolted upright, staring at the incessantly flashing red alerts within his mecha. He refrained from utilizing the malfunctioning radar and instead activated the long-range vision feature to survey the battlefield ahead. At that moment, all surrounding mechas were adversely affected by the interference magnetic field. One comrade shouted into his microphone, "What is this interference magnetic field? Is this part of the assessment?" Others chimed in, "Did someone violate the rules by bringing in a signal tower? Why is there an interference magnetic field in the testing ground?" While the discussions persisted, the four mecha engineers engaged with the scale-horned cephalopod demon snail found themselves in dire straits. Stripped of their intelligent assistance and radar functionalities, their evasion capabilities plummeted, transforming them from AI-assisted pilots to manual operators. It was akin to a driver accustomed to an automatic transmission suddenly being thrust into a manual vehicle without any knowledge of how to operate it. Consequently, a series of catastrophic errors ensued among the four. The snail, oblivious to their plight, unleashed a fiery breath, and these once agile mechas, akin to nimble loaches, suddenly collided with the flames, sustaining immediate damage. Seizing the opportunity, the snail launched a relentless counterattack, striking several mechas with its powerful tentacles. The first to suffer was Zhang Xinran's Steel Gale. His mecha relied heavily on radar locks and AI support, and the interference effectively severed his limbs. Recognizing him as the weakest link, the scale-horned cephalopod demon snail targeted Zhang Xinran first. He was swiftly flung aside, his mecha severely damaged, lying helplessly, with no one daring to assist. The loss of intelligent assistance was a devastating blow for mecha engineers accustomed to relying on AI since childhood, akin to having their vision obliterated. However, Su Nuoze remained largely unaffected. He merely disabled several programs he found cumbersome, maintaining his operational proficiency without a hitch. He did not utilize navigation weapons. His energy cannon was always self-aiming. As for the AI assistance tools, he was hardly familiar with them, as they were typically deactivated to avoid the incessant chatter of the system, which he found bothersome. Yet, even though he was the only one unscathed, he dared not act recklessly, for a fifth-level demon could indeed claim his life. Previously, he had only managed to counter a fourth-level demon hawk while he was gravely injured. Now he lacked the capability to confront a fifth-level pinnacle scale-horned cephalopod demon snail. He could only anxiously observe from a distance, hoping Gu Lianji would exercise prudence and make a hasty retreat. The snail's second target was none other than Zhongling. Fueled by hatred, Zhongling had inflicted the most damage upon the creature, making her its primary target. In a state of panic, Zhongling hastily fled. Yet, within the magnetic field's disorienting grasp, she struggled to evade the snail's tentacles, ultimately being struck down in place. Fortunately, the snail did not exploit the opportunity to breach her cockpit, sparing her life for the moment. Originally, the snail's third target was Qi Haobo, but he met his own demise, careening headfirst into one of its tentacles, which subsequently slammed him against the rock wall, embedding his mecha into the stone. Thus, only Gu Lianji remained. The shadow phantom mecha hovered in the sky. Gu Lianji had initially intended to flee, but the snail conjured a ring of fire, sealing off her escape route. Forcing herself to remain composed, she recognized that although the magnetic field interference greatly impacted her as well, she could still employ the three-step disappearance technique and quantum ghost play taught to her by Su Haitu, two skills that required no intelligent assistance tools. Thus, she painstakingly evaded the snail's assaults. Meanwhile, in the control room of the high-rise outside the examination venue, half of the hundreds of screens before the proctors suddenly plunged into darkness. This unforeseen turn of events left the chief proctor in a state of agitation. He sprang to his feet, demanding to know what had transpired, as the other proctors immediately contacted the rescue teams inside the examination grounds. Soon, the rescue teams relayed that an unknown interference magnetic field had emerged in the vicinity of the two fifth-level demons, with a vast range, affecting numerous mecha engineers. Consequently, the chief proctor announced the immediate initiation of an emergency rescue plan. Countless senior mecha engineers rushed to the underground mecha hangar to board their mechas and head to the examination site. In the realm of the scaled-horned abyssal snail, Gu Lianji was still struggling valiantly against the odds, while Su Nuoze, filled with anxiety yet powerless, contemplated the dire necessity of intervening should the situation reach a critical juncture. After 10 minutes of evasion, Gu Yinji found herself confronted by the snail as it unleashed a torrent of flames, concealing its tentacles within the inferno. Had the mech's radar been operational, she might have detected the lurking appendage. Alas, without it, her naked eye was blind to the imminent danger. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the shadow mech was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the stone wall. Its optical sensors extinguishing in an instant, a clear sign that the mech pilot had succumbed to unconsciousness or worse. Witnessing this calamity, Su Nuoze could no longer remain passive. Without a second thought, he surged forward. Yet, more expedient than he, a ravenous gluttonous toad, a third-tier demon, materialized out of nowhere, lunging at Gu Yinji's mech. With a flick of its tongue, it pierced the cockpit of Shadow, extracting the unconscious Gu Yinji with ease. The creature then repeated its grim feat, approaching Zhongling's White Rose mech and retrieving the still-conscious woman within. Chapter 77. The Rescue. The Demon Slave's Deception. This marked Su Nuoze's first encounter with Zhongling, who, clad in a form-fitting combat suit, should have appeared formidable. Yet, terror clouded her eyes, her delicate features etched with confusion. The gluttonous toad swiftly coiled its tongue around both Zhongling and Gu Yinji, turning abruptly to flee. The rapidity of this event left Su Nuoze several kilometers away. Utterly unprepared. Most astonishingly, the scale-horned abyssal snail did not attempt to thwart the gluttonous toad's abduction of its prey, allowing it to escape with the two women. Panic ensued as someone exclaimed that the daughters of the Zhong and Gu families had been captured. Observing this, several fourth-tier mech pilots contemplated a rescue. Yet upon meeting the snail's gaze, they felt an overwhelming aura of lethal intent enveloping them. Paralyzed by fear, they stood frozen, unwilling to advance. It appeared that the snail had forged an unspoken alliance with the gluttonous toad, choosing to assist in obstructing the remaining mech pilots. However, the snail seemed disinclined to leave its volcanic lair to eliminate these spectators, even disregarding two discarded fifth-tier mechs at its feet. Zhang Xinran and Qi Haobo, realizing they had gone unnoticed, immediately feigned death. Just as the mech pilots were paralyzed by indecision, a Yushan 02 mech suddenly streaked across the sky, pursuing the gluttonous toad. This first-tier mech instantly captured the attention of all present. The audacity of a first-tier mech daring to chase a third-tier demon left the assembled pilots dumbfounded. Although they had previously seen this mech, their focus had been consumed by the four fifth-tier pilots engaged in a fierce battle against the scaled-horned abyssal snail, leaving no room for contemplation on the inexplicable presence of a first-tier mech in their midst. Yet now, amidst the terror instigated by the snail, the first-tier mech surged into action. The Yushan 02 mech appeared to be courting death as it maneuvered to circumvent the scale-horned abyssal snail in pursuit of the gluttonous toad. Is it seeking its own demise? Was the collective thought of the mech pilots. The Yushan 02 mech pushed its speed to the limits, drawing the attention of the snail, which casually exhaled flames as if to crush an insignificant insect beneath its foot. However, the Yushan 02 mech unexpectedly flickered, its velocity surging as it deftly evaded the searing inferno capable of reducing it to ashes. It even managed to twist away from the hidden tentacle within the flames. Incredible! Exclaimed a mech pilot, unable to contain his astonishment, having narrowly escaped the snail's assault in the constricted space. The Yushan 02 mech surged beyond the volcanic perimeter in pursuit of the gluttonous toad. The snail regarded the retreating Yushan 02 mech, but made no move to follow, resolutely blocking the path of other mech pilots. In its eyes, even if this feeble mech had evaded its attack, it posed no threat to the gluttonous toad. Meanwhile, the mech pilots stood in stunned silence. Could it truly be that this first-tier mech had evaded the onslaught of a fifth-tier demon? Was it possible that the Yushan 02 mech remained unaffected by the magnetic field? How had it eluded the attack without radar or intelligent assistance? While they were captivated by awe, none dared to emulate its reckless pursuit. Concerns swiftly arose for the foolhardy first-tier mech. Chasing after a third-tier demon was tantamount to courting death. With trepidation, the pilots hesitated, unwilling to follow in the footsteps of the audacious mech. The scene shifted to Su Nuoze's perspective. He had frantically activated the emergency beacon several times to no avail. Perhaps the rescue team was en route? Yet, faced with the interference of the magnetic field, even the rescue forces would be hindered. Resolute, he resolved to rescue his wife first. Upon witnessing the gluttonous toad capture the two women without harming or devouring them, a daring hypothesis took shape in his mind. Why the toad not targeted Zhang Xinran and Qi Haobo, opting instead for Gu Yinji and Zhongling? While uncertain about Zhongling's significance, He was acutely aware that the demons had a vested interest in capturing Gu Lianji. They sought the dragon blood coursing through her veins. If Zhongling was also a survivor of the event from that fateful year, then this encounter was evidently orchestrated by the demon slaves. What is the official examination team doing? How could they allow demon slaves to infiltrate the testing grounds and bring in the signal tower? Su Nuoze began to suspect that the examination team itself harbored demon slaves, but such musings were not his immediate concern. His priority was to rescue his wife. If the gluttonous toad had seized Gu Lianji and Zhongling for their dragon blood, then the women were likely not in immediate peril. Moreover, even if demon slaves had infiltrated the examination grounds, they could not operate the mechs. All mechs within the testing area were under surveillance. Even the most formidable demon could only infiltrate alone, relying on the aid of demons like the scaled-horned abyssal snail and the gluttonous toad. The Yushun 02 mech was among the fastest of the first-tier mechs, yet could not keep pace with the third-tier demon. Su Nuoze trailed the gluttonous toad based on its movements, determined to stay close enough to locate the women and the demon. Half an hour later, despite the initiation of the rescue plan, the signal tower continued to be shrouded in interference. From the heights of the examination officials' tower, a legendary mech descended from the heavens, directing a pointed inquiry at the chief examiner. Elder Zhong, I have already dispatched the support team inside. The signal tower will follow shortly. The chief examiner bowed respectfully to the legendary mech. Indeed, the legendary mech hovering in the sky was none other than Zhong Zijin, the esteemed ancestor of the Zhong family and the grandfather of Zhongling, the top scorer in the examination. The signal has been missing for half an hour. And you tell me you have done your utmost? Zhong Zijin scoffed. I suspect you are a spy for the demons. As he spoke, he raised a hand, and the right arm of the legendary mech shimmered with unnatural ripples, transforming into glimmering soul rings. He was actually preparing to strike the chief examiner directly. The examiner's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily shouted, Elder Zhong, I am an official. You cannot kill me. You will bear criminal responsibility for your actions. Zhongling was the most promising genius of the Zhong family, destined to become a divine mech master. Should she encounter even the slightest mishap, I would risk everything to extinguish your wretched life. Zhong Zijin's voice was frigid and piercing, yet he still hesitated in the face of authority, refraining from slaying the examiner. Chapter 78. Is he really Su Haitu? The examiner, relieved to have preserved his life, was drenched in sweat and wore an expression of utter terror. However, concealed within the depths of his eyes was a glimmer of mockery, along with something more sinister. He meticulously orchestrated the personnel to deliver the signal tower, but half an hour had already elapsed since the signal was jammed. The moment the signal was restored, everything that had transpired in the examination hall would be laid bare before all. This included the 4 fifth-level mechs rendered useless by the scale-horned abyssal snail, the uncertain fates of Zhan Xinran and Qi Haobo, and the abduction of Gu Lianji and Zhongling by a third-level starved toad. Meanwhile, the giant-mouthed python had seized the opportunity afforded by the signal blackout to defeat 3 fifth-level mech operators pursuing it. However, it did not linger. After vanquishing them, it fled. It was exceedingly clever, opting not to kill the 3 fifth-level operators, and currently 3 of them, including Xiao Yanyan, had been rescued. Upon learning this news, the legendary mech master Zhong Zijin was infuriated, disregarding the ongoing examination. He demanded a map and stormed into the examination site. The rescue team first set out to confront the scale-horned abyssal snail, intending to rescue the 2 fifth-level mech operators, Zhan Xinran and Qi Haobo. Returning to half an hour prior, Su Nuoze piloted the Falcon No. 02 mech through treacherous paths, encountering numerous low-level demons eager to take his life. Yet, he dispatched these first and second-level demons with ease, continuing his pursuit. He did not conceal his intent, leading the surrounding demons to attempt to eliminate him. When faced with more formidable adversaries, Su Nuoze would circumvent them, but he effortlessly dealt with the weaker, more vulnerable demons. Thus, his assessment points surged dramatically along the way. After pursuing for approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at a valley. The trace of the starved toad lay within the crevice of this valley. He glanced at a series of eerie patterns beside the valley, furrowing his brow as he cautiously drew his short sword, severing the thorns within the crevice before carefully proceeding inside. The crevice was exceedingly narrow, requiring him to maneuver the mech sideways to advance. The light within the crevice was dim, and he remained vigilant for any potential threats. At this moment, he was personally piloting the mech. Should it be destroyed, his life would be forfeit. The Falcon No. 02 mech was now inextricably linked to his very existence. His gaze was intensely focused, and after approximately 7 or 8 minutes of clearing thorns, a glimmer of light appeared before him. At last, Su Nuoze silently adjusted his immersion to 100. and the fuel of the internal combustion engine ignited into a state of self-combustion. My apologies, but it seems I shall need you to give your all now. He silently addressed the Falcon number 02 mech. The self-combustion of the mech's fuel could enhance its maneuverability, yet this method was only effective for low-tier mechs. Under combustion, low-tier mechs could unleash combat power that surpassed their level. Just as he prepared to enter the illuminated area, a sinister laugh echoed in his ears. Curse away. Little lady, once the demon lord has drained the dragon blood from your body, I hope your tongue remains as defiant when I take pleasure in you. A creature that has allied with the demon race. Do you even deserve to be human? This disparaging voice belonged to Zhongling. As Su Nuoze severed the thorns before him, the scene unfolded before his eyes. It was an altar approximately 10 meters square, with 2 pillars emanating black mist at its center. Bound to the pillars were 2 individuals, Gu Yinji and Zhongling. Gu Yinji's head tilted to the side, clearly unconscious. Zhongling was hurling insults at a somewhat stooped, unkempt old man standing before her. The old man's appearance was repugnant, clad in tattered clothing, his exposed skin filthy and likely untouched by water for days. Surrounding the altar were a dozen third-level, starved toad demons, all prostrated on the ground, bowing to the central altar. At the altar's heart lay a blood-red crystal, its crimson fluid pulsating with the vibrancy of life. As Su Nuoze absorbed all the information within the valley, the demon slave elder also detected his presence, abruptly turning to the crevice. Who goes there? Upon hearing the commotion, the bound Zhongling's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. However, upon seeing only a first-level mech, her hopes shattered, though she quickly recognized the figure. It was the first-level mech that the senior reporter had been trailing. What was this individual doing here, courting death, surrounded by third-level demons? She could hardly believe that a mere first-level mech could achieve anything. Even if the legendary Su Haidu were to arrive, could he truly save them? The demon slave elder, initially fearful that he had been discovered, exhaled in relief upon seeing only a first-level mech. He gestured to a nearby starved toad. Go fetch its corpse. The starved toad, resembling a toad, was a demon with a pus-filled body, repulsively adorned with various sores that, upon rupture, oozed foul liquid. The starved toad immediately lunged at Su Nuoze. Zhongling closed her eyes, unable to bear witnessing the impending cruelty. Meanwhile, the demon slave elder continued with the sacrificial rites at the altar. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air, yet it did not resemble a human's cry. The abrupt sound instantly captured the attention of both Zhongling and the demon slave elder. They beheld the third-level demon lifeless in a pool of blood, as the first-level Falcon number 02 mech slowly withdrew its short sword from the head of the starved toad. Witnessing this scene, both Zhongling and the demon slave elder's pupils constricted in unison. A first-level mech had slain a third-level demon. Was this truly happening? In that moment, a name resonated in Zhongling's mind, one that had recently taken the internet by storm, a legendary figure known as the master of low-level mechs. Su Haidu. You are indeed he, Zhongling murmured. From the very first moment she laid eyes on him, she had not been mistaken. No wonder a senior reporter chose to follow this first-level mech instead of her, a fifth-level mech operator. No wonder a first-level mech had emerged in this examination site, teeming with third- and fourth-level demons. Chapter 79. Has the demon dragon been revived? Su Nuoze casually tossed aside the corpse of the third-level demon and slowly advanced toward the altar. Along the way, he had eliminated countless obstructing demons, and the Falcon No. 02 mech was now drenched in the blood of the demon race. With his mech stained with dark blood, he steadily approached the demon slave elder. The elder, filled with trepidation, could not fathom why the Falcon number 02 mech possessed such extraordinary combat prowess and immediately waved his hand. Go, kill him. He commanded the surrounding starved toads to swarm towards Su Nuoze. Su Nuoze, feeling the roar of the internal combustion engine within his mech, adopted an unprecedented seriousness. This is not the most significant disparity among all his battles, yet it is the most ineptly operated mech he has ever commanded. He took a deep breath and assumed a combat stance. Come on, he murmured, as he beheld the ravenous toads advancing from all directions. He sprang into action. The short sword in his grasp transformed into a flurry of phantoms, while his mech surged forth with a velocity that surpassed that of a standard Tier 1 mech. Faced with the relentless assault of the demon kin, whose attack power, speed, and defense far outstripped his own, he knew he must push his operational skills to the utmost limit. He did not confront the foremost toad head-on. Instead, he deftly dodged its tongue by turning aside, then seized the appendage with his left hand and, with a fierce slash of his short sword, severed it cleanly. However, the overwhelming attack power of the Tier 3 demon inflicted a modicum of damage to his mech's left arm. In the ensuing moments, several more tongues lashed out at him, but he lowered his center of gravity, executing an intricate evasive maneuver that resembled a living human evading amidst the chaos of his mech. Countless tongues whizzed overhead, any one of which could pierce through his cockpit and claim his life. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, devoid of fear. He reversed his grip on the short sword and lunged toward a seemingly weaker toad. The creature instinctively retracted its tongue in defense, but in the next instant, Su Nuoze seized it. Warning, Mech's left hand sustained 12 damage. The immense friction inflicted a second injury upon the left arm of the Falcon 02 mech. The disparity in their strengths was too great. As Su Nuoze executed maneuvers that exceeded the mech's structural limits, it naturally incurred damage. The force with which the toad withdrew its tongue dragged him toward it. Su Nuoze spun his mech around, delivering a sharp slice that severed the tongue, and using the momentum from the creature's pull, he charged directly at the toad. The loss of its tongue caused the creature to howl in pain, tears brimming in its eyes, blurring its vision. In the next moment, the mech loomed larger in its sight. With a swift thrust, his reverse blade pierced through the toad's skull, instantly slaying this Tier 3 demon. At that moment, the old demon slave and Zhongling bore witness to the spectacle with wide eyes. Goosebumps prickled their skin as they beheld a Tier 1 mech triumph over a Tier 3 demon, and all while surrounded by numerous others of its kind. How could such a formidable mech pilot exist? Su Nuoze felt a rush of exhilaration. Nothing compared to the thrill of personally piloting a mech. With a 100 sensory response rate, unlike the mech's sensory chain, he was finally able to unleash his full potential. Yet, in the next instant, the mech system reported a series of minor malfunctions. These were expected reactions, for he had been recklessly expending the mech's lifespan to double its combat capacity. Issues such as loose joints and excessive exterior temperatures manifested before him. It was clear that should he deactivate the internal combustion engine, the mech might be rendered inoperable at once. However, as long as he kept the engine running, the mech could continue to fight for an extended duration. This was the final dance of the Falcon 02 mech. Zhongling gazed at the mech in awe, as if witnessing the very essence of what a true mech pilot should embody. This was a mech pilot in her mind's eye. Su Nuoze's movements did not cease. The surrounding toads emitted furious croaks and charged at him. He fought and retreated simultaneously, deftly weaving between dozens of tongues. Soon, he discerned an opportunity to obliterate the majority of the toads. While maneuvering, he lured several tongues toward him, intentionally sacrificing his right arm to entangle them together. A tongue pierced through his right arm, forcing him to transfer the short sword to his left hand. Simultaneously, he managed to ensnare a multitude of tongues, causing them to intertwine. Then, he plunged his blade into the tightly knotted mass of tongues. A chorus of agonized cries erupted from the toads, and as they writhed in pain, he surged forward, using his reverse blade to slay one after another of the wretched creatures. A pack of Tier 3 demons became akin to lambs awaiting slaughter before him. The old demon slave finally realized that the dozen or so Tier 3 demons surrounding him could not withstand this onslaught. Trembling, he retrieved a small knife, preparing to commence the sacrificial rites. You must hold him back, even at the cost of your lives. If the ritual for Lord Demon God is not completed, you shall bear the sins of the entire demon kin. He threatened the toads that could comprehend his words while kneeling before the central crimson crystal, hands clasped reverently. Noble master, I present to you 2 vessels. Please grant me the tools to extract the dragon blood from within them. His tone was imbued with deep reverence, as if he were venerating a supreme entity. As the blood-red crystal pulsed, after approximately 5 minutes of anticipation, it suddenly cracked open, revealing a scaly knife. Pierce the vessel skin. The scale shall drink the dragon's blood. The crystal emitted a voice that was neither male nor female, reminiscent of a mechanical being, yet infused with emotion. It seemed to encapsulate the entirety of human sentiment: joy, anger, anxiety, longing, sorrow, fear, and surprise, all entwined within a single utterance, creating a profound sense of contradiction. Su Nuoze heard this voice and quickened his pace. He launched into a reckless offensive, prioritizing the protection of his cockpit, while using his left-hand short sword to mercilessly slaughter every toad in his path. The cost of such maneuvers was the continuous degradation of his mech's various components. Warning, balance system compromised. Warning, mech severely damaged. Please repair immediately. Warning, mech's left leg joint damaged. Normal movement imminent failure. Su Nuoze ignored all the warnings. He was acutely aware of his mech's condition, more than anyone else. Chapter 80. Is this the script of the Dragon King's son-in-law? At this moment, the old demon slave had cradled the dragon scales in his hands, his expression reverent as he approached the unconscious Gu Yanji. He chose to attend to her rather than the conscious Zhongling. This choice ignited a fury within Su Nuoze, who had intended to methodically eliminate the remaining demons. Su Nuoze activated all energy sources, unleashing unprecedented power, and his mech became akin to a cannonball, piercing directly through the last two toads' bodies. The overexertion of the mech caused him to expel a significant amount of blood. He had long hesitated to employ this technique, knowing it would severely harm his body, which was only at E grade. After 2 months of nurturing, he was on the verge of breaking through to D grade. He did not wish to further damage himself, but there was no alternative. After vanquishing the final toad, he directed his only functioning left arm to hurl the short sword with all his might. Warning, mech damage level reached 91. Warning, mech damage level reached 91. Blood-red warnings flashed within the mech, and the cockpit was filled with urgent beeping alarms. Yet, Su Nuoze's gaze was fixed on the trajectory of the short sword. Its target was not the old demon slave, but Zhongling. Zhongling's eyes widened in terror and confusion as she beheld the short sword hurtling towards her. Was this Su Haito not here to rescue her, but rather to harm her? Bang! The anticipated pain did not materialize. As her vision refocused, she discovered that the ropes binding her had been severed and lay on the ground, while the short sword had embedded itself in the stone pillar. The blade was not aimed at her, but rather intended to liberate her. The old slave master noticed this and hastily thrust the dragon scale towards Gu Lianji. Save her! Su Nuoze shouted at the stunned Zhongling, realizing the urgency. She immediately charged at the old slave master. With her C-class physique, dealing with a slave master unarmed was relatively effortless. Just as the dragon scale in the old man's hand was about to pierce Gu Lianji's skin, a shoe flew through the air, deflecting the scale. It was none other than Zhongling's shoe. After saving Gu Lianji with one shoe, she discarded the other as a weapon and hurled it at the old slave master. By the time the old man clumsily grasped the dragon scale, the imprint of her shoe had already been stamped on his face. I won't let you abduct anyone. Zhongling's shoe struck the old slave master's face with a resounding slap, staggering him, before she kicked him over, mounting him and mercilessly beating him with her shoe. You traitor! You serve the demon race. You dare to shout. How could a hideous creature like you ever think to bed me? In her fervor, Zhongling nearly beat the old slave master to death. When Su Nuoze finally pried open the hatch of the scrap Falcon number 02 and emerged, he was met with the sight of the old man on the brink of annihilation. Witnessing Zhongling's display of violent aesthetics, the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. Good heavens, this girl is ferocious. Who would dare marry her in the future? Sensing someone approaching, Zhongling finally relented, releasing the barely conscious old slave master and turning her gaze toward the fabled Su Haito. Upon seeing Su Nuoze's youthful visage, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Su Haito was actually the worthless son-in-law of the Gu family? Yes, she recognized Su Nuoze's identity. Gu Lianji, sharing her name, was a prodigious young woman. Hence Zhongling had learned early about Gu Lianji's early marriage. Curiosity had led her to investigate the identity of that son-in-law. Ah, a pure waste, though rather handsome. So she had committed his appearance to memory. However, when this so-called waste appeared before her, piloting a first-tier mech and annihilating over a dozen third-tier demons, she felt a dissonance. No, how could this be a waste? Who dares label this prodigy as a waste? In that moment, she fully comprehended the saying, rumors can be harmful. A top-tier genius mech engineer being branded as worthless? Meanwhile, Su Nuoze sensed the unusual glint in Zhongling's eyes, and his heart sank. No way could this woman recognize him. That astonished gaze bore the unmistakable hint of realization. Wow. The Gu family son-in-law is actually the illustrious Su Haito. Accepting that his identity was now exposed, Su Nuoze chose to drop the pretense. He returned to the very pillar where he had bound Zhongling, exerting considerable effort to extract the short sword, his long sword, the weapon of Falcon number 02. With a swift motion, he severed the ropes binding Gu Lianji and cradled her in his arms. Observing Su Nuoze's tender care, Zhongling was entirely convinced that the renowned Su Haito was indeed that son-in-law. If it were Su Haito, as this thought crossed her mind, her pupils constricted sharply. Did this imply that the legendary mech engineer, speculated to be an elderly master, was actually a young man of her own age? The realization that someone so skilled shared her youth struck her harder than the notion of the Gu family marrying into greatness. Su Nuoze examined Gu Lianji's body, confirming she bore no injuries, then approached Zhongling. Right? Su Nuoze raised his hand, passing Gu Lianji to her. Instinctively, Zhongling accepted. In gratitude for saving your life, please keep my secret. Do not let my wife know my true strength, Su Nuoze implored. Zhongling's eyes widened in disbelief. She doesn't know you're Su Haito? Su Nuoze nodded. So, I ask for your discretion. Zhongling's expression turned complex, Myriad scenarios flashed through her mind. Yet she hadn't anticipated that Gu Yinji was unaware of Su Nuoze's true identity. All this time, this was the script of the Dragon King's son-in-law? Just as Zhongling grappled with her thoughts, both noticed Gu Yinji frowning, seemingly on the verge of awakening. Bang! With a soft sound, Gu Yinji was lulled back to sleep. Su Nuoze slowly withdrew his hand from where he had knocked Gu Yinji unconscious, calmly stating, "It's settled then. You take her away now. The signal should be restored soon." Zhongling glanced incredulously at the now unconscious Gu Yinji. "Wait, your wife is about to wake up, and you calmly put her back to sleep?" She then looked up at Su Nuoze. "And what about you?" "I'll handle matters here," Su Nuoze replied, gazing toward the altar, where the red gem seemed to pulse with life. "All right, you deal with it." Zhongling regarded him earnestly, retrieving a business card from her pocket and handing it to him. "Mr. Su, thank you once again for your rescue. Here is my card. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out." Chapter 81. I killed your father. Su Nuoze casually accepted the card, waving his hand dismissively. "Go now. I've dealt with the demons outside. Await your rescue." Zhongling nodded, cradling the soft-bodied Gu Yinji as she departed. After the two women left, Su Nuoze approached the unconscious old slave master, picking up the dragon scale beside him and using its sharp edge to slice through the old man's veins. The old slave master was slain. After dispatching the old slave master, he turned his attention to the central red crystal. "This is the dragon scale of the Kangi demon dragon," he murmured, for no one knew the appearance of the Kangi demon dragon scales better than he. Why would the dragon scale appear? Hadn't he killed that creature with his own hands? Su Nuoze recalled distinctly how he had slain that demon dragon, ensuring it was irrevocably dead. Could it be that the demon race had abducted so many students bathed in dragon blood to resurrect the Kangi demon dragon? The dragon scale before him unmistakably signified that the Kangi demon dragon had indeed been revived. Contemplating this, he decided to test the waters, which was also why he had just sent Zhongling away. Approaching the red crystal, he knocked on its surface. "Can you speak? Give a sign." The old slave master had communicated with the crystal, and although he had been preoccupied with the ravenous toads, a part of his focus had been on the crystal. The red crystal remained unresponsive, prompting him to lift the dragon scale, intending to insert it into the gem. However, as he raised the scale, he felt a force pulling at it. The crystal was attempting to draw the dragon scale back. Su Nuoze quickly withdrew, stuffing the scale into his pocket. "If you want me to return it, you better behave. It's not nice to threaten." The red crystal remained silent. Moments later, it emitted a low voice. "Neither distinctly masculine nor feminine. Return the dragon scale, or you shall perish." "Oh my, you startle me," Su Nuoze exclaimed exaggeratedly, pulling out the dragon scale. "Do I look like someone easily frightened?" The red crystal fell silent. "You may lack substance, but you certainly know how to threaten." Su Nuoze feigned a moment of contemplation before suddenly exclaiming, "I never anticipated that your demonic kin possess such formidable prowess, capable of resurrecting that which has lain dormant for half a century. If my memory serves me correctly, this should be a scale of the Kangi demon dragon, is it not?" He toyed with the scale in his hand, showing no intention of returning it. The more the other party desired to reclaim it, the less he was inclined to relinquish it. "The former king cannot be revived. I merely reclaim the remnants of the former king's bloodline, which linger within your human territory." The crimson crystal spoke, its tone laced with a hint of ire. Su Nuoze narrowed his eyes. He had gleaned valuable information. The Kangi demon dragon he had slain 50 years prior had indeed not returned. Yet the troubling news was that a new Kangi demon dragon had emerged. One could only wonder about the state of this new entity. Was it in its juvenile phase, or already in its prime? Or perhaps at the pinnacle of a level 9 demon? A level 9 demon should be improbable. "Are you the new whelp?" he inquired. The crimson crystal offered no reply. Su Nuoze, unfazed, patiently awaited a response. The fact that the crystal continued to shimmer indicated that the new demon had yet to depart. After approximately 5 minutes, the crystal finally spoke. "According to your human customs, we must each pose a question to one another. This is the essence of fairness." Hearing this, Su Nuoze's gaze turned playful. "You seem quite versed in the concept of fairness. Very well, pose your question." The intellect of high-level demons is exceedingly sharp, rivaling that of humans. Yet this new dragon appeared somewhat naive, its mentality reminiscent of a human adolescent. He surmised it to be a juvenile dragon. However, even a young Kangi demon dragon, born of such a noble lineage, would inherently be a high-level demon, likely at level 6, despite its juvenile status. Facing a mech master of equivalent human level would likely yield no victor against it. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of royal bloodlines among demons. The emergence of a new Kangi demon dragon was indeed significant intelligence. One wondered if Yifeng and his prodigious classmates were aware of it. "Who are you? How do you recognize my scales?" The crystal posed its question. That constitutes 2 inquiries. Su Nuoze raised 2 fingers. You have breached the rules. The crystal retorted. This was not Su Nuoze's first negotiation with demons. Drawing from his previous life's experience negotiating with high-level demons, he relished using subtle details to gauge the mindset and approximate strength of this demon. This juvenile dragon seemed inexperienced in worldly matters. The current exchange might be under the tacit approval of more powerful demons. How about this? If you disclose your current level, I shall answer your 2 questions. Su Nuoze coaxed. In this desolate valley, the scent of blood and decay from the carcass of the wretched toad permeated the air, yet at the altar in the valley's center, an intriguing dialogue unfolded between a human and a blood-red crystal. This bizarre scene appeared strangely harmonious. Su Nuoze harbored no fear of the crimson crystal, for he recognized it and understood it posed no danger. This was also the reason he had advised Zhongling to engage with the entity alone. By your human classification, I am currently at level 6. The crystal declared, an urgency evident in its tone. Now, it's your turn to answer my question. Very well, I shall reluctantly oblige. Su Nuoze shrugged and suddenly grinned. I am Su Nuoze, the one who ended your father's life. Upon hearing this revelation, the crystal fell silent for a full minute before responding with indignation. You lie. Su Nuoze has been dead for 50 years. Your words are devoid of truth. Whoever told you that humans are inherently honest beings? Su Nuoze blinked innocently. Allow me to impart another lesson. Humans enjoy telling little white lies. It's known as all's fair in love and war. Yet internally, he added, I prefer to speak the truth. If you do not believe my honesty, what can I do? I will kill you. The crystal seethed, its tone growing even more furious. I will use my scales to track your location until I have slain you. Su Nuoze expressed surprise. Oh, your scale can locate me? The juvenile dragon hesitated, falling silent once more. Still a mere whelp, it could hardly conceal its thoughts. Su Nuoze shook his head, tucking the scale into his pocket. Perhaps it would be better suited for Yi Feng and Xiao Wan. He had originally contemplated crafting a weapon from it. He tossed a coin playfully, turning to depart. At that moment, the crimson crystal called out to him, Human, I shall remember your visage. Oh, Su Nuoze smiled slightly. It is an honor.